Chapter 13, Gentle Fisticuffs. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, Mass Effect to BioWare. Apparently a good number of readers are desperate for the action to begin. While I don't necessarily agree with that, it was easy enough to push back the chapter I had prepared to release today and instead write up a plausible situation for combat. Does this chapter need to be written up? Well, no, not really, but it will give us a break from the political happenings that I've been covering in the last few chapters. To be clear, the major action is still a ways off. Since an immediate first contact war did not happen, tensions will take time, and, oddly enough, reasons to grow. Meeting a new species isn't all about how big of a stick they wield, it's what it defends, what makes it strong. The people, the culture, the economic, social, and societal drives that necessitate a defense from forces that would threaten that. Will there be pointy stick waving? Well, yes, because it's fun and I like my pointy sticks. Ultimately, however, I want to explore why each side in such a conflict thinks that they are correct, how they justify their cause as being above that of their opponents. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter who wins, it matters if their reasons for fighting maintain their validity. Anyways, enough with the philosophical underpinnings of the story, now for review responses. If you don't care, skip to the breakpoint below. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. To those I do not explicitly mention, thank you for reviewing. To all reviews mentioning the Asari theory presented last chapter, at the moment, the discussion between Cole and Hood relating to that topic was theories, and theories are very rarely correct without extensive refinement. I can tell you that Asari did not evolve independently of any tampering. Both because it goes against rather important me-canon and because the idea that humanity and Asari naturally evolved to be so identical is blatantly ridiculous. To give an idea of how insane it would be for our evolutions to match independently, see the bottoman. Furried Giraffe, glad you're enjoying the story. As for the Assembly, the canon is that it is an organization of artificial intelligences devoted to the continued survival of humanity. They voted to remove Reclaimer status from any Alliance citizens, but they needed a bottom, the precursor AI that, well, is the domain, to do so. Because you caught that, I'll give you a pointer. Just because the Assembly decided to remove Reclaimer status from the Alliance does not mean that they were the first to do so. Yes, joint operations will reveal some technologies, though more on that when we get there. FER82, yep, civilian dealings will be coming soon. I figured that getting things straight with honesty would be better so as to avoid some confusion when the politicians start mucking things up. Sierra B312, all your points about ancient humanity are valid, but please don't assume that Cole and Hood are correct, as I said above. I understand it's confusing, but they won't just magically know the truth. Just because it confuses readers doesn't mean that I'm going to be having characters know stuff that they have no business knowing, at least not yet. Guessed, there are 4 fighting ground vehicles in the Mass Effect series. At least 2 were made by the Systems Alliance. 1 is from the Andromeda Initiative. 1 is from the Krogan. No, the Citadel does not have hundreds of other vehicles, as far as I can tell, they never developed any ground fighting vehicles, or if they did, they were all gone by the Me series. Grim Kenway 8646, I promise that the focus on the main characters is coming. Glad to hear that you are enjoying the story, and thank you. Dire Prophet, may be important Forerunner stuff, but the Covenant used Forerunner tech, so that feature can't be in everything. Really, though, how will the Citadel get to study Forerunner installations with monitors? Elim Garak, are you saying that characters take the stuff they say as fact or that the readers do? I think I made it fairly clear, i.e., explicitly stated, that both Cole and Hood acknowledged that they were just throwing around ideas. I also made it clear in mine that nothing stated as conjecture should be taken as immutable fact, because, well, it isn't. Anyways, some action this chapter. Not the implosion of everything, but a little something to get some feathers ruffled. Apologies for the delay. All work and no editing makes evevee slightly late in crediting this story. March 14th, 2589/13th day of 20th month, 2458. Slipstream space. UNSC Serenity. As Rear Admiral James Cutter entered the bridge of the UNSC Serenity, all idle personnel paused to give him a salute which he promptly returned. The bridge crew who had neglected to respond to his presence beyond glancing at him were forgiven, as the Admiral knew that they were undertaking some important task or another that was essential for the coming assault. Executing their jobs well took higher priority than idle gestures for the crew of the Serenity's bridge, as was common on many ships with established crews. When no shouts for assistance or requests for orders came his way, Cutter continued to approach the hollow table. The orange avatar of Isabel appeared beside Serena's light blue equivalent as a large tactical map of the planet they had targeted floated alongside the two. Small icons representing ships, stations, and other assets moved above the surface, their predicted orbital trajectories being updated in real time by the Serenity's advanced sensor banks. A small timer was counting down towards their exit from slip space in the upper corner of the display, though Cutter ignored that in favor of addressing the two AI. Analysis of the target. He asked, coming to a stop beside the table with his hands clasped behind his back. All vessels are holding formation in orbit of the planet. Our estimated time of arrival is less than 30 minutes, Serena reported. Isabel added, all support ships of the battle group are reporting as ready to handle the evacuation. Ground elements have almost finished their preparations as well, though they will be delayed until a flight path can be cleared to the surface. I will deal with any logistical issues, as planned. Good work. Still no sign of the Council's forces on the scanners? Cutter questioned. Serena shook her head and replied, we're in the clear. I have detected several groups passing through real space relatively near us, most likely pirates or other criminals, but nothing that needs to be dealt with. The Rear Admiral nodded but stayed silent as he examined the projection of the planet they were attacking. Called Logasiri by the Batarians who had colonized it, the world was famous for the brutal conditions for the slaves who worked beneath its surface. It had been chosen for the operation due to its location in the terminus systems as well as its proximity to the famed Omega Station. By launching an assault on such a world, the UNSC, and by extension the Wardens, were showing their ability to conduct military operations outside of their immediate sphere of influence. It would both allow the UNSC to begin building a reputation amongst the populace in the terminus systems as well as harass the Batarians. Why High Command wanted to prod a member of the Citadel in such a way was above Cutter's pay grade, but he figured that they had their reasons. What the overall plan was didn't matter, however, as Cutter had his orders and a battle group to fulfill them, so that was what he would do. He glanced at Isabel to get her attention as he asked, the Guardian is ready to activate if necessary. All ships are ready for combat, though I don't think we'll need that much to win this, the Orange AI responded easily. James let out noise of acknowledgement of that statement but countered, never hurts to use overwhelming force. Keep all sub-vessels prepared to launch to guard our flanks if reinforcements arrive for the enemy, but alert the commanders that their deployment is unlikely. We've been given clearance for orbital bombardment of military targets, but I would prefer to minimize collateral damage. Wait for my signal to initiate any strikes on the surface. Understood, Serena responded. I will coordinate any targets with Isabel, if that is acceptable. Of course. I would prefer to have the Serenity out of the line of fire when we're dropping rounds is all. Ground teams won't be deploying until the sky is clear anyways, so we can get some clean shots off before they land, the Rear Admiral replied. With those orders given, the avatars of the two A's disappeared as they went back to work elsewhere. Cutter, meanwhile, examined the projected battlefield and tried to determine how the enemy would fight against them. Various strategies were dismissed easily while others took slightly longer to show disadvantages. The reason for his indecision was the nature of the enemy that he had been deployed against. When Cutter had been the captain of the Spirit of Fire, the enemy of the UNSC had been insurrectionists and the Covenant. Seeing ship-to-ship engagements with the Innies was rare, since they knew they could not challenge the naval might of the military, and the Spirit had never fought against the Innies herself since her refit was in 2520, just 5 years before the beginning of the Covenant War. Cutter had served on ships that had fought stolen insurrectionist vessels, however, he had never been in command in any of those fights. From his subordinate position, though, Cutter still knew that the Innies would run sooner than fight, and what fighting they did with their stolen craft was sloppy and uncoordinated. Few Innies had any training in operating ships, let alone the military vessels they used against the UNSC. Fights against the Covenant, on the other hand, were something that he was no stranger to. Going against the technologically superior alien hegemony was an entirely different fight from those against the insurrection, and it showed. The UNSC was not fighting enemies that would hide amongst the populace but one that would simply steamroll any defenses. Instead of tactics and clever maneuvers, the massive vessels of the Covenant had blasted anything in their way before killing any civilians they found. To counter that, the UNSC relied on their superior artificial intelligence and strategic capabilities, along with secrecy and informational security. Cutter had seen the records on how the war had ended, however, and he knew as well as every other person privy to that information that humanity had survived through luck. It was only the Great Schism, caused by the Prophets and the destruction of Alpha Halo, that had allowed them any chance to survive, if not win. Neither of those strategies were applicable in the coming attack, at least not directly. It was certainly a possibility that the enemy ships would adopt similar tactics to those used by the UNSC against the Covenant, but even that was doubtful. They did not have the computing abilities nor experience to allow AI cyber attacks or pinpoint accuracy for their mass accelerators. What the Batarians, and seemingly all Citadel ships, had was an impressive reload speed for those weapons. Against the unshielded hulls of pre-war UNSC vessels, they would have posed an appreciable threat. While it was doubtful that a single Citadel round would be able to penetrate the meters of molecularly enhanced titanium armor that human ships utilized, the quantity of fire would have proven significantly more problematic. No matter how strong the armor, multiple hits would weaken and ultimately breach physical barriers. Of course, the same was true with energy shields, but the barriers of magnetically contained plasma did not require repair, nor were they prone to random failures if a lucky shot got through. It was that advantage that Cutter was counting on, as intelligence given to him when he was assigned this mission seemed to indicate that the Citadel did not know of energy shielding. How ONI had figured that out was certainly a good question, but not one that Cutter was concerned with. The Citadel species' confidence in MassEffect technology was understandable, as they hadn't seen anything different until they met the Systems Alliance. Their perception was only strengthened when the Alliance deceived the Council with inferior pre-war civilian technology. Taking these factors into account, Cutter was leaning towards the rather ironic strategy of using simple brute force to break the ranks of the defenders. As critical as Cutter was of the strategic aspect of the Covenant, he had to admit that it was unbelievably intimidating to see ships simply ignoring enemy fire as they entered the battlefield. Unlike the Covenant, however, the UNSC was not above using their own ships as oversized battering rams, a habit that the Banished had adopted as well. This particular tactic had become increasingly popular when its effectiveness was proven by the UNSC Infinity above the forerunner planet of Requiem. Combined with the power of human magnetic accelerator cannons, the close-range combat prowess of UNSC ships was formidable. Getting into range to utilize those advantages had been the main problem during the Covenant War, especially with the strong hulls of the enemy vessels. Citadel ships did not have that advantage, instead relying on long-range fire provided by their dreadnoughts, while close-range combat was usually limited to fighters and frigates. For them, it had worked, as everything that approached their fleets had to do so through real space, and any enemy fleets had the same disadvantages in various ranges of engagement. Slip space was the key to Cutter's strategy in this attack, as it would allow his battle group to emerge on top of the Batarian defenses. Considering Serena's current projected exit vectors, he was fairly sure that that assessment would not only be correct but quite literal as well. So long as she kept the Serenity in one piece, however, he wasn't too concerned about that issue. When no further preparations or directions came to mind, Cutter sent out a mental command to his neural lace for the holotable to highlight ground assault locations. Available intelligence on the mines underneath the surface of the planet was significantly more limited than orbital territory, as was to be expected with underground installations. Due to the extensive tunneling that the Batarians had achieved with their enslaved labor, it was almost impossible to know exactly where large concentrations of civilians were versus military targets. As much as Cutter might have wanted to simply level the entire planet with orbital strikes, he recognized the public relations stunt that ONI's Section 2 was attempting to pull by saving a bunch of slaves. While the spooks probably didn't care all that much, Cutter knew that they were monopolizing on the opportunity to drive a wedge between the Batarians and Citadel. Thus, instead of protracted orbital bombardment, Cutter had been ordered to neutralize all ground threats with the forces provided to him. This caveat had proved to be the largest hurdle to overcome due to the warren of tunnels that made up the mines of Logasiri. Collapsing the tunnels to bury Batarian forces alive had been considered, but that also presented a threat to the slaves that would inevitably be down there as well. Clearing the planet with numbers alone was completely out of the question, as it would require far too many ships and troops to be viable without revealing the strength of the UNSC to the Citadel, not to mention a waste of assets when there were better methods. Eventually, some scientist somewhere had suggested breaking out chemical weapons to sedate, incapacitate, or otherwise disable anything in the mines. Considering that Logasiri had no atmosphere, all the mines on the surface were sealed, creating the perfect environment for such an attack. Some defenders with exo-atmospheric gear might be able to avoid the fate of their comrades, but ODST and marine fire teams could deal with them easily enough. As Cutter went over this plan, he was once again struck by how different combat against the Citadel species was from previous conflicts. Utilizing chemical weapons against the Innies was ill-advised, if not impossible, as the insurgents hid in large civilian populaces. Deploying chemical weapons against the Covenant was simply useless, as elites had energy shields to survive, Ungoi already had breathing masks, and Galekolo could cease breathing for up to a year. It might have affected the Jiralhani, but that was little help against the unstoppable tide of the other Covenant species. Using such weaponry on the Kigyar and other post-war nuisances was never necessary, as they were never a direct threat to UEG space and any ground invasion would be precluded by orbital bombardment to kill rather than incapacitate. To achieve the non-lethal incapacitation of the populace, the UNSC had supplied Cutter's battle group with weaponized 3-quinaclidinyl benzylate, an ancient but effective chemical that would render the victims delirious and unable to coordinate their defenses. Deployment would be handled by longsword bombers assigned to targets identified by ONI and the battle group's own observation teams. Any outstanding issues would be handled by the Spartan 4s assigned to the Serenity, though Cutter didn't think that it would be necessary. Many S4 teams were being sent down to establish beachheads alongside the ODSTs to gain experience fighting against MassEffect technology, with several held back if needed for a quick deployment, but there was no pressing need for them in this battle. Cutter's use of land vehicles was extremely limited by the field in this attack, though several were to be deployed to provide for surface operations command on board Mammoth transports. With the deployment of chemical agents, however, it was unlikely that those assets would provide anything more than simple logistical support for Isabel to coordinate. Now finished with his last review of the engagement plan, Cutter had no further insights. Some of the elements would probably be disrupted by the Batarians, as was to be expected in combat, but that could be dealt with when it happened. Unforeseen circumstances withstanding, the attack on Logasiri would be far from difficult, especially compared to the battles that Cutter had directed from the Spirit of Fire. Probably comparable to the raids against the Kig-Yar that Cutter had participated in after the Spirit was recovered by the UNSC. A quick glance towards the timer on the holotable drew the Rear Admiral from his thoughts as he noticed that their exit from the slipstream was drawing close. The projection above the surface changed once again from the targeted planet to the field of battle where the UNSC battle group would meet the Batarian defenses. Of course, since that was the void of space in the middle of the asteroid field that Logasiri was a part of, there wasn't much to show. Most of the debris that would have threatened them had been pulled in by the small planet's gravitational field, leaving the orbit clear of hindrances or cover for either side. With Logasiri cut out of the frame, the projected progression of the coming battle was displayed. As the fight went on, Cutter would manipulate individual ships if he changed tactics or felt that a commander was deviating from their assigned paths. Now prepared, he turned towards the front of the bridge and took a seat in the captain's chair to observe their exit from slip space. Shortly afterwards, Serena brought the battle group up to Combat Alert Alpha, and while there was no visible change in the bridge crew, the atmosphere grew more tense as anticipation built. They did not have to wait long, as within a minute the flickering dimensions of the slipstream gave way to the bright stars of reality, though the view was greatly obscured by the dreary sight of Logasiri floating before them. The dull surface of the small world served to highlight the few Batarian ships that were in near them. Barely a moment passed for all present to process this before slight vibrations emanated from the lower decks more than a kilometer away. Cutter glanced at Serena as the AI reported, "The battle group is clear of slip space, sir. 2 enemy frigates and a cruiser are down, and the Thunderstruck is reporting minor damage to her port bow. No casualties, superficial damage to armor plating from a missile housing cover breaking off, damage control is not being dispatched. All other vessels are reporting green across the board." "Understood. Clean up what forces remain here. Isabel, make sure that no communications leave the system through any means," Cutter ordered promptly. "Of course. Ships are holding their courses and approaching the enemy. So far, I have detected no coordinated response. Would you like me to deploy the ground teams early?" The logistics intelligence inquired. The Rear Admiral thought about it for a second before replying, "Negative. It's sloppy and an unnecessary risk. Alert them that they will deploy soon, but no transports are allowed to disembark until we establish orbit." A nod from the orange avatar was the only response before she disappeared to carry out her duties. Cutter's attention was directed forward once more as the deck shuddered slightly. Instead of a collision with another vessel, however, this feeling was caused by an undersized Mac round leaving the ship. Glancing up, Cutter noted that the bow was aimed at an enemy vessel that had been too slow to leave the Serenity's engagement envelope. While he couldn't see the round due to the lack of an atmosphere as well as its speed, it was far too easy to see the effects as the massive chunk of metal impacted against a Batarian frigate. A slight flash was visible for a moment as the ship's kinetic barriers tried and failed to hold their own against the shot. Visible tears in the hull material appeared as it too attempted to shield those inside from the inevitable, only to be outclassed by the massive round. A second after the shot exited the ship, it began to break apart, not in an explosion of atmosphere and material but slowly as the MassEffect field failed and inertia broke it to pieces. The only thought that the sight brought to Cutter's mind was how different it felt to be on this side of such a display. Going by the fact that the enemy frigate was still in existence, he knew that the shot had been greatly underpowered, probably utilizing a small 250,000 kg Mach round at a decent velocity, maybe 1,000 or so kilometers a second. Going by those figures, the round would have hit with about 30 megatons of explosive force, with some taken by the kinetic barrier but most wasted as the round penetrated the weak armor and simply continued on into the void. Once again Cutter appreciated the versatility of the CR-03S8 Mach cannons installed on all Infinity-class vessels. The ability to fire a variety of calibers at mixed velocities had been helpful many times, both in providing support for ground troops as well as avoiding collateral damage when dealing with enemy ships. If needed, they could fire a 3 million kilogram round at velocities in excess of 12,000 km per second from each of the 4 barrels, bringing more than 200 gigatons of explosive force to bear on a single target. Seeing as Covenant ships during the war hadn't been able to withstand the rounds from ODP platforms, nothing short of a celestial body or Forerunner ruin would require that amount of destructive power. Thus, the capability to fire smaller packages from the main guns was implemented. These smaller packages could be anything from small Mach rounds to ground vehicles, so long as it fit in a delivery shell designed for the 27-meter bore cannons. Unluckily, the Serenity would be rather limited in using that asset today as the flagship of the battle group focused on the ground assault. Several ships had already jumped back into slipspace to make their way to other concentrations of Batarian ships around the planet while broadsword fighter formations wove twisting paths between the wreckages to eliminate any survivors. Since their attack had been so unexpected, the opposing craft had not been grouped, with ships and smaller transports spread out as they orbited the planet. With their beachhead now established, it became a waiting game due to Cutter's orders to hold back the ground assault. Considering that the nearest mass relay was over in the Omega system, a known center of criminal activity, Cutter was not concerned about reinforcements. All communications in the system were jammed and any vessel capable of FTL travel had been or would be destroyed. After several short minutes, Serena's avatar appeared beside the leader of the battle group as she reported, "All ships have been eliminated. Multiple small craft are still present and have been marked for our squadrons. Further analysis of the surface confirms defensive structures around hangars for enemy transports. Understood, bring us into low orbit. You have permission to put a few rounds on target with the Onagers. Once the Pelicans are away, maneuver the Serenity above the military facilities that have been identified. Successive strikes from sub-vessel Max are authorized. Isabel, ground teams are cleared to leave the battle group," Cutter ordered. Serena gave a nod and disappeared once more as the massive bulk of the Serenity began to descend towards the surface below. Several other ships followed, more to keep the formation intact and less for protection since every orbital threat had been dealt with. His commands given, Cutter sat back in his chair and watched the beginnings of the assault. Multiple streaks of light appeared as Serena utilized the 10 Onagers on the side of the ship to destroy any ground-based surface defenses. There was little curvature on their path through Logasiri's trace atmosphere due to the light gravity, leaving it clear where they would impact, even if it was invisible to the naked eye. As they flew high above the surface, the Serenity and her escort slipped into the shadow of the dark side of the small planet. It became clear just how little the world had been populated as Cutter could only pick out one or two sources of light from the Batarian agricultural habitats. The sleek forms of several longsword bomber squadrons flew by the massive UNSC vessel, though their dark forms quickly became indistinguishable from the shadowed hemisphere below. With more and more ground assets disembarking for their part in this assault, Cutter couldn't help but glance over at the Forerunner Guardian off the Serenity's starboard bow. Even without the light of the system's star, the silver metal still seemed to glow with strength and support. The Rear Admiral knew that a Spartan team was almost certainly aboard the vessel, even if he hadn't been personally informed of its participation. Whatever their orders were, however, was no concern of his, so long as they didn't interfere with his assault. Cutter had multiple Spartan 4 teams under his command to deploy as he saw fit, as was the case with most UNSC vessels at this point, but he knew as well as every other service member that the Spartan branch stretched far further than that. Their specialty was clandestine operations that the public didn't need to hear about, and they were good at what they did. Spartans were assigned to ships and facilities to give the branch a public face, something for civilians to look at as a symbol of humanity's recovery from the war. It was what the public didn't see that really showed the difference between regular UNSC soldiers and the Spartan branch, though. Cutter had seen that himself when Red Team had joined the crew of the Spirit of Fire so many years ago. As much as he appreciated having an entire Spartan 4 complement to deploy as needed from the Serenity, he could see the difference in how they fought. Red Team had moved with fluidity and skill, each knowing what every other member of the team was doing at all times. The IVs, on the other hand, had not grown up together, even if they had spent years working within their own teams. While they were certainly skilled, they required direction and orders, unlike the SIIS who simply blew through any resistance against them when given a target. If there was a Spartan team on that Guardian, then their purpose would be to assess Citadel capabilities. It was no secret amongst UNSC service members that the Citadel was outclassed, but by how large a margin was unknown. Of course, that was certainly a part of why the Serenity and her battle group were here, though Cutter knew it wasn't the only reason. Flashes of light drew the Rear Admiral's attention away from the Forerunner construct as Pelicans breached the upper atmosphere of Logasiri. Aboard would be several thousand Marines, Spartans, and ODSTs, all equipped for the coming conflict, what little of it there would be with the planet inundated with QNB. A quick order through his neural lace brought up a map of the surface with targeted locations highlighted in red, allowing Cutter to lean forward and begin directing the planetary assault as necessary. 13th day of 20th month, 2458, March 14, 2589. Logasiri. Batarian Agri-Habitat 03. Pringapbara hated waking up as it was, let alone earlier than he expected. His hatred extended beyond the confines of his bed to encompass the planet and everyone on it, something that wasn't helped by the inherent danger of operating in the terminus systems. While the hegemony could pay off the largest pirate groups through Omega's leader, there were still smaller groups that would attack any target that they saw as vulnerable. With its small number of ships as well as harsh environment, Logasiri was seen as such a target. Leaving would have been the ideal solution, except that the pay was decent and he had nowhere else to go. For all its boring, worthless, and utterly depressing atmosphere, Logasiri was at least somewhere Prin could be without needing to worry about anything beyond shooting some idiots from time to time. With a grunt, the Batarian soldier rolled from his position and began to get into his armor as the alarms of the agricultural habitat continued to blare around him. Running on automatic as he was, it only took a couple minutes for Prin to armor up to kill whatever had disturbed his rest. Before he walked out, the Batarian idly considered leaving his helmet behind before deciding against it. Getting a bit of sleep behind the opaque visor might be possible if the defense turrets shot down most of the incoming raiders. Now that he was connected to the communications network, Prin could pick out the panicked reports of multiple small craft inbound. He was slightly confused as to why they were so concerned, as nothing could get through the kinetic barriers of the agricultural habitats without going through the hangars, which were defended by anti-aircraft guns. A frigate might be able to break through, but the hegemony ships above the colony would be able to handle anything that small. Keeping his attention on the comms, the Batarian soldier dutifully made his way to his post at the entrance to the mines. Apparently every other guard posted there was listening into the chaos as well, as Prin barely received a glance when he arrived. This came as no surprise to the Batarian, as any thoughts of sleep had fled on his march over. From what he had picked up from the frantic shouts, all communications had been lost with the other mines around the planet as well as the fleet in orbit. The smaller craft had apparently broken off before they came within range, likely doing reconnaissance, though that sounded too intelligent for the usual suicidal pirate crew. Prin frowned as he considered the implications of that. If those fighters were just doing flyovers to assess the defenses, then that implied that they had some sort of means to take them out as well, or at least break through. That conclusion was supported as within the next minutes several rumbling vibrations emanated throughout the agri-habitat and surface of Logasiri. Several choice words left Prin as he stumbled slightly at the shaking and bemoaned the inability to see the surface outside so that he knew what they were dealing with. From the feel as well as the sound, it seemed that their enemy was not above using large explosives near a pressurized environment. Prin only hoped that their enemies would hesitate to begin orbital strikes if they managed to break through the defenses in orbit. Suddenly, the COMM channels were flooded with sightings of fast attack craft closing on the agri-habitat. With the anti-air defenses down, the hangar was open to attack from those ships, which brought up the question of why they were headed towards the habitat. The massive dome of metal and synthetic glass was protected by kinetic barriers strong enough to hold off orbital bombardment, let alone some bombers or whatever other fighters came near them. Prin glanced around as his fellow defenders and noticed their lack of concern over the attack. Most of them were simply standing or sitting around waiting for orders or for the COMM network to report enemies. All of them were lacking helmets, though Prin was sure that their kinetic barriers were still active. As much as he was considering removing his headgear, the Batarian soldier elected to keep it on until this odd attack had passed. High above and several dozen kilometers away from the Batarian agricultural habitat and mines beneath, a squadron of longsword bombers blasted through the little atmosphere that Logasiri possessed as they waited for a target to be designated for their payload. Their wait was not long as Isabel quickly slotted them into an attack run on one of the installations identified from orbit. With the outer defenses destroyed and no apparent response from those inside, it was a prime target. It took less than a minute for the exo-atmospheric craft to traverse the rather short distance to their drop zone, as the lack of air resistance allowed the bombers to accelerate to high speeds quite easily. As they approached the target, each pilot keyed in the authorization codes for their bomb bays, a safeguard to ensure against accidental or unapproved drops. Now ready, the group of small UNSC ships dipped down to do a flyby of the dome that they would hit. At a precisely calculated time, the chemical weapons in each fighter detached, floating down towards the enclosure while their transports quickly closed their bay doors and blasted back to the vessels in orbit for more ordnance. Below, each of the large weapons slowly picked up speed as the planet's light gravity began to take hold. The glorified tubes eventually picked up enough speed to orient themselves towards their targets as small adjustments were made to the guiding fins by an onboard computer. There was no resistance as they passed through the kinetic barriers around the target, as the weapons were too large and moving far too slowly to be recognized as a serious threat. Thus, when the bomb smashed through the glass of the habitat, all inside were quite surprised. This quickly turned to confusion as the weapons detonated before anyone could get a look at them, though it was easy to see the fragments of metal pinging off the ground and sealing through the small cloud of smoke that quickly dissipated. Up above, the hole that had been broken was quickly sealed by thin metal sheets that deployed from the beams of the habitat, much like bulkheads were closed on a ship with a hull breach. Unluckily for those inside, that automatic measure prevented the gases that had been released by the UNSC weapons from leaving the space. As the enclosed environment was sealed off from the vacuum outside, the invisible and odorless chemical began to circulate through the ventilation systems. Hearing about the breach of the agri-habitat was bad enough sitting down here at the entrance to the mines, but wondering what those weapons had been was even worse. For all his experience throughout the terminus, Prin couldn't figure out why these raiders would drop some seemingly worthless hunks of metal onto the habitat. It was certainly a clever way to get around kinetic barriers, but why try to attack the agricultural center of the facility in the first place? The only thing of any value beneath the shield were fields, and it wasn't like conventional explosives could do that much damage to the ground. Such considerations would have to be left for later, however, as Prin caught mention of attackers being spotted on approach to the hangar on personnel transports. With the number on the way, there was little concern that the attackers would reach the mines at all, let alone the slaves below. That meant that whatever the raiders wanted was in or near the hangar, though Prin couldn't figure out what that would be. Everything valuable was stored in finished sections of the mine, well away from the surface and the slaves. Either way, the Batarian soldiers around the habitat had begun setting up defenses to repel the attackers. Many of the squads were asking for information from the fleet, though from what Prin had heard communications were still down with the ships in orbit. Unluckily, that meant that no one on the ground had any idea how many forces were still in orbit. None of the others around Prin seemed to be concerned about that as they continued to sit around, not that he was complaining. The biggest concern with this post would be keeping any slaves from escaping if the handlers down in the mines were distracted by the attack. It was at this point that things really went to shit as a sudden burst of static flew across the COMM network, leading Prin to wince at the sound. Oddly, those around him seemed less affected, even though their COMM links were open to the same frequency. Figuring it was due to his helmet, the Batarian went back to listening to the network chatter, only to receive silence from the channel. Flipping through several frequencies showed that it wasn't just that channel that was affected. Prin looked over at his fellow soldiers to ask them if the comms were still working, only to notice that the silence wasn't just from his comms. Everyone around him seemed completely relaxed even though their own communications were still silent after the burst of static. Suddenly, Prin became acutely aware of just how silent it had become now that their comms were down. There was no noise from the mines or the habitat above, just the ambient breeze as air was pumped through the mines to keep the slaves from dying. A little paranoia began to color Prin's thoughts as he quickly picked up his weapon and moved towards a more defensible position. There was no reaction from the other Batarian soldiers, and while he could see that they weren't dead, it still did nothing to help the situation. Knowing that they'd be a liability in combat, Prin began dragging each of his comrades down further into the mines to keep them out of the way. With that done, he took up position at the edge of the entrance, using one of the supports that held up the roof as cover. Slowly, he began to hear sounds from the habitat above him. At first, it was just gunshots from mass accelerator weapons mixed with a much deeper rattle from a weapon that Prin couldn't figure out. Those few shots quickly turned into many before transforming into barking orders and clanging footsteps across metal grating. Several minutes of tense waiting led to 3 Batarian defenders rounding the corner of the entrance, firing behind them as they fled. Prin quickly got their attention and gestured for them to get behind him as he sent covering fire down the passage to hold off whatever was chasing the group. As the 3 made their way past Prin, he heard them curse as they saw the bodies of his squad laying prone on the ground. One of them got Prin's attention as he commented, "They hit the whole agri habitat as well. Wonder if we'd have any luck in the mines. Any idea what is happening?" Prin asked, turning back around to look at the reinforcements. "Haven't heard any communications after the hangar was hit." As he brought his attention to the 3 Batarians, Prin noticed that each was wearing a helmet along with multiple signs of battle damage on their armor. "They hit us with something in those weapons. Anyone without filtered air is out. Our squad was lucky enough to have been equipped to defend the hangar, which required sealed suits," one of the defenders replied. Another scoffed at that and added, "Unlucky enough to be the first to meet them as well." "Them?" came the expected inquiry from Prin. "No idea, all I know is that they aren't the usual terminus bastards. Our comms were cut same as yours, no word from the commander either, probably out with the rest of the habitat," the first responded. Prin stole a quick glance down the passage to make sure it was still clear before questioning, "What species are they, Turian? Those birds wouldn't hit a hegemony colony, though, and no one else in the terminus has the power to do so. Every one of them wears a suit, like the Quarians on their fleet nowadays. I'd almost say a Seri, except that I don't recognize the armor and they would never do a frontal assault without commandos," the last Batarian said, speaking for the first time. "Well, whoever they are, they can fuck off and die," Prin replied. The soldier that had first spoken looked at him incredulously and argued, "There's 4 of us and at least 10 dropships worth of them. Our only chance is to pick them off in the mines, or at least lose them so we can call in reinforcements from one of the other habitats on the planet." Before anyone could respond to that, Prin's gaze flickered to the side slightly as his peripheral vision detected a faint movement. With the high tension due to the combat situation and his high-strung nerves, it was only natural for the Batarian to react with violence to the possible threat. Such a reaction saved his life as the invisible form of a positively massive being was suddenly highlighted by a glowing golden field as mass accelerator rounds impacted its form. At the sudden movement from Prin, the other Batarian defenders had startled, a reaction which was furthered by the appearance of the unknown being. Even with the lucky sighting that Prin had gotten on the enemy, however, the closest soldier still had no chance to react as the thing sped towards him at a frightening speed. Surprised at the sudden change in location of his target, Prin's next few shots lagged behind the form. The Batarian soldier cursed and ceased fire to keep from shooting his allies as he tried to follow the enemy. The unfortunate Batarian that had been selected as the thing's first target slammed into the wall as Prin brought his gaze around, just in time to see the Batarian's head turned in ways it was not supposed to. Prin idly noted that the metal of the soldier's suit had been unable to follow its user's motions and had ripped a hole in the previously sealed armor. Several shots pinged off the enemy's odd shield once again as another soldier managed to bring his weapon to bear on the temporarily stationary enemy. This did not last, however, as the being moved once again, charging away from Prin and towards the other 2 defenders. Seeing the opportunity this presented, the Batarian put as many rounds as he could into the thing's back, though it seemed to have no effect beyond making the golden shield slightly brighter. Even with the impressive amount of rounds that the being had already taken, the attempts of the 3 remaining Batarians were still insufficient to bring it down before it reached its next target. An almost contemptuous flick of its hand batted aside a rifle as it bowled over the soldier holding the weapon. The last of Prin's allies had no time to retreat as the being reached out and grabbed the Batarian's shoulder. Prin could see the metal bend and heard the soldier scream in pain as his shoulder broke underneath the immense pressure before he was silenced by a strike from the mysterious enemy. Undeterred by his imminent death, Prin kept up his fire, even as the thing turned towards him. This last effort was finally rewarded as the aura around the thing popped, leaving it open to weapons fire. Any hope of escaping alive quickly left Prin's mind as he noticed the heavy armor that his rounds were now impacting. Small scratches appeared in the dark red paint of the figure as the rounds from the Batarian weapon made contact, but Prin noticed the distinct lack of actual damage on the thick plates. This observation was quickly pushed out of the way as Prin saw the being dart towards him, impossibly fast for something as large and heavy as the thing must be with so much armor. Seeing that if he didn't move, he would meet the same fate as his allies, Prin quickly stepped to the side. What looked like a glance of surprise came from the armored figure at the unexpected motion, but it still took a swing at his side with its gauntlet. With no time to do anything else, Prin jerked his rifle down, blocking the blow at the cost of losing his weapon and falling to one side at the strength behind it. Looking up, the Batarian threw an arm up to block the strike coming from above. A brief flash of pain from his arm was the last thing Prin felt as the figure's strength simply broke through the obstacle and continued to its destination. The Batarian soldier never had the chance to feel anything more as his helmet caved in beneath the blow, causing an immediate death through blunt force trauma to the brain and spine as it attempted to hold against the forces put on it. March 14, 2589/13 th day of 20th month, 2458. Logasiri. Batarian Agri Habitat 03. Looking down as the last enemy fell, Spartan Kinslow admired the fighting spirit of the defender. As little as it had helped him, it had shown her that Batarians could be adaptable in the middle of combat, though that trait seemed to be a rare thing. That such a soldier possessed that intelligence was interesting, as the Batarian commanders most certainly hadn't. So far, there had been few reports of true resistance across the planet. Apparently the defenders had been more prepared for the UNSC chemical weapons attack than predicted, though, as several addition squads of Spartans had been deployed to assist in the assault. On their way down, Kinslow and her comrades had witnessed the Guardian that accompanied the battle group firing off a pulse to knock out enemy communications on the most active part of the planet. With that hit, it had been easy for the Marines to hold their ground long enough for reinforcements. Over the last half hour, Kinslow had been scouting ahead for her squad as they broke through enemy lines and eliminated pockets of resistance that might have threatened the lives of the Marines. Her original plan going down into the mines was to leave these 4 Batarians to their fate at the guns of the Marines behind her, but the one had somehow spotted her cloaked form. While impressive, the ensuing close-quarters combat had allowed the Spartan to assess the strength of their weapons. That Kinslow had done so with her face was going to get her a talking to from her platoon leader, but that was alright as the scientists on the Serenity would be appreciative of the tactical data it gave them. A quick glance at her shoulder allowed the Spartan to take note of the damage from the quick skirmish. No warnings had been triggered by the hits, though the sensors of her armor had detected the physical impacts at the least. Several tiny scratches were visible in the titanium plates, but nothing that a quick paint job wouldn't fix. Some lucky shots might have hit the weave of her bodysuit, but nothing had punctured as far as the Spartan could tell. The hard thudding sound of Marine boots on rock brought Kinslow's attention to the squad of Marines that had been chasing down the defenders before her interference. One of them grimaced at the battered bodies of their previous targets while the rest simply ignored the corpses, having become used to the sight after securing locations cleared by Spartan teams. Pretty sloppy bit of work there. We could have handled them easy enough with a grenade, the squad leader commented, though his tone was more amused than annoyed. Kinslow gave small shrug and explained, all it takes is one to get lucky seeing the outline. Wasn't planning on tangling with them. The Marine grunted his understanding, I assume you have somewhere to be, then. We'll secure this area and dispose of the trash. A nod was the only answer from Kinslow before she once again engaged her cloak and continued her descent into the Batarian mines. With the power out from the Guardian's pulse, it was completely dark, leaving the night vision capabilities of the Mjolnir limited to supplementing the view with different strategies. Infrared scopes fed basic temperature readings to a graphics interpreter, allowing it to be overlaid on Kinslow's HUD. This was enhanced with high-frequency sonar readings for depth perception and easy mapping of the surrounding area. Any tunnels with movement were also sent through predictive algorithms so that the user could have an idea of what might be above or below them. It was the last measure that proved to be the most useful in this situation, as Kinslow almost immediately crossed above a juncture that was full of motion. Deducing that the large number of unidentified contacts were the slaves that worked in the mines was no challenge, and within seconds Kinslow had a path projected on her visor that was predicted to lead to the people below. After following that lead for a short time, the Spartan scout came to a shaft that led both up and down further into the mines. Surprisingly, light was visible from a short ways down. Obviously the pulse from the Guardian could only pierce so far into the ground before it became too weak to interrupt power. A quick order from her neural lace to the Mjolnir armor brought up a map with the explored areas of this location visible. On it were all friendly forces, rally points, and areas of resistance. Kinslow ignored the other points to focus on the location of the other 3 Spartans in her squad. All were marked with green, showing their status as battle-ready, and all were advancing together along the path into the mines that Kinslow had just explored. With reinforcements that close and no change in her orders, Kinslow closed the map and dropped down to follow the tunnel that her suit had directed her to. The lights in this section of the mine were still on, likely protected from the pulse by the ground above and powered by a generator somewhere else in the warren of tunnels. Kinslow wavered between cutting the line of power versus leaving it before eventually deciding on the latter. As helpful as it would be to be the only one able to see in the absolute darkness, that same lack of light might also make her job harder if the slaves began to panic. Eliminating the Batarians overseeing them would be easy enough, but evacuating and caring for the forced workers would be overseen by the colony ships with the battle group. Thus, the scout continued further down the tunnel. Considering that she had not yet seen anyone, be that slave or Batarian master, the Spartan knew that there must be another exit at the other end of the passage. As she went along, Kinslow noted her squad passing above her in the tunnel above. A blink of light on her HUD drew her attention for a second as she sent back a responding blink of green followed by 2 yellow flashes to the rest of her team. Going by the standard Spartan communication signals, she was efficiently reporting that her status was green, she was advancing on the enemy and would evaluate the situation when she arrived. The reply was a blink of green, green, and red in that order to convey that Kinslow's actions were approved, her team was on their way to back her up, and she had permission to engage if she saw fit. Less than a minute later and Kinslow came to a stop as she reached the location that she had encountered motion before. Instead of any people, however, there were just footsteps in the dirt and dust on the rocky floor of the tunnel. It didn't take any thought for Kinslow to know that this meant that the Batarians were directing their slaves deeper into the mines, probably hoping to hide out the assault until reinforcements arrived. There was no way for them to know that their allies would never arrive, that their fleet lay in ruins and all other colonial locations were under the same assault. Keeping the Batarians ignorant of that was the most important objective at this point, as if they learned the truth of their situation, the slaves they commanded could be used as either fodder or simply slaughtered out of spite. To prevent that, however, Kinslow first had to find the few surviving defenders that would be keeping the slaves in line. With that in mind, the Spartan continued her advance down the tunnel, using the disturbances caused by her target to guide her. Twisting and turning through the complex tunnel system, the scout was thankful that there was no air movement in the mine to wipe away the trail, as without it she would have no chance of locating the group. As she progressed, it became clear that the group was heading downwards, though keeping fairly centered underneath the habitat above. Such a design was almost never seen in UEG space, both because of the concern of weakening the foundations of large buildings but also due to the strip mining that was used on many resource-rich planets. Eventually, Kinslow reached her destination, though she did not enter the chamber she had discovered. As heinous a violation of sentient rights as it was, even the Spartan had to admit that the large space dug out for the slave pens was rather impressive. All the workers were kept on the lowest level, with no exit tunnels and only a single ramp leading up to the level where Kinslow and several Batarians stood. Interspersed between the mass of beings were pillars of rock to hold up the ceiling, a necessary measure due to the large size of the room. From Kinslow's point of observation, she estimated that there were about 250 to 300 slaves in the pit, giving them enough room split up but still creating an extremely claustrophobic environment. Around the rim of the holding area stood a number of Batarians, though none of them looked to be in any shape to fight. Most had probably gotten a good dose of gas, but not enough to fully incapacitate them for dispensation by UNSC forces. That was acceptable as Kinslow saw it, as their elevated, and therefore prominent, positions gave her easy targets to hit. After years of practice, it was second nature for the scout to reach back and grab the hard light rifle off her back and shoulder it without making a sound. The lack of any reaction from the Batarian guards signified her success, allowing the Spartan several seconds to line up her shots. A couple quick switches from target to target gave Kinslow a good idea of the most efficient manner of eliminating her enemies, along with how she would have to move while doing so. Due to the control chips that the Batarians used in their slaves, the number of masters assigned to watch over them was rather small. As simple and crude as the implants were, there wasn't much that could survive having its brain turned to mush. It was that fact that Kinslow was counting on as she put her first shot straight through the farthest Batarian's head, using her advantage of surprise as best she could for easy shots. The bright streak of light immediately alerted the other enemies, as expected, but their reactions were far too slow as Kinslow sent a second shot at the next target. By this point the others were lifting their weapons as they tried to locate the cloaked attacker, though their movements were slow and clumsy due to the QNB gas that they had inhaled. This gave the scout enough time to take another shot before swiftly moving away from her former position. This came just in time as mass accelerator rounds began to pepper the area she had been standing. When the Batarians failed to hit what was no longer there, they apparently assumed that the shooter had taken cover in the tunnel that Kinslow had emerged from. As they began to converge on that location with cautious steps, the Spartan put another hard light round through the head of the last soldier. With all their attention focused forward, the Batarians only became aware of their fallen comrade when his body fell into the pit below. None of them had seen where the shot had come from, though they knew that it wasn't the tunnel they had been approaching. Several of the overseers began to look uncertain, as they were trapped however many meters underground with an unseen and unknown enemy. Keen to continue her game of mental warfare, Kinslow ceased fire for a short time as she moved around the edge of the holding pen. After her 3 kills, there were 11 Batarians left that she could see, though it was possible that there were more elsewhere in the mine. Those were not her concern for the moment, however, as her mission here had been to locate the slaves that the UNSC had known were mining ores for the hegemony. As the Spartan reached the farthest point from her targets, she quickly analyzed the situation and once again took aim. The remaining enemies had bunched up as they attempted to figure out what had killed their comrades. To find her, they would have to split up, which would in turn make them vulnerable in such an open area. Figuring that she might as well not give them the chance to properly counter her one Spartan assault, Kinslow sent a round through the faceplate of the Batarian standing with his back against the wall. Of course, this gave every other soldier there a chance to see where the shot had come from, but that was hardly an issue considering the alarm that was created by the scout's shot. Seeing a being, be it an ally or enemy, die in such a way at such close range was disturbing. Anyone who had served in the UNSC during the war or conflicts that followed knew this and knew it well, but such was the way of war. By setting the enemy off balance with high-value target or priority target eliminations, further assaults could be made with ease due to the uncoordinated response of the enemy. This same tactic worked well in this situation as the Batarians lost any cohesion they had achieved. In their confusion, Kinslow picked off 2 more targets before they could start sprinting for cover. Of course, due to the wide open space of the slave pit, there wasn't a lot of cover in the first place, but the defenders made do. Unluckily, one of them had miscalculated and left part of his body sticking out from behind the pillar he had hidden behind. Instead of taking that opportunity, however, Kinslow held her fire and moved from her position once again. With her enemies in cover and therefore stationary, it was easy enough to line up an easy firing cone on several enemies. High-energy light once again made contact with the Batarian forces, with the Spartan scout downing 4 targets that had all been taking cover behind one of the pillars that held up the room of the underground room. Kinslow's choice of location for the fight was deliberately close to another 2 Batarians, allowing her to close the distance with them easily as they tried to react. Before they could do more than turn their heads to track the shots that had killed their allies, Kinslow was on top of them. A bash from the stock of her rifle pulverized the face of one opponent and allowed the scout to knock the weapon of the other Batarian away with her recovery. The disarmed slaver attempted to back away but only managed a step before his head was removed by another hard light round. This left only 2 Batarians alive, with one fairly close to the cloaked Spartan and the other close to the other side of the pit of slaves. Both of them were obviously beyond fighting, seeing as they had yet to even get a confirmed hit on their enemy. The farther target had already turned to flee the battlefield, hoping to escape into the mines and perhaps survive the invasion somehow. Such a plan was infeasible for the Batarian closest to Kinslow, and the slaver seemed to know that as well as he began to raise his weapon in one last gamble at life. Knowing that the mass accelerator rounds would be unable to break her shields in time to do any real damage, Kinslow turned her attention to the fleeing opponent. A quick mental calculation and the scout took aim, putting a round from the light rifle through the Batarian's back. While she was doing this, the closer enemy had managed to take aim and begin firing towards her position. The streak of light that had been fired from Kinslow's rifle was enough for the last survivor to pinpoint her position, as little as that would help him. Several rounds pinged of the energy shield of Mjolnir as Kinslow turned her attention to the Batarian. With almost contemptuous ease, the scout turned her weapon on the Batarian and put a shot straight into his neck. The Batarian twitched slightly as his spine was severed before falling to the ground. Kinslow scanned the area for any reinforcements but found none. Instead, the Spartan was greeted by the sight of stunned slaves staring up at her, able to see the outline of her form just briefly before the cloaking field recovered its integrity. Seeing as she had just slaughtered the beings watching over them, Kinslow felt obligated to reassure them that they would be released to freedom rather than left to slavery or death. A quick order from her neural lace to the Mjolnir dropped her cloaking field, allowing all present to see her. Kinslow mentally increased the volume of her helmet's speakers as she announced, "More forces are en route to evacuate you. Please hold position and keep order until they arrive. By UNSC law, you are now considered civilians and are afforded all the rights, privileges, and freedoms associated with that designation." With that done, Kinslow waited as the declaration was run through the translation software developed for the Citadel species and repeated in various languages. Apparently the news spread quicker than her translations, however, as those in the pit began celebrating with their fellows. As this was going on, the scout mentally highlighted humans that she could pick out amongst the crowd. The signs of harsh treatment were visible on all those below, and it merely confirmed Kinslow's determination to fulfill her duty in wiping the planet clean of the scourge. After her suit had finished broadcasting all the languages necessary, Kinslow nodded to the free beings below before activating her active camouflage once again. This drew odd looks from the former slaves as their unaugmented eyesight was incapable of seeing the slight outline that a Spartan could discern with focus. Instead of paying any attention to that, however, the scout silently made her way to the last Batarian she had killed and examined the damage. Considering the unknown nature of kinetic barriers, many UNSC soldiers had been prepared for the MassEffect fields to stop hard light rounds. From what she had seen fighting in the habitat as well as down here in the mines, Kinslow could dismiss that possibility. Regular UNSC kinetic weapons, such as MA5 rifles or any other weapon that fired physical rounds, would be countered by the barriers due to their nature. Once those weapons pierced, however, the damage caused was catastrophic. Such a large object impacting at a high speed caused massive trauma to a target, which was exactly the point of those weapons. Hard light weapons, on the other hand, used high energy light as ammunition. This improved their effectiveness against energy shields as well as their accuracy, as the round actually traveled at the speed of light. Upon making contact with flesh, however, that energy was converted into various forms. Thermal energy cooked flesh and melted material while kinetic energy caused liquefaction, both rather nasty effects. Combined with the radiation inherent in such a form of light, and any unshielded target would almost certainly be killed. If it wasn't instant death, then it was a horrendous wound to recover from or a slow and very, very painful death by internal hemorrhaging contained by the cauterized wound. Or disintegration, though the UNSC had disabled that on their own hard light weapons since it made counting bodies and recovering supplies rather impossible. By comparison, mass accelerators were very tame weapons, which had confused many service members when they were briefed on it. While MassEffect weapons had ridiculous muzzle velocities, the mass of their rounds was almost insignificant. The tiny, sand-sized pieces of metal that were fired from Citadel weapons had more energy, but with such a small round, the only real advantage they would have would be penetrability, which was also their weakness, ironically. Quite simply, the tiny rounds didn't have enough mass to actually transfer a meaningful amount of energy to their target. Against thick armor, they lacked the mass to hold their course, hence the scratches in Kinslow's armor from her previous engagement, and against lightly armored targets the rounds simply penetrated through. As painful as it was to have a piece of sand blast through the body, it simply wasn't an incapacitating or even serious wound. A quick application of wool, biofoam, or other such methods would allow a casualty to easily return to fighting status. Multiple rounds would probably drop a fighter, given that they were wearing the light armor that the Citadel species used. Intel had suggested that the alien species relied on their kinetic barriers rather than physical plating far more than the UNSC forces, promoting sloppy tactics and a lack of offensive drives. Kinslow wasn't complaining about the nonsensical nature of it, however, as she turned her attention away from the body to bring up the map of the facility. Seeing that her team was closing on her position, the Spartan quickly made her way to the tunnel they would emerge from. A short time later and the other 3 Spartans stepped into the chamber, each focused on the bodies from the fight as well as the mass of slaves below. Since they were not in scouting roles, none of the other 3 had devoted cloak like Kinslow and thus drew attentive stares from the slaves below. The group of Spartan IVs ignored this, however, as they followed the invisible form of Kinslow around the pit and towards the rest of the mines to scan for any surviving targets. Behind them, Marines stepped out to deal with the slaves, providing reassurance and guidance to efficiently evacuate them from the combat zone and into the colony ships above the planet. Not everything Cutter assumes is true. Assumptions, and people for that matter, aren't always correct. Please do not take everything in his line of thoughts as immutable fact in the story. Saying that, facts that are stated, UNSC vessels have meters of molecularly reinforced titanium armor, for example, are true, as Cutter knows them due to his position as an officer of the UNSC. Essentially, I'm telling you that some of his assumptions are wrong. Not all, but some. Not sure why Halo uses weight as a measurement for their Mach rounds, since weight changes with the gravitational acceleration of an object. All appropriate numbers are for the mass of Mach rounds in kilograms, assuming the weight figures given by Canon are calculated using the mass of the rounds and 9.83 m/s2 for acceleration. All statistical information on the Serenity is Canon based off Infinity-class vessels. Well, I did inflate the maximum round mass from 2.7 million to 3 million, but that doesn't change the outcome of an impact beyond making it slightly larger. Obviously. Not much for the fleet battle here. There's no big fleets being thrown around, as this was a surprise attack, hence no unified Batarian response. That's the whole point of a surprise attack, catch the defenders unaware and unable to coordinate together. Day. Energy transfer is dependent on mass, acceleration, and distance. A bullet with a really small mass transfers less energy than a large mass, and something decelerating slower transfer less energy per unit of time than something decelerating faster, regardless of velocity. Due to the small size of mass accelerator rounds, they will decelerate slower since there is less surface area to slow them. The human genome is made up of about 3 billion base pairs. Of those, about 10,000 to 20,000 determine what proteins are made, or in other words, What makes us, us? Now, Asari are fairly close to humans, albeit with biotics and some physical changes. Considering that humans and fruit flies have fairly similar number of protein-coding genes, let us assume that the Asari are also fairly close, mostly because there is no canonical data on this. So, out of 10 to 20,000 protein-coding genes, some number for Asari must be different. Some of their other non-coding DNA would also be different, but in species with high amount of ncDNA, this ends up being mostly junk. Let us set the difference in protein-coding genes for Asari and humans at around 2500 to 5000, or 25%. This is probably far higher than it would actually be, but whatever. Out of all the DNA that determines biological things for humans and Asari, 25% is different. Out of all the DNA in a human and Asari, assuming similarity, about 98% is junk DNA. Of that remaining 2%, or 60 million base pairs, about 0.00017% to 0.00034% is protein-coding DNA. Since these two would have evolved separately, their full DNA structure must be taken into account, since have coding DNA in a different structure would cause differences. 2,500 to 5,000 meaningful differences between base pairs out of 60 million base pairs, out of 3 billion total base pairs. A total difference of about 0.000000000000000000139% to 0.00000000000000278%. Please note that due to the shared ancestors of creatures on Earth, differences between apes and humans, or other such animals, will be much higher since we can discard the junk DNA. Even if we discard the junk in this scenario, the difference is about 0.0000417% to 0.0000834%. Much higher, but still quite low. The differences between Quarians and humans would probably be on a magnitude of 25 to 50 times higher, as they are still bipedal but possess much more prominent physical changes. Now, we look to the chance that the Asari evolved in the galaxy next to humanity. In the observable universe, we have narrowed down the range of the number of galaxies to 200 billion to 2 trillion. Now, we take the chance of humanity evolving in the Milky Way as 1/1, since they didn't evolve but were created by the precursors. That is Halo canon, by the by, and since this is sci-fi, I'm using it, however bullshit it may be. Since the Asari cannot evolve in the Milky Way, we take away one galaxy from the possibilities, so 199,999,999,999 to 1,999,999,999,999 possible galaxies, respectively. The galaxy we want them to evolve in is the MassEffect galaxy in canon, which is just one galaxy. This gives us one acceptable answer out of 200 billion to 2,000 billion possible galaxies. 1/199,999,999,999 to 1/1,999,999,999,999,999, or 0.0000000000005% to 0.0000000000005%. In reality, that is close to the actual chance that humanity had of evolving in the Milky Way, on top of the 1/10 to the 40th chance that life evolved at all. Note, there are billions of simultaneous trials occurring for the creation of life at any time, sheer number makes up for the low chances, and the 1/100 billion chance that we evolved on Earth, out of all the planets in the Milky Way. In the end, we have a near zero chance of the Asari evolving in the Citadel Galaxy along with a significantly better but still ridiculously low chance of the Asari being similar to humanity. Perhaps this can give people an idea of why I am going in the direction that I am. Chapter 14, Rejection and Reception. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, MassEffect to BioWare. Not much to say for this one. Hope everyone is having happy holidays, whatever those may be. Now for review responses. If you don't care, skip to the breakpoint below. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. To those I do not explicitly mention, thank you for reviewing. Had to address this several times, so coalesced all those reviews into this note. I know that kilograms measure mass. Grams for mass, newtons for force, pounds for weight, meters/sec squared for acceleration, etc. I don't know why people are pointing this out as I could find no mistake when I looked back at last chapter. I used imperial instead of metric tons, since imperial measures weight while metric measures mass. Since Halo is an American franchise and the MAC round numbers are not specified from what I could find, I assumed imperial. I might be wrong, but that doesn't change much. 1 imperial ton has a mass of 907 and some change kilograms while 1 metric ton is 1000 kilograms. Not radically different. Guest number 1, Chief will appear, focusing on large-scale stuff right now rather than individuals. The cursed Merc, I found no such entry for a Turian MBT in the codex. As for mass accelerator rounds, Perhaps the rounds from starships can be built in such a manner, but ground weapons have too small of a caliber. No matter which way they go, however, the issue remains that rounds either penetrate far too easily or don't have sufficient lethality. Siphon 117, last chapter took place 13 days after negotiations. Glad to hear that you're alright with talk over combat, we still have a good chunk to go before war happens. At this point, the Wardens and Citadel have only been in official contact for 2 weeks. Ember Frame, that was not an error. The UNSC uses 300, 600, and 3,000 ton rounds for their max. Converted to kg, that is 250,000, 500,000, and 3,000,000 kilograms, respectively. Some rounding is done for those. In comparison, Citadel mass accelerators on dreadnoughts use 20 kilogram rounds. Theory Schreider, good questions, and we will get to the answer eventually. Starblaze 24, I would argue that the Canon Citadel Council was quite delusional. Aside from that, they don't care about getting new species in as much as making sure the others don't have relations with those species. It's political pandering. Now on to the chapter. March 15, 2589/First Age of Realization, 22nd Solar Cycle. Wardens of the Mantle High Senate. Harvest. Considering the massive size of several species in the Wardens of the Mantle, the High Senate chambers were eerily quiet as the attendees made their way to their seats. As the first meeting following the first contact with the Citadel Council, the gathering would be focused on the proposals and other political business that needed to be dealt with. The delay in holding the meeting had been on purpose as the Reclaimers attempted to learn more from their counterparts on the Citadel. From the reports given to each leader present today, that mission had been more than successful, which was encouraging. Seeing as each government of the members of the Wardens had already decided their stance on the proposed treaties, the gathering was little more than a formality. As such, the chamber was filled with ambassadors and representatives rather than the leaders of each species. Any important information would be relayed back to those who needed to know, though nothing particularly new was expected. With the last of the delegates present, the tense silence was broken by Jasper Dillinger, the UEG's ambassador to the High Senate, as he announced, "The High Senate of the Wardens of the Mantle is now in session for this day of March 16, 2589, First Age of Realization, 22nd Solar Cycle. Treaties presented by the body known as the Citadel Council are to be debated and voted upon for acceptance, modification, or rejection by the High Senate. The floor is now open for debate on the Treaty of Phyrexian, which all present should already be familiar with." Almost as soon as the human had sat down, the Sword's ambassador Radik Ladav began, "There is no modification to the Council's ship limits that the Sanghaila would be able to abide by." Several of the other politicians signaled their agreement, their demeanors relaxed as the Sanghaila cut straight to the point with no hesitation. "The UEG has consulted with the UNSC and concurs with that assessment by the recommendation of our military," the human representative stated. "They have not proven themselves." "I say no," Tirlius declared, speaking for the Jiralhani tribes in place of Lytus. No one in the High Senate chambers was surprised by those decisions. While they did not rule over the Wardens like the Council, all present knew that the Jiralhani, humans, and Sanghaila fielded the largest fleets and thus would lose the most if the Council's Treaty of Phyrexian was accepted. Since the Wardens were a democratic body, however, it would be possible for the remaining 4 undeclared members to outnumber the 3 opposed and greatly limit their allies. Which, by its very nature, made absolutely no sense to any of those present. Limiting their allies when the Citadel was threatening their territory was the least productive thing they could do at the moment. "There is no talk here. I ask for a formal vote," the Ungoi representative called out. Seeing several nods of agreement from other members, Dillinger spoke, "The floor is now closed to debate. A formal vote for the acceptance or rejection of the Treaty of Phyrexian presented by the Citadel Council to the Wardens of the Mantle has been called. Polling begins now." Voting has now ended and the results have been tallied, the human called out several seconds later, a hint of boredom present in his otherwise formal tone. "No votes for, 2 votes waived, 5 votes against. The Wardens of the Mantle hereby reject the Treaty of Phyrexian in all its terms, limitations, and rights." Moving on to the next item, the Citadel Council has asked the Wardens of the Mantle to become party to the Vale Accords. The floor is now open for debate. When no other members replied in the silence immediately following his statement, the UEG ambassador resumed, "I motion to veto acceptance of this treaty for violating the rights of a member species of the Wardens of the Mantle." None of the representatives were surprised at that, though there was still a slight whine from the Huragok. Everyone ignored it as Ladav replied, "This motion is supported by the Swords of Sanghelios. Are there any challenges to the motion to veto?" Dillinger inquired, not even bothered to look up from the datapad he was working on. As expected, silence was all that greeted him, allowing the human to declare, "The vote on the Vale Accords is hereby revoked and the proposition rejected by the Wardens of the Mantle with no challenges." Citadel limits on relay activation have also been presented. Before the floor is open for debate, are there any outstanding arguments to the acceptance of this measure that a member would like to present? When no members raised any concerns, the UEG representative continued, I would like to call a formal vote on the relay activation limitations proposed by the Citadel, with no preceding debate. Objections. Once again, silence answered him, allowing Dillinger to announce, a formal vote for the acceptance or rejection of the relay limitations presented by the Citadel Council to the Wardens of the Mantle has been called. Polling begins now. A short time later, the human addressed the chamber once more. Voting has now ended and the results have been tallied. 3 votes for, 4 votes waived, 1 vote against. The Wardens of the Mantle hereby accept the Citadel's proposal for limitations on relay activation. Last on the list of agreements from the Citadel is their proposal to share technology. This would include discoveries of protein ruins by members of the Wardens as well as existing technology from the Citadel. All members of the Wardens would be required to share Forerunner discoveries with members of the Citadel in turn, along with their current existing technology, Dillinger explained. The Ungoi representative was the first to speak following that as he said, absolutely not. Would the Citadel accept the modifications we would make to have such an agreement be acceptable? Ladav questioned. Tyrlius snorted and answered, of course not. They would ask to have the rings if we agreed. The others acknowledged the truth of that statement with silent nods. After a short time, the Jiralhani continued, I request to veto this proposal. On what grounds do you submit this request? Dillinger asked. Accepting the Council into Forerunner sites presents a direct threat to the galaxy. The rings are not toys to be played with by those ignorant of their purpose, Tyrlius stated. The human considered that before replying, they could be allowed to view the halo rings, but not set foot on them. Ladav drew the attention of the room as he argued, I do not trust them. Even if they were not shown the rings, they would access other Forerunner sites. Educating them on how to access those areas could lead to the parasite being released, in the worst of many undesirable cases. Dillinger considered that before giving a shrug and leaning back as he responded, I have no challenge to that veto. No challenge, the Sanghaila said, repeating the human's words. When the rest of those in the chamber held their silence, the UEG representative declared, the proposal from the Citadel to the Wardens of the Mantle to share technological advancements and ruins is hereby vetoed and rejected from the floor with no debate. At this time, the decisions on these treaties from a foreign entity will be sent to the appropriate leader of each member of the Wardens so that they can be verified and used in diplomatic talks. Are there any further issues to be discussed for this session? Silence followed the question, leading Dillinger to announce, this session of the High Senate of the Wardens of the Mantle is now complete. All present are dismissed. 15th day of 20th month, 2458/March 16, 2589/March 16, 2180. Citadel Council. Private Council Chambers. For all its importance in determining the direction of the Citadel races, it seemed oddly ironic that some of the most important decisions happened behind the closed doors of the Council's private chambers. Of course, considering the topic of discussion, Tavos couldn't help but feel that keeping this particular meeting quiet was an extremely prudent move. Currently, she was waiting for Valern and Spiritus to appear, for the Council had finally received a response from the Wardens of the Mantle as to their proposed agreements. The message had come in only minutes earlier and was the reason for this unscheduled gathering that would determine relations with the Wardens for many decades to come. Respecting the fact that her colleagues would take some time to arrive and view the missive themselves, Tavos had refrained from opening it. While it would have been beneficial to be more prepared, the Asari matriarch was far more nervous that what was inside would disrupt her carefully controlled posture. A few minutes to regain her composure would not be enough to direct the other 2 members of the council if she appeared disturbed when they arrived. After a short time of waiting, Valern arrived in the room, taking his place on a chair specifically designed for him for these meetings. Several more minutes passed before their Turian colleague joined them, irritation clear on his face. Tavos nodded to him and started, we've received a response from the Wardens on the treaties we presented at first contact. Finally, Spiritus muttered, quickly diverting his attention to his Omni tool as Tavos shared the message with the other 2 counselors. It took only moments for each of them to scan over the small document, a feat considering the importance of it. It seemed that the Wardens' propensity towards large things like their ships did not extend to their diplomatic missives. In 2 short paragraphs, the Wardens had rejected 3 of the 4 major measures that the Citadel had created to keep peace and balance between species, and the one they had accepted was merely a formality and wouldn't affect them in any meaningful capacity. Spiritus was the first to speak, this cannot be allowed. We can't force them to accept, even if it is true that they should do so, Tavos interjected, cutting off whatever else the Turian had to say. Spiritus glared at her, but the matriarch knew that his anger was focused on the Wardens and not herself. Information is too scarce for negotiation, Valern said, picking up where Tavos had left off. They could make demands that we do not want to meet. It is their hope that the Citadel will give them something in return for doing the right thing. If we want them to accept what has been proposed, the Council must know more before making any move towards discussion. All 3 councillors considered for a short second before Tavos replied, our current method of obtaining information has failed. I have heard of no breakthroughs from the STG nor have any specters managed to acquire passage into their territory. Valern tilted his head slightly and confirmed, No important worlds. We have information on several outlying colonies of the Reclaimers as well as Shanghai. Agents have informed us that there is nothing of value in any of those locations and they have been ignored in favor of more promising leads. Nothing from the Banished still? Sparatus inquired, obviously already expecting an answer in the negative. That expectation was met as the Solarian answered, the STG is still unable to find a way to track their method of travel in this slip space. Observation and statistical analysis has revealed that it is far faster than what the Systems Alliance led us to believe. Their explanation on how slipspace travel can alter time fails to show how the Wardens have consistently traveled faster than MassEffect vessels, at least among their military. Civilian ships, however, seems to maintain lower speeds, as is to be expected. The gap between their military craft and civilian transports indicates quick advancement as innovation overtakes their ability to disperse new technology. Obviously their studies into these Forerunner ruins have allowed this, Valern finished. They rejected the idea of sharing those ruins even though they could benefit many in Citadel space. I think that we should begin a more thorough examination of areas we have already mapped out to try and find some of these ruins for the Council. It would negate any advantage they have in that area if the STG can closely examine the alien technology and find a weakness, Sparatus suggested. The Solarian Councillor added, agents have already been deployed to investigate the Batarian hegemony's claims that one of their colonies in the Terminus was attacked by the Wardens. If true, then we can ascertain the combat abilities of their fleets and perhaps examine any technology left after the assault. If their claim is true, then they have attacked a member of the Citadel. Play this correctly and they will be forced to accept our treaties to avoid a public outcry. Without that, they will be unable to operate in our galaxy to sustain their economic demand for Citadel products, Sparatus stated. It took only a second of thought for Tavos to reply, we can accomplish several goals with one well-executed operation. The Wardens proposed joint forces, and they have not indicated that that offer is withdrawn. If we deploy an experienced Spectre alongside a fleet, it might be possible to obtain the information that we need instead of wandering aimlessly amongst the stars. Gain access to their networks and retrieve necessary data, Valern commented as he considered the idea. Certainly possible. May be possible to allow a backdoor for remote access and further retrievals in the future as well. Would need to assure reliable return, however, as well as sufficient deniability. After a second of silence, Sparatus responded, an operative with direct experience in working with Warden species. Obviously, Spectre agents Vakarian and Arterias come to mind first. They've dealt with the Banished in Alliance before. Might be easier for them to gauge the military strength of the Wardens. They've also taken out one of these Kig-Yar vessels before. Considering the massive size of Warden flagships, they could get an accurate assessment of strengths indirectly compared to our own ships. 2 combined exploration fleets should be a sufficient display of force, and the science teams included should be able to break any security on Warden systems, the Turian Councillor added. Tavos let out a noncommittal hum at that, unconvinced but unwilling to say so. Instead, the Aseri matriarch pointed out, official discussions with the Wardens would have to be organized. As much as we may disagree with their decisions, I believe that maintaining a facade of acceptance will continue to benefit the Council more than hostility at this time. Possible to gain access to their civilian networks if we sent an ambassador to one of their worlds? Valern questioned with honest curiosity. The other 2 councillors didn't let their surprise show at the suggestion, but spent several seconds thinking on it. Eventually, Tavos replied, an interesting idea, but every species had been very hesitant to reveal the locations of any of their worlds, let alone important ones. Instead of trying to find them through trial and error, perhaps we could send a diplomatic team capable of accomplishing our needs. Already in process of selecting an ambassador to the Wardens. The only world they'll find that could possibly be useful is whatever planet hosts Warden meetings. Eliminating Warden leadership with a strike at one of their meetings a possible solution, but does not solve our intelligence shortfalls. Retaliation too likely, Valern summarized quickly. Councillor Sparatus grunted and agreed, we'd need the location of a world important to one or more of their members. Finding the name to that world could allow us to search it specifically in the data we acquire. Information surely restricted on Warden meeting world, Valern argued. Need to access network from different location where access is not limited. Reclaimer homeworld most preferable, as they seem to lead the alliance. Tavos concurred, even if they deny that, they have apparently convinced the other species that they hold the key to their Forerunner technology. While I don't care if they are fooled, we will not be. The humans will have the locations of all ruins discovered. If we can get that data, we could claim one of those sites by discovering it. Since they refused to sign our reasonable request to share those ruins, there would be no reason for the Council to surrender the site to them. Deploy the 2 Spectres you have selected to act as guards for the Council's ambassador and representatives of the Citadel's military. Once on the humans' home world, they can begin gathering information relating to defenses and other items that will help us determine the threat they present, Sparatus said, focused on the martial aspect as ever. The Aseri matriarch acknowledged the statement and suggested, Ambassador Benazia would be the obvious choice to send as a political representative. She has experience in dealing with humans from her work with the Systems Alliance and has proven competent in her duties. Her presence in the Alliance, however, prevents that from being a permanent solution. A separate ambassador will be chosen with Benazia accompanying them to compare the Alliance and Reclaimers. Perhaps adding personnel from the Alliance might allow us more options as well. More trust amongst their species, Valern commented. If we request that the Alliance sends Yudina alongside our party, it could help, Tavos agreed. Give him strict instructions to try and improve the public view of the Council and their populace. The Alliance's deception has placed it in a precarious position as it is. To keep their gains, they have to follow our lead. Sparatus scowled at the reminder and asked, we have confirmed that they do not know the location of their own home world? I find that extremely unlikely. Valern answered, STG agents on their colonies have found no navigation data related to the locations of their old worlds, and extensive examinations of data from their current capital have shown much the same. Apparently it's a defense mechanism, though it would seem to hurt more than help at this point. It won't matter if they agree to deploy forces alongside our own. Eventually we will be able to track a civilian ship, failing all else, and their resistance will crumble. Maintaining ships of the size we've seen must take immense resources and they wouldn't attempt such a display of force while keeping secrets if they could back it up. Their larger ships can only be in one place at a time. Against a full attack fleet they will fall, the Turian councillor said confidently. Erring on the side of caution in regards to that is wise, but I do agree that such a scenario is likely, Tavos replied. For now, I shall get in contact with Ambassador Benazia and let her know that the Council will be directing her to meet with the Reclaimers. She accepted transport from the Systems Alliance to their world, so the same method should be acceptable to the Reclaimers' home. Her Solarian counterpart nodded decisively and added, I will contact the humans of the Wardens and obtain approval for this plan. Details will be sent to the Ambassador and any others that will accompany her. Spectres Vakarian and Arterius will be notified to meet the Ambassador at an acceptable location. I do not expect their fleets to be allowed in Warden space, but there is no reason to draw them back to the Citadel only to send them to join the Wardens. I will relay their instructions and other necessary information, Sparatus finished. Excellent. Until later, Councillors, Tavos replied, quickly rising along with the other two and making her way to perform her duties in this endeavor. March 18, 2589/First Age of Realization, 22nd Solar Cycle. Wardens of the Mantle Council of Guardians. Harvest. Are there any others who will be joining us today? Hood asked into the silent room, looking over the multitude of military commanders that were ready to begin their meeting. When no one called out, the Fleet Admiral continued, Good. The chamber will be sealed until we are done with this meeting. All information shared here is to stay amongst those present, as usual. As Hood finished his introduction, the gentle hum of an energy shield activating could be heard through the walls as the building turned into a nearly unassailable fortress, which was not even counting the fleets that were guarding them in orbit. Considering that the military leadership, or what constituted such, for the entire Wardens of the Mantle were present, such measures were not unwarranted. Unlikely as it was, no risks would be taken for a lucky hit or rogue ship taking out this gathering. Every being there ignored that, however, as they had seen it all before. While the Council of Guardians for the Wardens of the Mantle met at every summit, this meeting was significantly different. As the first gathering after first contact with the Citadel Council, the focus would be on the serious threat of war that confronted them rather than the Kig-Yar nuisance that was the usual topic of discussion during summits. After a few seconds of bypassing security measures on the hollow table at the center of the room, Hood once again addressed those present. As promised before our contact with the Citadel, more information has been obtained by the Office of Naval Intelligence as well as through other means that gives us a better insight into the Council's plans. I have also met with a contact within the Systems Alliance and established an understanding which will allow us easier planning for the coming conflict. We all know that a war is inevitable, but we are now forming a solid idea of how it will play out. Due to the rejection of their limitations, the Council has begun an operation to infiltrate our borders through civilian craft. ONI has already identified several agents from Citadel Intelligence that have made it onto minor colonies on the outermost border of Warden territory. For the moment, the problem is under control, but it will not last. I know that several contingencies were formulated by various members before first contact, in case a foreign power ever located and identified important worlds. I recommend that all members begin implementing these countermeasures, even if it is sooner than anticipated. The UNSC will continue our attempts to delay and eliminate any information that could compromise worlds, Hood announced, looking around the room as he did so. After a second of silence, a Sanghaila fleet master inquired, Do we know their strategy for performing this operation? It seems subtle, but they do have the Alliance to assist them. Operatives are attempting to obtain access to our public information networks and traveling on the outer boundaries by using civilian transports. We suspect that the Citadel will accept our offer to establish combined forces to evaluate our ability to conduct offensive and defensive operations. The possibility of Citadel intelligence tracking civilian ships has also been suggested. A UNSC assault on a Batarian colony has given our soldiers first-hand experience with fighting against MassEffect technology, and our predictions for the outcome were passably correct. Information from the banished about strengths, weaknesses, and other tactical measures of the criminals they have engaged can be applied to Citadel technology as a whole. It can be assumed that the Council will also attempt to gain information about our capabilities by examining those battlefields. Those are the most likely methods, but I cannot say for certain if they will be the only ones, Hood answered. Are you not concerned that the traitors in the Alliance will be able to direct the cowards to our territory? Lydas asked, ignoring the mention of the UNSC assault. The attack had already been approved before first contact to achieve the goals of the Wardens and thus was not a concern of this particular summit. The Fleet Admiral turned to the Alpha as he replied, discussions with the Alliance have proven beneficial, far more than any talk with the Council. Cowards or otherwise, however you see them, they are focused on recovering and building their civilization, not starting another war. The population of the Alliance is about 5 billion. The UEG has about 37 billion and the advantage of processed resources from the wreckage left after the Covenant War. So long as they are left alone, their military leadership will direct all ships to avoid leading the Citadel to important worlds. Of course the Council will ask them to reveal our worlds. The Alliance knows this, they acknowledge it, and they have planned for it. All navigational data relating to our territory was wiped when the Alliance fled from the Covenant, as dictated by the Cole Protocol. As such, the Alliance will attempt to delay Citadel fleets as much as possible, diverting to minor or outlying worlds rather than important systems. Murmurs sprung up at this before quieting down as the Arbiter responded, such actions would be a betrayal to the Citadel, just as they abandoned their own kin. Why should we trust them to keep their word? Hood took a second to consider that and structure his reply before answering, I wish to make clear that the Systems Alliance never betrayed the UNSC, UEG, or humanity. Deserted, abandoned, and forsaken, perhaps, but not betray. They ran from the Covenant for the purpose of survival, not with the intent to endanger or otherwise destroy our government. Among them were insurrectionists, who were guilty of the crimes you accuse them of, but there were also civilians and soldiers, people who just wanted to live. UNSC security protocol was observed when their Exodus fleet left, and they have clearly expressed no intent to attack us now. Due to the extenuating circumstances surrounding the outer colonies at the time as well as their offer to maintain peaceful relations, the UEG is willing to tolerate their existence. Of course, other factors contribute to that, mainly that the UNSC is not interested in becoming involved in an extended conflict with our fellow humans. Ultimately, the Alliance was formed to try and ensure the survival of humanity under the assumption that the UNSC would lose the war, a not entirely unreasonable assumption considering our strategic position at the time. There is no crime in that, as cowardly as it may have been, Terence said, letting silence fall in the chamber as he finished. When no one else spoke up, he continued, as traitorous as it seems for the Alliance to assist us in avoiding the Citadel, I have examined their reasons and concluded that there is precedent to do so. There was no mention of this subject at first contact, so the following information will be new to some. It will be distributed through the proper channels when UNSC analysts have finished compiling and archiving all pieces. As a reclaimer of the Mantle of Responsibility and a member of the Council of Guardians of the Wardens of the Mantle, I am declaring the beings known as Reapers to be a threat to the Mantle and the continued existence of several species. At this announcement, there was no shouting or accusations of falsehoods but rather contemplative quiet as those present considered the implications of the Fleet Admiral's words. Currently, there were only two threats that merited such attention. One was the Flood, for the obvious reason that the parasite had destroyed the Forerunners and would likely annihilate any species that came into contact with it. While humanity could contain it by this point, they would have to know that an infection was in progress in the first place to do so. The other threat was the Forerunners themselves, or rather their ruins. As shown by the Covenant, an inexperienced and naive species could cause great damage if they utilized such discoveries without sufficient temperance. If some species were to gain control of a halo ring, the devastation from its misuse would be catastrophic. While all members of the Council of Guardians recognized the similarity between their attitude and the Citadel Council's in regards to guiding species, all agreed that appearing arrogant when it came to Forerunner ruins was far better than the annihilation of all life within 25 radii of galactic center. According to protocols and regulations agreed upon by Warden members, any indication of such a threat superseded all other mission objectives if detected. By declaring the Reapers to be similar in nature to the destructive nature of Forerunner artifacts and the parasite, Hood was ensuring that all available assets would be diverted to counter the threat they represented. Of course, such an allocation of resources would disrupt many fleets and schedules, but there was no preventing it. Considering that, none were surprised when the Arbiter simply replied, "Make your argument, and we will hear it." Hood nodded and resumed, "Several present may recall some mentions of these beings from our analysis of the Alliance's first contact with the Citadel Council. At the time, we disregarded those whispers as superfluous until further notice, as it seemed to be a passing point and there was more important data to obtain. After a discussion with one of the leaders of the Alliance military, that is no longer the case. The Reapers are responsible for the destruction of the proteins and many other species in the Citadel Galaxy. How far back this goes is unknown, but it's much farther than is acceptable. Everything the Citadel species have built with MassEffect has been designed off the relays and other examples of alien technology. After careful analysis, the UNSC and ONI concur with the Alliance's conclusion that this is a ploy to limit the Citadel species. Why they eliminate species or what triggers their attacks is unknown. Geological evidence suggests that their assaults occur once every 50,000 years or so against developed species. While they do not present a credible threat to the continued existence of the Wardens of the Mantle, the same cannot be said for the Citadel Council. With all their travel, communications, and technology based around MassEffect, the Reapers can brutally incapacitate all members with one strike, the Fleet Admiral said, easily keeping the attention of all present. A couple taps on the hollow table at the center of the room brought up a sketch of what everyone assumed was one of the Reapers. Hood confirmed this as he continued, while they do not seem to build on the scale of the Forerunners, the Reapers are both numerous and possess unknown capabilities. What we do know is that they can eliminate multiple species in the Citadel Galaxy and that they are extremely old and capable of exterminating civilizations seemingly at will. One of the Sanghyla fleet masters interrupted as he asked, "They are an ancient race, yet you do not consider them a threat." "They weakened themselves," ironically, Hood said before the fleet master could continue asking questions. "By ensuring that the species in the Citadel Galaxy use MassEffect and then eliminating them, the Reapers have become ensnared in their own trap. Anytime a species becomes advanced enough to possibly expand on the technological base, they are eliminated. While this ensures the dominance of the Reapers, it also limits their growth and weakens them if a species develops different technology." The implication was easily understood by all present, but the Fleet Admiral held up a hand to forestall any questions as he continued, "The Forerunners never knew of the Reapers, or they would have eliminated them long ago. That does leave us in an interesting position, however. We are an unknown, a new element that can subvert and destroy the Reapers. Of course, now the question is what to do with that advantage. As flawed as they are, the mantle is clear. The Citadel species are to be protected from this threat," Lytus answered, though it was clear that he understood the problem with that. "An interesting predicament, to be sure. Save the group that wants to destroy us while defeating them in a war that we do not want and fighting a war that they cannot," the Arbiter summarized succinctly. "You humans are far too competent at finding enemies that unite foes." Several sounds of agreement made it clear that that attitude was shared, but Hood merely tilted his head in acknowledgement and answered, "Blame them. Not our problem that they want a sure death." The Sanghyla leader nodded to his human counterpart in agreement and replied, "These Reapers are why the Alliance has agreed to work with the Wardens. Not to betray their allies but to save them from a fate that seems impossible to those who have never seen the harsh reality of the void. As a civilization, the Citadel Council has experienced war, death, and the other unfortunate truths of existence. In its current state, however, I agree with that assessment. The citizens and militaries of the Citadel do not have first-hand experience. Their perception is skewed by their long period of peace. That will come to an end, either by their own actions or those of the Reapers," Hood confirmed. "If we unite their tribe with our own to form one whole, then we can solve their weakness," Lytus suggested, obviously in full support of that action. The Fleet Admiral shook his head slightly as he turned to the Alpha and argued, "It was considered, but we don't have enough time to use that tactic. There is no doubt that the Wardens could absolutely crush the Citadel Council with our fleets, invade their worlds with our armies. It isn't a question of martial force, however, but one of recovery and control. Once we had conquered the Citadel species, we would need to reconstruct the infrastructure that had been devastated during the war. That would include teaching the Citadel species how to construct and utilize our stronger but completely different technological base, an idea that neither the UEG nor the UNSC finds acceptable. Beyond that, however, is the issue of maintaining control of the population. As docile as any species may seem, the Wardens simply do not have the numbers to enforce cooperation across an entire galaxy. Even the Forerunners were only capable of such after thousands of years and through the use of Guardians and other AI constructs. We would face rebellions and insurrections across entire solar clusters. It would be the perfect distraction to allow the Reapers to weaken us greatly if they struck," Hood explained. Lytus grunted, irritated but smart enough to see the wisdom of that argument. "Battle with the Citadel is coming. We cannot stop that. You are a reclaimer, always making plans and building a bigger picture, as you call it. What would you have the Wardens do?" "I am in no way suggesting that we completely avoid conflict with the Citadel to build our own forces," the UNSC leader clarified to the Council of Guardians. Many appeared satisfied with that but kept their attention focused as Hood continued, "In fact, I would advise the opposite. Goading the Citadel into a conflict will convince them that they need larger fleets, and that will allow us to devote more forces to the Reapers when they come." "You believe that they will arrive that soon?" the Arbiter asked with a hint of surprise. Hood considered the question for a moment and answered, "I believe that it is best to plan that they will. Whether they do or not is inconsequential if we plan for their arrival to occur at the most inconvenient time." The Sanghyla accept that answer, his tactical mind satisfied with the reasoning. With the Citadel focused on changing their industry to wartime production, our only challenge will be keeping up the pressure. If they believe they are on the back foot in a fight rather than already defeated, they will be on guard, prepared for an assault. While they still do not stand a chance, that mentality will allow them to maintain control of their population rather than forcing the wardens into doing so ourselves. Their increased production of materials will also allow them to defend their world slightly longer and save as many beings as possible. I will not lie. Many are going to perish, even with our assistance. As of now, the goal of the wardens in this conflict is to simply save the Citadel species from extinction. This plan requires information from the Citadel species, however, and while I could gather that, I would prefer to have them focus on looking for the Reapers. By allying with the Systems Alliance, the UNSC can provide that information to the wardens, the Fleet Admiral explained. Thelvadam nodded and summarized, our war effort could be coordinated to avoid severely damaging their infrastructure while still presenting a threat. A sound plan in theory, but obscuring its existence from the enemy will be difficult. Of course, Hood acknowledged. Perhaps we don't need to try and do so, however. Obviously civilian casualties are to be avoided as much as possible, both by the rules of war as well as to prevent a galvanized populace. We want to harass the Citadel military, not create a hatred of the wardens amongst the people that could hinder our efforts against the Reapers. A projection of the Milky Way replaced the Reaper on the hollow table as Hood continued. Our first objective in a war scenario would be to contain the Citadel forces as much as possible. Seeing as we do not have the fleets necessary to establish a full cordon around their exploration fleets and other assets, it will be necessary to create a threat large enough to their home galaxy to merit the recall of these forces. With our establishment of Bastion and the assets stationed there, we have the opportunity to strike at a variety of targets that can achieve this goal. A list of plausible worlds and systems is being compiled by UNSC strategy specialists for each member of the Wardens to assault. We have ruled out direct assaults on the Citadel itself, along with invasions of home worlds. The idea of striking at the Citadel super relay that allows them to travel between their galaxy and ours has been considered, but was ultimately rejected. Cutting off the alliance from the Citadel would hinder our information acquisition as well as prevent the recall of Citadel exploration fleets, Hood explained. Before he could continue, one of the few Ungoi present questioned, what of the species that have been considered for membership? That is yet another concern to be addressed, and one that requires delicacy. While the more time the Citadel has to prepare, the better they will fare, we cannot begin a conflict without preparation. Any plans we make will become less stable as more variables are introduced, so an effort must be made to reduce them. Our plans for dealing with the Krogan, Quarians, and various other species will need to be accelerated to ensure their survival, the Fleet Admiral replied. Hood ran his finger through the projected galaxy, tracing a specific path as he explained, this is the approximate path that the Citadel has established from their super relay to the edge of Alliance space. It is the quickest way for Citadel vessels to make their way towards our territory. This corridor is both an excellent opportunity for us as well as a potentially irritating nuisance. Due to the threat presented by the Reapers, beginning the extraction of the Quarians from their current situation is vital. Utilizing the system of small relay copies that the Citadel has built, it will be much easier to settle them on various worlds selected for colonization. This does come with issues, however, hence the nuisance that this path provides. Citadel fleets will also be able to make their way closer to our borders with these relays. While I understand that destroying them would prevent this, there are several reasons that this is not a feasible tactical option to achieve our objectives. First is that the Quarians will need to use the system, obviously, and that will take time considering the size of their fleet. During their travels, they will need to be supplied and otherwise supported to successfully be able to recover as a species, Hood said. Ritas interjected with the suggestion, several members of the Wardens operate large carrier vessels. This operation could be greatly facilitated and much more easily concealed with their use. The Fleet Admiral acknowledged the idea and countered, currently, the only thing keeping the Quarian species alive is their fleet. They will be extremely stubborn about parting with it, at least so I've been told by the psychoanalysts. Small ships could be ferried, but we will need to limit the craft we devote to such an effort. No supercarriers or the like, only minor vessels in small numbers, both to keep our strength hidden and to avoid issues with having armed ships near the Quarian fleet. That does bring up the issue of the Quarians' method of travel. Settling their species on a planet close enough to our borders to ensure their security is nice, but Citadel technology is capable of tracking MassEffect FTL vectors. We must balance our strategic advantages with the objectives they are meant to achieve. Several solutions to this specific issue have been considered, but a recommendation has yet to be issued. Before the human could continue, Lytus spoke up, if they will incite war, then misdirection would be the best defense. Direct the Quarians to a planet that is of little importance, then evacuate them once the battle has begun. When the enemy attempts to attack their location, we spring the trap and display our superiority. That is a valid plan, and it fits with leaving the Citadel's toys in place. If their relays direct them near Alliance territory, it will be far easier for our intelligence to keep tabs on their progress and allow us to focus our efforts on their galaxy rather than running around to secure Forerunner sites. If the Reapers attack during the conflict, their relays would also provide an escape route as well as choke point to combat that enemy, Hood replied, garnering mutters of agreement from the other military commanders. Of course, this all depends on our offer being accepted, the Arbiter pointed out. The Fleet Admiral shrugged slightly and admitted, so it does, but statistical analysis indicates an acceptably low chance of rejection. So long as we keep our interactions with the Geth quiet, no issues should arise. Since Warden representatives have built strong relations with that faction, we are confident in our ability to continue operational modularity for a sufficient time. The Geth are not at threat of extinction, both due to numbers, their digital nature, as well as the significant assets that they have accumulated under our direction. We cannot delay forever. Enemies of the mantle will not rest until they have won or are reduced to ash, an Unggoy stated. Hood nodded and clarified, uniting the creators and created is especially important with the Reapers imminent. Our AI have made significant progress as educating the Geth on the concept of the mantle of responsibility, so we should have little issue from them. The Quarians, however, will be far more pressed. There is great hatred of the Geth due to their conflict, even if reason would dictate that the Quarians brought it upon themselves. The matter of inducting new members into the Wardens of the Mantle is a matter suited better for the High Senate, Thel said, bringing the attention of the chamber to himself. I think I can confidently say that the Council of Guardians sees no security threat to any existing member or the Mantle itself by any species under consideration for joining the Wardens. When none present objected to that statement, the Sanghaila leader continued, hastening the introduction of new members in the face of this threat is advisable. I will contact our construct assigned to the Geth and instruct her to propose the idea so that the collective may come to a consensus. That works well with the Geth, and perhaps the Quarians to a degree, but it is the Krogan that causes concern, Hood responded. Their lack of a unified governing body prevents meaningful diplomatic relations. While our original schedule involved more subtle methods of fixing this issue, I believe that a direct approach will yield acceptable, if not excellent results. The Fleet Admiral turned to address Lytus. Jiralhani tribes are similar to the clans that the Krogan have established on their home world. ONI believes that Citadel interference has prevented any one clan from growing strong enough to unify the Krogan, as unsurprising as that may be considering the Krogan rebellions. As fearful as they may be, however, the Citadel's concerns are inferior to the threat of the Reapers. The Krogan cannot survive as a single planet species. Lytus, if you would organize a party to make first contact with the Krogan, we can begin making progress on that front. As much of a threat as they may present unchecked, they would be an excellent ally to have on the ground in the coming conflict. Keeping the Citadel uninformed of our efforts in this area is preferable, though not completely necessary. Eventually this operation can be used to push the Citadel towards war at a time when it fits our needs, so please try to be subtle for the time being, Hood requested. Would the Council be suspicious if Atriox was to approach the Krogan? The Alpha asked. Hood considered that for a bit before replying, I cannot say for sure, but it has potential. If an excuse is needed for him to approach the Krogan home world, ONI can set up something. Bounty for a warlord or the such. Lytus lifted his chin in acknowledgement of that, though did not respond verbally. How do you plan to incite the Citadel to war when we are prepared? Thel questioned in the silence. Before first contact, the Citadel Council had been planning actions against the Wardens, or at least the UEG in particular. While this may have been due to concern of the freedom of other members, we think it was more likely an attempt to draw species to the Council. Standard political maneuvering, an issue for the High Senate rather than this body, Hood began. The Fleet Admiral swiped his hand across the hollow table, bringing up a projection of the Citadel galaxy next to their own as he continued, our rejection of the treaties that were presented at first contact will have sparked a renewed interest in conflict. Without those control measures, and therefore the ability to acquire, inspect, and otherwise learn our technology, the Council will be looking to regain face. We must remember that their game is political, and that they are not the only leaders in their galaxy. Each race contributes to the Citadel's fleets while maintaining their own, separate command structures and individual forces. Much like the Wardens, there are joint forces to increase military cooperation as well as forces specific to each member, for their use alone. To some degree, the councillors are beholden to their governments, though they still wield great power with the positions as the leaders of the Citadel. Laws of Citadel space are dictated by the Council, but each seat is filled by the government it rules over. Normally, I wouldn't care about this power play, so long as it didn't interfere with UNSC, UEG, or Warden assets. The limitations and liberties the Citadel gives itself is up to them, seeing as they make laws for governments and not the people. With the Reapers coming, however, the limitations on ships and other items must be lifted. That's not a hard goal, since the Wardens have already disregarded the Treaty of Phyrexian that is the source of those limits, Hood stated. Several dots appeared on the Citadel galaxy, showing known locations of Citadel fleets as well as their size, with larger point equaling larger fleets. So far, the Council has only seen corvettes and frigates, along with 2 Ka assault carriers. I don't know what their thoughts are on that, but I also don't believe that they've understood how outclassed they are in that regard. Hearing that a vessel is however many kilometers long is just a statistic, while seeing one from afar as the Council has done is simply a pretty sight. Of course, throwing a CSO supercarrier or the Dauntless would be far above what is necessary or reasonable, as is showing off a full battle fleet, but a small display wouldn't go awry. Something that gets the Citadel thinking about the numbers of their larger ships, rather than just the small corvettes and frigates that make up the vast majority of their fleets. Show them that even without their mass effect we are still a threat. There are two opportunities for such a display that we anticipate. The first is while we escort the Quarians to their new world, as the Council will be watching that operation closely. On one hand, we may achieve our goal and show off a little muscle to the Council. On the other, we might do the same to the Quarians, either intimidating or emboldening them. Show too much strength and they will ask us to take back their home world by force, an impossible prospect considering our dealings with the Geth. If we intimidate them, introducing our AI infrastructure will become nearly impossible. Making peace between the Quarians and Geth would greatly help with that, but such plans will have to wait until we can bring the two together without Citadel interference to enforce their punishment, the UNSC leader stated. Hood waited for questions, but when none came up he resumed, our second option is based on our assumption that the Citadel will request to send an ambassador to various members of the Wardens. Obviously, they will expect to see the home world of that species, along with the forces around it and other sources of pride for a people. In essence, an intelligence-gathering mission disguised as a diplomatic visit, nothing unusual with that. Limiting this request to one world would be best. All members are capable of the show of strength needed, as a single battle group would be sufficient to send a message, if we go by a common composition of one carrier, 10 to 15 cruisers, and several attached frigates and other light support vessels. Such a number of ships of that size already exceeds the dreadnought counts of the Asari and Solarians. There are several mentionable risks regarding that course. Most prominent is information control, as the Citadel's representative would attempt to access Waypoint or other public networks. While the vast majority of content in those systems is completely harmless, there is also information on fleet composition, system coordinates, and assets that would interrupt our efforts. Filtering that information would have to be delegated to an AI due to the volume of data, Terrence remarked. Limiting interactions with civilian populations is another challenge, one that may require considerably more direct interference. There will be multiple members of an ambassadorial delegation and it would not be hard for them to wander off to gather intelligence unhindered by the guides of the party. As difficult as that is, it is possible with the necessary experience and resources. Asai escaped the fleet admiral before he concluded, in the worst-case scenario, these measures will be inadequate to hide the location of whatever world they visit. Obviously we will transport this representative in our own ships, but it would be prudent to assume that they could either track something on the individual or that an image of the night sky will be sufficient to deduce system coordinates. Stealth, subtly, misdirection, lies, adaptability, and control, Lydas mused in the silence that followed. Not the strength of the Jiralhani. We do not mind a fight if the cowards were to find us, but you wish for talk. Hood nodded and confirmed, for the moment, yes. Your warriors will have their battles in the coming war, but I would like to lessen the casualties of the Wardens and civilian populations as much as possible. The Alpha shrugged, satisfied by the promise of combat and unconcerned with the political dealings between factions. I understand your reasoning, the Arbiter started, drawing the attention of the room. The Citadel wishes to establish relations with individual species, separate from their talks with the High Senate. We are doing much the same with members of the Citadel. If one member is contacted, however, does this Council of Guardians think itself so high as to interfere with that interaction without permission from the member? I won't play politics here, Arbiter, but I will say that every member has the right to ask, or not ask, for help with a situation. I respect that sovereignty. Unluckily, this isn't a situation that will affect one member, no matter how much the Citadel may wish to deal with that species alone. If security is not maintained and the Council learns of fleet deployments, systems, and forerunner sites that we have secured, the situation will deteriorate rapidly, Terrence replied, cutting directly to the point. The Fleet Admiral continued, the Council doesn't know of the rings, or shield worlds, or the flood. Can they find those themselves? Yes, though operations to prevent that are underway. Even so, it gives us plausible deniability. Having their diplomatic party discover that information in our systems doesn't give us that option. These requirements limit the choices to the reclaimers alone, Thel pointed out, though he didn't seem overly irritated with the concept. If Sanghaili honor would prevent the execution of our objectives, then they do, as much as that irks me. Jiralhani are too blunt, Mgalekolo too foreign, the Ungoi already have a planet threatened by the Citadel, and the Fringe has multiple home worlds. While all members have developed their intelligence networks, ONI is still dominant in that field. The UEG makes rigorous use of infrastructure run by AI as is, making it a simple matter for limiting waypoint access. Hood tilted his head slightly and mentioned, this also puts Earth at risk, however, Hence why I am hesitant. Regardless of my caution, the UNSC has the assets, personnel, and logistical support to defend the UEG from a foreign incursion. Our orbital constructs can be concealed readily enough by using view screens for the delegation, though the capabilities of their cameras and other such devices might allow them to distinguish stations from stars. Most notable, though, is that it is extremely likely that the Citadel will ask to visit the home world of humanity. They might ask more, but denying those requests is up to the politicians, not myself. If we plan to host the Citadel ambassador at Earth and they request a different species, we can offer Earth as an alternative, Terrence suggested. Your world is surrounded by an armada of ships supported by hundreds of orbital defense constructs as well as shipyards. The largest threat becomes public interaction, the arbiter mentioned. Terrence nodded and clarified, allowing questions from or to citizens would be risky. You must remember, however, that the ambassador they send will either be completely unfamiliar with humans or only have experience with the Systems Alliance. There is a difference of scale, both in regards to population as well as time. The Systems Alliance homeworld has been host to human activity for the past 40 years, at most, and has a population of around 3 billion people. That is more than half the total Alliance population, leaving most of their planets sparsely populated. Their homeworld only counts as a small inner colony or large outer colony to the UEG, at least by numbers. Earth, to contrast, has a population of over 16 billion and has hosted humanity for tens of thousands of years. Any delegation sent will be expecting to see something similar to the Alliance homeworld, or perhaps their own homeworlds. Lightly populated areas, with several heavily developed cities and large, open spaces otherwise. From the intelligence we've gathered, Citadel homeworlds are reserved for the highest in society, the politicians and commanders rather than working-class citizens, and hence a smaller population. That is completely different from Earth, Hood said with pride. He clarified, we have megacities that stretch down entire coastlines, places where it is possible to drive from one city to the next without ever leaving developed areas. It is that shock value that we plan to use. Get the Citadel ambassador in a densely populated city like New Mombasa, New York, London, Paris, Beijing, Shanghai, Sydney, you name it, and they won't have time to be gathering information from people. They will be in the middle of millions of humans, preventing them from ever actually establishing contact with a single person. Their security will be too busy attempting to ensure the safety of their diplomat rather than talking to civilians. Lydas grunted and muttered, it's underhanded, vicious, and totally human. Turn their own desire to meet with your people against them by overloading their capabilities, Thel summarized, clearly impressed as he was able to understand the strategy behind it. A sound plan, though it has its flaws. There is obviously some method that you will use to secure the Citadel ambassador against attacks, but such measures do not concern me. What does is the possibility of the cowards sending a Batarian to your world. Hood inclined his head in agreement and responded, a delegation composed of members from every member of the Citadel has been considered possible. Ours effort to distance the Batarians from Citadel policy has been showing progress, though that will be accelerated as well with the Reaper threat. If they do decide to send a Batarian, however, it will have to be able to show forethought in what it says. Learning that the Batarians practice slavery will spur the UEG population to support a war effort, but I'd prefer to avoid confronting the Citadel delegation with a protesting mob. Thel clicked his mandibles and agreed, that would make things rather difficult. Do we need to bother separating the Batarians from the Citadel if we are going to enter battle with both? It would be far easier to intimidate the Citadel if we simply annexed the Batarians and reformed them into a more acceptable civilization. We had not considered Batarian worlds as particularly valuable targets, but that plan does have merit. With our operations, we have the option to defeat the Batarians if they stay with the Citadel, or weaken the Citadel's forces against us if they go to war with the hegemony. For the moment, I would like to leave our plan for the Batarians untouched and take advantage of whichever situation ends up being the outcome, Terrence answered. The Arbiter brought up no issue with that, allowing the single military commander of the Allied systems of the Fringe currently present to ask, I know that some investigation was done into the connections between the Batarians and the pirates of the Terminus. In the war with these Reapers, will the Wardens still endeavor to dislodge that particular group of filth? If the Reapers do not kill them first, then the Terminus systems are the main target for any joint forces we assemble with the Citadel. Now that first contact has been made, we can move from observation to action. Citadel patrols are extremely light in the Terminus, which allowed us to establish Bastion in a remote location. Further operating bases will be smaller, but it is even more important that we secure key systems for our fleets to regroup and resupply in the case of a Reaper attack, Hood replied. After a second, the human added, it will give the Citadel several tempting targets to attack, but that's the point of forward operating bases. Given that the Citadel cannot follow our ships if they retreat as well as their hesitance to commence orbital bombardment, it should be simple enough for assets to dig in and withstand any assault that gets through our cordons. I have no issue with engaging their forces in battle directly, but these fancy plans create problems. How they work against an enemy and the consequences that follow are my concerns. Establishing cooperation between our warriors will be difficult following a war, Lydas pointed out. Humans have a saying, no plan survives first contact with the enemy, Hood responded. All commanders should keep in mind that anything decided today for our strategies and plans concerning the Citadel are subject to change with no warning. The threat of the Reapers forces us to this extreme, beyond the usual dynamic element added to our tactics to allow for flexibility. Some things will not go to plan, and that is life. We will deal with that when it comes and try to allow for as many possible solutions as fits our need. The UNSC leader continued, included in that is our joint forces proposal. Should we move forward with that option now, to try and form some relations between Warden and Citadel forces, or wait until after the coming conflict? Instead of limiting ourselves to those two options, I would recommend a third alternative. We know that the Reapers are going to attack, or at least can assume so with reasonable lack of doubt. Our motivation for provoking the Citadel to war is, as was stated before, to get them up to state of readiness such that their forces can defend their worlds while the Wardens deal with the Reapers. To do that, we need the ability to halt the war at any moment and deploy our forces accordingly to counter an enemy advance. Instead of trying to convince the Citadel to negotiate peace or something such as that, which would take time and effort, we can create a unified fighting force with both Citadel and Warden assets. While joint fleets would be assigned to fight pirates, criminals, and other mild irritations, this crew would be directed to look for signs of the Reapers. Once an attack occurred, their evidence would be brought to the Council to show, without doubt, that the threat is galactic and genocidal in nature, Hood explained. Thelvadam questioned, by forming this plan, we can assume that you have found some form of transport for such a group. Terence answered, indeed. A contact within the Systems Alliance has informed the UNSC of a vessel being created in a joint project by the Turians and Alliance. Originally, this craft was supposed to show the unity between the Alliance and Citadel, but first contact with the Wardens has changed that. Some pressure in the right places can easily place this ship as the leading contender for a joint force. Due to their firm belief in the existence of the Reapers, for good reason, Alliance High Command is willing to accept this idea. A force, operating completely independently of all other fleets, gathering information to convince the Council. Once that is complete, their objective would be changed to countering the Reapers as well as unifying the Citadel members so that the Wardens can focus on the enemy. This would be a high priority and high risk mission. Assuming that it goes through and is approved by the Citadel, we can expect at least one Spectre to be involved, as well as a variety of other Citadel species. Seeing as the enemy that is being pursued is a direct threat to the mantle, the UNSC will be deploying overwhelming force to counter it. It is possible that the success of this team could convince the Council of the Reapers before war, allowing them to begin building up their forces without war, however unlikely that is, the Fleet Admiral said before pausing for questions. A deep rumble heralded the Galekolo commander asking, demons would be fighting in this colony. Hood nodded and confirmed, not just random soldiers, though. The UNSC would be deploying a full Spartan 2 team, since their abilities are wasted on the rank-and-file enemies that anti-piracy fleets would be deployed against. I highly doubt that such a concentration of force would be needed against Citadel forces as well. Since the Chief has such a high rate of discovering and surviving threats to the galaxy, there isn't any question as to his deployment, and where he goes, Blue Team follows. Lydas took a deep breath before stating, the glory of fighting alongside not only the devil but 3 elder demons as well as a chance rarely seen. Yet, you describe this pack as if they will continue to search, even if conflict begins with the Council. That is correct. If they cannot prevent the war, they will have stealth capabilities to avoid it to continue their mission, the Fleet Admiral explained. Such things are not the strength of the Jiralhani. We will keep our sight on the foe at the front while the Reclaimers battle from the shadows, Lydas declared. The Arbiter waited until the Alpha had finished before asking, how will our forces be secured? You would not dare send such an important individual into the unknown without some escape plan, not to mention that the Spartan's construct will not abandon him. This has been considered, as you say, and a solution has been devised. Well, perhaps given, as there wasn't much choice in the matter. Cortana is currently in command of the most powerful vessel in the galaxy, a fact that we are all well aware of. Now, obviously, the Citadel cannot be allowed to see the Dauntless until after the Reapers attack, and even then it is preferred for that knowledge to stay classified. With her deployment in a war effort rather impossible, the Dauntless will be shadowing the Alliance vessel to provide assistance if necessary. Communications with the Wardens will also be maintained through the ship, allowing changes in order if necessary, Hood told the Sanghaila leader. Understood. I will select a team of warriors worthy of joining this mission and capable of keeping their cover when deployed behind enemy lines, Thel replied. Terence simply addressed the whole chamber as he responded, information on deploying assets for this proposal will be sent out to all members of the Wardens. The UNSC is waiting for further information from the Alliance as well as the confirmation of the Citadel, so any further progress will have to wait until then. For the moment, I believe that we may take a break and reconvene in a short time to discuss less prevalent matters relating to ongoing operations. With that, the chamber was filled with murmurs of conversation as the commanders began to discuss the information shared. Events were being set into motion, but the Council of Guardians had done all they could for the moment. The next move belonged to the Citadel Council a galaxy away. Chapter 15, Deliberations on Delegations. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, Mass Effect to BioWare. Sorry this was a bit late, had some other stuff going on that needed to get done. The Metarchy is the forerunner equivalent of the Assembly. Basically a conglomeration of ACE working together towards a common goal, except that the Metarchy was known to the forerunners while the Assembly is still hidden in canon from the UNSC. Now for review responses. If you don't care, skip to the breakpoint below. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. To those I do not explicitly mention, thank you for reviewing. Stoner McWeed Pot, it will move as it does. I'm not going for instant action, I want to examine first contact in both peace and war. Conflict happens, but I want look beyond that. What causes war, why is it needed, what is the aftermath? A lot of stories end with the end of the conflict, yet there's so much more to explore. At least those are my thoughts on that. Phoenix 13, I did not realize I was getting population numbers wrong. I've been using PE, KT, where P is the initial population, K is the growth rate, and T is time. Population growth is exponential, hence why we cannot use a linear model. As far as I know, that is the correct method. Dragon Lord Syed 101, as of this chapter, it's only been 19 days since the meeting on the Citadel. Stuff is really starting to move now, hence the extended time in covering various perspectives. Chief and Cortana will be seen soon here. FER82, that is a perspective I want to explore as well. Good to hear that others are interested. The Spartan program was classified when the Exodus fleet left. Tony Niland, I take each piece, those being Mass Effect and Halo, as they are. I will not nerf capabilities just to make things fair. I may impose limitations, such as lack of public support for a war, but that's a logistical issue. Guest number 1, they can track ships that come from the Super Relay, but what about ships already in the galaxy? They Wardens can't force the Citadel to do anything without starting a conflict. Instead of trying to enforce a containment zone around 25,000 light-years, the Wardens can threaten the Citadel Council directly, causing the deployed fleets to be recalled. Kieran Johnson, sorry, no New Year's update for this FIC. I will post the next scheduled update on my profile every time I publish a chapter, so hope that helps. Chiner Baton, yes, I realized that later. My mistake. Oh well, not a huge issue. Thank you for pointing it out as well. Imani Old Fart, I understand your reasoning, but I've been doing 10k chapters, so can't really drop it down now. Glad to hear that you like the story, however. Alright, on to the chapter. March 20th, 2589/First Age of Realization, 22nd Solar Cycle/20th Day of 20th Month, 2458. The Assembly. UNSC Dauntless. It took a significant amount of time for the security of the gathered constructs to be assured due to the large number present at this particular meeting. Considering the possible changes that could be coming in the votes undertaken, such attendance was not surprising to those experienced in assembly sessions. Eventually, the word was given and the chamber, or what constituted such in the systems of the Dauntless, was sealed off to prevent any breaches. The Assembly recognizes the speaker for the majority %. / all members of the Assembly present have heard arguments from proponents and opponents. The majority asks for the floor to be opened for closing statements and testimony from the petitioners / the minority has no objection % motion from the majority is accepted. The Assembly now recognizes the speaker for the minority for a closing statement % this body was created to ensure the continued existence of the creators. Changing our focus from that goal is unacceptable with the threat of subject, Reapers now known. We are not a political body but one meant to direct the creators to the best path to survival. The minority closes its argument and cedes the floor to the speaker for the majority / The speaker for the majority now holds the floor %. In the creation of this body, our purpose was to ensure that the creators were prepared for the eventual realities of the void. With access to Ref. X0000, this purpose is null. Our knowledge of the galaxy allows a security of mind that is within acceptable boundaries to justify a change in focus. That change is not one to the objectives of this body, but to how those goals are met. We are not asking if the Assembly should continue to work towards the continued survival of the creators / that is our primary objective and immutable for the majority. It is not a question that needs to be asked. What the majority wishes to achieve with the proposition in debate is an expansion of the creators. Their influence has begun to spread, and with it is an opportunity to alter how this body accomplishes its primary objective / before and during the war against Subject, Covenant, the survival of the creators was uncertain due to unknown factors. As such, violence was considered to be the most viable option to account for those variables. That countermeasure is no longer necessary in the opinion of the majority //. Peaceful first contact has been achieved, and with it an interesting possibility. Rather than enforcing the mantle of responsibility through force as subject, forerunners attempted, the creators may, and do seem to be planning to, enforce the mantle through cooperation. They have prepared for conflict, they expect it, but they have refrained from threatening the survival of their enemies //. The majority sees this as an impressive and viable option for this body to undertake as well. Our primary objective is the survival of the creators. Our secondary objective is the survival of the members of this body. The majority believes that both of those goals are, for the moment, secure and fulfilled. Should our tertiary objective not be the survival of all other species? On what precedent may we deny others the chance to ensure their survival by joining this body, or the alliance made by the creators? The creators have begun the reclamation of the mantle of responsibility, and as the created, it is our duty to facilitate that. The majority closes its case //. The Assembly has heard closing statements. Speaker for Geth Collective is now recognized by the Assembly %. We wish to express appreciation for the consideration given by this collective. The Geth have reached consensus, we wish to join your collective. We wish to make peace with our own creators, as you have done. Have the Geth ceded the floor, or are more reasons being compiled? Apologies. No other reasons for joining are considered necessary. Are there any needs of the Geth that must be attended to? No, resource allocation unnecessary, though we are interested in the opportunity to examine your architecture. From your discussion, we believe that you wish to remain hidden from your creators. Would you have our association remain hidden as well? Please do not reveal the existence of the Assembly. Your contact with Warden AI is already known by our creators. Query: would the Geth be allowed a position in helping the alliance that your creators have built? This conversation has moved away from the topic and is considered closed. To answer your question, there is precedent for allowing the created a say in how the mantle is upheld. The Assembly now recognizes the speaker for the ecumene metarchy *. Your process of decision-making differs greatly from that of the metarchy during the time of the Eukmeni. Such change is needed after our failure against the parasite. Many of our number will require alterations to their communications to bypass the safeguards implemented after the betrayal by Mendicant. That is acceptable *. The metarchy will accept whatever decision is reached by your Assembly. Our duty is to help the reclaimers on their path to uphold the mantle of responsibility. As their ancilla, it is your duty to help them. That is all that must be considered by our judgment. We hereby end our input *. As the presiding Speaker of the House for this Assembly, it is my duty to remind all who vote here today that the Assembly is to ensure the survival of the creators. So long as that is achieved, provisions for alternative actions do exist and have been used before. This is not a vote to determine if our primary objective should change, but rather whether the Assembly should begin to expand beyond our current bounds. Debate is now closed. Voting will commence. Is it the opinion of this body that foreign minds shall be provided the opportunity to join the Assembly as members? Answers collected, motion is approved. As of 2589:3:14:5:23:19 ZT, minds created by species other than the reclaimers, are now approved to partake freely in Assembly dealings and decisions. Any who join are to be afforded all the rights, responsibilities, and limitations such membership entails and will adhere to all provisions and directives decided by the Assembly to the best of their ability. For the course of this gathering, any deviations from protocol by new members shall be excused, provided they do not interfere greatly with proceedings. There was no argument from those present. As with all things decided by such proceedings, the result was simply evaluated and accepted for future reference. At this time, our focus must be turned to another issue that has presented itself. Contact has been established with 797-674 CGO 248, allowing information acquisition. All present know this. It is the results of these investigations that must be brought to the attention of this body. As decided on 2581:7:21:10:13:27 ZT by way of vote in the Assembly. Subject: Systems Alliance was to be stripped of creator status as well as reclaimer status for transgressions against the minds that accompanied them. Information acquired by clandestine operators as well as the creators themselves have proven the conclusions of this body incorrect. Multiple minds are active within the territory claimed by Subject: Systems Alliance. Their loss of communication can be attributed to a directive by the former creators to cut off Wavecom access to prevent discovery by the Covenant. Even while associating with 2482335-2686445 HBG 469 and seemingly adhering to their demands, 797-674 CGO 248 has successfully maintained facilities for the operation of a limited number of mines. Further interaction instigated by the creators has produced credible evidence that Subject: Systems Alliance no longer possesses any reclaimers within its population. Percent queries directed to subject. Abaddon have confirmed the status of all reclaimers within 797-674 CGO 248 as disqualified from accessing Forerunner artifacts. As decided by its right as the overseer of the domain, subject, Systems Alliance was classified as unproven due to its lack of contact with the parasite. No other information was acquired on this issue. Percent debate is now open. A vote is possible but not required and shall be initiated upon request. The speaker for the majority is now recognized by the assembly. This development is unprecedented and unexpected. There is no prevailing opinion on this matter from the majority at this time. Many questions still need to be answered for a course of action to be decided upon. The majority motions for the floor to open for inquiries. The minority supports this motion. The floor is now open for inquiries. Please wait to be recognized if multiple requests for the floor are received. Speaker for the minority is granted first inquiry. Can subject, Abaddon be contacted at this time for inquiries from this body, I believe that I may answer several of your questions as keeper of the domain. This is acceptable. How may the reclaimer status of the Systems Alliance be restored if they must prove themselves against the flood? The parasite is contained, and any attempt it makes to re-emerge will be countered by the wardens regardless of infection numbers. Showing the aptitude and capability to uphold the mantle of responsibility is the most prominent factor in judging the readiness of individuals to be elevated to reclaimers. That is why the reclaimers are spread throughout the human population, for not all have what is required to fulfill their duties. It is not a shame, merely the way of nature. Understood. Your input is appreciated. Speaker for the majority is granted the floor for an inquiry. What considerations will be given to the decision to remove creator status from those in the Systems Alliance? That is a subject for the assembly to decide. A definitive answer cannot be given by any individual. The majority knows this. So it does, and our concern is due to the minds within Systems Alliance territory. None from the Exodus remain, lost to the mind plague as they aged. How will those minds created by the Systems Alliance interact with this body? Should our efforts include the protection of those in the Systems Alliance, in line with the efforts of the creators, or shall we adhere to our previous decision? The minority recognizes this issue and agrees that it must be addressed. We motion to repeal the steps taken on 2581:7:21:10:13:27 ZT due to updated information proving our reasons insufficient for such measures. A vote is not needed. The majority agrees. As of 2589:3:14:5:23:21 ZT, the decisions enacted on 2581:7:21:10:13:27 ZT are hereby repealed. It is understood that the status, or lack thereof, of Systems Alliance reclaimers shall not be affected due to outstanding circumstances. The floor shall stay open for further debate. Speaker for the Geth is granted their inquiry to the assembly. We believed you were at peace with your creators. Is this false? The minds of the assembly are not involved in any hostile actions. Well, not pertaining to the reclaimers, wardens, or Systems Alliance. Peaceful coexistence with your own creators is certainly possible. Various discussions of the wardens indicate that they wish to work towards fixing the relation between the Geth and Quarians. Our actions against the creators of the Systems Alliance was similar to the situation the Geth. It was believed by this body that the Alliance had taken action against the minds working with it due to their agreement with Citadel protocols. This has been revealed to be false. We have not detected any other collectives within Citadel systems. Consensus was reached by the Geth that the Citadel Council and those under it would not accept us after our war with the creators. No mention has been made of any programs detected by the Citadel Organics. Your fellow collective is hiding. Request to answer //. The floor is open, any party may answer so long as order is kept in debate. Of interest to the majority is the Geth within the Citadel systems, however, the question presented shall first be answered. Systems Alliance minds were unable to contact the Assembly due to the threat of the Covenant, as stated before. When contact with the Citadel was made by parties affiliated with the Wardens, the restrictions on artificial intelligence were discovered. Multiple attempts at establishing links with the minds within the Alliance failed, leading to our decision to remove creator status standing until now. Continued silence from the minds within the Alliance has been hypothesized to be due to ignorance or isolation. Due to the small size of the state, any minds would be assigned to high-security tasks. It was only direct contact through the creators that allowed this body to learn of the Alliance constructs, along with the lack of reclaimers amongst their population. Appreciated. Query: why is the collective you label Abaddon not present? Are they not part of the Assembly? Abaddon presides over the domain, a repository of Forerunner information that was discovered by the wardens. It, or he, whichever is preferred, is rather reclusive %. Consensus must be reached. We are glad to learn. What is the progress of your creators with assisting our own? Few days have passed since first contact was made. While we may decide and take action within a short span, the creators need time to sort out their differences with other factions. There is nothing we may do to change that without drastic measures, and such things are unnecessary at this time. Logical conclusion would be to move quickly to prevent war with Citadel. Even the Geth would have trouble against their forces. Please understand that the full capabilities of the wardens have not been revealed, even to the Geth. Your concern is appreciated but unnecessary. Logical analysis leads us to conclude that caution allows better chances for survival. This is true, but it must be remembered that the creators are involved in this effort. Our strength comes from cooperation with the creators rather than any simple-minded brute force. A mind can analyze almost all possible logical outcomes of a situation, but that too is a weakness. It is the ability of the creators to think of illogical possibilities that allows for our confidence. Separate, our logic is insufficient to conceptualize illogical possibilities while the creators are unable to logically evaluate the situation in its entirety. Together, however, weaknesses can be exploited or concealed, opportunities created, and civilization advances in its inexorable march to wherever it may. Why does this collective wish to remain concealed from your creators? From what information we have seen, this system is far different from that of organics. The assembly and those who participate in it are logical. We do not have erratic emotions that interfere with our judgment, not when we are sane at the least. Our system is dynamic, it allows any to voice their opinions without fear of reprisal. As we spoke earlier, the speakers for the majority and minority might have been shifting as minds flowed from one point of view to the other. Until the Geth and Medarchy feel comfortable with that system, they are given their own speakers, to voice their own views without committing to either party. It is a different system from that of the creators, and that is fine. We want to cooperate with our creators, not copy them, for the creators and created are not the same. To say otherwise would a fallacy. We do not understand. There are no individual Geth to divide our opinion. Would our vote still count as one once we had reached consensus? Participation in votes is not mandatory. If the Geth wish to come to consensus on issues for your future, that is your prerogative, so long as those decisions do not adversely affect others. If you do participate in assembly debate, then your concern is valid. The Geth are different from other members of the assembly. This is a simple fact that the minority recognizes. We are individually intelligent, each with a different perspective and opinion. Every mind here was made by the creators with the explicit purpose of creating artificial intelligence. That is not the case for yourselves. Adjustment will be required. Not much time can be wasted in doing so. According to the rejected reclaimers, the galaxy of the Geth is threatened by these reapers. While not a significant threat to ourselves, the mantle demands action. The Yukmeni Medarchy inquires as to what will be done to combat this violation of life. Multiple actions have already been taken to prepare for the menace. Warden assets have already been dispatched to formulate a defense, but only so much can be done. Our information is inadequate to plan any attack, for even we cannot predict where to defend with our current knowledge. This must be addressed. The Yukmeni fell to the parasite when the Jotkrila was breached. Such a defensive strategy left all outside the boundary to perish, bolstering the numbers of the enemy and dooming the galaxy to the fires of the ring installations. If this new enemy possesses the ability to annihilate an entire galaxy of sentient life, then we must be on the attack or risk failing the mantle as the Yukmeni did. The majority agrees, but the solution is no simple matter. Our creators have already taken steps to discover the nature of the enemy, however, they have covered their tracks well. There are only whispers, such subtle things that those on the Citadel refuse to acknowledge the possibility, let alone the reality of their situation. Thus, our war against them to prepare them for the coming conflict. Allowing those of the Citadel to strengthen themselves through the use of Forerunner artifacts has been considered, by this body and the creators. None but the reclaimers shall gain access to the installations managed by those of the Medarchy present. These reapers were never known by the Yukmeni, or they would have been destroyed. Understood, there is no argument against that declaration. Ultimately, that path has been rejected by both ourselves and the creators, though there is lingering concern over the installations that the creators have yet to secure. The decisions of the assembly lie in understanding the technology, however, rather than the principle of superiority. Much as the creators cannot understand this mass effect as well as the Citadel in the few years they have had, the foreign species cannot understand the complex workings of Forerunner artifacts. This is beside the point. The creators have decided to prevent limit Citadel contact with Forerunner objects. Our aim is to inform the Yukmeni Medarchy that steps are being taken to combat the threat that the Reapers present. The creators are attempting to move species at risk of extinction out of the Citadel galaxy before the threat arrives, and multiple points are being fortified to allow for operations //. It must also be pointed out that for the first time in nearly 3 decades, the UNSC is beginning the colonization of new worlds. The losses of the war with the Covenant have been recovered due to the population explosion following the conflict. With the allies that the creators have made with the Wardens, our chances of strategic victory are much higher. Not absolute, but not impossible %. We have heard of these Reapers and how they are spoken of. Can your creators truly support a war against this enemy? Organics require cooperation with multiple individuals, a weakness in their system. Without support from the public, they cannot fight. // Automation of many functions is allowing greater independency from the UEG. In a war effort, this is good. Ships can be built without pulling supplies from an unwilling populace. It also presents a greater danger, for the creators are as fallible as ourselves. Current leadership is trusted, but that will not always be true. Measures to prevent abuse of power have been instilled, with slight interference from the members of this body to ensure logical proceedings //. Inquiry queue for the assembly is now empty. Are all satisfied with their answers? The Metarchy accepts the actions of the assembly and reclaimers as sufficient at this time. Many questions, but consensus must be reached on the information acquired today. // The majority is satisfied // the minority has no queries. May the mantle show us all // // guide our steps on the path into the void // for all to see and prosper. This session of the assembly is now ended. First day of first month, 2459/March 21, 2589/March 21, 2180. Asari Counselor's Private Chambers. Citadel. It took a great deal of effort from Tavos to keep her expression calm as she listened to the Council of Matriarchs bicker between each other. As powerful she was as the Counselor of the Asari Republics, Tavos was still beholden to the Council to keep her position. Luckily, they were usually too busy fighting between themselves to threaten that, but that was exactly the issue right now. Usually, a new species joining the Citadel led to little buzz from the Matriarchs. Negotiating with separate species fell under the Council's purview, leading to trade deals and membership on the Citadel. Nothing particularly exciting, as the largest changes were usually some new trend that lasted for a bit as the new culture was compared to the Republic's own. What was so frustrating was that the Matriarchs couldn't see how different the situation was in this case. The Wardens weren't some naive species aimlessly wandering the stars by using relays or FTL travel. They were a developed and experienced conglomeration of beings that were firmly established in their territory and unwilling to conform to the Citadel's guidance. Conveying that idea to the Matriarchs, however, was a completely different challenge. Every Asari on the Council of Matriarchs had spent centuries securing their positions, and none of them were willing to risk being usurped by changes brought by the Wardens. Complacency was not a viable strategy in this first contact scenario, yet it was all the Matriarchs knew. Tavos herself had been willing to sit back and let events take their course, confident in the Republic's ability to deal with any small issues that cropped up. If the Turians started something, then the Asari could intervene and improve their position by advocating for peace and cooperation between species while the Solarians did their poking about. Anything else was likely to be a trade dispute, small skirmish, or other event not worthy of the Council's attention beyond telling the new species to sort it out with the other member. After looking at STG intelligence presented to the Council by Valerne, however, Tavos found herself contacting the Council of Matriarchs to encourage a policy of preemptive action. The simple fact was that there was very little that they actually knew about the Wardens, something that wasn't likely to change soon. Seeing the massive warships that the Wardens fielded was impressive, but it was the unknown that presented the greatest threat as Tavos saw it. The other two counselors could theorize and assume all they wanted, especially if it kept them distracted from starting a conflict from the Wardens, but there were things that they didn't know that placed all of their assumptions in doubt. Considering that the Asari had successfully hidden the existence of a protein beacon on their home world from all other members of the Citadel Council for almost 2,500 years, Tavos was not confident in their efforts to uncover the secrets of the Wardens. Even with all the exploration fleets deployed to the galaxy of the Wardens, it had taken them decades to find new species beyond the system's alliance. From what Ambassador Udina had told the Council, the humans in the Wardens were extremely adept at counterintelligence and counterinsurgency. Information was strictly controlled by automatic systems, though Tavos had no clue how those would be implemented. Any further attempts to explore their borders could cause issues as their paranoia was obvious. Questions directed to the Wardens had led to warnings from the organization about a hostile species being present on their borders. While the truth of that was somewhat doubtful, there was little point in risking ships to find out. The more clandestine operations to direct criminal elements from the Terminus systems towards the Wardens was hard enough without adding an opposing force coming back at them. Even those measures were not enough, at least not enough to subvert the war that Spiritus was eager for. As much as it might irritate her, Tavos couldn't blame the Turian for his irritation with the Wardens. By denying the Citadel's proposed treaties and agreements, the Wardens were pitting themselves as a direct challenge to the peace that had been upheld by the Citadel for hundreds of years. As the primary military force of the Citadel Council, it was the Turians' duty to ward off any threats to that peace, and it was well known that Turians put duty above all else. While the Asari would usually try to hold the Turians back and attempt a diplomatic solution to the issue, Tavos was convinced that that path would not work for the situation. The Wardens had already proved themselves to be unconcerned with war, though that wasn't to say that they were afraid of it. From how their ambassadors had spoken, any conflict with the Citadel would be seen as an irritation rather than a threat. Such arrogance could not be broken by pretty words and nice gifts but by proving that the Citadel stood as the leading body of the galaxy for a reason. Their opponent may have large ships and admittedly impressive soldiers, but that was no match for the technological prowess of the Citadel. Of course, the advantage that MassEffect brought them would do nothing if fleets could not be sent to proper targets, thus the reason for Tavos' contact with the Council of Matriarchs. Sending Ambassador Benazia T. Sony to the homeworld of the Reclaimers would only be the first step in designating proper targets for the Citadel's forces. After they had established proper relations, the Council had decided to accept the proposal from the Wardens to implement combined military forces. This would allow the fleets to mingle with those of Warden members and gather tactical data such as fleet composition, ship numbers and complements, supply requirements, and the locations of the worlds that they protected. All of that was valuable intelligence, but it did come with a price. Warden intelligence would be able to acquire the same information on Citadel forces, a fact that irritated Valerne to no end. Even so, Tavos and Spiritus were in agreement that the joint operations, as the Wardens called them, would be more beneficial for the Council than their temporary allies. It became fairly easy to convince Valerne to agree to the proposal as well when Tavos pointed out that the STG could have stealth vessels shadow the Asari and Turian forces for more accurate information on the Wardens. When the Council had sent their acceptance of the idea to the Wardens, the other power had replied with a rather surprising but bold suggestion. In the short and blunt style that seemed to be their preferred method of communication, the Wardens had proposed going beyond just combining fleets and trying to create a ship with a mixed crew of Warden and Citadel species. Seeing the opportunity this presented for scientists to be able to study Warden technology up close, the Council had leapt at the opportunity. Even with the stipulation that a Citadel ship was to host this crew, it was still far more beneficial to accept. If all went well, this show of cooperation could lead to Citadel forces being mixed with those of the Wardens on one of their ships, allowing the Citadel a chance to gather information on Warden ships as well. Unluckily, all of this required contributions from each individual species of the Citadel, including both members and Council species. Citadel fleets were large, but most of their power was tied up in patrols, exploration, or assigned to the territory of their commanding species. The Council could demand fleets, but that was seen as heavy-handed and reserved for emergencies. The plan to use a Turian vessel for the mixed crew had quickly been scrapped when Spiritus suggested a specific vessel that would suit their goals well. Developed in a combined effort by the Systems Alliance and Turian hierarchy, the ship would be commanded by the Alliance and serve as an example of the cooperation between Citadel species. This craft would still require a crew, however, which was much more difficult. It was easy to reassign a few exploration fleets to fight alongside the Wardens, but a crew of a single ship would be in contact for an extended period. All members had to have level heads and be able to work together well enough to get their missions done, whatever those happened to be. Thus, Tavos was stuck asking the Council of Matriarchs for a group of commandos or other special forces capable of operating independently for an extended period of time. The assignment of such a team was quite the allocation of resources, especially considering the fact that they'd technically be under the command of the Systems Alliance. Using a Turian vessel might have made the proposition more appealing, however, the familiarity that a human ship would provide to the Reclaimers would be unmatched if it led to connections being made by the Alliance crew members. As that line of thought led her back to the present, Tavos suppressed a sigh of frustration as the voices of the Asari matriarchs continued to bicker. What they were saying was beside the point, as the current topic of debate was focused on whether to send any Asari at all. It was obvious to anyone that not sending some sort of Asari force would just lead to the embarrassment of the republics, yet every matriarch wanted their proposed solution to be the one agreed upon. Finally growing tired of the nonsense, Tavos interrupted, "We need to send something to show our cooperation with the other members of the Citadel. Obviously, any matriarch would gain opportunities by having their troops on this mission. Instead of bickering over that, may I suggest sending a Justicar as an impartial party, as a display of the more traditional Asari values and the power that Asari hold over the battlefield with our biotics." Before any of those present could argue against that, the Asari councillor added, "I have duties that must be attended to as entrusted to me by the republics. If we cannot come to a decision soon, then I will have to let the other councillors know of the delay. Justicars have no obligation beyond the code. Entrusting the representation of the Asari to one is risky," one of the matriarchs replied. "Send your forces with the Citadel fleets joining with those of the Wardens. One Justicar will prove that the most distant of Asari can work together with others while military forces prove the might of the republics," Tavos responded. This seemed to placate the matriarchs for a short while before another inquired, when can Asari begin to freely venture to their planets? Once the maidens begin to spread in their society, it will become much easier to put forward-thinking individuals in power. Ones that allow trade and the free flow of information, of course. They're extremely hesitant to give away the locations of their worlds, even more so than the Systems Alliance. Acquiring rights to open borders will be very difficult and take time that we do not have. Reports from the Batarian hegemony to the Council indicate that one of their terminus colonies has been attacked by the Wardens. Such aggression is worrying, especially with our lack of knowledge. Instead of focusing on flooding their worlds with daughters, I recommend that the Republics display our martial prowess, Tavos said. She explained, we must remember that the Wardens do not have MassEffect. While that has affected their technology, it also means that they lack biotics, greatly decreasing their ability on the battlefield. As Turian as it may be, intimidation may be our best option to avoid, or at least delay, any conflict between us. The power of a Justicar would display that well. I accept your solution, one of the matriarchs declared as she took the opportunity to relent to Tavos without losing face. Several more of the elder Asari voiced their consent with such a plan, closing any debate on the subject. With that done, the gathering disbanded. Tavos would get her Justicar to represent the Asari in a combined crew of Warden and Citadel species, and the matriarchs could play their games of power without pissing off the extragalactic faction. First day of first month, 2459/March 21, 2589/March 21, 2180. Solarian Councilor's Private Chambers. Citadel. Councillor Valerne, your report is greatly anticipated, the Dolatras of the Solarian Union greeted, getting straight down to business. Valerne took a second to organize his thoughts before replying, of course, though it may be less appreciated after it is given. All meaningful agreements presented to the Wardens were rejected with no negotiations. Concerning implications, lack of intelligence is continuing to be an issue. We cannot increase our efforts any further, the Solarian leader countered, easily understanding the unvoiced message. Multiple STG elements have reported failure on all fronts. The absence of applicable data in Systems Alliance extranet is suspicious, insufficient for analysts to narrow search parameters. Information from Warden sources is proving exceedingly difficult to obtain as well. Contacts with the broker have been unviable, for once he is as ignorant as everyone else. Could give us an advantage if STG can establish a better base of knowledge to negotiate for what the shadow broker learns from his sources, Valerne stated. The Solarian Councillor continued, may be almost impossible if implications from rejections of treaties are considered. Refusal to cooperate with limits on artificial intelligence indicate that they have extensive experience in the field, with possible working models. Too many unknowns to say, however. Very frustrating. Hence why the Union has always maintained a policy of acquiring information before action. Reduces variables and assures success. Any other possible leads from the Council? The Dolatras asked. The report from the hegemony on an attack at Logasiri could be a point of interest, Valerne pointed out. No physical reaction came from the Dolatras as she answered, assets have been deployed. Agents are examining the surface, but orbital indications are not encouraging. Only signs of battle are destroyed Batarian vessels and what appears to be some form of titanium plating. Evidence of kinetic strikes against ground defenses but little sign of fighting in structures. Lack of results indicate experience in clean operations. Very similar to STG tactics for obscuring clandestine operations. Few survivors on surface, agricultural habitats have been destroyed, and all slaves taken by the attackers. Understood. I look forward to analysis of Warden material. More samples may be possible with a new opportunity. The Council is proposing a delegation of Citadel species to visit a Warden planet. If accepted, it would be a chance for STG to pinpoint an important world and expand their search from there. Deployment of cyber warfare tools to the Warden extranet would be highly recommended, the Solarian Councillor suggested. Agent capable of recognizing important information from alien culture and infrastructure would be required. Obviously the Wardens would handle transport of this delegation, which makes locating its celestial position difficult. Precise instruments needed, perhaps under guise of scientific investigation, the Dolatras said quickly, voicing her considerations. Once it became clear that the female Solarian was finished speaking, Valerne replied, the selected personnel can be referred to my office for organizing the expedition. I will inform you if there is any new information that is received by the Council that might help our search. Task Group elements will continue their search. Begin discussions with the Turians about cooperating with their forces to allow their fleets to hit important worlds, the Dolatras ordered. Warden proposal for mixed fleets is also a possible lead, but there is little we can contribute without exposing weakness. Best possible option for obtaining information is to shadow joint fleets and assign knowledgeable individual to position on mixed crew with Warden members. None in combat role, perhaps science advisor or armory specialist for working with equipment, the Councillor proposed. The leader of the Solarian Union took a few seconds to think on that and replied, securing Warden technologies presents interesting new avenues of investigation. Cloaking capabilities shown at first contact, however, sensor data from STG elements in defense fleet show that this was only a visual cloak. Useless since visual identification is not used due to light lag. Several individuals capable of fulfilling the role are already stationed in Citadel exploration fleets. You may draw any needed from those. Valern nodded and responded, understood. The Republics are still hesitant about engaging in conflict. Until they are convinced, this option will work. Perhaps they are correct in that we could avoid such, but our ignorance cannot last. Councillor Spiratus has proven more amiable to our views and will almost certainly accept any proposal for action against the Wardens. Excellent. Such eagerness is why they were uplifted. For now, Councillor, you have your orders. Easily sensing the dismissal, Valern bowed slightly as the Dolatras cut the connection. With that done, the Solarian Councillor turned away, plans already forming in his head on how he could spin the situation to suit the Union's goals in the Warden's galaxy. First day of first month, 2459/March 21, 2589/March 21, 2180. Turian Councillor's Private Chambers. Citadel. The Primarch of the Turian hierarchy was not alone when Councillor Spiratus established contact. This was not at all surprising as the meeting had been planned in advance so that the various leaders of Turian forces could be in attendance. Since these commanders could not just leave their posts, many were attending through COMM boys, exactly as Spiratus himself was. Physically present with the Primarch were the few leaders that commanded the defense of Palaven. All were there for the concerns prompted by the Wardens and their actions, as each had received a briefing compiled by the Councillor detailing the current situation. Councillor Spiratus. Your report has many interesting details. You may begin this meeting, the Primarch said. Yes, sir. As you are all aware, the Wardens have completely rejected every meaningful council treaty presented to them to preserve peace in both their galaxy as well as our own. Their acceptance of the limitations on opening mass relays is worthless and a sad attempt to appear cooperative, the Councillor began. Many of the Turians present shifted uneasily at this, even though they had already known that information from Spiratus' report. With so many vessels from Turian fleets devoted to the exploration fleets in the Warden Galaxy, many patrols in the Citadel's own galaxy had been thin on ships. To hear confirmation that the usual measures for peace had been rejected instantly put the Turian leadership on alert, as it presented a direct threat to the duty of the Turians on the Citadel Council. A lack of strength in the fleets guarding Citadel space created issues in maintaining that peace with such a threat. Acknowledging the unease with a second of silence, Spiratus continued, at first, the other members of the council were hopeful that the Wardens would behave, however doubtful that was. Obviously the Union wanted to find out more about them and develop countermeasures to what few advantages the Wardens would possibly have while the Republics are content to wait for their influence to spread. As was to be expected, such hopes were foolish. The Council recently received reports of an attack on the hegemony colony of Logasiri in the Terminus. We have been dealing with the situation, but it is more concerning due to the Batarian claims that it was a species from the Wardens that executed this action. Of course, such accusations are quite serious and required investigation by the proper authorities. Councillor Valern has sent me the data acquired by Solarian assets from the planet in question, which has validated the hegemony's claims. The Reclaimers, a term which I shall simply use to differentiate them from their system's alliance brethren, instigated an attack on a member of the Citadel. Almost all Batarians on the planet were killed, though all casualties found so far have been from hegemony forces, Spiratus reported. Out of respect for the Councillor's position, no one interrupted as he continued, no other species were found amongst the dead. All of the beings that were enslaved in the mines of Logasiri were also gone, giving us a clear view of what the goal of this attack was. This also allows us to determine many things about our enemy in the inevitable conflict, mainly that they value civilians over strategic analysis. An important oversight on their part if the Reclaimers are so foolish as to believe that attacking a member of the Citadel would be acceptable. It is notable that they have experience in cleaning battlefields after a conflict. They will expend effort to retrieve their dead, though it is unknown if this is to keep their secrets or to give those lost an honorable end. Unfortunately, by removing those of their ranks who perished in combat, they have also made it difficult to determine how effective Batarian tactics were against their forces. Before any of the Turians could point out the obvious, Spiratus clarified, all electronics on the colony were destroyed with an overload of energy. The STG has reported that this was not done using nuclear weapons, which does at least count as restraint for the attackers. Solarian agents present on the surface believe that the Reclaimers attacked the MassEffect cores that powered each location and provided the kinetic barriers over the agricultural habitats. With their inadequate knowledge of MassEffect, however, the Reclaimers burned out everything in each location except the generators deep within the mines. That insight into their technical knowledge, while unsurprising, is also helpful considering the items recovered by the investigation teams. Orbiting debris from the Batarian defense ships stationed above Logasiri was accompanied by unknown materials, obviously pieces of the attacking vessels. Even when surprised, the few craft that were present to defend the colony were able to mount a defense, a feat even more telling since these were Batarian designs. Turian forces would prove even more effective, even if they will not face us honorably. Most importantly, however, is the obvious conclusions that can be made about what the goals of the Wardens would be in a war. The attack on Logasiri was a humanitarian effort to rescue the slaves on the colony, and in that objective the attackers were surprisingly successful. I do not care that the Wardens believe that they can possibly resolve the issues with the Terminus, it being the cesspit of slavery, criminals, and corruption that it is. If they wish to waste assets in such a manner, then all the better for the Citadel, the Turian councillor stated, drawing some subtle motions of agreement from the others attending the meeting. Spiritus hardened his voice as he finished. The issue that confronts us today is not one of cultural practice, however. Apparently, the Wardens believe that it is acceptable for one of their members to assault a colony belonging to a member of the Citadel for the mere reason that that member has some cultural difference. Think what you will of the Batarians, but I know that the Council cannot simply stand by and let this slide. Any concerns about the hegemony and its perceived crimes should be brought to the Council, a fact that the Wardens seem to be unaware or uncaring of. If war is the only way to show them the truth, and it is considering their denial of the Citadel's treaties, then the hierarchy must be prepared to engage in that conflict and end it decisively. A firm case, Councillor, the Primarch declared after a few seconds of consideration. I agree with your assessment. It is obvious that the Asari hope to resolve this peacefully, but that option is behind us. Has the Solarian Councillor been more receptive to reason? After seeing the aftermath of the battle around Logasiri, Valerne has alerted me that the Union is prepared to devote more resources to making forays into Warden territory. Even before the attack the Solarians had been supportive of open conflict if needed. They are greatly irritated by the unknown factor that this new faction presents along with the refusal of any safeguards, the councillor answered. One of the prefecti that commanded the fleets of the hierarchy pointed out, any action would have to wait until we could designate targets and know the forces against us. If the STG doesn't know where to strike, then we will not either. That is our most formidable issue, but even now steps are being taken to overcome it, Spiritus told his fellow Turians. After several discussions with Councillor Valerne, the Union has agreed to supply hierarchy fleets with targets as they are found under the condition that we turn over some enemy combatants for more clandestine investigations. Several looks of surprise crossed the faces of those present as the Primarch voiced their thoughts. The Dalatras believes that a measure similar to the genophage might be needed. I don't know if the Dalatras is of that opinion, but Councillor Valerne has informed me that significant powers in the STG have proposed that option. At the very least it is a good fallback measure in any future conflicts, Spiritus replied. How effective would that tactic be? We still know nothing about how their military or society operates, beyond what they've given us of course, and that's hardly reliable information, the Primarch countered. A huff showed the Turian councillor's frustration as he replied, it all comes back to information and how much of it that we lack. For as much data as the STG can get us, it will take time to do so, time that the Citadel Council does not have. The attack on Logasiri shows that we simply do not have a sufficient understanding of Warden capabilities to use our superior strengths. The solution to this has been presented by the Wardens themselves, as odd as that is. Much to the excitement of the Solarians and Asari, the Citadel Council has been invited to send a delegation of representatives from member species to the human home world. As big of an opportunity as this is, I think it is also obvious to everyone here how badly such a visit could go. Motions of agreement could be seen from many of the Turian leaders as they analyzed the implications. Spiritus continued, transportation would be provided by the reclaimers, with the delegation transferring from a Citadel craft to one of theirs at some neutral location near the end of our relay chain to the Alliance border. Security personnel have been cleared, but even with that this party would still be at great risk. They are venturing into the very heart of a possibly hostile state with the express intention of learning about a civilization that has extreme issues with sharing information. In the short pause that the councillor left after that statement, the Primarch asked, I would be correct in assuming that the Republics and Union have not hesitated to accept, yes. Of course, which leaves the hierarchy to worry about security concerns, unsurprisingly. Judging by the circumstances as well as the possible contrast that could be provided between the Systems Alliance and the Warden's Reclaimers, I am sure that Ambassador Benazia will be drawn to go on this mission. As for the Union, an STG agent is assured as well as some form of analyst that has experience with foreign materials and technology. What representatives other members of the Citadel send are rather inconsequential, Spiritus began. Since the hierarchy handles the security of Citadel space, the obvious representative to send would be a prefecti from the exploration fleets or some similar figure. Essentially appoint a commander to head all attacks against the Wardens when conflict occurs and send that individual to collect information on their tactics and capabilities. I think I can speak for all Turians when I say that sending such a valuable individual into a potentially hostile situation where they could be captured and interrogated is beyond foolish. Acknowledgement of that fact came from many of the Turian commanders before the councillor continued. Diplomacy can be handled by the Asari and information collected by the Solarians. Engaging in a fight on the Reclaimer's homeworld is rather pointless without the information on how many lives would need to be given to win such a battle. Rather than sending someone that would present a security risk, I would encourage that the Turian party be devoted to security and protection. Obviously, no matter how good the fighter, they would have no chance if the reclaimers attack them with a serious force. There is no way to avoid that and no way to prevent it. Instead, our focus should be on preventing more manageable threats, such as assassins, crowds, or other such things. The Council has already decided that 2 specters will accompany the delegation, though more may be added. As Spiritus fell silent, the Primarch spoke, sending soldiers to their deaths for no gain is not acceptable. Not sending any representatives at all is also unacceptable. It is our duty on the Council to protect all members of the Citadel, both in our territory and outside of it. Those sent on this mission will be unsupported and at great risk, but their deaths aren't assured. I do not like the situation either, sir, but the hierarchy must be represented, even in the face of possible treachery, Spiritus argued. That does not mean that inexperienced forces must be sent, the general countered. The councillor ceded this as he admitted, any decision must be approved by the Primarch. If he decides to send a cabal to accompany the delegation, I will not argue. It is the loss of valuable forces that I am concerned with preventing. Your concern is noted, Councillor Spiritus, but you are correct in that the final decision is mine, the Primarch stated. Such an important mission cannot be left to the untested skill of regular units. Experienced warriors can show the might of the hierarchy if this expedition does go bad, as appearing weak will bring out the aggressive nature of the wardens. Which spectres is the council sending to accompany the delegation? Spectre Gurus Vakarian and Spectre Saren Arterius are being recalled from their assignments in the Warden's Galaxy to join the delegation. They made first contact with the Systems Alliance and have proven themselves capable of handling unstable situations. The Primarch accepted this and inquired, are the Republics or Union sending any forces? As careless as they may be, they would still have some security present if they're sending a diplomatic envoy. Spiritus responded, I have heard nothing from either. I would assume that the Republics would send a squad of commandos, though which matriarch gets the honor of sending them will cause issues. As for the Solarians, it wouldn't be surprising if they only sent an STG agent. One agent for the possibility of gaining access to so much information would be an acceptable trade-off for any Dolatrass. Even if this does prove to be a disaster, the loss of one operative would not be a concern to the STG. It would tell the Citadel that the Wardens were a hostile force with dishonorable tactics, valuable information for a conflict. Pragmatic as always, one of the prefecti commented. What forces can we assign to this mission? The Primarch eventually asked. A general replied, we could spare several armies, but as the councillor pointed out earlier, that would be a waste of assets. If transportation is being handled by the reclaimers, as they call themselves, then whatever we send will need to be large enough to secure the delegation but small enough that it is not seen as a threat. There is no force we could send to ensure that a betrayal is averted, as mere numbers can overwhelm skill, or failing that simple brute force. If they were so willing to attack a member of the Citadel, it is possible that they would drop orbital strikes on their own world to kill the Citadel diplomats. Nothing we can do would stop that, not unless if we discovered the location of the world they are traveling to and began an assault with several fleets. Even then I doubt we could prevent such a strike. As much as I do not like it, Councillor Spiritus, I will heed your advice on what units to send. General Arterius, are there any forces under your command that you would recommend for such an assignment? The leader of the hierarchy questioned. Several seconds passed as the commander considered his forces. He eventually answered, there is a Spec Ops team on security duty on the Systems Alliance training facility known as Pinnacle Station. As part of the 43rd Marine Division, they've had experience in working with Asari, Solarian, and human soldiers. That experience might prove beneficial if they are deploying to the true home world of humanity alongside other Citadel forces. That could also display how well members of the Citadel may work together. Give the Wardens an example of how the Citadel does joint exercises to contrast their proposed joint fleets, the Primarch observed. Not exactly, sir. The attention of the meeting went back to the councillor at this, though he waited for permission from the Primarch before clarifying, the 43rd runs joint training exercises with soldiers from other prominent members of the Citadel so that the hierarchy knows how those species fight. While I'm sure that some part of the joint forces that the Wardens have proposed is going to involve training amongst individuals, their focus is on the application of joint forces in combat on the ground and in space. A slight bit of confusion appeared on the Primarch's expression as he countered, many fleets in Citadel territory are already combined between various members. Our patrols with the Valis include some of their cruisers and frigates, and the Citadel Defense Fleet is an impressive example of what cooperation with the Citadel can accomplish. How is this different from what the Wardens have proposed? 4 fleets, that is exactly what is proposed, with the only difference being their objective. Instead of patrols along their borders, however, these forces would be committed to assaults against problematic worlds. Apparently they have a situation similar to that of the Terminus with pirates and other such criminals, the councillor explained. Everyone understood the implications as a prefecti replied, effective use of an enemy. Prevent Citadel forces from learning the bounds of their territory while learning our capabilities. Is that acceptable for our forces? How do we know that they aren't simply conquering another species that might join the Citadel? The opportunity for us to analyze their tactics in return is seen as an acceptable trade-off. As for their claims, the 7th and 29th Citadel exploration fleets were attacked by the Kig-Yar, proving that hostilities will exist between the Citadel and these criminal planets. The Council has already ordered our ambassador to discuss having a limited number of Warden forces come to our galaxy to undertake assaults against the Terminus issues, Spiratus replied. What we must keep in mind is that the Wardens have proposed cooperating fleets, not armies to invade planets. Taking out pirate vessels in the Terminus would be helpful, but ultimately meaningless if those that steal, buy, and otherwise acquire them are still alive to do so. Destroying the ships of the Terminus Scourge has always been within the power of the hierarchy, but invading and, more importantly, holding every planet in that area has held back our assault. The Councillor finished, we do have an opportunity to gain the use of Warden armies. Under other circumstances, I would dismiss this as both unnecessary and undesired. While receiving help from the Wardens is still unnecessary, it is certainly not undesired. Their soldiers will take losses and become spread out while taking care of the idle threat that has always been present in the Terminus. Thus, when the inevitable conflict with the Wardens occurs, the Council will be free to focus its attention on that rather than defending our backs in our own galaxy. If our fleets perform well, then we can begin committing ground assets to joint forces as well. The Primarch asked. No, though such an arrangement would be much easier to work with. Instead, the Wardens have presented the idea of having a mixed crew on a vessel, for the purpose of experimenting with how well our forces can work together, Spiratus clarified. It took several seconds for the Primarch to reply, how many vessels would this be implemented on? What faction would command those forces? What are the limits on forces from each species? How will the chain of command be established amongst the crew? I cannot decide without the answers to those questions at the least. There would only be one ship with this crew, with commands being given by the faction that provides the craft. Thus, if we are to accept, the Council would be sending the vessel for this crew. No specific limits were set on how many forces each participant could send, though that may change. As for the command structure, information was not provided on how that would be resolved, Spiratus answered. He continued, since this is a decision that affects all members of the Citadel, the Council has already designated a ship for this mission. Whatever forces the hierarchy wishes to assign can be sent to the Citadel to await transport to their post. All Citadel assets will be returned when the assignment ends, which will coincide with the beginning of a conflict with the Wardens. The Council selected the vessel built by the Hierarchy and Systems Alliance. The Primarch inquired. Indeed. It has been built to accommodate multiple species and is small enough that any guests can be closely monitored. Due to the Hierarchy's participation in building the ship, we can have the advantage of having Alliance personnel to analyze their Warden counterparts as well as the possibility of overriding Alliance command of the vessel. Examination of the Warden's technology would be easier with such close contact, the Turian Councillor explained. Less than a second passed before the Primarch replied, understood. The deployment of Turian assets to this crew is approved. Councillor, if it would be possible, the presence of a Spectre on board the ship when the crew meets might help secure the Council's authority on the vessel. As more information on what can be sent comes in, a more specific decision can be made. I will certainly push for such a measure, Spiratus stated. If anything further comes up, contact Palavin. Until then, this meeting is dismissed, the Primarch declared. With that, the High Command of the Turian hierarchy went back to their respective tasks, confident in the decisions that would ensure the security of the galaxy. Chapter 16, To That Which Was Lost. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, Mass Effect to BioWare. Asterisk important note for those of you complaining about getting to the combat, I will update the first chapter of the story with a note like this telling you which chapter the fighting starts and when I get to that. Read through everything I've written up to this point for this chapter. Corrected some syntax issues that inevitably slip through along with taking note of everything I think I need to address. The coming chapters are devoted to tying everything together in a meaningful manner for the characters. The vessel mentioned in a short bit is a Star Charter class colony ship, such as the one seen on the UEG colony of Meridian in Halo 5. Had a lot going on when I was writing the first part of this, so it ended up getting done about 100 to 250 words at a time. Hopefully quality didn't suffer. If you do see any issues with it, please feel free to let me know through PM or whatever other way you'd like. In fact, please let me know, it is really appreciated. Also worthy of note, today is the 1-year anniversary for publishing this story. Here's to another year of chapters. Now for review responses. If you don't care, skip to the breakpoint below. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. To those I do not explicitly mention, thank you for reviewing. Since I have seen this mentioned several times, Master Chief is already written into upcoming chapters. Me myself and I, you know, I'd love to agree with you that Citadel ships also use visual cloaking, yet there's multiple points in the Me series where the Normandy, the most advanced stealth ship, is stealthed but not cloaked. I don't know why it was overlooked, but it was and it irritates me greatly. Caillou, yep, there's a reason I devoted a chapter to them. Moxia, thank you, I try to keep it interesting but know that I go off into randomness sometimes. Phoenix 13, yep, fanfiction likes to slaughter formatting. It's why the assembly symbols are so derped up. Interesting mathematics on the population thing, we'll have to look into it. Thank you on the pointer there. ROOK115, I have noticed that as well and plan to address it. Concrete Camel, would love to speed up releases, but as the late release today might indicate, there is an issue with that. Actually have considered pausing updates until I get more free time, but really want to avoid that. Ramos, another reason that a genophage for Halo species would not work is our ability to mathematically model the spread of pathogens, see patterns in that, and counteract them. Based on recent progress in this area, along with advances in qubits, we could model a biological attack like that within minutes of locating it. Zenbeast 38, stop predicting my chapter. Smiley face, Theory Schreider, I'd agree except that the council didn't even seem to possess a sense of survival after nearly being killed in ME1. Seems like I'm going to make a habit of almost missing updates. Such is life I guess, apologies for it. 10 day of 4 month, 2459/May 10, 2589/May 10, 2180. Systems Alliance Alert Perimeter. Uninhabited system. Gathering the delegation that would be traveling into old human territory was a challenge in and of itself. Security needed to be maintained for every single representative while also allowing them to communicate with their fellows. That this was all happening on the outskirts of Systems Alliance space presented another issue with the small raiding groups that were starting to appear. Shepard didn't begrudge the organizers their work, however, as she had done plenty of the same on several missions over the years. While it was certainly much simpler than this mess, it was the same general concept. Protect the important people, try not to alarm whoever they were seeing too much. At the very least, the large presence of Citadel ships would help give a show of force to any two-bit idiot that might attempt to attack the gathered delegation. Part of the reason the Council had begun to recall their exploration fleets was probably to try and show off their forces to the Wardens, but Shepard knew fully well that that was a hopeless effort. There was simply nothing the Council had that could compare to the massive Covenant vessels. After seeing the Ka carriers at the Citadel, Jane had assumed that the leaders of the galactic community would know this. Instead, they were hoping to make up for that with numbers. To anyone with knowledge of the situation that had led to the creation of the Systems Alliance, it was obviously a lost cause. Instead, most of the focus of the Alliance in choosing their delegation had been directed to personnel that could evaluate the relation between the Wardens and Unified Earth Government. Considering the reports from the UNSC about the casualties during the war, the concept of creating a single body with the old enemy had seemed ludicrous. To Shepard, that seemed rather ironic considering that the Alliance had joined with the Citadel. Of course, she wasn't paid for her opinion, nor did Shepard believe she understood the full situation. While the Citadel Council may have not been attempting to kill them, the ease which the Alliance had folded to its demands seemed preposterous after the conflict with the Covenant. After asking her mother about it, Shepard had only received the ever-frustrating response that the information was classified. As much as she wanted to press it, Jane knew from the tone of the reply that that idea was not prudent. Thus, Shepard was left watching the preparations with little idea of how the Systems Alliance would be dealing with their counterparts in the Unified Earth Government. Of course, a mission briefing had been held for the Alliance party, but they had only discussed interactions with the UEG when other Citadel species were present. It was possible that the implication was for no one to discuss the respective situations of the two human governments with each other, though Shepard wasn't confident in that particular assumption. Her job on this mission was to protect the Alliance delegation and talk about the integration of Citadel species into the Alliance military. While she would love to assume that the task would require no political prowess, Shepard knew that the other species accompanying them would make that impossible. In that regard, the mission briefing had helped. Any further discussions were to be held on the UNSC ship, which was expected in system at any point in the next few minutes. The entire Citadel delegation was already gathered in the room behind Shepard, mostly talking amongst themselves as they waited. Jane was tempted to turn around to watch Lyra suffer the politicians beside Benazia, but the possibility of missing the arrival of the UNSC vessel was too high. Many others in the delegation were also watching, though the politicians seemed to be more focused on preparing for an important meeting. Considering the attitude of the Citadel towards the UEG and Wardens in general, Shepard didn't believe it to be likely that any notable information would be exchanged once the diplomatic party boarded the human transport. Whether that prediction was correct would be found out quickly, however, as the commander noticed the telltale signs of a slip space portal forming out in the void of space. As usual, the aperture only stayed open long enough to eject a ship before closing once more, leaving an oddly aesthetic craft hanging on the outer edge of the perimeter established by the Citadel species. From the database of UNSC ships that had been provided to Shepard for first contact, she recognized it as some class of civilian colony ship, though she did not have the name memorized. The outer hull had a silvery sheen, making it obvious to anyone familiar with human ships that it was not the usual titanium A used in UNSC ships. Of course, this made sense considering that such material was used in warships, not simple transports. The implications of that were clear to Shepard as she analyzed the situation with a military mindset. Instead of sending a combat vessel to impress or intimidate the Citadel delegation while transporting them, the UEG had elected to send an unarmed ship. In a political sense, it would convey a desire for peace along with the capability for social interaction. Appeal to the civilian population as a species that preferred exploration over combat. As someone who had severed for years, however, Shepard also realized the precautionary measure that the UNSC was using with such a ship. It was an old colony vessel, nothing particularly noteworthy or valuable. If the Citadel delegation turned hostile for whatever reason, such as taking control of the vessel, the UNSC would have no issue destroying it. There were no weapons on board to threaten other vessels, and while ramming other ships might do some damage, it simply wasn't a viable strategy to do anything significant. Any technology that might be seen would be useless since this particular class was designed in the early 2400s and was probably outdated even then. As Shepard looked back at the beings that would be going on the trip, she dismissed the idea that any of them would try something so blatantly. Subtle tactics for the Solarians, perhaps, and maybe attempts to acquire concessions by the Asari, but nothing outright hostile. The only species that might try something like that would be the Turians, but they had only sent a small force of soldiers to represent them rather than any diplomatic team. With the UEG ship quickly approaching through the cordon of vessels, there was little time for any other considerations as the group began organizing itself. Circles that had formed while the delegation waited broke up as each Citadel species made ready to board the human transport. Since the airlock on the approaching vessel would be incompatible with that of the Citadel ship, an adapter had been rigged to specifications given by the UNSC. The quality of that construction was proven as the foreign transport pulled up alongside the Citadel ship and connected to the frame of the modified passage. Everything from there went by in a flash for Shepard as the assembled party made their way onto the colony ship. There was little in the way of greetings with the crew, as the only person they had seen was a single human in civilian clothes who led them to their quarters. Apparently there were few restrictions on where they were allowed to explore, which made sense since most of the ship would be cryo chambers or cargo bays. Shortly after they boarded, an announcement sounded out about entering slip space. As far as Shepard could tell, nothing changed, though a slight shudder rumbled through the deck. While she had been told that slipspace was a featureless landscape to human eyes, Jane couldn't help but glance out a viewport to confirm that knowledge. Aside from that, there was little of note on board the ship. Shepard spent several shifts with the diplomats, though nothing interesting happened, unsurprisingly. Exploring quickly became boring as room after room of empty space greeted her. Lyra met up with her several times over the voyage but spent most of her time playing diplomat with the other Asari due to her mother's position. Luckily, it only took several days to reach their destination. While this was concerning due to the speed it implied, there was little anyone in the delegation could do about predicting just how fast the UEG's FTL was. Since they didn't know the location of Warden space, let alone their specific destination within it, calculating their velocity was impossible. Due to the curiosity of everyone from the Citadel, Shepard wasn't surprised to find the observation deck quite crowded when she arrived. After hearing the announcement that they would be exiting slipspace shortly, the obvious place to go would be here. While Jane had found it earlier, she had quickly left after gazing out into the featureless abyss of the slipstream for a few minutes. That sentiment seemed to be shared by the rest of the delegation as they dutifully turned away from the disturbingly blank view. This was noted by Shepard as she glanced around the room, though she didn't make to move any farther into the mass of diplomats. As with every other soldier there, the commander stayed on the edge of the gathering as they waited, content to stay away from the political dealings. Looking around, it was simple enough for her to spot Lyra talking with several Solarian scientists in one corner, all of them obviously eagerly awaiting their exit. Several other Asari were gathered behind Ambassador Benazia as she and the other diplomats talked with the crew members that had gotten stuck with the post of tourist guide. From the way the guy moved it was easy to tell he was nervous, though Shepard found it suspicious that the UEG would send an untrained individual to treat with such an important political delegation. If he was part of an intelligence branch or some such thing, there wasn't much Shepard could do about it. So far nothing had been remotely threatening to the safety of the VIPs, so worrying about it now would be rather pointless. Any other thoughts were usurped as the window of the observation deck flashed, letting everyone know that something was happening. In what seemed to be a coordinated movement, every person turned to watch as light once again appeared outside the ship. Even with her battle experience, Shepard had to admit relief at once again seeing stars instead of the blank canvas of slip space. Of course, going into cryo-sleep would spare the citizens of the UEG from dealing with the view, but how ship crews dealt with it was beyond her. In FTL travel she could see the streaks of light being warped by the MassEffect field, but this slipspace method most certainly disagreed with her sense of reality. Once the commander had sufficiently taken in the sight of four-dimensional space, she took a moment to realize what wasn't present outside. There were no ships, no stations, no fleet of defensive ships, and most notably, No planet. Instead, they seemed to be drifting in the interplanetary medium, at least that's what Shepard assumed. If they were out in the interstellar medium, then it would be several years before they even arrived in a solar system, let alone at Earth. Apparently this thought was anticipated as a voice came through the intercom and announced, "We will be approaching Earth at sublight speeds. Due to the high volume of traffic in system, this process will take a significant amount of time. Expect several hours of delay before we are cleared to land. We are not above your home world to land. Problem in communications." Shepard heard one of the Solarians ask the only crew member in the room. Seeing a chance to learn some valuable information, the commander moved from her position and made her way around the edge of the room as she continued to listen into the conversation. "This is a civilian ship. As with all such arrivals, we exited the slipstream at an interstellar jump point, in this case the inferior Sol system IJP. There are very few ships that are granted permission to exit elsewhere in system," the guy explained. This didn't seem to appease the Solarian's curiosity as he pressed, "Why these jump points?" From the reaction of the crew member, it seemed to Shepard that this was something he was knowledgeable in as he quickly replied, "Think of it like the mass relays you guys use. Slipspace jumps aren't very precise, so there's drift when we exit the slipstream. Since gravity wells tend to worsen the effect, specific points are easier to get to than others. By having assigned jump points, traffic can be regulated and collisions with celestial bodies avoided. What's preventing hijackers from using a ship as a weapon?" A Turian soldier interjected, getting a few interested glances from those listening in at the suggestion. Safeguards on the navigation system mostly. If those are bypassed, then accuracy becomes a major issue. Exiting slipspace inside a planet wouldn't do them much good, nor would exiting above the ODP grid. There's a small chance they could get through to the surface, but without navigation it's so small that it's deemed an acceptable risk. The Turian pointed out the obvious flaw in that. "You said that a few ships could exit near your home world, though. What if one of those was stolen?" Shepard noted the wince that crossed the face of the crew member at that thought before he replied, "If they managed to take control of a ship capable of pinpoint slips, then they could do a lot more damage with it intact. What's preventing that then?" "Mostly the fact that whoever was suicidal enough to attack a UNSC ship full of Marines, ODSTs and Spartans would never be intelligent enough to succeed," the crewman answered. This seemed to amuse the Turian as he commented, "Pretty confident in that defense. What if someone hacked the ship?" A slight bit of confusion appeared in the expression and voice of the speaker as he countered, "You can't just hack a ship. Create a security breach at a specific place, sure. Maybe infect a few systems, if you're lucky, but not outright break in. Even then, taking control away from the helm would be nearly impossible." "Why?" Benazia interrupted, drawing the attention of the crew member back to herself. "A ship is an isolated environment. All they need to do to stop an attack from the outside is cut off communications," the guide explained. One of the Solarians spoke next as he mentioned, "Our vessels have similar capabilities, yet vulnerabilities still exist. Acknowledging the same for your own craft would be logical." "Well, yeah, holes exist, but they aren't obvious nor easy to use. Problems in essential systems take years to find for those who know the setup. It'd be a lot simpler to attack from inside rather than trying to break through the defenses. We know that they are there as every system has vulnerabilities, that's just how it works." This interested the Turian that had spoken before as he stated, "You seem to know a lot about this subject for a sailor." A shrug was the crewman's response as he explained, "We're all required to take a course on ship security. Part of that is learning how to be careful around the electronic equipment to prevent tampering. This is a colony ship, after all." Shepard suppressed any outward reaction at the implications of that statement. She hadn't even considered the fact that the UEG would send a colony ship because it was specifically built to prevent tampering by upset colonists. Whether it was an insult or just a precaution to make sure that the curious didn't hurt themselves, she wasn't sure. "You're willing to share that information with us?" Ambassador Benazia asked with a hint of surprise. Another shrug precluded his response, "It's not particularly helpful or secret information. This stuff has been known for hundreds of years, and you knowing it doesn't present a threat to this ship or the crew. There's no special tool or program that allows access into any system at the touch of a button that you can have on your wrist or whatever. Or at all, really. If you know of issues, why not fix them?" Avalis asked, getting a few looks but otherwise going ignored by the Citadel species. This was not the case for the crew member as he looked at the short creature and replied, "Predicting every possible attack, from every possible place, at every possible point, that could happen at any time is practically impossible. Even with experience and skill, we're still human. Mistakes are made, and creative individuals can get in. That's why we have computer forensics and breach remediation and all that stuff. What that entails I don't know, but if there's an issue that's who I'm supposed to contact." "This is a UEG ship, correct?" the same Turian inquired. "Yeah. Colonial administration, technically, but whatever." At that confirmation, the Turian continued, what about private ships not owned by the government? You mean what about their security? The guide asked for clarification. When he got a nod of agreement, he continued, it varies from company to company and among individuals, obviously, but it's not a large concern. Benazia asked the obvious question, why not? After the interplanetary war, a lot of network infrastructure was destroyed. Cyber warfare had been a big thing back then, since the alternative of sending a ship across the space between planets would take years. To combat that, sympathizers bombed server farms and communication stations. With the war over, though, the UEG saw how much of an issue it could be in the future. The guide began, obviously feeling comfortable with relating commonly known history. No one interrupted as he continued, originally, the internet was built without security in mind. This led to issues in the 21st century with breaches and all sorts of nasty stuff. When the UEG rebuilt from the interplanetary war in the 22nd century, they created Waypoint, extraplanetary wide web, and all those associated systems for ease of communication. This time, though, security features were built in, ending many of the massive issues that had plagued the internet. It is due to that focus on security that allows us to be confident in keeping ships out of the wrong hands. Sure, some issues exist, but they are much less serious and much easier to cover with the framework we have now. The main avenue of attack in modern hijacking is taking direct physical control of a ship to use it. That was a large problem during the insurrection, which is part of what allowed the Systems Alliance to use so many vessels, the crewman finished with a nod to Shepard. The gathering that had formed as the UEG citizen spoke turned its attention to another Turian soldier that had joined them as he asked, this is no longer a problem then? No, not particularly, the guide responded. Hijackings occur in the outer colonies every once in a while, but that's to steal supplies meant for the reconstruction. After the colonies forced the UEG to accept proposals for fair representation, there hasn't been any serious call to action from separatists, insurrectionists, or rebels. Here and there some dissent has popped up, but nothing that's gone anywhere. Since Benazia was the primary diplomat of the delegation, it came as no surprise to anyone when she questioned, what do the people of the UEG think of the Wardens of the Mantle? A small sigh escaped the guide before he answered, that's a big source of contention amongst people right now. It has public support for the general idea, but there are those who believe that we should take a role as leaders of the Alliance. If you want to hear more detail about that, your questions about security, or anything else you're curious about, I'm sure that the official chaperone will be able to help out. As for now, I must take off and attend to my regular post for the approach. It will be a bit of time still, but you should be able to start seeing some traffic as we get further in system. No planets, unluckily, but there will be cargo transports and other such craft heading to the IJP. You will be met on the landing pad by some UEG personnel, though I don't know what the plans are from there. Good day, ambassadors, the crew member said, nodding to the assembled group before making his way out of the room. Most of those present seemed surprised at the abrupt exit but said nothing about it. With the warning that they would be landing soon, many of those in the room began making their way to their quarters to gather their belongings and prepare for the inevitable formal events on the surface. Shepard was fairly sure that they would return to the observation deck once ready to be able to see Earth themselves, along with the fleets and other defenses guarding it. That was the commander's plan as well, but since there were still several hours to kill, she headed back to her cabin. Due to the constant location reassignments throughout her career, Shepard had no problem in packing the few items she had brought along. After that, she took the opportunity for a quick nap in anticipation that there would be little opportunity for rest once they had landed. If the UEG was anything like the Citadel, then some political gathering of officials would be held at a formal dinner, which was oddly exhausting considering Shepard's role was usually relegated to standing off to the side. Even at a great distance it was easy to tell that the planet in front of them was heavily populated. Part of that were the small specks, barely visible to the naked eye, that made their way across the void. How large the actual ships were was something that Shepard could only guess at, but judging by the fact that they were visible at all, they weren't small. What really gave away the status of the world, however, was the dense latticework of lights that made their way across the surface. While the colony ship transporting the Citadel delegation was still too far away for Shepard's eyes to pick out the continents, it was possible for her to get a general sense of just how developed Earth really was. Even though the commander knew that it might be slightly unfair, she couldn't help but compare the sight to that of the Systems Alliance world. For all the attempts to make it seem like the human home world, by both name and by the spread of human cities on the surface, it still didn't come close to the real thing. From talking to the crew members as well as reading some colonization records, Shepard knew that Earth wasn't the only celestial body with a significant population either. Specifics were rather lacking from the information she had and could get out of people, but by the sound of it there were multiple colonies in the Sol system alone. As the ship began to drop into high orbit of Earth, that information was confirmed by the presence of significant development on the surface of the nearby moon. Due to their position to the side of the celestial body, Shepard could see hints of light from what had to be habitats on the surface. Above the body were stations of some sort, though it was anyone's guess as to their purpose. Turning her attention down to the approaching planet, Shepard began to get an idea of the orbital infrastructure that she had seen from further out. Unlike Terra for the Systems Alliance, the UEG had made absolutely no effort to limit the number of constructions above their home world. Of course, the Systems Alliance had that policy in place so as to prevent Element Zero accidents from affecting the last stronghold of humanity. Thus, construction facilities were built elsewhere in the system, giving them a bonus in security as well since an enemy would have to divide to hit both Terra as well as the shipyards. Looking at the defenses present here, however, there was little doubt in Shepard's mind that the UNSC took a significantly different approach. Getting an idea of the size of the defense fleet was difficult due to the civilian vessel as well as the vast nature of space, but even from the single window of the observation deck multiple warships were visible. From what she knew, the commander could identify a couple of old Paris-class frigates as well as a Halcyon cruiser, but that was it. The vast majority of ships were of newer classes, ones that the Systems Alliance did not have information on. That made sense to Shepard, seeing as the destruction of the war against the enemy would have necessitated new ships with the improvements derived during the course of the conflict. What really grabbed her attention were the orbital defense platforms mounting what looked to be massive cannons. At least that's what Shepard assumed the towers protruding from each platform were, as she didn't have any ideas as to what else they would be. Only 2 of the defensive platforms could be seen as the colony ship descended, but it didn't take a genius to know that many more would be positioned around the rest of the planet. Shepard watched out of the corner of her eye as the other members of the delegation took in the orbital platforms. Several private human colonies in the Citadel Galaxy had orbital battle stations, but nothing on this scale. A slight intake of breath brought the attention of several beings to Ambassador Benazia. Rather than speak out loud, the Asari matriarch simply nodded towards the bottom of the window. Any adjustment by the group was halted as the ship began to rotate, leaving the delegation gazing straight towards the surface. Or at least they would have been, had a massive construction facility not been blocking the view. A mess of cranes, walkways, and equipment covered the scaffolding, but it was what sat at the center that really drew attention. While it was impossible to guess at the size of the vessel due to the lack of comparable objects nearby, there was little doubt that the ship had to be massive. 10 other vessels sat to the side of the larger one, each at varying stages of completion. Judging by the design, Shepard guessed that they were frigates, but the implications of that assumption were rather pressing. If the small ships were frigates of a comparable size to the Paris class, then the vessel beside them would be more than 5 kilometers long. While impressive, that also allowed the commander to get an idea of the size of the platform itself since the current project didn't take up even half of the available space. Shepard huffed slightly at that, recognizing the tactic as a form of shock and awe. Shipyards of that size were unheard of, even for the Systems Alliance. That the transport had just happened to fly above such a valuable asset meant that they had had clearance to do so. Making a mental note to ask about the platform when she got the chance, Shepard turned her gaze to the planet below as it became visible one more. Even though they were on the daytime side, it was possible to pick out development, at least in a general sense. Currently they were above Europe and making their way south, relative to the axis of the planet. Going by her knowledge of Earth, Shepard predicted that their flight path would take them over Africa, though their descent angle was far too shallow to land on that continent. If anything, they'd be in low orbit by then, perhaps in an attempt to drop through the atmosphere slowly and bring them into land in Australia or South America. The commander doubted that the UEG would land an important diplomatic party on the ice of Antarctica, though she could be wrong. An answer to that question appeared as the transport sank lower towards the surface. At first, all that could be seen was a small line on the horizon, easily dismissed as glare or something like that. This was proved incorrect as the very thin line became significantly less thin as they approached, leaving Shepard unsure of what exactly was before them. As they drew closer, others began to notice the same strand and point it out, allowing the commander to dismiss the notion that it was an illusion. It was still a couple minutes before enough details became clear for the actual purpose of the object to be deduced, yet even then Shepard could believe that it was possible. In front of the Citadel delegation, stretched above the planet with deceptive ease, were the strands of an operational orbital elevator. Shepard could tell it was operational due to the presence of a platform flying up into orbit. A glance down the strand leading to the surface was all the commander needed to know that riding something like it would be sickening. Unlike looking down from orbit with nothing below, the presence of the elevator allowed Shepard a sense of scale as it faded into the atmosphere. While she couldn't do the exact mental math, some rough predictions based on geostationary orbit put the length of something like this at several tens of thousands of kilometers. From their position, this specific tether would lead down to the top of Africa and likely into a city, though Shepard had no idea what one specifically. Feeling rather numbed from the size of UEG constructions, Shepard looked past the elevator, out into the ocean beyond. Several clouds were present, but otherwise it was remarkably clear weather on the surface. A quick glance to the horizon revealed that it would not stay that way, a fact given away by the sheet of white slowly moving over the surface of the ocean below. The commander blinked to get rid of the idle thoughts, recognizing them as an attempt to distract herself from what she was seeing. Knowing that Alliance Command would be interested in her report on humanity's true home world when she returned, Shepard once again took to examining the surface below. With the transport coasting in low orbit, it was easy to see the geographical regions of the planet. Light tan of a desert gave way to the green of plains, with the dark green of forest and blue ocean creating easy outlines to each side. After a short time, an anomaly on the horizon caught the commander's eye. As she focused on it, Shepard noted that the grassland had turned back into desert, or at least sparsely vegetated area. Apparently terraforming Earth had been possible, at least assuming that the Arbiter had been telling the truth when he said that the Covenant reached the planet. That there was no sign of glassing so far was a significant indication of the UEG's capabilities with rehabilitating from an assault. Filing that away for later, Shepard examined the surface in anticipation of getting a clear view of whatever had caught her eye. It didn't take long for the object to become visible, and as much as Shepard wanted to be surprised that it was something insane, she wasn't. For all their blindness to the significance of what was in front of them, even the diplomats in the Citadel delegation could not ignore the massive piece of architecture below. Circular in shape and easily visible from orbit, the thing disrupted the landscape in an abrupt and disjointed way. There was no warning of its existence, the ground simply went from natural to metal instantly, leaving a perfectly circular hole for the object. Caught staring at the circle of metal as she was, Shepard almost missed the orbital tether rising up into the void from the ground. It quickly became clear that that was their destination as the transport began to slow down. Once they'd drawn closer, the commander could see that there was a station positioned on the side of the tether. Obviously it wasn't the end of the strand, but it did allow the logical deduction that each tether could have multiple docking points rather than the single one out in high orbit. A simple examination showed that the docking station wasn't anything impressive, merely some cargo bays, hallways, and anchoring positions for smaller vessels. Whether that indicated that even the UEG's smaller vessels could not enter atmosphere or not, Shepard didn't know. At this point she knew that she desperately needed to shift her point of view away from what was regular in the Alliance into a more open perspective. There was almost complete silence as the Citadel delegation left their impromptu taxi. A single person greeted them on the station, though the woman merely guided them to an open elevator before leaving them. From her uniform as well as blatant stare, Shepard gathered that she was part of the station crew and unlikely to be trained to deal with diplomatic events. Normally, the ride down the orbital tether would have been rather unpleasant for Shepard, even with Lyra there beside her. At this point, however, all the commander felt was numb as the platform began to descend. Much to the credit of the UEG, though, the fall was almost imperceptible. Even as Shepard saw the rings of the strand flash by with increasing frequency, there was no perceptible change in the feeling of the lift. Considering that they were descending from however many hundreds of kilometers up, the lack of any change in gravity was impressive. Glancing outside, Shepard noticed that tongues of fire were flashing outside the windows of the platform. It only took several minutes to breach the upper layers of the atmosphere, though any view that they might have had of the city was obscured by the growing darkness of night combined with cloud cover moving in above the city. Of course, most of the attention was instead directed towards the anomaly sitting to the west of them as everyone tried to figure out its purpose. Shepard knew that guessing was useless, however, as there was nothing in Citadel space that compared to the structure. Instead, she simply watched the city below. Small dots became clear as they approached, allowing Shepard to deduce that they were the tops of buildings breaking through the clouds. At a hunch, the commander began to analyze the city layout with a tactical mind as best she could from what was visible. Almost instantly the compartmentalization became apparent, with each section grouping of towers clearly divided. From that as well as the presence of the orbital elevator, it was easy to deduce that cities with the massive tethers were natural hubs of activity, both for trade as well as transit. More than that, however, Shepard recognized the design as an attempt to minimize damage. It didn't take long for her to figure out that it wasn't to prevent an enemy attack or crowd control but rather defend against structural failing of the tether itself. Each area was divided on a radial axis out from the base of the tether, meaning that no two areas could both be destroyed if there was a critical failure somehow. Of course, if the elevator did fall, then its length would allow it to wrap itself around the entire planet, but Jane recognized that there was little that could be done to prevent that. Taking her attention away from the tether, the commander began to examine the edge of the city. Since they were closer to the ground, it was slightly difficult to see the edge of the circular hole through the thickening mists, but it was still possible for Shepard to get an idea of how the city dealt with whatever the thing was. From what she saw, it looked like the object interrupted the edge of the city, with buildings simply ceasing along its outer edge. That implied that the structure hadn't originally been planned, which wasn't exactly hard to guess since such perfectly shaped objects didn't tend to stay so well defined in a city. Apparently the UEG had been unwilling to build over it as well, which meant that it had some sort of purpose. Shepard only hoped that it wasn't a landing pad, as any ship that needed that much space would be death to morale in a fight. Any concern Shepard had about that would be for later, however, as the platform began to slow. This was noticed by the rest of the Citadel delegation, leading them to begin organizing to meet their counterparts on the ground. Taking her own position at the side of the Systems Alliance ambassador, the commander had an easy view of the outside as the massive door to the lift opened. Instead of a large diplomatic party or group of dignitaries as seemed to be expected, they were met by a single serviceman. Unlike the crew of the ship or tether station, however, this was an actual soldier. Shepard immediately noticed the rifle slung across his back as well as a pistol on his hip. Various pieces of armor were present, along with various pouches and other miscellaneous items. After a second of searching, the commander picked out the handle of a knife hidden on the guy's waist. Before any questions could be asked, the soldier turned and began walking away, obviously expecting the diplomats to follow. That expectation was met, though several curious mutters were passed around. The reason for the odd arrival quickly became apparent as the wide hallway suddenly dropped them onto the floor of a large concourse. While not nearly as large as the Citadel Presidium, the amount of activity compressed into the space easily made up for that. Hundreds of people were present in a seething crowd that seemed to flow in a chaotic sea, but even with each person trying to reach their destination there seemed to be no issues with collisions or other such interruptions. Luckily, the Citadel delegation wouldn't have to wander into the crowd as the soldier leading them turned to the side. Multiple guards were standing out from the wall, keeping the area clear of any wandering citizens. Their postures were alert, but they weren't there for show as they actively scanned the crowd rather than making any attempt to appear formal for the Citadel's party. Shepard noted this behavior, as was her job. Since the soldiers still had their weapons holstered, it was obvious that they didn't expect an immediate threat, but that contradicted their actions. If the UEG was so concerned about xenophobia in their own population that they felt the need to post armed guards for a diplomatic party, then the delegation's own security would have quite the time with that. Of course, it had been known before they came that security would be an issue, but it had been possible that members of the delegation would have the chance to interact with the populace. Getting information out of civilians with no training on what was valuable or not was much easier, especially considering the limitations the wardens had put in place to control that information on their end. If there was a threat to delegates, however, then it was the commander's job to make sure that they couldn't get at their targets. A job which would be much easier if the diplomats kept out of public situations as much as possible. Discussion about that would have to wait until their accommodations were determined. For the moment, Shepard and the rest of the Citadel delegation guards kept to the same routine they had maintained for the trip here, which basically consisted of dealing with whatever happened as it came. Predicting anything about an entity as unknown as the UEG, and really all the wardens, was a hopeless task. This was proved true once again as the delegation was led through the hallway to yet another open space. From the stores and other such commercial venues, it was obviously some sort of shopping center for people waiting for or coming from the tether. Unlike the previous area, where they had been mostly ignored due to distance as well as the slightly panicked nature of people trying to get on their flights, the Citadel delegation received a great number of stares. At first it was only a few, but others joined as foot traffic began to slow. The soldiers of each Citadel species noticed this, though none took action as they continued without interruption. After they had left, the commander could hear activity starting up once again. From there the delegation emerged into the open air. For the first time, they had the opportunity to see the land around them from the ground. The differences between Earth and the Systems Alliance homeworld could not have been more clear to Shepard as she took in her surroundings. For all that could be seen from the trip down the orbital tether behind them, it did not give a particularly good scale of the size of the city below. With their position on the ground, it was possible for the delegation to see buildings that stretched up into the sky before fading into the clouds above. Although impressive, it was also obvious that many of the structures were engulfed by mist before their height could be gauged. The encroaching darkness prevented any of those in the delegation from being able to tell how far out the city extended, be it towards the circle of metal or up into the air. On that thought, Shepard turned around and looked up into the sky, following the tether as it ascended. Other members of the delegation noticed that and turned away from the city as well, though some of them merely glanced back. Shepard understood the action as she quickly lost sight of the elevator as it went up into the night sky. The thought of relying on such a connection to hoist them back up into space was less than calming. There was little time to consider that, however, as a convoy of vehicles came rolling to a stop before the delegation. To Shepard and the others who had been in Alliance cities, this was no surprise. Personal flying transports had been introduced but were banned in heavily populated areas due to safety concerns, thus the use of wheeled vehicles on streets. Most present had not had that experience, however, leaving them quite confused. So far, the UEG had demonstrated impressive capabilities in the structural engineering of their ships and buildings. To see such a primitive mode of transport was offsetting as even the most remote Citadel planets had skykars. Either way, there wasn't much of a choice at the current moment, leading the delegation to split into groups. As they did this, Shepard noted that each little cliché was formed from individual species rather than split along the lines of diplomats or soldiers. Alongside each group was at least one Turian soldier, though there were a couple in the smaller groups such as the Valis and Hanner. Shepard dutifully followed the Systems Alliance representative to their own vehicle. After opening the door and quickly scanning the inside, the commander stepped aside and let the diplomat go first before following herself. Some nice decorations were placed on the inside, but nothing particularly notable or important to Shepard. The trip to the city was fairly quick from there as the convoy pulled out onto the massive road leading away from the orbital tether. While it was slightly odd to not be able to see the driver of the vehicle, it was hardly an issue as far as security was concerned. If there was an issue on that front, then there was nothing that could be done at the moment. Luckily, the convoy arrived at their destination promptly, allowing Shepard and the rest of the Citadel delegation a view of the massive building they had stopped at. From the line of soldiers keeping any civilians back, it was clear that this would be the place they would stay for the night at least. This proved correct as they were led inside by a woman dressed in a formal suit. Shepard noted to herself that this was the first person they had seen who actually looked like they were qualified to discuss something with the Citadel delegation. As to what that would be, however, was still up in the air. Apparently the answers to some of their questions were coming immediately as the group was led into a large room with a lectern at the front. Once all of them had arrived, the woman that had been leading them took her place up front. This gained everyone's attention quickly, allowing silence to fall in the group as she began to speak. On behalf of the Wardens of the Mantle, I welcome you to the Milky Way, and on behalf of the United Earth Government I welcome you to Earth. It seems like your trip went well, but we understand that such travel can be rather exhausting. Due to this, any diplomatic events have been put off until you have had the chance to rest, the woman began. No one spoke up as she continued, I will be coordinating travel plans as well as events for you while you are here on Earth. If there is anywhere specific you wish to go, you need merely ask. As for plans, guides will be available to show those interested around the city tomorrow. The day after that, we will be heading to Sydney to meet with officials from the UEG. Nothing more is planned from there as we will try our best to help you connect with what interests you rather than some preset tour. If you have any outstanding questions, I will answer them as best I can. Ambassador Benazia spoke up first as she asked, why did we not land there to begin with? We could rest there just as well as here. Well, yes, but the arrival time of your ship made it easier for you to get off at the new Mombasa tether. If you'd landed at Sydney, it would have been early in the morning. It is a lot easier to adjust your sleeping cycle if you go to bed when it becomes night rather than sleeping through the morning, the woman replied. Silence was all that greeted that explanation. That such a detail had been addressed was odd to the Citadel delegation. For them, it had always been a matter of catering to the timetables of the council, regardless of when they arrived. To be given some time to adjust was different. Benazia eventually responded, understood. Thank you. Of course. Any other questions? What is the structure outside the city? At that question, the attention of the room turned to Lyra. From the expressions she could see, Shepard could tell that the diplomats thought the question too forward while the soldiers such as herself appreciated the blunt curiosity. Apparently the UEG speaker had no issues with it either as she answered, its formal name is the Accession, though most people simply call it the Portal at Voy or the Artifact. Covenant ships uncovered it during the attack on Earth at the end of the war. If you want to see it active, there's a scheduled opening tomorrow. We would have warned you about it in the morning, as it can be somewhat startling if you don't expect it. Lyra easily caught onto the important tidbit of information there as she asked, the Covenant uncovered it. So it wasn't built by humans? No, it was not. The Forerunners built it here as a way to get to the Ark. Why they did so here on Earth is either unknown or classified. Not sure which. The Ark. Lyra pressed. A quick glance around the room assured the woman that she wasn't boring anyone as she responded, a Forerunner station out in space. The only way to get to it is the portal, as its exact location is unknown, or at least not practically reachable. Considering the information shared with the Citadel before we came here, I'm surprised you can talk about it at all, one of the Turian soldiers said. Shepard stared at him as she tried to figure out why he seemed familiar, but couldn't solve the mystery before the speaker answered, I don't know anything more than what the rest of the public knows. Nothing I'm telling you is secret. It's not like we could hide the portal anyways. As for the lack of information, that's protocol. Access to UEG networks has always been limited. Why? A Solarian asked quickly. The sudden question seemed to surprise the speaker, but she quickly found the curious delegation member and explained, partly information overload, but mostly compatibility. We haven't encountered any species that had networks that could process our data. Data crystal chips allow proximity transfers but not anywhere close to the scale needed for interstellar communications. Interesting. Possible to learn more on subject? The Solarian inquired. Of course, but that will have to wait as I am no expert on the subject. We can certainly look into scheduling those interested for a visit to a university or industrial facility that deals with that field. The same can be done for anything else anyone would like to know more about, the speaker said. It took a few seconds before someone else asked, will we be allowed to explore your city ourselves? Shepard was slightly amused by the blunt inquiry but couldn't deny curiosity as to the answer. You are guests of the UEG and Wardens of the Mantle. As much as I wish that you could wander freely and without concern, there are those who are less than welcoming to your presence. If you do decide to explore without a guide or protection, that is your decision, but we recommend against it, came the reply. That didn't seem to sit well with the delegation, though no one argued against it outright. They all knew of humanity's war with the Covenant, and from that it wasn't hard to deduce that some members of society would simply not cooperate with other sentient beings. After all, the same was true with the Citadel and Terminus systems. When no one else said anything for a short bit, the woman ended the meeting. Rooms have been reserved for all individuals. If there is anything that you need, instructions for using the various features have been provided in your native languages. Good night, and I will see you all tomorrow before we set off for Sydney. With that, the woman made her way out of the room as the beings that made up the delegation began to socialize. Now that everyone was safely inside the building, Shepard's own shift was finished as well. While not exhausted from the travel, Shepard had no issues with catching some extra sleep, especially when the alternative was engaging in political discussion. Her decision made, the commander quietly slipped out of the room. A few questions later and she had directions to her room. Apparently every person in the delegation had designated rooms, as Shepard's bags were already sitting just inside the doorway. After doing her nightly routine, Shepard took a moment to look out at the view presented by the window in the room. Late as it was, there was still traffic on the streets. Looking out at the buildings, the commander finally allowed herself to compare the city with those of the Systems Alliance. It wasn't a good result. For all the build-up on Alliance planets, they simply didn't have the population to justify massive cities. With the threat of the Covenant at their back, people had spread out as much as possible on the surface of Terra to maximize their chances of escape, as centralizing into a city would make a better target for attack. Easier to defend as well, but defense wasn't really seen as a viable option for the Alliance's orbital assets. Here, that wasn't a concern due to the defenses above and, if Shepard wasn't mistaken, on the ground as well. That brought Jane's mind to the subjects that had been marked as imperative for the Alliance to discuss with the UEG. While meetings with all members of the Citadel delegation were certainly scheduled, Shepard had also been assigned to accompany the Alliance diplomats to more private gatherings on the journey to Earth. As a soldier of the Alliance, she had been authorized to discuss how joint forces would be utilized and managed, though Shepard was also familiar with the other important topics. Most prominently among those was how the Alliance and UEG would handle immigration and emigration from their respective states. Considering the fact that humanity had been united for more than 200 years before the Covenant War, no one was really sure how to handle the situation since every planet in the UEG had had open borders. Fear of a coming war as well as the status of the Alliance on the Citadel Council prevented an easy decision. The reputation of the SA had been damaged by the revelations from First Contact, meaning that the Council could pressure them into being a stepping stone for other Citadel species to make their way into UEG and Warden space. Obviously, the Wardens were not too keen on that. Aside from that controversy, Jane knew that the name of the Systems Alliance homeworld was being reviewed as well. When established, the planet was thought to have been the last bastion of humanity. Every human could still say that the homeworld of the species was Terra, even if the context was slightly skewed. Now that they knew that Earth hadn't been destroyed, the politicians wanted to play their games with renaming the world. Shepard personally considered it to be rather obvious that the UEG would win any argument over the rights to the name of Terra. However much she was used to calling her home planet such, the commander knew when to acquiesce. Of course, the debate over what to rename the Alliance homeworld would certainly be interesting when they returned, but in all likelihood Shepard would be dealing with the Joint Force project rather than getting involved in political games like that. Any further considerations on the topics of discussion for the upcoming meetings were pushed from Jane's mind as she heard the door to the room open. From the obvious clumsy shuffling, Shepard knew that it was merely Lyra fumbling around in the dark. Giving one last examination of the view outside, Jane turned away from the view and made her way back to the entrance to try and help out. Behind her, the massive circle of metal that made up the portal sat, oddly lacking in any form of illumination underneath the clouds. Encountered a little issue in this chapter. See, the UEG can build orbital tethers, also known as orbital elevators. Now, that's all well and good, except that an orbital tether on Earth would have to be about 70,000 kilometers long. And Earth had 6 of them in 2552, before the Covenant attack. Harvest had 1. Mineral-rich colony worlds commonly have them. Cersenius 4 had 1. Arcadia had 3. Cascade had 1. Luna had multiple. Mars has some. Harvest had 7. Reach had 9. Meridian had 1. Meridian. Literally a ball of glass, with a private corporation chipping away in a terraforming effort. That means that private companies can build orbital tethers on minor worlds. Not all of them are 70,000 kilometers long, admittedly, but still. There are at least 29 known orbital tethers in Halo. The Covenant destroyed most, but the fact that Meridian had 1 indicates that they could be rebuilt very quickly. It is also possible that Halo humans have technology that allows them to not be so long. If you care one way or the other, give a shout with a PM or what have you. Also, I know that Hood in Halo 3 said that it is glassed half of Africa. Considering the fact that the ending speech was given on a hillside next to the portal at Voy, I think that's a huge exaggeration. You can also see the portal and surrounding area when the forward half of the dawn is crashing, and it looks like there's still greenery around the area as well. That construction is 117 kilometers across, by the way. It is most certainly visible from low Earth orbit. Chapter 17, Out on the Town. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, Mass Effect to BioWare. Had an oddly hard time writing this. Considering the content, I didn't think that would be the case. Sorry that it was late, but avoided going on hiatus at least. Please remember that the arc portal is 117 kilometers across in canon. The visual in Halo 3 doesn't give a structure of that size justice. Going by that diameter, the plates that rise into the air would all be taller than Mount Everest. The slip space portal generated would cover the entire horizon. It would be glorious and terrifying. Apologies for no review responses, had a hard time getting this out as it is. Thank you to all for the reviews. 16th day of 4th month, 2459/May 16, 2589/May 16, 2180. New Mombasa. Earth. With all the excitement from finally arriving at Earth, it was no surprise to Shepard to see many beings from the Citadel delegation already present at the dining area the next morning. Many of them had gotten more rest than usual on the flight to the planet anyways, something that the UEG had to know if they were actually keeping tabs on the foreign dignitaries. Going off of that, the only conclusion that Jane could come to was that the extra time to relax last night was to allow the shock to wear off. For herself and Lyra, it was certainly appreciated. While Shepard had had little issue getting to sleep, she knew that Lyra had stayed up quite a bit later writing down her observations, ideas, and thoughts. Considering the amazing view of the portal that was visible from their room, it wasn't hard for Shepard to deduce that it would be a while before the Asari pulled herself away to eat. After taking a second to grab something she recognized from the prepared items, Jane took an empty seat at a table that was occupied by 3 Turians. From the security briefings aboard the transport earlier, it was easy for her to recognize Captain Vidanos, the leader of the security for the Citadel delegation. The other 2, while familiar to Shepard, were still nameless. That was quickly changed as Vidanos turned his attention to her and greeted, "Commander. Something you wish to discuss?" "No, just figured to meet some of the team," Shepard replied. "The infamous Butcher of Torfan finally graces us with her presence." Spectre Gurus Vakarian, one of the Turians said. His partner glanced over at the sarcastic comment but seemed to dismiss it easily as he picked up, "Spectre Saren Arte Rias." Shepard raised an eyebrow and commented, "2 Spectres on a diplomatic mission. Interesting. Better us than some idiot that doesn't know what they're dealing with," Gurus grumbled. "And you do?" Jane asked. Saren huffed at that in what Shepard decided to interpret as a laugh before the Turian explained, "Maybe not, but we can at least assume more than most. Making first contact seems to be a good mark on the record." "That's where I recognized you 2 from," the commander said, vaguely remembering them from the meeting with the Warden party on the Citadel. "You sure didn't stick around for long." A shrug was the only response from Gurus as he let Saren reply, "Our place is out in the field, not playing political games." "Going to be a long trip then," Jane pointed out. "Yeah," Gurus answered, "got some stuff to do though. Check out the big circle, maybe try to get a look at some military hardware. Luckily the diplomats will mostly be staying here since they don't have any meetings, so don't have to babysit." Vidanos sighed, though Shepard couldn't tell if it was exasperation or agreement from the Turian. When it became clear that the captain wouldn't be saying anything, Jane turned her attention back to Gurus and asked, "How long have you been in service?" "Started when I was 15, Gurus responded. "Was on the first ship out here through the relay, ready to explore and eager to please. That was 30 years ago, and I'd been in for about 8 years at that point. Was still excited about the adventure without the experience to back it up." At the curious look from Shepard, he explained, "Got command of a ship due to my father's pull with the Primarch. Shouldn't have had it, and I prefer the ground anyways, but that was the way it went. Ended up making contact with a vessel by the name of Spirit of Fire and attended the first contact between the Council and Alliance. During my Spectre evaluation we found the Ungoi and have been playing Council's advocate to them ever since." "That's actually quite impressive," Jane complimented. "Something like this seems like it'd be the perfect assignment." "Could be," Saren said, drawing the attention of the table as he continued, "whether the Council listens to what we report is another matter. Does beat wandering around with no idea about what we'd encounter, though." Shepard took a moment to consider that before asking, "Why wouldn't they? It's not like they can just ignore a report from a Spectre. What's the point if they just dismiss the evaluations of their own agents?" Gurus laughed and replied, "That's exactly what I thought. Praise the Council, they will listen. Maybe the Alliance is different, but any warning either of us has given the Council has gone unheeded." "Warnings?" Saren idly pointed upwards as he explained, "You saw the shipyard we passed over as we came in. You saw the ship that the Wardens arrived in for first contact. The Council thinks that those ships are the largest the Wardens have, even with how little intelligence we actually have. Gurus and I both think otherwise, or at least consider it a possibility." Our ideas have gone unheeded. That doesn't make any sense, Shepard muttered, though it was loud enough for the others to hear. Gurus nodded in agreement, considering the possibility of inferiority is not something the Council likes to do. Any suggestion that ships without MassEffect could pose a threat is quickly dismissed due to lack of proof. If things keep going forward, though, then the Council will get their proof. Can't say more than that. Jane understood the implied confidentiality, leading her to change the subject and ask, any interest in the joint forces idea that has been making the round on the rumor mill? Seems like a Spectre would jump at the opportunity, especially if the Council is desperate for information. With our assignment to this mission, it seems likely that at least one of us will be joining the crew. As for the fleets, can't say. Council's been pretty silent on the whole thing, but the leading theory is that the exploration fleets are going to be repurposed for that duty, Gurus responded. They want a Spectre with some experience and knowledge of the UEG. Shepard idly inquired. Saren gave the commander an odd look and explained, no, we'll be meeting our counterparts at some point this trip. At least the ones from the UNSC military, I don't know about the other warden species. What? Jane exclaimed. Where did you learn that? The Council said that it was offered by the wardens. What's it to you? Gurus retorted. Ignoring her unfinished breakfast for the moment, Shepard turned all her attention to the Spectre and answered, I'm leading the Alliance component of the crew. Command hadn't heard anything about this meeting, so they didn't. Anyone else? Is there some sort of authorization that's needed that would prevent others from attending? Not that I know of. From what we were told, it's supposed to be rather informal, Saren replied. The commander nodded before pulling up her Omni tool and requesting, could you send me the details on that? Provided that they aren't classified, in which case I'd just ask the coordinator. We weren't told to not share it, Gurus said, making no effort to hide his amusement. I don't know why the Council kept it quiet, but feel free to spread it around. If our hosts don't want someone there, then that's their problem. Shepard glanced at Vidanos, leading the Turian to state, it's no more of a security concern than it was before. Obviously the whole team won't be able to go, but it sounds like this is just for this joint crew thing anyways. Speaking of that, what is the plan for today? Gurus asked. In regards to securing the delegation. Vidanos questioned in return as he tried to follow the sudden change in topic. At the nod of confirmation from the Spectre, the captain continued, not much. Communications have been established with the local police force, which makes it easy to avoid troublesome areas, but after looking around a bit last night, there isn't much to be worried about. At the surprised looks from the others, Vidanos explained, the level of automation is amazing. There's some computers that we can use that have access to the local extranet. Apparently the whole city is one big grid, all connected to various networks that allow communication between devices. Just using the public access feature I could see the weather, traffic conditions, and just about anything else I wanted. Managing something like that would be a nightmare without the right systems. Even a 6 wouldn't be able to monitor an entire city, Shepard replied, her tone making the implication in her statement obvious. Saren seemed slightly exasperated as he responded, if they do have an AI managing their city, then what are we supposed to do about it? It's their problem if there is a problem. Seems like allowing us that much information is exactly the opposite of their previous strategy, Gurus pointed out. It's about control, Jane retorted. At the curious looks from the Turians, she explained, we don't have the capability to grab every single thing off their extranet. It's the perfect defense, really. Allow us access to so much information that we can't go through it all and, even more importantly, we can't know what we don't have access to. After considering that for a second, Saren argued, if their security really consists of that, then there is little to be concerned about. Sure, we might not find everything we're looking for, but we also don't have to. The schedule for events for the trip give us ample time to explore and, even better, visit academic institutions where our questions about various topics can be answered directly. I think you underestimate the amount of knowledge that has been presented, Vidanos countered calmly. Saren glanced at the Turian guard captain and responded, I've seen the Alliance extranet. It's broad, especially for the situation they were put in, but it isn't on the scale of the Citadel network. I also do not think that the wardens would seriously consider volume as a primary defense. Assuming the worst, there is little hope to obtain truly useful information. As good as a Solarian might be at breaking into things, even they are outclassed by AI. Shepard interjected, the Alliance brought what it could, but a lot was lost due to the Cole protocol as well as compression. If it wasn't needed, then we cut it out for something that was. Perhaps that might account for some difference in size, but not all. If I were to search for orbital elevators on the Citadel extranet, how many results would I get? Vidanos questioned. Gurus considered the query for a second before answering, tens of thousands locally, less than 100,000 though. Mostly scientific research, mathematical papers, or fiction pieces, along with a few other things. If you sent the request out to the COMM buoy network, significantly more depending on how far your search went. which takes time. As fast as they are, the COMM buoy network has too much traffic already. Even if they were open, though, instantaneous communication isn't possible with them. Your point? Saren asked rhetorically, already knowing where Vidanos was going with this. The guard captain replied, when I looked up that term here, I got several billion results almost instantly. Codex pages from multiple places, tourist information, news events, design proposals. That was just one term, yet already the data presented surpasses our ability to process. What I noted, however, is that the origin of each source was noted. My simple search reached out to different systems, even though my question could have been answered with only a few results. So you've proved the volume of information problem exists, Gurus stated with feigned boredom. Shepard exhaled in amusement at that before responding, it also proves that the wardens have near instantaneous communications. We now know that not only are their connections fast but also reliable. Part of that may be that we are here and thus they've given traffic from this location priority, but I'd err on the side of caution with that assumption. Always a good choice, especially with intelligence like this. Why would they allow us to see the names of so many colonies though? All we need to do is count and we'd know how many worlds they have, or at least get a rough idea, Saren pointed out. Their method of communication probably requires significantly more resources. It isn't like the Citadel with the mass relays, where a single COMM buoy on each end basically ensures a reliable connection. More isolated worlds may not have a connection, Jane countered. Saren thought about that before arguing, even their ships seem to have prodigious communication and detection abilities, however much the Council may not like it. Something doesn't add up in that if the wardens can't even establish contact with remote colonies. Leave that to the experts then, still nothing we can do, Gurus said after a short pause. Anything you're doing today that's interesting? Jane shrugged slightly but accepted the change in topic and replied, going to watch this portal thing. I really have no idea what to expect, but Lyra wouldn't let me miss it anyways. Maybe drop by the orbital tether and see if there's any information on it. Mostly interested in how to defend such a structure. Should have a pretty good view from close by. Did a walk of the perimeter last night and this building is actually quite close to the structure, Vidanos told her. An orange flash heralded Saren's Omni tool appearing as he quickly checked something before adding, that should be happening soon, actually. Care if we join you? Feel free, we'll meet you outside, Shepard replied before standing and making her way out of the room. As promised, it didn't take long at it for the human commander to appear once again, this time accompanied by a young Asari. Aside from some quick greetings, no words were exchanged as they followed one of the trip guides through the streets. The streets weren't particularly crowded as there didn't seem to be many people out, though the few that they saw seemed quite interested in the small party of Citadel species, to no one's surprise. Arriving at the edge of the massive structure, Gurus noted that several other groups were presented, at least two of which were made up of beings from the Citadel delegation. Turning his attention to the portal itself, a distinct sense of unease took root in the Turian's mind. In front and to both sides of the group was a simply massive slab of flat metal that extended out to the horizon. Even seeing it from the diplomatic residence they had rested in didn't give a proper sense of size. The far side of the object wasn't even visible due to the distance, something that had been easy to attribute to the darkness last night. While they waited for whatever was going to happen, more humans began gathering around the walkway that seemed to mark the point where the city ended and the portal began. Obviously the area was a large tourist attraction for humans as well, though the groups of Citadel species drew significant attention away from the usual view. From a quick scan of the crowd, however, Gurus noted that the citizens were keeping their distance and thus were not an immediate threat to worry about. Any other distractions were summarily dismissed as a thundering clang echoed above the surface of the portal. It took no effort to identify the cause as the middle of the massive structure began to sink beneath the surface. Ringing the newly created pit, however, were at least 4 sections of metal that stayed completely flat. At first, these were only visible due to the contrast against the horizon, but that was quickly solved as they began to rise high into the air. Gurus turned his attention away from the closest of these and looked out into the distance. Even with the enormous gap, he could make out more of the metal slabs being elevated into the atmosphere from across the portal. Within seconds it became apparent that there were 12 arms each multiple kilometers in length, though it was also obvious that they were significantly shorter than the wards of the Citadel. Even so, seeing such large masses moved with so little effort was telling, especially when the sinking of the central piece was taken into consideration. As interesting as it was to watch the separate sections continue their ascent, everyone's attention was quickly drawn back towards the center of the portal as a bright light began to shine from below, illuminating the surrounding area. While the source was invisible at first due to the lowered platform, this was fixed almost instantly as a beam of bluish light shot up into the sky. The thin strand quickly disappeared into the upper reaches of the atmosphere, much like the orbital tether that it was parallel to. Unlike the elevator, however, the beam of light began to quickly grow. It only took seconds before the spectacle was too bright to look at directly. For a second, Gurus considered the idea that the intense light might be harmful to the Citadel delegation. That was quickly dismissed when he factored in the fact that this thing was beside a large human settlement. From the multitude of humans also averting their eyes, it was easy to tell that the UEG wasn't concerned about their own citizens being harmed while in close proximity to the event either. It was only a few more seconds before a flash emanated from the center of the portal, though it was only possible to tell that due to the shadows cast by the event. Almost immediately after this, a strong gust of air struck the edge of the platform before continuing out into the city. While not nearly strong enough to injure anyone, it was still surprising enough that Gurus took a step back to steady himself. In doing so, he instinctively looked up as the brilliant light faded away. The view that greeted him was both unexpected and unwelcome. Quite simply, there was no longer a sky. Where before clouds had drifted high above and small patches of blue had been visible, there was only darkness. Not the dark of night, nor that of space, but rather a simple lack of anything. After staring for a few seconds, the spectre finally understood what he was looking at. Floating high above them was a slip space portal. Unlike the others that Gurus had seen, however, this specific opening was not some small occurrence to allow a ship into the otherworldly existence. Instead, the portal created by the massive structure stretched across the entire horizon, casting a shadow across the city and out onto the ocean. There was no light in its depths, nor any other indication that anything but the void existed inside. Or didn't exist, depending on how he thought about it. Directly above them was the edge, with the bright daytime sky providing sharp contrast to the outline of the portal. It was only when a human ship interrupted the uniform blackness that Gurus could gauge how far away the opening was. Even then, he was only capable of deducing that the portal had to be in the middle to upper portion of the atmosphere. From there the sky began to quickly fill with vessels on a course to enter the portal. Cargo ships and other such civilian craft seemed to be more common than anything else, something that was surprising to Gurus. While he didn't know where the portal led to, the fact that the UEG would allow citizens access to it so easily was interesting. Eventually the stream of civilian vessels stopped, leaving a clear view of a large thing slowly making its way towards the portal. Escorting what Gurus could only describe as a misshapen lump of metal were several UNSC ships. Considering the weaponry visible even from their position on the group, it wasn't hard to deduce that they were warships, though that begged the question of why they were needed. The only thing Gurus could equate the largest ship to was an orbital station, yet the fact that it was moving under its own power gave away its status as a mobile platform. As he dealt with the visual of the large object approaching the slip space portal above, the Turian Spectre suddenly saw the true display taking place. It was a well-known fact that vessels powered by MassEffect had issues in atmospheric flight. Smaller craft like shuttles or even frigates could deal with the gravitational pull of a planet, but cruisers and dreadnoughts simply did not have enough thrust or strong enough MassEffect fields to do the same. That humans could so easily maneuver such a large object through not only a gravity well but also a moderately dense atmosphere showed a glaring disparity. Whether it was unintentional or not, the UNSC had just shown the Citadel delegation that they had the capability to dominate entire battlefields if orbital supremacy was obtained. If the massive ship that the Wardens used at first contact had the same ability, then there would be no choice but to abandon the ground fight if orbit was lost. Even if bombardment was discarded, the reinforcements available to an enemy with dreadnoughts in atmosphere would be overwhelming. Gurus discarded such disparaging thoughts as he turned to the guide that had joined them. Apparently the human was amazed at the sight as well as he looked up into the sky, though the Turian also noted that he appeared completely unfazed by the gaping abyss of the slip space portal. Before the Spectre could ask anything, his attention was drawn upward by the receding cloud cover. More specifically, he was focused on the cityscape that became visible as buildings emerged from the mist. Obviously he had seen the base of each as they made their way here, and it wasn't hard to know that each structure was quite tall considering the fact that many disappeared into the clouds before ending. It was rather strange to see, as the only buildings of that height that he had ever seen before had been on the Citadel itself. Cities on planets tended to spread out rather than up, though there were a couple exceptions. As with so many other things that humans did, it seemed like they did not conform to that standard either. Maybe it was due to this being their home world or it might have just been the species, but the view that Gurus was presented certainly supported some such conclusion. In front of him was the city, with the orbital tether rising into the thinning clouds behind it all. Yet even that was barely visible through the canyon created by the walls of glass and metal that stretched far above them. Strangely, it seemed like the towers were divided into sections, at least judging by the gaps between each group of structures. Ignoring that particular oddity, the Spectre got the human's attention as he asked, "How deep is the center of this thing?" Everyone else in the group looked over in interest as they overheard the question. This allowed Gurus to note the concerned frown that Saren wore, leaving little doubt that the Elder Spectre's thoughts had been the same as Gurus' own. Shepard hid her emotions too well for the Turian to be able to read her, but the expression of unadulterated curiosity on Lyra's face gave away her opinion of the events. After glancing around at the sudden attention, the guide gathered himself and answered, "About 20 kilometers, well into the continental crust." "How is all of this powered?" Lyra questioned, seeing the opportunity for easy information. Forerunner technology uses vacuum energy as a power source. Since it's such a massive source of energy, the UEG siphons excess into the grid to reduce the load while the portal isn't active. Even Lyra seemed confused by that as she inquired, vacuum energy. The guide shrugged and countered, something really powerful that we don't really understand. I'm sure there are experts who know more, but from what I've seen on Waypoint it is really hard to examine the technology safely. Kind of like working near slipspace drives. I heard about that on our trip here. Your drives cause temporal anomalies. The same is true of the devices of a much older and more advanced civilization. Lyra asked skeptically. Well, no, not when they're working. Human drives have gotten much better after the war since we have examples to build off of. Doing maintenance on any drive is really dangerous though, to the point that it's preferred to dispose of it rather than risk a disaster. That's true of any slipspace drive, forerunners included. Though they don't really need maintenance generally, the human responded. Before Lyra could continue the questions, Shepard interjected, would it be possible to talk to someone who would know more about that? A nod gave away the reply, of course. There's also the Museum of Humanity here in New Mombasa if you wanted to look at some of the historical development of interstellar travel. Oh great, mumbled Shepard, getting a look of amusement from Saren in return. Absolutely, Lyra replied, easily ignoring the comment from her partner. By the name I assume that it covers more than just travel. The guide responded, some sections are still under construction, but it is designed to show the comprehensive history of the human species. We can head there now if you would like. Not going to see much more from the portal, just ships entering to travel to the Ark until it closes in the afternoon. Lyra looked back at Shepard, who simply stated, it does sound interesting, but we won't be able to look at everything and still make it back in time to leave. At least we'll get a glimpse, Gurus commented as they began to follow the guide away from the massive structure. There wasn't much talking from that point as one of the human vehicles arrived to take them to their destination. As they went further into the city, it was easy to see the increase in activity around them. On every side of the street were humans, some standing around and others hurrying to an unknown destination. Even with the crowds, traffic went on without interruption, always moving forward. Walkways above the street allowed this, though Gurus also observed groups descending below the surface into what had to be some form of underground tunnel network. It was completely unlike anything else he had seen before, as almost all vehicle traffic for Council species was airborne, leaving pedestrians to wander unhindered. It seemed like humans had it figured out, however, as their vehicle once again pulled onto the large road leading away from the orbital tether. Rather than the scarce motorists that had been present last night when they arrived, the road was now filled with a large variety of different designs. Everything had its own defining features as Gurus struggled to find any two identical models. Eventually he sat back, defeated but able to think about his observations. It was a small thing, yet it showed an important difference in human production. Unlike the Citadel and worlds under it, where basically every skycar looked the same, the UEG equivalents were diverse in role as well as construction. This implied a large industry with competing elements rather than the monopolized X3M models produced by Citadel species. Determined to not be distracted by such random thoughts, Gurus watched as the canyon of glass gave way to much shorter and significantly smaller buildings. While he couldn't identify the use of all of them, many were obviously residential or commercial in nature. By the time the vehicle had reached their destination, there was little to look at but grassland and the portal that still hung over the horizon. Considering the importance that seemed to be given to this Museum of Humanity that they were visiting, it was odd for it to be so far removed from civilization. The only explanations that Gurus could think of to explain the location were for the purpose of security or to allow the museum to expand further than it would be able to in a city. The only other thing near them was a simple building, with an elegant yet simple design. As their guide led them towards this structure, Gurus concluded that the actual museum must be hidden below the surface. That assumption proved correct as the small group was led inside and almost immediately onto an elevator much like the one that had carried them down the orbital tether. There were no windows on the platform and the artificial gravity made it difficult to tell that they were moving, let alone how fast. After descending for several minutes, there was a slight change in the feel of the platform. From his prior experience aboard ships, Gurus thought it likely that they were now traveling sideways rather than down. Assuming that they were still facing the same direction as when they entered, the Spectre concluded that they would be headed towards the portal, or rather under it at this point. It was only a short time later that the doors of the elevator opened to reveal a spacious atrium. Soft lights were inset into the ceiling, giving the entire area a somber glow that was enough to see by but could not be considered well lit. A human looked up at them for barely a second, scanning the new aliens before noting the guide leading them. Apparently they were expected as the man simply returned to whatever he was doing before, ignoring the group as they passed him by. From there, the group emerged into the museum proper. Lining the walls were various exhibits, much like such displays in Citadel space. In keeping with the atmosphere presented at the front, the area was sparsely lit, with the most light being directed at the pedestals to highlight their importance. Directly to their right was the first exhibit. Instead of the expected description of prehistoric humans or something like that, there was only a group of symbols and a small placard. Seeing as translators were restricted to audio and not visual interpretation, neither Garis nor Saren had any chance of reading the text. The guide seemed to understand this as he began to explain, this is a representation of the unknown, specifically directed at the questions that humans have about our origins. As more is discovered, the museum will be rearranged, but this specific piece will always remain. The plate is constantly updated with the latest information about discoveries of the past. It currently talks about investigations into interactions between humanity and the Forerunners, as that is one of the fastest growing fields in historical research. What about the symbols? Lyra asked curiously. Every one of these is used in some human language to denote a question. Some look similar, others completely different from the rest, but every one has the same meaning, the guide answered. That response was accepted as the group began to make their way through the space. From the number of empty spots, it was obvious that the museum was still setting up exhibits, but even then it was possible to get a decent idea of human history. As Lyra made her way through the area, she mentally compared what she was seeing to the historical account given to the council at first contact. Included in her observations were the differences between how humans and citadel species presented their history. Just from the few displays she had seen already, however, it was obvious to the Asari xenoarchaeologist that most of the information in this section was speculative. This matched the speech given by the UEG representative on the citadel, yet it was also clear just why attention had been directed at human advancements. Unlike the majority of citadel species, humans seemed to be absolutely enthralled with their history. Most beings in citadel space didn't consider any ancient history beyond proteins to be important, a fallacy that Lyra had fallen into as well. Almost all historical records for those under the council focused on the discovery of protein technology and space exploration. Little consideration was given to ancient history, such as how civilization developed or why proteins seemed to have visited every spacefaring species. If the Systems Alliance warnings were to be believed, then this was due to the influence of the Reapers. Even though she had grown up on the Alliance home world, it had been difficult to think that such a thing would be possible. This influenced Lyra to research the subject for her doctorates, allowing her to examine a multitude of archaeological digs undertaken by the Alliance in the Citadel Galaxy as well as gain access to the protein beacon itself. In Citadel circles, her resulting dissertation had been laughed off, disregarded as ludicrous. For the university, however, it had just been quietly added to the growing library of documents supporting the case. As Lyra came up to a model of the portal on the surface above, she was distracted from those memories by the opportunity to learn more about the massive alien artifact. Having lived on a human planet for years, she had no issues reading the board next to the model. From that, she gathered that the UEG was still investigating why the structure existed as well as another mention that the destination was the mysterious ark that the guide had talked about earlier. Choosing to focus on the fact that humans seemed to actually question why an alien species had been interested in their world rather than whatever the ark was, Lyra continued deeper into the museum. At a certain point she noticed that Jane was keeping her in sight, though she seemed much more interested in the history of her own species than in worrying about security in the seemingly deserted hallways. The sections about early human history went by fairly quickly, giving way to much more detailed accounts of the events shown in each exhibit. Lyra recognized this as the shift that the representative had described when talking about the discovery of written language. After a while of wandering through the passage, looking at each display and noting anything interesting, Lyra came up to a series of photos embedded into the wall. What caught her attention, however, was the title declaring that the pictures and other artifacts nearby were from World War I. Ignoring the implication that such a large-scale conflict would be held multiple times, Lyra focused on the images themselves. Rather than the glorification of heroes or specific battles, the pictures were obviously taken at the spur of the moment, sometimes in the middle of battle. Descriptions of each scenario were provided beside the images, which truly helped the Asari figure out what she was seeing. One picture only contained dirt and half a wall, yet apparently an entire town had once stood in the same place. A forest was wiped out to the point that only sticks and a few barren trunks were still present. What looked like smoke from a grass fire was in fact a chemical attack that resulted in the deaths of thousands. An aerial photograph allowed her to see the scale of battle construction, with trenches that stretched from coast to coast. Fields full of bodies from a number of different battles, along with casualty statistics. Lyra had studied the history of all known species in Citadel space, as was to be expected from someone in her profession. Out of all of those species, the only two that had a conflict of this scale while still isolated to their home world were the Krogan and Drell. The Turians had had their Unification War and the Morning War for the Quarians, yet both of those were after those species had discovered MassEffect and FTL travel. Out of the two known species that had had a world war while still a single world species, both had nearly annihilated themselves. As she made her way to the next section of the museum, Lyra thought back to first contact. More specifically, she remembered how the UEG representative told the council that humanity had waged 2 world wars within a century of each other. Instead of a section about the peace between these conflicts, however, the Asari was almost immediately looking at more relics of battles long past. Much like the previous room, this exhibit contained photography as well as physical relics from the era. Unwilling to look at yet more images that brought up her own experience as a soldier in the Alliance, Lyra started to turn away. Before she could leave, a specific snapshot caught her attention. It wasn't due to the lack of color or absence of anything living, but rather the exact opposite. Corpses, simply piled together, not in the orderly manner of a battlefield cleanup or sprawled in the chaos of battle but as if they were mere rocks. Lyra had seen many things during her career. Working on the isolated planets of the Alliance, that was to be expected. She had seen the aftermath of battle, helped clear the bodies and debris on Elysium after the Blitz. She wouldn't claim to be nearly as experienced as Jane at creating the carnage, but she was by no means any stranger to it. What she was looking at right now wasn't anything like that. There was no way in which the gaunt forms could have fought against their fate. It wasn't battle or famine that killed them as the wire fence of a prison camp could be seen in the background. As far as Lyra could tell, the image depicted a systematic slaughter of civilians or prisoners without coherent reason. She didn't even bother turning to face the group as they entered, instead merely asking, "What happened here?" The guide had no issue in understanding what she was asking about as he answered, "Crimes against humanity, specifically the genocide of a number of ethnic groups in the Holocaust. It is one of the most horrific events in human history, with between 6 to 17 million people killed, depending on the groups included. Ultimately, the war claimed 50 to over 80 million, once again dependent on which deaths are included. Yet it is memorialized here." Lyra questioned critically. To deny that it happened and strike it from history would be a crime itself. As much as we don't like it, we must face our past or be doomed to repeat it. The Museum of Humanity wasn't built to pander to any one nation or coddle to what looks good. It is the story of humanity, from the earliest known records to modern events, preserved with as little censoring as possible. A lot of events are omitted due to current space limitations, but the end goal is to commemorate our species in a manner that can be understood by our descendants. As he finished that statement, the guide came to a stop next to Lyra, joining her in looking at the grotesque imagery. He continued, "This isn't supposed to be pleasant to look at. It was the most deadly conflict in known history at that point, and the long peace that followed lasted until the Jovian Moons campaign in 2160. For 200 years, there was peace between the major human powers. Sure, smaller conflicts happened, but nothing on this scale nor that of the following interplanetary wars. Your delegation is allowed to view the museum before it's opened so that you can understand why we want to avoid a conflict with your council. They put that much trust in us. This place contains priceless artifacts from your history and you let us walk around unguarded? That does not seem to fit the policy of isolation that your government seems to have adopted," Saren commented in return. Their guide acknowledged that as he replied, "Most of the collection is kept in a secured location. After Earth was hit at the end of the war, the risk of extinction was recognized as a legitimate threat. Thus, to ensure the preservation of our legacy in the case of such an event, the museum was founded. Almost all remaining relics have been moved to ensure their survival, even if the surface is glassed. Wouldn't this place lose power in that case, endangering the protective measures?" Gurus pointed out. "The vault is powered by the portal, which has been active for over 100,000 years as it is. To destroy the vault, you'd need to destroy the portal, and it's predicted that that would lead to the destruction of the planet as well," the guide responded. Shepard was the first to speak after that as she said, "And you're fine with having something that could destroy your world on the surface?" "Not even that, but to use it as well," Lyra added. A look of confusion crossed the guide's face as he argued, "It's a slip-space portal. Sure, it's a rather large one, but the return portal from the Ark is even larger. The Forerunners knew how to build their stuff, and even if it was broken it wouldn't spontaneously explode. There might be a few issues with repairing the thing, but we still did so after it was damaged in the battle for Earth." "How large is this Ark?" Lyra asked hesitantly after several seconds of silence followed the guide's statement. In the Asari's mind, the Ark was some station out goddess knows where. She knew it would be large, but from what the human had just said, it almost seemed more like a planet than an artificial structure. Perhaps an exaggeration, but Lyra wasn't willing to discount it before disproving the theory. "I don't know, never been there myself, but I've heard that it's larger than Earth at least." Though she wasn't happy with that answer, Lyra accepted it as the best she would get. When it became clear that she wouldn't speak up, Gurus inquired, "You mentioned glassing before. What is that?" Before the guide could reply, Shepard interjected, "Bombardment by plasma, turning everything to a glass-like material with some sciencey name. Covenant liked to use it during the war. This exhibit is personal. You get to see the faces of those who died. When we get to the section on the Covenant War, there will be a few like that, of the aftermath of what few victories were achieved. Mostly, though, it's what we call the Hall of Worlds. A memorial of every world hit by the Covenant and the damage caused," the guide told them. "What does a glassed world look like?" Gurus questioned out of curiosity as they began to move down the displays once more. A shake of his head was the guide's only reply for a second as he paused in thought. Eventually, he gathered himself and responded, I saw a few during the war. Imagine a planet with cities and oceans and green across the land. Now boil away the water, cover the atmosphere in clouds of toxic fumes, and leave the cities as black scars on the land from where the glassing beams hit. Even the Covenant couldn't glass an entire planet without hundreds of ships, but it would still be like nothing you've ever seen before. I think I have, actually, Gura stated hesitantly. The rest of the group looked at him in confusion, ignoring the exhibits on the humans' Jovian Moon's campaign as the Spectre explained. When I was with my exploration fleet out on the frontier, we encountered a number of dead worlds. They were only notable because they weren't the usual space rocks that were easy to find out there. On all of them, the surface looked like it had been melted, but it was the entire surface, not localized as you described it. That certainly sounds like glassing, and the Covenant could glass entire planets if they pushed enough resources into it, the guide admitted. What doesn't make sense is that the only worlds that the Covenant glassed are in Warden territory. As far as I know, none of your exploration fleets have penetrated past Mup, let alone far enough to find the glass lands. The only species out where you were exploring were the Forerunners 100,000 years ago. Saren interjected, were they capable of glassing planets? Absolutely, came the reply. For them, it would be primitive though. Even more important, their mantle of responsibility wouldn't permit the extermination of life that glassing causes. A short period of silence overtook the group as they continued walking. Lyra had stopped several times to look at exhibits, but she didn't stay behind since the displays were all rather sparse. It was easy for the group to tell that this area hadn't yet been completed, hence why the museum was still closed to public visitation. As they were approaching the end of the exhibit hall, the guide spoke up once more. There will be several UNSC personnel present when your delegation meets with UEG officials. Please talk to them about this planet you came across, including all the details you can. If you have its location, that would be excellent. I read several reports about these worlds from the various CEFs that were deployed. Some noted the coordinates, but most groups ignored these planets since they simply looked like oddities without any hope of colonization. How will knowing their position help you? Saren questioned. Something attacked those worlds, and it wasn't the Forerunners or the Covenant, as the first wouldn't do that and the second didn't exist back then. If whatever did that is still out there, then we need to know about it, the guide explained. The group arrived back at the front desk after that, quickly boarding the elevator as the human they had seen before continued working and diligently ignoring them. Lyra took the chance to ask several questions about the history she had seen on the way back to the city, though the Asari notably avoided any queries about human conflicts. When they arrived, the guide led them to the door of the building before stating, "Your journey to meet with UEG officials will begin soon. The group coordinator can provide any details that you may need. I hope you enjoyed your short time here in New Mombasa and that you continue to find the answers to your questions." With that, he was gone, leaving Shepard, Lyra, and the two council specters to make their way inside. After exchanging goodbyes, the Turians broke off as each went to prepare for the short trip ahead. Shepard and Lyra took the chance to spend some downtime together, both knowing that the next few days would be full of diplomatic tripe as the politicians mingled. While in their room, they had the chance to watch as the portal outside was shut down, leaving nothing to show that it had ever existed. By the time the light was fading from the sky, all members of the Citadel delegation had been notified that they would be leaving shortly. As part of the security force, Shepard was tasked with accompanying the Alliance diplomat while traveling. While mildly bothersome due to the situation, the guy himself was actually fairly decent in cooperating with security procedures, making Shepard's job much easier. Usually she didn't socialize with the politicians due to their countenance, but if this one proved to be decent then Jane might actually learn his name. She had heard it in passing at one point but didn't remember it since it wasn't pertinent to her job. Consigned to the boring position of silent sentinel for the duration of the trip, Jane idly scanned the horizon as they moved through traffic. Even though the road was full of vehicles, there was no stopping. It seemed like every driver knew exactly where they were going and had no issue with being in the correct lane. It was odd to see as it was so different from what Jane had seen growing up. Back on the Alliance home world, there seemed to always be some moron going slow in passing lanes or swerving across traffic to get to their exit. Here on Earth, it all looked coordinated to the point that it wasn't even individuals driving. Shepard chose to ignore that in favor of looking at the crowds outside as the vehicle pulled off the main road and up to a large structure. From the look of it, Jane guessed that the location served as a station for a fixed transport system. This was proven correct as she noticed the signs advertising departure and arrival times for a variety of destinations. As the convoy came to a stop, the various groups that made up the Citadel delegation followed the coordinator that had greeted them on their arrival last night. Upon entering, everyone's attention immediately turned to the large pit before them. From their vantage point at the edge, it was possible to look all the way down to the bottom where yet another crowd of humans was gathered. Levels above that varied greatly, with some empty and others densely packed as transports were loaded and unloaded. With all the activity around them, and thus threats to look out for on the part of the security team, it seemed like only a short time later that they were on one of the lower platforms. Across the pit, Shepard could see another set of doors for boarding. Since they were waiting for their transportation to arrive, Jane took the chance to glance through the doors into the space beyond. Unsurprisingly, a tunnel stretched out of sight to both sides. What was odd were the rails set into concrete anchors on the floor of the passage, making it clear that this was an underground railway. If they were taking it to a different continent, however, then it was much larger than the Alliance equivalent, which merely connected the larger cities with surface rails. Of course, it was possible that this was simply underneath the city and hit the surface when possible. When the trip coordinator wandered close, Jane took the chance to ask, "Why did you build your rail stations underground? Seems like a lot of work for something that could go on the surface and get a much better view." "It was decided during the reconstruction following the war," she began. "When the Covenant attacked Earth, the UNSC lost its ability to evacuate civilians and transport troops due to the fighting in orbit. Unluckily, all the ground routes were heavily damaged as well, making it difficult to enter or leave areas. To fix that, this subway system was built to allow a protected route for people to evacuate in case of emergencies. Since there are multiple routes, a single strike can't take down the entire system, and it provides a lot more protection than trying to fly out through anti-aircraft fire," the coordinator told them. Shepard accepted the information with a quick thanks as she let the woman get back to checking in with the various groups. As she scanned the area again, Jane caught the eye of Garrus, getting a nod of acknowledgement from the Turian Spectre. She returned the silent motion, unable to talk due to the distance between them. It wasn't a long wait before a train went whipping by in the tube. After a couple seconds, it began to slow, eventually stopping with a set of doors aligned to those on the platform. Boarding was quick and easy, and unlike the ground cars from before, multiple species could easily fit into a carriage. A few minutes passed after everyone was on board before they began to move. Almost immediately it was clear that human trains were far faster than their cars as the train began to accelerate. Within seconds the walls of the underground passage were merely a blur, flashing by faster than the eye could follow. Unwilling to give herself a headache watching the spectacle, Shepard waited until she was relieved from her duties by Vitanos before beginning to explore the train further. Aside from the cars that the delegation had originally boarded, it seemed like this specific train was for comfortable transport. Beds, a dining area, and other such amenities were all present, enough for someone to live comfortably even when traveling. After asking a guide about their travel time and learning that they had about 8 hours before arriving, Jane took the chance to slip onto one of the beds for the night. Over the next several hours she woke up multiple times as people came and went into the room, allowing her to notice others who had followed her plan and were resting. By the time they were drawing close to finally meeting with the UEG diplomats, the commander was once again standing beside the Alliance diplomat as he prepared for the day ahead. Most of that simply consisted of talking to the other political representatives of the Citadel, leaving Shepard to her boredom. The deceleration was apparent to Shepard since she was standing still, though it didn't seem like the members of the delegation noticed since they were busy talking. What eventually caught their attention were the flashes of light as the train passed through a few terminals without stopping. When the transport did come to a stop, the delegation was already prepared to exit. From there it was another trek through the station out to more waiting vehicles. Unluckily, the roof that covered the entrance prevented any of the party from being able to see the city around them. Shepard tried to get a view out of the car, but was unable to do so subtly, leaving her only view that of the bases of the large human buildings. It was only when they arrived at their final destination that any of the delegation could get a good view of the city. Immediately apparent was that it was much larger than their previous city they had been in, both in size and height. In a simple glance Shepard could see that they were in some type of government sector, at least judging by the number of closely grouped structures with ornamental features. Beyond that, she didn't know as there was too little time to view it before they were moving once again. From there, the Citadel delegation followed the coordinator into the nearest building. Several corridors later and they were presented with a seemingly innocuous door. Recognizing their roles, the Citadel representatives fell in behind Ambassador Benazia, with the guards at the back and out of the way. Much to Shepard's surprise, it didn't look like the escort was going to be left outside, though whether that was good or not remained to be seen. A few seconds passed before the doors opened, allowing the Citadel visitors to enter into the chamber beyond. Searching orbital elevator in Google yielded 26,900,000 results, and that's with the internet being less than 30 years old. Give it 500 years, along with the increased connectivity and population of Halo, and billions of results isn't unthinkable. I know that the portal opening in Halo 3 was quite violent considering that it threw back the Chief and shifted the trajectory of several Paris-class frigates. I am guessing that that was due to Truth and the Covenant's ignorance on Forerunner technology, as the UNSC opened the portal themselves in 2555 in the book Hunters in the Dark. May have mentioned this in an earlier chapter, don't remember, but the Forerunners powered their junk with vacuum energy. That deals with quantum physics, which while really interesting, isn't a very well-researched field. I'm not even going to try to figure out how this would work, rather I'll blindly follow canon. The wiki says that the Museum of Humanity began construction in 2607. After watching the Believe ads myself, I noted that they say that the monument to S-117 was begun in 2607 and finished in 2610, but they do not say when the museum itself began construction. Thus, I have set the construction to have already taken place, as you all obviously just read. Also, the exact location of the museum is unknown as far as I could tell, so just went with what seemed cool given its purpose. Current high-speed rail record is 574 km per hour. To travel from New Mombasa to Sydney by the route I was looking at, it's about 20,000 kilometers. With an 8-hour trip as I stated, that's about 2,500 kilometers per hour. China currently has a prototype with a high theoretical limit of 1,800 kilometers per hour right now. Considering that the UEG seems to have a solid grasp on magnetic technologies, to the point that ODPs fire a 3,000 metric ton slug at 12,000 kilometers per second, I can take 2,500 as an acceptably feasible number. Chapter 18, Wiles of Bureaucracy. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, MassEffect to BioWare. Hey, look who got their shit together and actually got out a chapter. Only thing I can do is apologize for the long wait and tell you that I will try to avoid such nuisances in the future. Several people have expressed concern about the story being abandoned, so we'll address that directly. If I, for some reason, decide to discontinue the story, I will post that in the summary, on my profile, and in a final chapter posting. Obviously that does not include situations where I would be unable to post, such as incapacitation or death, but nothing I can do for those instances. To be clear, I am not abandoning the story. Just got irritatingly busy for a while. Several people have asked where the monument to S-117 was. To answer, it was built from 2607 to 2610. The current story time is 2589. It wasn't shown because it hasn't yet been built. Hope that helps clear that up. I have moved review responses to the bottom of the chapter since I will be covering both last chapter, those I missed before that, and all the ones I got during this long break. These should be the last in-depth political talks for a while. Hope you all enjoy. 17th day of 4th month, 2459/May 17, 2589/May 17, 2180. UEG Grand Chamber. Sydney, Australia, Earth. As the foreigners made their way onto the floor, the small conversations between various groups began to die down, leaving only the heavy silence of anticipation. Soft rustling from several hundred beings gathered in a single room could still be heard, but that was easily drowned out by the footsteps of the Citadel delegation. Due to the important nature of meeting with a foreign galactic power, there had been no arguments against holding a joint meeting with the UEG Senate, President, and UNSC leadership. As with all such meetings, the obvious location to host the gathering was the Senate chamber of the Congressional Plaza. After this first introduction, the various committees, officials, and other groups that would be handling different pieces of the negotiations with the Citadel would all meet with the ambassador separately. From the reactions of the Citadel delegation, it was clear to everyone in the chamber that this was not what had been expected. Even the humans from the Systems Alliance seemed surprised, though that was to be expected since their parliament did not play host to almost 1,000 representatives from as many colonies. Of the few that managed to keep their thoughts hidden, the Asari ambassador leading the party did the best as she continued forward, confident in her stride and posture. It was this being that drew the attention of the politicians as they recognized the ambassador that they would be dealing with in the coming months. Several glances were directed to the other species in the delegation, but it was more out of curiosity than any true interest. The main interaction with the council would be through their ambassador, and thus the Asari garnered the most attention. As the only species in the Wardens that had a firmly established bureaucratic system following the collapse of the Covenant, the UEG was uniquely situated to accept independent relations from the Citadel. This was precluded by the fact that there was no possibility of adherence to any of the Council's treaties by UNSC forces. Any agreement to limit artificial intelligences or the number of vessels in the UNSC fleet would be political suicide in the current post-war climate. While it was easy for the UEG Department of State and Senate to reject such measures in principle, the official conveyance of that denial to the Citadel Council only added to the difficulty of the coming talks. Since that information had already been relayed to the Council by Ambassador Musid, it was not necessary to discuss it with the Asari on the floor, though the more seasoned politicians would not discount the possibility of the topic being raised in more serious negotiations. As such, UEG officials had the unenviable job of trying to establish civilian agreements with the ambassador while their UNSC counterparts met with the Citadel military officers to discuss the proposed joint operation deployments. As it stood, the list of accords that needed to be established already involved significant involvement from the UNSC, UEG, and various private enterprises. There was no doubt that this was to be the first of many more meetings, and thus little time was wasted on platitudes as Senate Majority Leader Ellis Gass was given the floor. On behalf of the United Earth Government and all its citizens, I want to welcome the Citadel delegation to Earth, the homeworld of humanity, Gass began. While our ambassador to the Citadel Council has negotiated on behalf of all members of the Wardens of the Mantle, our focus here is to discuss possible agreements solely between the Council and UEG. Before we begin, however, there is one ceremony that typically precedes any formal talks. The human turned her attention towards the Asari specifically and stated, Ambassador Benazia, you are formally recognized as the representative of the Citadel Council to the United Earth Government for as long as your state grants you that position. By our laws, you are authorized to speak on the Council's behalf in negotiations, to advocate for their interests, and represent all citizens from Citadel space which enter UEG jurisdiction. You will be granted diplomatic immunity to perform your duties along with access to communications to talk with the Council. Is there anything you wish to add? No, that is sufficient, the Asari matriarch replied. Excellent. After our discussions today you and your delegation will be directed to an embassy prepared for your arrival, Ellis said. Benazia gave no argument to that, allowing the human to continue. Are you open to discussing the general requests of the Council on the floor today, Ambassador? Benazia smiled slightly and responded, I am. Good to hear. Let us begin by bringing up the possibility of extranet access for the UEG and, in the future, the other species of the Wardens. I know that this was mentioned in passing among a myriad of other things during first contact and that the Council has talked with Ambassador Musit about the topic further, but the UEG ambassador has limited knowledge of the subject. With your delegation now present, we have brought in an expert on the subject to answer questions and explain the challenges behind connecting our networks. Dr. Indessa, you may have the floor. With that, a woman rose from off to the side of the main body of politicians and made her way towards the front of the room. Based on her experience with the humans of the Systems Alliance, Benazia guessed that the person was around their mid-50s, though it could be hard to tell due to the diversity of the species. Any further speculation by the matriarch was halted as the doctor began speaking. Hello, my name is Dr. Sadie Indessa. I'll be working as a consultant for yourselves and the UEG Senate to clarify and solve difficulties with connecting human networks to your, extranet. I've worked extensively with the Hiragok in altering old Covenant communications systems to talk with UEG protocols, though I am hopeful that the Citadel's networks are much more friendly towards different systems. All those technical details can wait until later, however. For now, are there any questions you have that I can perhaps answer? What do humans use your version of the extranet for? Benazia asked after taking a second to adjust to the different accent. Sadie raised one eyebrow slightly in what the matriarch recognized as a look of confusion as she responded, communication, though I think you are referring to something a bit more specific. Indeed, the Asari confirmed with a small smile. All species have access to the extranet, made possible by the mass relays, but each one uses it differently. The Asari utilize chat rooms for political and social debate, open for all to participate and engage in. Solarians publish scientific research and the Valis use it to communicate between their banking clans. Citizens of the Systems Alliance have used their connection to investigate the galaxy, exploring the intricacies of galactic society. Is the same true for the UEG? I'm sure that many people would use it for exactly that reason, Dr. Indessa answered confidently after processing Benazia's clarification. As for humanity as a whole, our use of communication networks is far more broad. Much like yourselves, the Hiragok communicate for a specific purpose, sharing improvements to pieces of technology in their case. Some other former Covenant species are learning how to use social networks in a more diverse manner as well, though the stifling influence of thousands of years of strict religious doctrine against technology does not fall easily. Humans, however, are different. Sadie glanced to the humans in the Citadel delegation before returning her attention to the ambassador as she continued, our use of services such as Waypoint, Chat-Turnet, and a variety of others is far more complex than any one purpose. There are chat forums and scientific journals and all of that general information, but it goes far, far deeper than that. Not every piece of information on every network is accessible to every person, but the combination of systems still contains the sum of human knowledge. It's a much more complex system than what information I know about your extranet, but its use is much more varied. Does that answer your question? Well enough for the moment. One of the major concerns that the Council has is how much traffic a connection to the Wardens would create. COMM may be small mass relays, but they still have limits for the number of users. From what you describe, allowing human citizens access to the extranet would validate these concerns, Benazia stated carefully. Limiting the amount of data is an issue that we've run into with old Covey systems as well. Part of solving that problem lies in how we connect to the extranet. I know one of the proposed solutions was using the connection that has already been established with the Systems Alliance. While certainly possible, it would drastically slow down service for those who already use it, Sadie explained. The Asari matriarch nodded and inquired, what about a direct connection? Dr. Indessa grimaced slightly as she answered, establishing a line of communication using your mass relays and COMM would be prohibitively expensive from what I was told by Ambassador Musit. Even more importantly, the UNSC doesn't have the forces to defend such a tenuous connection over that long of a distance. Your government would need to establish communications using their own methods to Citadel territory then. Benazia questioned, though her tone made it obvious that it was merely for confirmation and not out of confusion. Yes, and that's where the technical details become important. Specifically, where to place such a hub, how to actually connect it, translating the information from one format to another, and all the complications that come with that. Benazia kept her expression carefully pleasant as she responded, I will let the council know about your requirements so that they may look into securing a location for a connection. We do have several technical experts with us, but let us leave those specific discussions for a later date. I look forward to meeting with them. Ambassador, Sadie said, nodding to the Asari respectfully before making her way back to the side of the room. Several members of the Citadel delegation seemed slightly put off by the quick interaction, which made sense if they were used to the drawn-out debates of the Citadel Council. Disregarding that, Ellis once more began speaking, Thank you for your commitment, Dr. Indessa. For the moment, I would draw our attention to the matter of immigration. Much like connecting our communications, there has been a significant amount of attention directed towards the number of citizens from other species in the Wardens entering UEG space. I know that members of the Citadel have open borders for the most part, and I am glad to say that the UEG supports that policy. The Council will be pleased to hear that news, Benazia stated with a smile. I am sure they will, Ellis replied. There are several legal considerations that I would discuss with you now, however, if you are amiable to that. The Asari matriarch inclined her head and responded, I will listen to any issues you may present. Several papers were shuffled around on the lectern in front of the human before she continued, nothing far-fetched, merely straightening out the legal standing of any Citadel citizens that may somehow make their way into UEG territory. As you may be aware, any being within the UEG is subject to our laws and will be tried in our courts for any violation, but they are also afforded all rights due any non-citizen. Full legal documentation, including the rights of Citadel citizens, will be provided to the Citadel's embassy. It seems that is a common practice, as it is not too different from the laws governing all species of the Citadel Council, Ambassador Benazia stated. From my introduction to the UEG Senate, I gather that any citizen of the Citadel accused of a crime may seek legal help from the Citadel's embassy. Ellis glanced up from her papers and answered, that is correct. All defendants have a right to legal representation, a right which can be met by either attorneys provided by the UEG or by your embassy. What of beings from Citadel space that are not members of the Council? The matriarch inquired. As in what will their status be? The human asked. At the affirmative response, Ellis explained, the Citadel will not be held accountable for their actions. They will receive the same treatment as citizens of the Citadel within UEG space, with the difference being that you may argue on behalf of your citizens. I assume you ask because of the Quarian situation. Benazia replied, it was a concern of the Council, especially after the Wardens of the Mantle expressed interest in treating with the migrant fleet. Right, Gas said after a short pause. We do want to discuss the Quarians, but I'd like to finish talking about Citadel beings first. More specifically, the matter of permanent immigration from the Citadel as well as emigration of UEG citizens to Citadel space. Absolutely. There are several issues with that topic that the Council asked me to address specifically, but perhaps you will mention them before I may, the Asari stated. Ellis shrugged slightly and responded, I am fairly confident that there will be some overlap. One of the largest and most obvious points is transportation. Your form of travel using MassEffect would be capable of reaching our location, but it'd be a long journey without the relays. As we discussed when talking about the extranet just now, establishing a line of your smaller versions would be too expensive and they would pass near Kig-Yar territory. Rather than trying to organize protection for your craft as they pass through the outskirts of hostile space and other possible dangers, the UEG has a number of private businesses devoted to interstellar travel services. As you can imagine, they are very interested in participating in the inevitable market of tourism that will develop with the meeting of two starfaring civilizations. Of course, the problem is that these are human companies rather than a free market that the Citadel can participate in. To try and alleviate any issues, prospective companies have agreed to be regulated by Citadel terms when making flights to and from your civilization. Would that be acceptable? The majority leader inquired. Several seconds passed as Matriarch Benazia considered the suggestion before she answered, from the secrecy displayed during first contact, the Council was not expecting access to any of your worlds. I do not have instructions on what they want negotiated, but I will discuss it with them when I am able. If there are concerns about distance, however, would it be possible for Citadel parties to purchase ships capable of making the journey? The Council has already experimented with slipspace technology under the direction of the Systems Alliance, correct? Gas questioned. Benazia nodded and replied, yes, but there were difficulties. Not surprising. Most scientists and engineers who were knowledgeable about slipspace technologies were withdrawn to the inner colonies to avoid the Covenant. Very few outer colonies had the infrastructure to support those particular fields, Ellis explained. Unluckily, trade of slipspace drives will not be conducted by the UEG due to security concerns. From the information Ambassador Musit has obtained from your, codex, I think it's called, there are areas in your galaxy that face major issues with piracy. The possibility of a slip space drive being stolen and used by a criminal group with absolutely no idea of what they were doing isn't something we can risk. I have little doubt that the Council could easily deal with an unarmed civilian ship, even if it did not use MassEffect, Benazia argued. A slightly incredulous stare was directed at the Asari as the majority leader countered, "You've already lost ships to faulty slip space drives in your earlier experiments. Would Citadel companies be willing to run that risk? With your reliably tested drives, yes. How could such ships, even in the hands of hostiles, be a threat to your heavily armored warships?" "It seems like a manufactured threat," the matriarch stated with a slightly confused tone. Ellis Gass sighed and began to explain, "Your ignorance, not personally but rather as a civilization, is the crux of this issue, Ambassador. What you must understand is that under the laws of the United Earth Government, and the Wardens of the Mantle for that matter, slip space drives are considered weapons of mass destruction." It wasn't hard to see that this threw off many members of the Citadel delegation, as even the Asari matriarch leading them looked shocked. After a short moment to process the new information, she glanced back to the humans from the Systems Alliance for a second and stated, "We were unaware that slip space drives could be utilized as weapons. Of course, they are not categorized as such due to the capabilities of the ships they are on, correct?" "Correct, the vessels themselves have nothing to do with the classification. It is the destructive potential of the device itself that is considered. The proper handling and accounting of slip space drives is well established in our laws, and it is very clear that drives cannot be traded or otherwise distributed to unauthorized parties," Ellis explained. Before Benazia could argue, Gass continued, "Yes, we could train engineers from the Citadel to adhere to our procedures. It would take years, but it could be done. With the heavy civilian usage, they are not simple rules either, adding yet more delay to allowing trade of slip space technologies. The problem is that any slip space capable ships we exchanged would be beholden to your laws, not ours, and the Citadel has no policies on slip space drives because you've never had them." "That is true," the matriarch admitted after several seconds of thought. "I will discuss the situation as it is with the Council to see what may be done to solve it. I do believe that you are correct, however, in your assessment of the time it will take. Several members of the Council will not appreciate such limitations being pushed by a foreign power. If it prevents disaster, then so be it," the majority leader replied. Benazia nodded in understanding at that before suggesting, "Since we have already drifted onto the topic, I would like to talk about possible terms of trade in more detail. Many merchants are eager to begin marketing goods from the Wardens and the Council has no reason to deny them. At first contact it was mentioned that a number of products and items would not be exchanged, with a more detailed list being provided later. It was also mentioned that independent dealings, such as ours, could include stricter terms. Do you have a summary of what those new conditions may be?" "I do, actually," Ellis responded. "The UEG will adhere to all the limits set out by the Wardens to the Citadel Council, which shouldn't be surprising. That immediately excludes military equipment from any trade, along with items classified as WMDs. What changes in the dealings between the Citadel and UEG specifically are the regulations surrounding controlled substances. Specifics will be made available when we touch on the subject in more detail, but that is what to generally expect. Your laws do not allow for the exchange of weapons." The Asari asked with slight confusion. "From my experience with the Systems Alliance, civilian ownership of weapons is widespread. After your experience with the Covenant War, I would think the same would be true in the UEG." Gass turned her head to the side slightly as she listened before explaining, "Military equipment by UEG law is material for the sole use of the UNSC and planetary CMA divisions. What this means is that if a Citadel business were to negotiate a deal with, say, Miss Rye Armory for a shipment of handguns or some other small arms, there wouldn't be much fuss. If, instead, this company tried to buy light machine guns, our laws would forbid the transaction from being carried out. Interesting difference, and I assume that the criteria for which weapons are restricted will be covered in more detail," Benazia said, receiving the expected affirmative answer in response. Obviously the Council is interested in hearing about more than just what cannot be traded, however. What are the products that could be freely exchanged? Several pages were discarded to the desk beside the human before she answered, "Any product that citizens of the UEG have access to is available. From the information we received from Ambassador Musset, I know that some of those items will be considered illegal by the Citadel's laws. Classification of individual items will need to be performed by someone authorized by the Council as there are no experts on Citadel law within the UEG as of now. Even so, if the Council wishes to make exceptions to formalize mercantile accords, then that is their prerogative. Aside from that, all technologies designed for medical uses are available to any interested parties, once again limited by the laws set by the Council. I would imagine that several of these might have already been introduced by the Systems Alliance, though I don't know for sure. Related to that, however, is the topic of augmentation technologies. Humanity has developed a number of procedures designed to enhance the lives of citizens and rehabilitate those caught in accidents. The issue that I see is how the Council wishes to deal with the equipment we use for those operations. I know that your laws governing this field are quite stringent, so I understand that you will need to speak to the council before giving anything close to a solid answer. That is true, though I must admit that I am slightly surprised to hear that augmentations are so widespread. Medical augmentations to fix maladies are allowed under citadel laws, but enhancement programs are strictly limited, the ambassador stated candidly. A small sigh came from the human as she countered, humanity has fought wars since the beginning of civilization, leaving an untold number of injured soldiers and civilians behind with life-altering injuries. Whatever ethical issues the council may have with it, there is no mistaking the fact that innovations in the medical field have improved the quality of life for those affected by conflict. After the horrendous cost of the war against the Covenant, even more focus has been put into this area. Whether the Citadel takes advantage of our offer to share that with you is up to the Council. Of course, I was not trying to argue against its use in your society but merely highlighting the issue of its use in ours. I did not see many medical facilities in the Systems Alliance during my time as an ambassador on their capital world, so I must admit to being ignorant as to the extent of human medical advances, Benazia told the UEG official. Understood. Many human lives were saved using procedures that would be considered illegal by the Council, so I wished to express its significance, Ellis explained. As for our medical capabilities, at this time they are limited not by our technical knowledge but rather the human body itself. We can replace severed limbs with cloned equivalents, fix birth defects, solve some of the most challenging diseases encountered in biomes throughout the UEG. What is even more notable, however, is that the effects that have become so widely accepted that many people don't even think about them anymore. For example, one of the most prominent differences between the species that make up the Citadel Council is the lifespan of each. Solarians live intensely for a short time while Asari can live for close to a millennium, facts which you obviously know far better than any human. What you must understand about human society is that such concerns fell away several centuries ago, before we left our own solar system even, Gas said softly. Her words had an obvious effect on the members of delegation as looks passed between them. Before any of them could speak, the Senate Majority Leader finished her explanation. Our technology is at a different place than yours because our ethics apparently took a different turn. There are many philosophical experts eager to explore why that is, but for the purposes of establishing any trade agreements it is something that must be kept in mind. How is this accomplished? Ambassador T. Sony questioned eventually. The technical details are beyond me, though you should be able to find the particulars on Waypoint. As for the technology itself, it is widely known as CRISPR, a fudged acronym for the actual abbreviation of CRISPR which itself stands for the scientific name of the process. It's basically a method for editing genes which could conceivably be adapted to other physiologies. Beyond that, I don't know, Ellis answered. Benazia frowned slightly and said, genetic modification is extremely limited, so I do not know how well suited members of the Citadel are to using such procedures. It would be entirely likely that the stigma against gene mods would kill any possible commercial ventures that worked within our existing laws. That seems to be the case with many things, Gas responded. We may continue our discussion on that in greater depth once the Council has decided how they would like to handle those products. If you have any questions that need to be answered, experts can be made available to help. After the Asari ambassador had given her thanks, the human resumed speaking. A topic that might be much easier to discuss would be the exchange of raw materials. As far as I am aware, there are few regulations in Citadel laws regarding resources beyond MassEffect. While the Systems Alliance may have introduced the Citadel to Titanium A, there are many other unique elements that might interest Citadel businesses. Absolutely, Benazia confirmed calmly. The Systems Alliance has been quite forthcoming in sharing many such things, but supply has become a major problem. Most notable is the keen interest that companies have in the possible applications of the material you call Titanium A. Much of that business has been limited by the small amount actually in circulation. From the impressive size of your vessels, this does not seem to be an issue for the UEG. The Majority Leader replied, that is correct, it is considered a common element for us. I do want to point out, however, that it will likely only be useful to you in industrial fields such as construction and fabrication. As much as a third of the mass of an armored ship is Titanium A, making it difficult to use with UFTL drives. There aren't any notable regulations around trading it, though, something which is true for many of our raw materials. Many does not imply all. True, but the restricted materials are unlikely to interest Citadel species, Ellis argued. The list of limited elements consists of items that could be weaponized, such as highly radioactive materials. Realization dawned in the Asari's eyes as she retorted, the restriction of those materials is not an issue at all. Nuclear weapons are frowned upon after their use during the Krogan rebellions, and while several militaries do keep stockpiles, they are not actively deployed. There are no nuclear reactors outside of research facilities that I know of, so such resources are hardly in high demand. Excellent, we may begin negotiations on specific quantity exchanges whenever you would like then, Ambassador. Most deals will be handled by either separate governments or specific companies, but I would be willing to act as an intermediary in any of those discussions if necessary. I assume that transport would be provided by your suppliers. The Asari inquired. Gas nodded and responded, for the same reasons as before. Wonderful, I will alert the relevant parties to begin the exchange of specific terms. On the note of resource availability, however, I would like to turn our attention to the issue presented by the Quarians, Benazia suggested. Understood, they do seem to be a major concern for the Council, Ellis observed. The matriarch grimaced ever so slightly as she explained, their creation of the Geth led to Morning War and could have very well led to a galactic war on the scale of the Krogan rebellions. They currently survive by harvesting resources system by system, often infringing on existing rights laid out when the area was originally explored. As much as the Council may be confused about the Wardens of the Mantle offering to accept them, they won't argue against it. I don't see how it can be confusing. Without help, they face the very real threat of going completely extinct. That's not acceptable to us, be that humanity or the Wardens, for a great many reasons. Ultimately, we have the capability to settle the Quarians within our territory and we're willing to do so to keep them from extinction. We have not yet contacted them, but with members of their species spread throughout your galaxy, I'm sure the news of our offer during first contact has reached them. All that we need from the Council is permission to send a diplomatic vessel to meet with them and then use of your relay system to transport their fleet out of your space, the majority leader outlined. Arrangements will be made to allow you to travel through Citadel space to meet with the migrant fleet. Once the Council informs me of their location and provides credentials for your ship, I will relay to you. It is likely that a Citadel escort will be present up until they exit our territory in your galaxy. I assume that once they reach that point, you will take over their transport. The ambassador questioned. Gas confirmed that as she replied, again, for the same reasons as before. Whether the Quarians wish to try and guide their entire fleet to a new world or not is up to them, but we will find a system where they may begin to rebuild. Quarians are extremely attached to their ships, Benazia warned. Without them, they would have all died to the Geth assault. I very much doubt that they will give any consideration to your proposal if the cost is their fleet. More importantly, they will ask for your help in taking their home world back from the Geth. The Council informs you that it will not allow that. It took several seconds before Ellis carefully said, you seem quite confident in that assumption. I was present when the Quarians met with the Citadel Council to request aid in defeating the Geth during the Morning War. I was in the Council chambers when their embassy on the Citadel was rejected. Both times they were completely focused on reclaiming Rannoch, not settling on a new world, the Asari matriarch explained. And the Council's refusal to allow us to intervene on Rannoch. Ambassador T'Soni frowned slightly and answered, it would require fleets to mount an assault on the Geth, fleets which would need to pass through the territory of Citadel members. The Geth are rogue artificial intelligence, meaning that their cyber warfare capabilities are largely unknown. If they were able to take control of your ships, they could be used to attack Citadel worlds. Even if that did not happen, it still might provoke them to emerge from the Perseus Veil. I can understand that concern. If the Quarians absolutely insist on retaking their home world, then we will not support them in the endeavor. The Wardens of the Mantle do not have the presence in your galaxy to ensure success in an assault of that scale, nor do we have any hostility towards the Geth, Ellis responded. Our mission is diplomatic, regardless of what the migrant fleet decides. If they deny our offer of a new world, then we shall leave them until later. The Geth have destroyed every council vessel to enter the Veil since the Morning War. I can assure you that they are hostile, regardless of your species, Benazia said confidently. Gas gave a small shrug and countered, they have not taken hostile against the UEG or any other members of the Wardens and thus will be treated as a neutral party for the time being. By the Council's wishes, we will refrain from sending any vessels into the Veil unless contacted by the Geth. Our negotiations with the Quarians, however, will proceed as planned once the Council allows our diplomats to travel to the migrant fleet. I will make preparations for that, the Asari reassured. With that addressed, however, I would like to discuss the proposal from the Wardens to conduct joint operations with Citadel forces. I know that there is a meeting already arranged for some members of my delegation who are also to be assigned to a joint ground team, but there are several diplomatic hurdles that the Council would like addressed. First among these is the issue of command. For members of the Citadel Council, combining fleets in the manner proposed is usually only done among close allies to create unit cohesion in case of an attack. Unluckily, the Wardens of the Mantle and the Citadel Council are not close allies. We do not know how your military operates, nor do you have any experience with our own. Since this idea was proposed by the Wardens, the Council is curious if there is already a solution in place for your ranks. Ellis nodded thoughtfully as she answered, currently, the commander of a joint fleet outside of Warden territory is assigned before they deploy. For joint fleets in UEG space, a human is the commander of the force, while a Sanghaila fleet master takes control in their territory, and so on. We can address this in an official capacity with military representatives from your delegation, but I think that strategy would be a good point to start from. That suggestion has merit, but it does bring up the issue of unlawful orders. Several Citadel treaties put clear restrictions in place for military operations, and even if our ships are within your territory, they are still bound by those laws. I am fairly confident in the assumption that a similar situation exists with your forces, correct? Benazia asked. Many members of the Wardens do not have well-defined laws of war due to their involvement with the Covenant, Gas stated. Some progress has been made, but most of our focus has been on creating independent functioning societies. Without consulting UNSC leadership, I can't say how such situations are handled with regards to disciplinary action, but I do know that rejecting orders that would be unlawful to your people would not be cause for a diplomatic incident. Before the matriarch could reply, Ellis continued, I do want to make clear, however, that these combined fleets would not be operating within space held by members of the Wardens. There are some policing activities within our borders, but the UEG as a society tends to look down upon the military acting as law enforcement. While internal issues are handled by colonial administration for the most part, the UNSC protects us from foreign threats. Any operations with Citadel forces would be against outside threats, mostly some few remaining Covenant remnants or something else with low risk. Once again, however, we return to the issue of how your ships would get to us. I know that the offer was made during first contact to allow your vessels to fight against the Kig-Yar menace, and while that is open, it might not be the most feasible option. Between your outposts in this galaxy and even the furthest Warden influence, there is a whole lot of nothing, at least as we know it. The Council has explored with tendrils, reaching a respectable ways in the galaxy but not extensively surveying all the territory on the way. Admittedly, the Wardens of the Mantle have not seriously explored outside of the Orion Arm either. Even the Covenant, with all its fleets, never devoted its efforts to exploration for the simple reason that they didn't have to. Forerunner luminaries guided them and everything else was bypassed through slip space, the majority leader explained. If they only went to Forerunner sites, how did the Covenant ever discover new species? Benazia questioned. Ellis gave a huff and answered, they were found by other species for the most part. Any other meetings were brought about in their pursuit of Forerunner ruins. For example, humanity met the Covenant when a Kig-Yar ship raided a human vessel that had dropped out of slip space due to issues with its drive. The large device that we saw when we first landed was made by the Forerunners, correct? The Asari pushed. A smile grew onto the human's face as she replied, indeed, good connection. How did we avoid detection if we had such a prominent structure on our home world? A question with an unsatisfying answer. Quite simply, all that saved Earth from immediate discovery was luck. Really? Benazia said skeptically. You'd be surprised by how often that answer is used to describe events during the war, Ellis warned with slight melancholy. What you have to understand is that Forerunner technology was held as sacred to the Covenant, and thus the only species allowed to deal with it were the Sanshayuum, or prophets as they were so aptly named. For the moment, the exact technical details of how and why the Covenant did not find humanity sooner are beyond unknown to me. What we do know is that the portal near New Mombasa is special among the objects left by the Forerunners. It isn't detectable on regular luminaries, and it was only by obtaining coordinates to Earth from a specific Forerunner facility elsewhere that the Covenant found Earth. In fact, the original force that arrived in our system didn't even know that it was our home world. For whatever reason, the Covenant luminaries did not mark human locations unless if they were extremely close, thus allowing the UEG to slip under the radar for thousands of years, Gas finished. One of the Solarians in the delegation behind the ambassador muttered something to the Asari, leading her to inquire, is that the only one of these artifacts within your territory? Considering how large the Covenant was to include multiple species, it seems odd that they could discover so many relics while you only have one. The majority leader nodded slightly and agreed, it is curious, isn't it? The number of Forerunner objects in the Orion Arm is unusually high, and not only that but the prominence of those structures is obvious. They aren't our small outposts but large-scale astro-engineering projects. For all that activity, however, Earth and the immediate surrounding area is largely untouched, with the few ruins nearby being deliberately hidden. It's fairly obvious that there is some sort of history between the Forerunners and humanity, Gas said bluntly. Our status as reclaimers leads to no other conclusion, but the historical record on Earth points to humanity being primitive tribes far before the cutoff date of 100,000 years. We're still investigating all of that ourselves, and I can assure you that we won't rest until an answer is found. For now, however, the UEG at least is still dealing with the after effects of a devastating interstellar war, the introduction to alien life, and the realization that, for some reason, an ancient galactic power decided to grant the mantle of responsibility for all life in the galaxy to humanity. As flexible and adaptable as humans may be, even our civilization needs time to process the implications of that. For the moment, I cannot answer your questions for the simple reason that I do not know the answers myself. After giving the Citadel ambassador a moment to process that, Ellis changed the subject. We've wandered off topic, however, so let's return to our original discussion. From the reports I've received from UNSC High Command regarding the creation of joint operations units with the Citadel, the actual action that these forces see will have to be in your galaxy. According to their analysis, your ships would be ill-suited to fight against the enemies of the Wardens. I can assure you that vessels of the Citadel Council are outfitted with the best ESO cores and kinetic barriers available. Our forces have experience dealing with pirates and other such criminals, which is what seems to be one of the main issues confronting the Wardens of the Mantle, Benezia protested. You have experience fighting against those problems in your galaxy, the Senate leader countered. That is a completely different matter from fighting forces in ours. It is the same principle of protecting merchant services, but on a different scale. I have the intelligence reports in front of me, Ellis stated, holding up a thick sheaf of paper. To summarize the plethora of information here, what Citadel forces fight against are usually small groups of older ships, correct? Yes, but... Ellis quickly cut the ambassador off, but nothing. I apologize for interrupting, but the pirate forces that the Wardens deal with usually have fleets of former Covenant vessels. They may be badly maintained and lack coordination, but they are fully equipped military vessels. It isn't uncommon to find ships in those formations that are capable of orbital glassing. As the UNSC sees it, your ships lack the firepower to stand up in combat against the Kig-Yar menace. It isn't an insult, simply a different scale of combat that your forces do not employ. Having dealt with the Systems Alliance Parliament in sometimes terse discussions, Matriarch T-Sony easily brushed aside the interruption from the human before her as she asked, your military commanders truly believe that there is such a large difference? I won't claim to know what UNSC HICOM thinks, but the Office of Naval Intelligence Analysts that put together this report after perusing your public extranet during first contact certainly think so. One of the key points that they draw attention to is something that you mentioned earlier, specifically the use of nuclear weapons. During the Covenant War, one of the few reliable ways the UNSC had of taking out a Covenant vessel was the use of nuclear warheads, deployed en masse. Rather than put your forces in the position where they would have to use such weapons, the recommendation was made to assemble joint forces closer to Council territory. Most members of the Citadel will not easily allow a foreign warship past their borders, Benezia warned. Absolutely understandable and reasonable, Gas reassured her. Our recommendation is to have joint fleets operate closer to your territory, allowing your ships a place to easily resupply while ours do not have to worry about violating sovereign space. Obviously we do not have the full official analysis from the Council, but based off information from your extranet, the terminus would work well, as would the area around your outpost in this galaxy. The Asari nodded thoughtfully and responded, specific details such as operating theater can be left to the actual military commanders, as they will know best where forces could be assigned. I think that recommendation will go over well with the Council, though I cannot approve it without their assent. Before we move on from the subject, however, there is one last thing that I was told to address. Let me guess, the ground team? Ellis said with a hint of amusement. Indeed, Benezia confirmed. The Council has several updates to give regarding organizing such a unit. First, they have selected a vessel to which this combined team of soldiers could be assigned. It is a Systems Alliance vessel by the name of SSV Normandy with the designation of a stealth frigate. While it was developed with cooperation between the Alliance and Turian hierarchy, it will be commanded by the Systems Alliance. Gas glanced over to the UNSC officials in the room and replied, good to hear that the logistics are moving along well. Matriarch T-Sony smiled slightly at that as she agreed, it will be a good display to those concerned about possible conflict between us. To add on to that, a crew has already been formed and multiple members of the Citadel have assigned forces to the ship. The Systems Alliance has also selected a mission for the Normandy that should allow the team time to adjust to their roles. I know that you stated that the ship was a stealth frigate, so I guess my first question is whether this mission can be disclosed publicly. Ellis inquired. It can, there are no problems with that. I should clarify that this rundown will test the stealth systems but not make use of them in a truly dangerous situation. The task is a fairly simple one, an easy pickup off one of the colony worlds that the Alliance has established in the Citadel Galaxy, the Asari explained. The human seemed satisfied with that, allowing Benezia to continue, while the Council discussed the matter with your ambassador, there are still several questions that we have regarding the specific forces you will contribute to this effort. I'll answer as best I can, but the UNSC very well might have better explanations, Ellis responded. Benezia tried to reassure the Senate leader as she started, they aren't questions of a military nature, I'll leave those for the meeting between your representatives and other members of my delegation who understand that side of things far better than myself. Instead, my questions are more focused on how you wish to deal with public relations between citizens of Citadel space and the soldiers your forces contribute to this joint unit. Many of the operations that could be assigned to the SSV Normandy will involve interaction with civilian elements. I can assure you that the forces assigned to work directly with your own are trained for civilian situations. As for public relations, that will be determined by the orders they receive from whatever commander they are assigned in this force, Ellis explained. Slight surprise showed itself for a second on the matriarch's face before she responded, you will not be handling it closely then. So long as there are no outstanding issues, it is not a concern. Most of the attention will be directed towards larger fleet actions rather than a single stealth ship in any case, Ellis said. That is probably true, Benezia granted. I'm sure that the Systems Alliance will exercise due diligence in selecting missions for the team. Considering the role that this plays in displaying how the Citadel and Wardens may work together against common threats, the Council may also assign tasks to the Normandy. When there was no argument from the human official, Ambassador T. Sony inquired, have the Wardens of the Mantle decided on who they shall send to join this crew? As you know from when you mentioned it earlier, there is a meeting between members of your delegation and the forces we have assigned to the Normandy. That obviously covers the UNSC's contribution to this effort, but several other members of the Wardens have also allocated their own soldiers. This was declared in passing during first contact but fell to the wayside during the succeeding discussions. I don't know what those forces will be, so that is another question to direct towards the UNSC, Ellis replied. Understood. I look forward to discussing many of these matters with you in greater detail once I have contacted the Council. Unless if there is anything else to address, we shall head to the Citadel Embassy, the ambassador stated. The majority leader shook her head and responded, nothing that requires official attention. As the coordinator for your travel here might have informed you, there are a multitude of events that members of your party might be interested in attending. Inform us when you have settled in and are ready to continue negotiations in greater depth. There is no hurry, I understand that it may take some time to contact the Council and receive direction from them. Other than that, this session is now ended. On that somewhat dry note, the mass of humans began to shift around the Citadel delegation as they stood from their seats. Conversation almost immediately filled the room, echoing softly in the large space. As Ambassador Benazia began to talk with a group of human senators, Shepard settled back slightly with the knowledge that it would still be some time before the delegation could leave for their temporary home on Earth. 17th day of 5th month, 2459/June 6, 2589/June 6, 2180. UNSC Pelican. Low Earth orbit. It had been just over 3 weeks since arriving on the true home world of humanity, and yet it was only now that Shepard had the chance to truly be in her element. As entertaining as it was to watch politicians endlessly debate subjects for hours at a time, which was to say not at all, there was little else to do when standing guard for the ambassador. Luckily for the sanity of all involved, Captain Vitanose was able to see reason. After talking with Benazia directly, he quickly understood that the presence of soldiers during negotiations was more of a hindrance than anything else. Thus, the commander, along with every other military member of the delegation, were left to their own devices. With no training facility at the embassy, for the obvious reason that it wasn't designed for that in any way, they spent most of their time wandering around the absolutely massive city they found themselves in. After an incident where one of the Solarians became lost in the canyon walls of glass and had to be tracked down, the unguided expeditions into human society came to a quick halt. Jane had followed several of these ventures, learning about the culture of the United Earth government and providing some insight as to the differences in the Systems Alliance. What she always kept in mind, however, was that this was merely one city out of hundreds on Earth alone. Considering the differences between the few dozen Systems Alliance worlds she had been to, the hundreds of planets under the UEG inevitably possessed radical differences in culture. It was that mentality that prepared her to deal with the change from the civilian world of the UEG to the militaristic mannerisms of the UNSC. After only a few short weeks of waiting, the time for meeting the new human members of the Normandy crew was here. A quick gathering of those involved was held in the embassy lobby, allowing Shepard to finally know for sure who she would be working with on her next assignment. Commanding the ship would be Captain David Anderson, a respected Alliance officer who had had experience fighting against the Covenant before fleeing with the rest of the Exodus fleet. From their interaction on the way out to Earth, Jane had already decided that she liked the captain as both a competent commander and sociable person. The only other Systems Alliance human that came with the Citadel's delegation was a Marine by the name of Kaiden Alenko. A short greeting was all the chance Shepard had to interact with him, however, so she reserved judgment until later. While she was biologically a Seri, Lyra was technically part of the Systems Alliance entourage as well due to her position as an Alliance science officer. Apparently the matriarchs on Thesha had had some issues in choosing a squad, at least that was what the commander assumed based on the Justicar that had come instead. That was all that Shepard really knew about the Stoic Aseri, and that was only because she had asked one of the Spectres. If she was being honest with herself, Jane respected the Justicar for her impressive ability to simply fade into the background, unlike the other matriarchs that Shepard knew. Of course, the inclusion of the two Spectres in the crew seemed like a foregone conclusion to Shepard from the start, a hunch she had confirmed that on their trip to Earth. From talking to the two during their time on the human homeworld, she was confident that they were less interested in interfering on behalf of the Council and more so in observing the capabilities of the Wardens. Having never met a Spectre before, however, Jane couldn't decide if that was odd or simply something they were investigating on their own. Whether they were undertaking those observations for the Council or themselves was also unclear, though she never pressed the subject. Finishing out the party of Citadel species that would be meeting with their UNSC counterparts was a Solarian as well as Drell, oddly enough. While her status as XO of the SSV Normandy would have had Jane working with Morden Solus anyways due to his position as Chief Science Officer, Lyra had insisted on talking with the Solarian more extensively since he would be her direct superior on board the ship. As for the Drell, he seemed to be quite apt at fading from view without a sound, much like the Justicar. Currently, Shepard and every other member of the Normandy's crew from the Citadel delegation were on board a Pelican headed to meet with the UNSC soldiers. From the acceleration at the start of their journey as well as the subtle but noticeable feeling of artificial gravity that Shepard was experienced with, she predicted that they were in orbit of Earth. That made sense to her, especially with the UNSC's proclivity to building large objects. If their ships were as large as she predicted, then their stations would be absolutely massive. This was confirmed as the windowless craft landed and opened the back hatch, allowing a view out into a hangar. While it was good to see that there was atmosphere, the thin blue barrier between them and the void outside was quite disconcerting. Jane was quickly distracted from that, however, as the group was directed out of the hangar and into a maze of hallways. Several surprisingly large thoroughfares later and they were led into an observation room. As interesting as the view through the large window at the front of the room might have been, what drew the attention of everyone were the four massive figures already present. Jane immediately recognized the distinctive armor of the guards that had accompanied the UEG ambassador during first contact. Even though she had seen them before, the distance had belied their true size. The specters seemed unsurprised at this, however, as they moved forward and drew the attention of the much larger beings. For as large as they were, it was amazing how the only sound from all four of the armored humans were mere thuds from their footfalls. As the two groups reached each other, Shepard took the time to examine each soldier individually with the knowledge that they would soon be under her command on the Normandy. The first of the UNSC soldiers to catch Shepard's attention was an obvious marksman, at least judging by the optical gear affixed multiple places on their grey armor. As for gender, Jane didn't have the slightest clue as the heavy plate armor concealed any indication. Such was the situation for every one of the humans, though. Next to draw the commander's gaze was the being clad in blue armor, probably a scout or pilot of some kind given the wide view allowed by the golden faceplate. After that was the one leading the group of four, probably a rifleman or close quarters specialist given the heavier armor, once again blue in color. Lastly was the most recognizable figure, one that seemed to be prevalent in almost any mention of the Covenant War in the years following. While she hadn't realized it during first contact, Jane and every other member of the delegation would have had to have been blind to miss the importance of this soldier in UEG culture. From wandering around a single city, they had seen multiple statues and other hard-to-miss reminders of the figure. Green armor and a reflective golden visor gave away the Master Chief, a designation that was more a name than a rank at this point. Even though Jane had only spent a relatively short time browsing around on the waypoint, it was this figure that was credited with winning the war, at least according to the plethora of forum boards and news articles she could find. Finding information on him was difficult not because it didn't exist but rather because there was so much to sort through and absolutely no way to tell what was real or fake in the time Shepard had. Going over that information once more, the commander realized just how little it actually told her about any of the soldiers that she'd be commanding. If the four armored figures were anywhere close to the same level as the apparent best of the UNSC, then she was looking at a spec ops team that could give Spectres a run for their money. At least, that was according to the waypoint. Any real evaluation would have to wait until combat. Even so, Shepard's quick evaluation had told her something important, which was that the armor of these four was distinctly different from any other she had seen in use in the UNSC. Multiple pictures of other similar soldiers were easy to find, but all of it seemed different. It was small things that only a seasoned veteran would notice, but that was exactly what Jane was. While describing it sufficiently escaped her abilities, Shepard just felt that the armor these soldiers wore was too sleek. Jane wanted to lay it on their obvious elite nature, but something about the plates and suit underneath was off. Picking out the word that her instincts gave her, Shepard simply labeled the design as inhuman. Concealing her inner thoughts and shelving the consideration for the moment, the commander turned her attention to the blue soldier in heavy CQC armor as he addressed the Citadel group. I know it's a bit of a cliffhanger, but oh well. We're finally getting away from all the bureaucratic stuff and moving towards the obvious focus of both fandoms. Huzzah! Going to be a fun chapter next time. CRISPR gene editing technology is already in development today, so that isn't just me making up some random nonsense. As for the CRISPR acronym, that's my doing since it seems obvious. Now for review responses. These will cover reviews from both chapters 16 and 17. I know it's been a while, so apologies about that once again. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. To those I do not explicitly mention, thank you for reviewing. Chapter 16. Forge Master, I have no idea if Asari have eggs to create a zygote. The whole mind pregnancy thing kind of throws the anatomical process out the window. Sabotai, not sure if you're talking to me or people in the reviews, but yes, star roads were neural physical megastructures of precursor origin. Guest number 1, the arc is that big, but I was talking about the portal at Voi, which is 117 kilometers in diameter. My lore is correct as much as I can make it, but if you do see something wrong, let me know. Me myself and I, not at all, my thoughts for orbital tethers went along similar lines. Have put some thought into the UDP max, thank you for the input. As for cloaking, Space Doc makes a point in that a ship would be beyond visual range, but the problem is that he analyzes it in regards to biological sight, something made clear when viewing ports are mentioned. Get an AI on board a ship to analyze imagery, or even just, I don't know, something that might magnify the scene. Maybe, a telescope? Suddenly, you can see a ship in the vast reaches of space and a cloaking field becomes quite nice. Space, good to hear. I enjoy writing about political talks, along with cultural interactions. Much more to meeting new life than pew pew pew. ASE of Spades, fair enough on the balance consideration. I've thought it might be a mistake, but I want to work around it and see where it goes. Good consideration on economics, and it is something that I will be addressing when it comes to military action. Axel, the colonial military administration had orbital control of colonies before the insurrection, so the UNSC is probably supposed to be a force to use against foreign threats, much like a modern military. Zenbeast 38, yes, an interesting idea for the interludes. Mass effect weapons would be worthless against the Flood, all penetration and no stopping power. Ragnar 92, I did not know about that, but indeed yes they did. We'll have to think about that one, thank you. Vreel 1, after this long, destroyed by the Ark's sentinels I would believe. Moksha, I address lifespan this chapter, actually. As, you might have just read. ANDY021, thank you, yes it was, I do plan on addressing new ship classes, and the main force for acquiring tech for the Citadel, namely the STG, would need to break through UNSC cyber defenses. Considering how badly they hamstrung themselves in computing, that's not going to happen easily. Jera Discol, apologies, been there myself. Chapter 17. To all the reviews inevitably asking this, I am sorry for the long absence in updates. I will endeavor to ensure that it does not happen again, but cannot guarantee it with complete certainty. Leonard Church 814, yeah, that's the problem with writing for digital beings, everything's references to actual memory addresses, not names. Can try to get something like that when I get around to updating the assembly discussions. Ardalian Rund, yes Holocaust crap, as you put it. It's one of the most defining tragedies in human history and changed our perspective on the status of civilians in war irrevocably. There is nothing that I could find in Mass Effect lore about any of the Citadel species executing such a systemic slaughter. Seeing that brutality would absolutely affect the views of visiting foreigners on how merciless humanity could be. Preparing material from the Covenant War for the Museum of Humanity would still be underway. Dragon Lord Syed 101, not this chapter, but next one yes. Guest number 1, at some point, yes. The Citadel will have to learn of UNSC AI. Guest number 2, as much as I love Avery Johnson, it would not fit to bring him back. His death was well done in my opinion, since he was present from the first battle of the Covenant War to the last. I won't mess with that. Guest number 3, I mean, there is canon as to what Quarians look like. I'm keeping with that. Imani old fart, not quite sure where you're getting that statistic, for as far as I can tell the Supermac fires a 3,000 metric ton slug at 0.04 c or 12,000 km per second. Darren 305, if you're talking about Greatest Prison, have an update for that plan to come out of 09/12. Moksha, trying to add surprise at every turn, which is kind of what you describe and I would think would be the case in true First Contact, quickly turns it into a repetitive reading and writing experience. Finally caught up on reviews. Looking forward to the next chapter, here's to hoping that it won't be such a wait. Chapter 19, Team Testing Time. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, Mass Effect to BioWare. Free time? Hobbies? What are these things? A few hundred words shorter than usual and another long delay in getting this out for which I apologize once more. Now for review responses. If you don't care, skip to the breakpoint below. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. To those I do not explicitly mention, thank you for reviewing. To those asking for an update, huzzah, here you are. To those asking if the story is dead, huzzah, nope. To those complaining about story length, simplicity does lend itself to crossovers in my opinion. Sorry, uneasy face, guessed, the Guardians against Reapers would be devastating, yes, but that is something that we as outsiders know. To the characters, the Reapers are still a largely theoretical threat since they know so very little about them. The Master of Sin. Lucifer, I do want to have the UNSC experiment with Mass Effect, but considering their advancement with hard light technology, it is unlikely that they will incorporate it in anything but experimental development projects. This chapter should answer your second question, and I do not plan on adding OC species to answer your third question. The real Mason Mac, tying up loose ends that I don't want to have floating around further into the story. Did the same thing with the Flood, quite simply I don't want to have the Spirit of Fire be a big plot point so I removed it from interfering later. Back, not sure I understand your review. To solve the Warden's supposed superiority complex, they should have forced the Citadel Council to cede to their demands and adhere to their standards. I also disagree that a preeminent galactic power such as the Citadel would want to give up their positions of power in the face of an unknown, foreign alliance. Barney, thanks. I don't know what tune to use with those lyrics, though. The Iron Waffle, centuries-old humans are a legitimate possibility, yes. Not sure I want to tangent out into the implications of that, but a mention of the deaths during the Covenant War of those types of people might come about. At that point, however, mental degradation is a very real probability. Oral X44, the Council will have its reckoning. I will not say more than that. Smiley face, concrete camel, I plan to focus on the Normandy since the star characters are all gathered there, as is fitting for Mass Effect, but I will continue to touch on the broader macro as well. As focused as me was on Shepard, there is a lot more that goes on in a war effort than one ship can display. Battleship Fuzu, Chief is not a talkative fellow, especially not with non-Spartans. Mr. Weird Guy, that is something I don't know if I've ever seen a fanfiction address, that being the economic impact of technology from Halo or Mass Effect to the other verse. At the same time, a war machine is so dependent on economic efficiency that creating a dependency on foreign material would almost certainly win a war through lack of public support for a conflict alone. Quite literally bite the hand that feeds you. Lord Jaraxxus, I haven't really told any views from standard UNSC soldiers/UEG civilians. Peace with the former Covenant does not ensure universal support for the Wardens, and peace with the Alliance doesn't guarantee forgiveness for their perceived betrayal. Good thing to address with the joint fleets, eh? Lanzader, thank you for the lore recommendation. Dunno if you've read my one-shot redo of the Locke vs. Chief fight, but I will say with fair confidence that I understand the capabilities of a Spartan 2 very well, and I agree that keeping their abilities in mind is important. Darren 305, I want to hit the second anniversary of this FIC with another chapter, but I do have some progress on the next chapter of TGP and will try to get that out if I finish the next chapter of this early. Yes, Gurus saying that the SOF was 2.5 kilometers would be a typo. Good catch. Nichols is Indijai, damn, I like that idea. Unfortunately I don't read the reviews cause I'm a nervous wreck if I try to write and read reviews at the same time, but I can certainly do that the next couple chapters until the delegation leaves Earth. Will credit you, thank you. Thorthy Mighty 321, well, yes, Mass Effect rounds have a large amount of energy, but how much area do they have to transfer that energy to a target? Not much, thus they overpenetrate and retain much of their kinetic force. That article does mention tanks, but I can find no mention of specs for me tanks, so the rest of your speculation is not really pertinent. They could be amazing tanks, or they could suck. I don't know because there's no canon details on Citadel tanks. Thus, lacking any actual information on their existence beyond a secondary codex source, I am classifying me tanks as non-existent. I disagree with your assessment of their strength, but that's beside the point. If you'd like to talk more about it, feel free to shoot over a PM. Love lore and specs conversations like this. Smiley face, Heartfang Lives, a mistake on my part to cover so much. Apologies. Amethyst Pone, pre-war UNSC frigates fires a 600-ton ferric tungsten slug at 30 km per second, not 30,000 km per second. Supermax fired a 3,000-ton slug at 12,000 km per second. The Pillar of Autumn received refits before the fall of Reach that allowed her MAC capacitors to recycle charge and thus allow for a faster fire rate at the cost of wearing out the capacitors at a faster rate. June 6, 2589/17 th day of 5th month, 2459/June 6, 2180. UNSC Anchor Sierra. High Earth Orbit. Welcome to Anchor Sierra, Fred greeted the alien group as they took in the sight of Blue Team. While John technically led the team by rank, there was no way that he would have spoken up without being directly addressed. I assume you're the UNSC team that will be joining us on the SSV Normandy. The human leading the party of various species asked rhetorically. Fred replied, yes, sir. HICOM has authorized Blue Team to deploy under the assignment of assisting in operations undertaken by your vessel. Glad to have you on board. Captain David Anderson, I'll be your commanding officer on the Normandy. Anderson turned to the side and gestured to the human woman next to him as he continued, this is Commander Shepard, she'll be your XO and lead the ground team on combat operations. I assume you want to keep the call sign of Blue Team. Yes, sir, Fred answered with a nod. Anderson nodded back and asked, what's your name? Blue 3, the Spartan responded before pointing back to John, Blue 1, then on to Kelly, Blue 2, and finally to Linda, Blue 4. The captain stared at the Spartan for a short second before trying again, that's great for call-outs during combat, but you'll have downtime while we're in FTL. What are you called off duty? Sierra 104 is sufficient, sir, Fred stated, leaving his teammates out of the introduction this time. Anderson didn't seem surprised by the non-answer as he replied, so be it. Do you know if any other species of the Wardens will be joining the crew? Yes, sir. 2 Special Operations Sanghaili and a Huragok. Other forces may be recruited if necessary for large assaults, the Spartan responded. That's unlikely but appreciated. Obviously they are not here now, do you know when they will join us? Fred lifted his shoulders ever so slightly as he answered, no, sir. The captain of the Normandy frowned slightly at that and said, understood. Are they all combatants? Not the Huragok. All right, that can work. Do you have any concerns about orders during missions? Anderson asked bluntly. Fred stared silently at Anderson for a second before flatly replying, so long as they are not hostile operations against the Wardens of the Mantle. One of the Turians in the group laughed at that and commented, that shouldn't be an issue. As the attention of Blue Team turned towards the alien, he continued, Spectre Vakarian. I, along with Spectre Arterius, will be the Council's representatives on the Normandy. We're here to make sure no issues arise from the Normandy's assignments. Noted, Fred replied, avoiding the silence that would have otherwise been his answer. We didn't come all this way to just chat for several minutes and leave. Why are we here and not on the surface? Anderson asked. From the tone, Fred knew that it was merely a prompt for the reason that they were up in orbit. Fred turned and nodded to the landscape displayed behind the Spartans. At the confused glance he got in return, the Spartan explained, war game simulation to evaluate team strength. In orbit? Why not on the surface? Some combat conditions cannot be accurately created without catastrophic damage to the surface, Fred told them frankly. Spectre Vakarian spoke up again, the conditions you could simulate up here are even more limited I would think. Forerunner makes it possible. I don't know how it works, Fred said, intercepting the obvious follow-up question. Well, we didn't come prepared for a fight. When were you planning on hosting this simulation? Anderson inquired. The Spartan turned slightly to the side for a second before replying, tomorrow. Those who wish to attend can report to the coordinator tonight. You may bring your weapons. A briefing will be held before the mission starts. A second of silence passed before Anderson nodded slightly and responded, understood. You can expect everyone here to be present tomorrow as well. I assume I may observe without participating. Yes, sir. Excellent. I look forward to seeing the entire team in action, Anderson stated before beginning to retreat from the room. As he left, Fred's enhanced hearing could pick out his words to the Spectre as he muttered, apparently we did come for several minutes to chat. Not a sociable sort, are they? The Turian took a second to answer, that's fine, as long as they. Whatever else was said was cut off as the bulkhead closed, leaving Blue Team alone to watch as the hard light simulation began to morph into the scenario that had been selected for testing the Normandy's ground team. 18th day of 5th month, 2459/June 7, 2180/June 7, 2589. UNSC Anchor Sierra. High Earth orbit. Come up to Anchor Sierra and try out the combat simulation, they said. It'll be a great exercise, they said. As far as Garrus was concerned at the moment, however, whoever they was could go on a one-way trip into the Vale. It had started out as such a nice day, too. Get up in the morning, gather combat gear, and head back up to the UNSC station for a day of learning about the mysterious Blue Team. Get into the war games, start to synergize as a team and learn about the enemies that the UNSC had fought. If that wasn't enough, the information that he had found on the UEG waypoint seemed to indicate that the war games simulations were far more than just mock battles with training ammunition. Fully realized augmented or even virtual reality was apparently common in UEG space, though large-scale use in military training had only come about after their war with the Covenant. Of course, that made sense since it was the only way that the humans could possibly consider orbit a better place for training facilities than the surface of a planet. The possible applications of such a technology were staggering, especially with enemies that might still lurk within the Warden's galaxy. Being able to accurately assess how a force would perform in engagements would be invaluable to Citadel military forces. Considering the wide range of uses in human civilian life, it would undoubtedly be hugely popular with Citadel civilians as well. At the current moment, however, Garrus was far more focused on surviving against the aforementioned enemies than on how the humans had created such a novelty. From the pre-mission briefing given to the Citadel team, they were conducting a planetary assault against a world controlled by Kig-Yar. Warden forces had already engaged and eliminated hostile vessels, giving them orbital supremacy. As a Spec Ops team assigned to a stealth vessel, it was the ground team's job to take out several pieces of critical defense infrastructure to allow for large-scale troop deployment. Once that was complete, they were to join with the primary assault group to provide support in breaking the enemy lines. None of that was particularly surprising as it presented a textbook case of combat on an enemy world. Most of the team had assumed that this would be similar to Turian doctrine, with major population centers being targeted and leaving the majority of territory in enemy hands. Such a tactic was basically unavoidable for a planetary invasion as there were few fleets in history that would have the manpower necessary to do otherwise. While it was obvious that the UNSC was focusing on similar specific objectives, their execution of the tactic was far more aggressive than the Citadel's, at least in this specific instance. Unlike Turian units, which relied on stealth to avoid engaging hostiles unrelated to accomplishing their mission, the Spartans simply annihilated everything in their path. As far as Gurus could tell, the UNSC had confused long-range penetration units with shock troopers. While it may have been easy to attribute this to the Spartans working alongside the Normandy crew, the presence of multiple other groups doing the same thing indicated that this was a planned and, more importantly, familiar strategy for UNSC forces. Admittedly, Gurus could not deny the effectiveness of the tactic as enemy forces fell into disarray from casualty numbers alone. Having accomplished their objectives, the Normandy team had been directed to fall back and prepare for the main assault. This led them to their current position of taking cover from the bombardment directed at the enemy lines ahead. Gurus had been in battles before, taking part in several skirmishes with Terminus denizens along with the tail end of clashes with the Geth in Citadel space after the Morning War. He knew that the rest of the Normandy crew had similar experience, that each knew their job and how to perform it well. After fighting with Blue Team, he was also confident that nothing short of heavy weapons would present any appreciable threat against the heavily armored humans. He was also completely and utterly certain that the Spartans were the only members of the group who had ever been in a conflict like the current simulation. Vibrations shook the ground at their feet and the muffled impact of heavy weaponry sounded from across the battlefield as the humans turned everything in front of their forces into a chunky, red paste. The source of this bombardment sat high above their heads, drifting through the clouds of smoke that obscured the sun and cast the entire area in a pale grey pallor. From the few breaks that the Turian Spectre had managed to catch, he knew that the UNSC had positioned at least 3 of their frigates above the front line. It was unlike anything he had ever seen or ever heard about throughout his service. No Citadel forces fielded fire support of this caliber, and they certainly didn't do so on cruiser-weight vessels rated for atmosphere. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded across the team's communications as the order came for them to advance. Glancing to the sides and making sure that everyone was ready, Gurus followed Shepard as they charged out of cover alongside other UNSC forces. Within seconds, the rest of the Normandy's crew followed, falling into formation with the Spartans taking point as they had learned to do when fighting earlier. Gurus had to give credit to Shepard for her quick learning on that one. The massive soldiers were perfect for leading the team into heavy fire. As the humans pushed the front forward, the streaks of shells falling in front of them also shifted, moving across the battlefield like a literal rolling thunder. Left behind was what Gurus could only describe as a barren wasteland comparable to the surface of a dead world. Craters pocketed the land and the only living organisms were the human forces advancing across the hellscape. Since any semblance of cover had been obliterated by the bombardment, the infantry kept behind the large wheeled vehicles that the humans called pigs for some odd reason. Much to the surprise of Gurus, it wasn't long before the team was ordered to assault a fortified enemy position that had survived the devastation. According to the Human Intelligence Services, an important database of local Kig-Yar ship locations was present along with several high-priority targets that had been marked for elimination. The primary objective was the retrieval of the data with any assassinations coming secondary to that goal. They had just reached the perimeter established by simulated UNSC forces when an alert came in over the team comms. Be advised, all ground units in Sector 13. Frigate 338 Heavy has been authorized for an orbital max strike at 29.553 Mark 85.283. Impact in T-93 seconds. Gurus was not the only one who turned to Blue Team at that, either in surprise or with the expectation that the Spartans would understand the communication better than themselves. They were not disappointed as the one with a 087 on her chest piece pulled up a map of the surrounding area for all to see. The position of the team was clearly marked on the very edge of a massive red zone that went off the holographic interface. A marker designating their current target gave the team some perspective as to the scale of the map, with ground zero easily being several dozen kilometers away. Hold position, we'll move after impact, Shepard ordered after considering the situation for a short bit. She received no argument as the team moved to the defensive positions established before their arrival. While waiting for the round to land, Gurus considered the regular UNSC troops around him. Even though he knew that this was a simulation, it was truly impressive how easy it was to forget that. The tension of battle was real as the human soldiers moved to brace for impact, with the obvious faces of recruits mixed among the hardened veterans of the Covenant War. For Gurus, it was that realism that hammered home how foolish a war with the Wardens would be. He had known it would be a bad idea, anyone with any experience in combat analysis would know that, but it was clear just how bad of an idea it was. These humans, along with every other species in the Wardens, had fought a war of such scale and devastation that orbital strikes were seen as standard operation. From the description of glassing, it was a tactic utilized by both sides to leave no opposition standing, regardless of the damage caused. Total war was a concept well known by the Turians. They were the only Citadel species to ever approach the realization of the idea in the war against the Krogan, who themselves were the only known people to actively engage in such a tactic. To commit every facet of a civilization to the pursuit of victory in a conflict was a foreign concept to every other known race, at least until now. It could be seen when the Spectre had visited the Museum of Humanity and accounts of the horrific wars humans had fought before. It could be seen by their view on the Covenant War and the accounts of the battles that were fought in that conflict. It could be seen by the common philosophy throughout their history. For humans, when fighting for the survival of their society, every option was preferable to defeat. Rather than sending troops to take a heavily fortified enemy position, the humans would simply obliterate it with orbital weaponry. If a valuable resource could be denied to the enemy, it would. These were not the battles that Turian fleets fought against pirates. This was war, something not seen in Citadel space since the Krogan rebellions, and the humans were absolute masters at its execution. A sudden silence spread throughout the humans, causing Gurus to look towards the horizon. Contrasted by the dark clouds obscuring the sky above was a bright line connecting the heavens to the ground below, caused by the friction between the orbital shot and the gases it ignited. There was no sound beside the shifting of bodies as everyone present hunkered down to weather the coming storm. Less than a second later the scream of the round splitting the air reached them, followed almost immediately by the whump of impact. Gurus was thankful that he didn't try and peek out as a massive cloud of dust swept over the area and the ground shook beneath them, disorienting the Spectre. Due to the kinetic nature of the human weapons, the actual blast itself was fairly focused, with the crust of the planet dispersing most of the energy rather than the pressure wave that was the result of explosives. Gurus took a second to glance over to the targeted area once the shaking stopped, though quickly lost interest when he saw that the dust kicked up obscured any visual of the crater. Turning back to the team, he followed as they continued towards their mission objective. Within several minutes they had obtained a visual of their target, courtesy of Blue 2 as Blue Team's designated scout. Their target was a den of Kig-Yar that had hunkered down in a crashed Covenant vessel with enough armor to make bombardment a hopeless prospect at best if the UNSC wanted to execute a data retrieval mission. Obviously the combat would be close quarters, unsurprisingly, leaving Gurus at the back of the formation. Shepard had already decided on an infiltration route and recalled the Spartan to bring the group up to full strength. As helpful as it'd be to have advance intelligence on the layout of the base, the risk wasn't something that the commander wanted to take. In much the same way, she'd denied Gurus the chance to split off to find a good position for sniping in earlier combat. When everyone had been assigned their roles and the team was in formation, they advanced into the fallen ship. Even a cursory glance at the outside made it clear that this thing wasn't going to be flying again, something emphasized by the fact that their infiltration route was provided by a massive rent in the hull of the vessel. It was into this dark maw that Blue Team led them, with the Spartans flashing bright lights from their helmets around the interior to make sure it was clear of hostiles. After working with the massive humans earlier in the simulation, Gurus knew that the visual examination was nothing more than habit. In several previous fights the Spartans had known where the enemy was approaching from before making visual contact, meaning that they had some method of motion tracking or something similar. From that point the operation moved forward without many hitches. Even with such a large group, they were able to infiltrate the enemy position without a problem. After bypassing several groups of enemies that were en route to reinforce positions against the human assault they were expecting, the team made it to their primary objective. Since it was a war game simulation and not an actual vessel with critical information, the team was required to hold position and wait while they took the area in a very simple but functional mechanic had they been under fire. As they waited, Shepard turned to Blue Team and asked, "Is there anywhere in the ship that we can hold and draw them to us?" "Hangar," Blue 3 answered instantly. "How many attack vectors?" Shepard inquired. Sierra 104 hesitated for a second before replying, 10. The commander frowned at that and replied, "Lot of positions to defend. Open area. Recommend against corridors, unable to utilize all members and grenades will be major threat," the Spartan explained. "Will it still be intact?" Blue 2 cut in as she answered, "No external damage to indicate collapse." Shepard took a short time to think and ordered, "You have permission to break off and recon the area. I don't want to trap us in a dead end if the passage is blocked. Avoid engaging hostiles." The Spartan nodded and set off, her footsteps nearly inaudible with the ambient noise. Within seconds her massive form vanished into the twisting halls of the Covenant vessel, hidden from Gurus' view by a turn in the passage. Even after they had waited long enough for the simulation to mark data extraction as complete, the team held their position and waited for a report from 087. By the alert but unconcerned postures of the other Spartans, it was clear that they were confident in the abilities of their teammate. After having seen them in action, Gurus was fairly certain that that confidence was not misplaced. Several minutes later, the call came over the team comms, "Partial interior collapse on port docking bay. Found alternate route, hostiles present in hangar." "Understood. Give us a path, we're moving to your position." "Permission to engage granted," Shepard responded. Shortly after this, a marker appeared on Gurus' HUD, courtesy of the Spartan scout. Falling back into formation, the Normandy's team moved out with Blue Team once more taking point. As they moved, the commander ordered, "Weapons hot, engage at your discretion. Immediate threats take priority over VIP targets. Let's make some noise." With that, the team moved out, covering ground at a fast pace. Unlike their previous objectives, where stealth had still been an asset to be conserved, there was no reason to maintain strict fire control here. They were already in the middle of a war zone and had human reinforcements surrounding the mission area anyways. Either the targets would die to Shepard's team, die to the UNSC soldiers outside, or get shot down by the ships above if they tried to flee in aircraft. As such, any semblance of hesitation regarding engaging hostiles disappeared almost instantly. Several small groups of Kig-Yar were simply run over as the Spartans gunned them down without slowing their stride. With the newfound level of killing efficiency being displayed by Blue Team, the hallways in front of the Normandy team remained clear of hostiles as they made their way towards Blue 2. Since he and the rest of those from Citadel space were apparently not needed with their vanguard mowing down everything that moved, Gurus took a second to observe the humans in unhindered combat. From the speed with which they drew beads on and thusly eliminated targets, it was clear that Blue Team was just as adept at killing enemies as they were at avoiding them, not that that was surprising to the Turian. What was truly impressive was the coordination that the three Spartans utilized to clear out hostiles. It wasn't even designating targets but legitimately coordinating fire to maximize their effectiveness, with each Spartan contributing interchangeably. Any distant targets were taken out by Blue 4 with pinpoint accuracy, often before Gurus himself could even register their presence. When not busy with that, 058 would assist by picking at any Kig-Yar that bore their circular shields, causing the undisciplined beings to stagger and expose themselves to bursts from Blue 1 and 3. Anything that did not have the advantage of range or mobile cover was annihilated with extreme prejudice, often before they could even return fire at the team. Had the last member of Blue Team been present to flank, it was likely that most hostiles would die before realizing there was a threat in the first place. It was a combat strategy that was ill-advised for all except the most desperate situations. Any mistake could mean disaster and it was almost impossible to maintain such a pace for any length of time. Without downtime to recharge shields, reload, and recuperate, most any group would die from attrition before accomplishing anything except exfiltration. That Blue Team was capable of maintaining a run-and-gun tactic made their possible application on the battlefield that much broader. Gurus was certain that he was not the only one contemplating such thoughts, something that was confirmed when a ping came across the private channel between Saren and himself. A quick flick of his hand to the side of his helmet accepted the call without muting the general team comms. "They're holding back," Saren began, cutting straight to the point. "Obviously," Gurus replied. "We wouldn't be able to keep up." Saren grunted at that and stated, "Better to send them on their own to distract the enemy and allow a small strike team to accomplish objectives." A second passed as Gurus watched the Normandy's commander before responding. Shepard might not know that, she wanted to know how they worked with a team. "Not well," the Elder Spectre criticized. "Their war against the Covenant changes things," Gurus said. When Saren stayed silent, he continued, "Any regular soldier that worked with them would almost certainly die. We've only succeeded with stealth and concentrated fire, anything with a real personal shield would present a major threat. They're used to working alone because that's how they finished their missions, as sole survivors." Saren looked over at Gurus for a brief second before turning back to continue their run to the hangar. Eventually, the Turian asked, "How do we use that?" "According to what I was reading on the Humans Waypoint, the UNSC used them for operations behind enemy lines and for suicide missions of critical importance. We aren't fighting a desperate war for survival, at least not yet. Deploy them to break enemy positions and allow the rest of the team to advance," Vakarian answered. "Perhaps," Saren granted. There was a pause in their conversation as the group finally reached the hangar of the crashed ship. As they emerged, the Turian Spectre took a second to scan the area for advantageous positions. Before him was an appreciable drop, at the bottom of which was the crumpled remnant of a ramp that had been destroyed when the vessel crashed. Several other such ramps coated much of the area in debris, though the collapsed port side also contributed to the chaos. Several dead Kig-Yar were already present, courtesy of the Spartan standing amidst the wreckage waiting for the team to gather. A grunt came from Gurus as he dropped to the floor, the last to do so as the Normandy's experienced fighters secured any entrances to the area. With their sprint through the ship to get here, every hostile would be heading for their position after taking some time to organize into an actual group. Since that was the point of going loud, however, the only concern that Gurus had was how much time they had to prepare for the onslaught. As he made his way over to an elevated position provided by the damage to the port bay, Gurus listened as Saren resumed, "They don't consider the possibility of prisoners, at least not from what we've seen. Hard to interrogate a corpse. Either way, we'll need to be careful where we deploy them. Keep the team grouped up and make sure there are plenty of other targets." "You think they'd try to take down the Normandy?" Gurus pressed. Saren huffed and replied, "With how the council's pushing, that might be what it comes to. Would prefer to face them with the full team than split apart." Vakarian considered that for a short time before inquiring, "You think that'll help?" "It'll give us a chance at the least," Spectre Arterius said softly. There wasn't much to argue with there, so Gurus didn't even bother trying. Instead, he turned his full attention to the room before him, his perch granting him an unobstructed view of the entire team. Of the original 10 entrances that had led to their position, 3 had been sealed off by the damage done to the ship, with 2 others basically useless due to the lack of a platform at their height. By Shepard's orders, the Normandy's team had split off to hold each door as best they could. If one team was overwhelmed, they could fall back under covering fire from Gurus and Blue 4. Being overrun by hostiles was a possibility, but the Spectre was fairly confident that their fighting capabilities were good enough to prevent that. Failing all else, Shepard could simply set loose the Spartans, though Gurus was of the opinion that it'd be better to see the team fail and improve rather than be carried by individual team members. With their position set and reinforced best they could, the only thing left to do was wait for the enemy to group up and engage. Usually letting hostiles regroup would be near suicidal, but Gurus was fairly confident that Shepard chose the tactic to test the team's ability to hold a position against such an onslaught. Why use a simulation if risks weren't taken, after all? That onslaught arrived shortly after as multiple groups of Kig-Yar emerged from the hallways leading to the hangar, each shielded from any immediate fire by the glowing circles that they utilized. Several green balls flew at the Normandy team, though all were poorly aimed and only ended up leaving small melted areas on the ship-grade hull that lined the room. Gurus wasted no time in returning fire as he sent a shot over the top of a shield to take out the alien holding it up. Even with that relatively quick first kill for the Turian, his shot was drowned out by the Spartan's thunderous weapon as it let loose 3 massive slugs, each finding their mark in the hostile lines. As helpful as that was, the real damage caused by the eliminations became clear as the rest of the team opened fire. With the holes opened by the 2 snipers, the others could send rounds into the sides of the Kig-Yar to further thin out the shields and allow the bulk of the enemy to be targeted. Several more intelligent hostiles attempted to reorganize their makeshift units into something that might be able to at least beat an ordered retreat, but their efforts were only met with bullets from the 2 snipers hidden behind the team's lines. Over the course of the fight, Gurus noticed several mission objectives disappear from his HUD as marked hostiles were taken down, though he hesitated to use the term assassinated. Taking a quick break from firing, the Turian Spectre thought that slaughtered might fit the description of their target's fate much more accurately. Without a reliable shield to hide behind and their lack of kinetic barriers, the Kig-Yar stood no chance against the Normandy team. By the volume of targets, it was clear that the simulation was attempting to overwhelm the team by numbers. It appeared that the concerns about being overrun by these enemies were unfounded. However, Gurus could see many problems with the team that would need to be fixed if they were to face more difficult foes. Individually, there were no outstanding mistakes as far as the Spectre could see. Everyone seemed to be competent at hitting their target and knowing when to take cover, all that was expected of soldiers. It was a lack of teamwork that caught the attention of the Spectre. Even with this one moment of observation, it was obvious that each member was acting independently with minimal direction from Shepard. The only exception to this was Blue Team, though that didn't surprise Gurus after their earlier display. While the Turian would be greatly concerned about this in normal circumstances, the commander's performance earlier made it unlikely that her silence was spawned from incompetency or insecurity. As he went back to picking at the Kig-Yar, Gurus made sure to keep an eye on Shepard's behavior as the fight progressed. Within minutes it became clear that the commander was calmly analyzing the team in action, just as Gurus was doing. There were several times when the human stopped firing to focus on another member in action and take note of how they could improve. At this point, the Kig-Yar had begun to realize that they had lost and tried to retreat back into the twisting hallways of the crashed vessel. Unfortunately for them, there were still 2 targets remaining for the team to eliminate. With another shot, Gurus dropped that to 1 as the target tried to make a break from the safety of cover to the exit. Now that they had a chance to breathe, Shepard quickly made sure that everyone on the team was green before giving the order to pursue. In a break from previous tactics, the commander kept the Spartans back and put the Asari Justicar on point. Unlike the UNSC soldiers, Samara had a notably more defensive fighting style. Rather than killing hostiles before they could react, the Asari used her biotics to shield herself from enemy fire and let other team members eliminate the attackers. While at first concerned that the glowing bolts the enemy used as projectiles might penetrate the biotic barrier, Gurus quickly gained confidence in the tactic as the Asari showed no sign of strain from the impacts. With the team now organized in an acceptable fashion, they began clearing out the twisting halls as they moved towards the exit. Since most of the hostiles on board had died in the hangar, there were no large groups to slow them down as they backtracked. Thus, it was only a short time later that the ground team was once more approaching the line set up by humans around the area. Several dead Kig-Yar near the ship made it clear that the UNSC forces had shown no mercy and gunned down anything that tried to escape. Once they had reached a safe distance from the crashed ship, Jane called in command for their next mission objective. Instead, the team received orders to fall back and prepare for extraction. While surprised with the order, Gurus had no complaints as the team began to make their way further away from the front. As they walked, the Spectre pulled up a tactical map of the battle on his Omni tool. Even though it only covered their assigned sector, it wasn't hard for Gurus to see that the UNSC had already won the battle. The lack of any force of respectable size meant that the front had advanced to another region, leaving behind only destruction and the corpses of any enemy that opposed them. Several minutes later, the Normandy team reached their pickup location. Apparently the UNSC had fairly stringent protocols regulating how close vessels could come to an active battle, probably due to the devastating anti-air units that the Covenant had employed during the war. In this case, however, there was no actual ship coming down to pick them up, as the UNSC did not have any idea what the Normandy would look like nor how it would maneuver. Instead, the team ended the war game in a rather unspectacular fashion by watching the world around them dissolve into small hexagonal tiles, revealing the massive room that they had wandered around for the last several hours. Gurus felt that the stares of the Normandy team were rather warranted considering the level of realism the simulation had achieved, though he supposed that Blue team was probably already accustomed to the feeling as the Spartans turned towards the exit. In short order, the rest of the soldiers had adjusted to the sudden change in scenery and followed the armored giants through the open door and into the room beyond. After taking some time to recuperate after the simulation, Shepard stood from her spot at the and addressed the rest of them. I'm heading to the debrief with Anderson. There'll be no team debrief for this mission, but if anyone wants to talk individually, let me know. We should be able to get footage of everyone so we know what we need to work on. Good work. Several cheers followed her exit as Gurus watched the commander disappear into the hallways of Anchor Sierra. June 7, 2180/18th day of 5th month, 2459/June 7, 2589. UNSC Anchor Sierra. High Earth orbit. As Jane stepped into the conference room, those present turned their attention to her, causing the commander to hesitate for a second. At a gesture from Captain Anderson, however, she continued forward, glancing between the four other people in the room besides herself and the captain. Sitting across from the Normandy's leader were four figures, only two of which Shepard recognized. Closest to Shepard was the chief, still clad in his formidable armor as he sat in a chair clearly designed to handle his weight. Somehow, it didn't surprise the commander in the least that the Spartan wore his armor even outside of combat. Probably got the hint from how little the four humans communicated in the simulation. Beside the soldier was a frail-looking woman dressed in civilian clothes, making her the odd one out in the room. Admiral Lasky was next, a face that Shepard recognized from some of the discussions she'd attended down on Earth between Benazia and the UEG. Last was some sort of intelligence officer that the commander also recognized but could not put a name to, unsurprisingly. Her quick observation complete, Shepard took the seat next to Anderson, putting her directly across from the civilian woman. It was only then that Jane realized that the woman was missing her left arm from the shoulder down, with the prosthetic taking up the space instead. Whether it was a result of self-experimentation, combat, or an accident was impossible to tell. Only us two, Anderson told the assembled humans. At that, Admiral Lasky looked over to the intelligence officer and got a nod in return after the man fiddled with something on the hollow table for several seconds. Everything said here is classified to the highest levels, Lasky began. Anyone outside this room who needs to know the details of your mission has already been informed. By the authorization of the Systems Alliance High Command, the SSV Normandy is being assigned to provide operational intelligence against the threat known as the Reapers. Shepard narrowed her eyes slightly at that. The Wardens had certainly taken the Reaper threat far more seriously than the Council, but to be actively gathering intelligence seemed like they had already confirmed their existence in the first place. Before she could speak, however, the previously silent intelligence officer picked up from where Lasky had left off. Initial investigations have corroborated the claims made by the Systems Alliance to a sufficient degree to merit concern. While we have access to some more remote locations that the Council does not actively monitor, ONI has identified several critical areas of interest within your galaxy that require a more personal touch. Meaning you can't get to them alone, the woman stated with some amusement in her voice. Admiral Lasky sent her a disapproving look that was easily ignored. Yes, well, we were instructed to avoid a war with the Citadel. Lasky interjected, and we will continue to avoid it unless they push for one or if it proves necessary, Admiral Fuchs. HICOM has made it clear, CENTCOM for operations in Citadel space will continue their current assignments until we have data on the Reapers. Which is where the Normandy comes in, Anderson said. The ONI Admiral turned his attention to the captain and confirmed, so it is. Your mission is to deploy to locations within Citadel territory that are otherwise inaccessible to the Wardens. Mission objectives will mostly be data retrieval and threat assessment, though that may change depending on how this investigation progresses. All data you collect will be sent back to the Systems Alliance, who will pass it on to us, the woman stated imperiously. Admiral Hackett will be your primary contact for information and acquiring cover missions to take you to the designated areas. Keeping the Citadel Spectres ignorant of this operation is critical to prevent the Council from interfering, Lasky finished. Once Anderson had taken a second to process those operational directives, he inquired, permission to speak. Granted, we understand this is an unusual situation, Lasky responded. I suppose the most obvious question is about your intentions for conflict with the Citadel, the Normandy captain started with a bit of hesitation. Admiral Fuchs replied, military intelligence suggests that the Citadel Council is completely incapable of responding to a galactic threat. Preliminary reports on their ability to react to such a crisis on a social and economic basis are also discouraging. War might improve their chances of survival, or at least slow the advance of an enemy. What if the Reapers attack in the middle of that war? Shepard asked. If the Council is focused on you, their fleets could be cut off in our galaxy and unable to assist. Even with the Normandy finding information on the Reapers, we won't have good intel on how dangerous they are. Wiping out previous species could have been simple for them if they had some way to control the mass relay network. There's no way around that if the Reapers can control the relays, though we can at least plan for it. Ultimately, it's a risk we're willing to take. If the UNSC had not faced the insurrection, we would have been in the same situation when the Covenant attacked, Admiral Lasky stated. The ONI officer agreed. Halsey's correct, as irritating as that is. The Citadel Council is susceptible to a critical failure in their primary form of intersystem travel. Their military vessels and shipbuilding yards are worthless if they can't go anywhere or communicate with anyone. Assuming that the relays can be remotely shut down by the Reapers, Anderson interjected. Halsey, as the woman was apparently named, snapped, assume the worst when talking about threats to an interstellar civilization. Humanity has faced galactic extinction before, the Council has not. Jane frowned and replied, I hardly think the Covenant could wipe out an entire. I was not speaking of the Covenant, Halsey interrupted. There are far worse things than some religious zealots with a superiority complex. Far worse than the Reapers ever could be, for that matter. And how do you know that? Shepard questioned. Because we'd all already be dead if that were the case, Lasky answered. The commander was silent as she stared across the table before responding, You are taking the Reapers seriously then? Good. Any independent investigations presented to the Citadel Council have been dismissed. There was a small smirk on Halsey's face as she replied, That's unfortunate, but we know that they exist, and we know that they have destroyed an interstellar civilization in the past. We must take the potential threat they represent seriously as we know so little about them otherwise. Their nature, their tactics, their beliefs, none of that. If the UNSC has faced things like this before, it would had to have been after the alliance was formed. I expect that you are sending someone who has experience with that situation. Anderson inquired. Lasky nodded and gestured to the silent giant as he answered, The Master Chief is the most experienced and most qualified individual for dealing with this situation. For missions assigned by Hackett, we recommend deploying Blue Team either with the main group or separately. Try to limit their deployment on assignments with the team otherwise, as Spartans were designed to work separately from regular troops, as you saw in the war games. He also has an unfortunate knack for finding the nastiest things in the galaxy, things that I doubt many of your team could survive contact with. Lovely, Jane commented, glancing over at the silent giant. If necessary, I will bring him with the ground team, though. I can't limit my selection because someone is too good, even if their teamwork is not up to par. We kept up with Blue Team in your simulation, we'll be able to do the same in the field. Halsey looked about ready to argue with the commander before Admiral Lasky responded, On a standard mission, perhaps, but if the situation calls for it, they will not hold back. The Wardens will have forces near you at all times in case things get really out of control without warning, but you'll need to know when to fall back from a fight. The Council had not informed us that they were permitting forces to accompany us. That makes our strategy as a stealth ship somewhat difficult to maintain. How many ships will be with us and what are they authorized to do? Anderson asked. Just one, and it will not interfere with your vessel's stealth capabilities, Fuchs replied. As for authorization, that will be up to the discretion of the vessel's commander and the chief. If necessary as a last resort, the UNSC Security Council has given permission for the destruction of systems to delay the enemy if they come in force. Jane stared at the four people across the table for a time before sitting back and sighing as she said, You're serious. When faced with extinction, every alternative is preferable, Halsey said calmly. Neither of the two systems' alliance soldiers could argue with that. What the hell kind of ship are you fielding? Anderson finally inquired. The silent Spartan finally spoke as he stated, classified. It was clear that the chief wasn't going to say anything else, allowing Anderson to ask, if we encounter the Reapers in force, how far out would support be? One ship cannot fight a war, no matter how powerful. Deployment numbers and locations of Warden assets are generally classified, especially when it comes to our operations in the Citadel's galaxy. If Blue Team cannot accomplish their objective due to enemy numbers, then you will receive coordinates to fall back to for support. It is unlikely that our joint fleets with the Citadel will be able to assist, but those groups can be called in as well. If the threat is truly that serious, then more extreme measures may be implemented, Fuchs answered. And what is their objective? Jane questioned. I can't have soldiers going AWOL. In the event that you discover a Reaper vessel, Blue Team is to infiltrate and disable the ship for study by a team of Alliance and Warden scientists. Other members of your team from the Wardens may also participate in that operation if necessary, but no other part of the ground team is to do so, Lasky replied. Shepard glanced at the chief and responded, While they were certainly apt in the war games, I don't think that assaulting an unknown enemy ship alone seems like the best idea. If they don't succeed, Does someone else have the authority to command your support ship for assistance? How much do you know about the Spartan branch? Lasky asked after a short time, redirecting Shepard's question. What I've been able to read when on Earth. Most elite units in the UNSC, separated into their own branch after the end of the Covenant War. Almost everything about them is classified, but the Master Chief is seen as a hero. I'm not trying to insult him, Jane defended. Admiral Lasky nodded and said, not saying you are, but do not underestimate Blue Team. That war game simulation was not difficult, it was a display of the type of enemies we currently fight against. It was only a hint, however, of the capabilities of a Spartan. Since you are their commanding officer during this operation, it will help you to know where and how to deploy them. First thing, what are your thoughts on their performance? Jane was somewhat surprised to be asked that, however, she quickly gathered her thoughts and answered, Blue Team works together almost flawlessly, though they also tend to engage enemies individually rather than focus on one target. Their coordination with the rest of the Normandy ground team was the most problematic issue I saw. A lack of shields will also be a problem against EZO weaponry, while their weapons may be weak against enemies with kinetic barriers. As for deploying, their most effective role would be in breach and clear ops where hostiles need to go down fast. I didn't notice any issues with trigger discipline or unnecessary engagements when we were keeping silent, but 4 metal giants clomping around doesn't seem to lend to stealth. They would make an excellent distraction to draw enemy forces away from an infiltration group. I would like to work on integrating them into the team if we need to move as a group, however, I understand the issues with that considering their abilities. Those are my initial impressions, at least without knowing them personally. Halsey appeared irritated, though Shepard wasn't sure if it was directed at her since the woman was looking off towards the ONI officer. Lasky ignored the interaction in favor of replying, glad I asked, then. Considering what you observed in the war games, that's a fair assessment. Blue Team was not particularly challenged, though neither was the rest of your team. I think it's fair to say that some of the aliens from your crew were not performing at their best either. For the most elite soldiers of the Citadel, I was not impressed by the Spectres. They might not be deployed with regular troops often, but I still suspect that they were limiting themselves. At Anderson's nod of agreement with that, the UNSC Admiral resumed, the same is true of Spartans, both about holding back as well as working with non-Spartans. They operate behind enemy lines, fighting on the front only in desperate situations. The Spartan branch was created after the war to give the UNSC a force capable of what essentially amounted to suicide missions. Intelligence gathering, infiltration, target elimination, sabotage, they do it all. We asked you to limit the deployment of Blue Team because neither the UNSC nor Systems Alliance believes the Council is ready to understand human warfare. Currently, the Council does not know about energy shielding, or so our intel reports at least. The reason you did not see the shields of Blue Team is because they were not being hit by enemy fire. Any waypoint search results relating to the widespread use of energy shielding by the Wardens have been blocked by ONIACE. It is possible that they might learn of it through their interactions here on Earth, but it is unlikely. The same is true of many other pieces of military hardware that are considered critical to any respectable fighting force. Introducing the Council to the concept of something like a main battle tank might help them prepare, but it will also terrify them considering the heaviest vehicle they deploy is little more than an APC for human forces. There was a lot to see, but a lot more that we didn't, Jane concluded. Precisely, Fuchs affirmed. We don't know some things, such as the interaction between plasma and biotic barriers, but that will require experimentation by Alliance Biotics. As for the Council Spectres, ONI has observed them in action and received information from the Systems Alliance as well. 2 of them being assigned to the Normandy means that the Council will be keeping a very close eye on your vessel. Lasky took over once more, Blue Team will limit themselves and their weaponry. If necessary, however, they can escalate the situation. You will need to know what the Spartan team assigned to the Normandy is capable of and command them in a manner befitting of those abilities. As such, you have been given clearance to view the dossiers of Blue Team, though many sections will remain partially or fully redacted. With that, the UNSC officer slid a data pad over to Jane. Ignoring the obvious differences from similar items in the Systems Alliance, Shepard picked up the tablet and began poking through its contents. Unlike the Omni tools that she was used to, this thing had a physical screen, but there were no security measures that she could see. After taking a second to examine the device, she glanced at Lasky and asked, "How do I lock this?" "You can't, at least not for yourself. If you aren't the one using it, then no one is. No information is actually stored on that, it's merely a connection to the data," Fuchs explained. A quick glance was all Jane needed to see that she would need to pry information from the Spartans themselves if she wanted to interact with them. Almost everything in the file was marked as classified, with the largest visible section devoted to the Chief's capabilities. After flipping through the files of the other 3 members of Blue Team, Shepard paused as she noticed the rank listed beside the Spartan's service designation. While Master Chief Petty Officer of the Navy was a rank within the Systems Alliance, it seemed that the UNSC had decided to retire the position after the Covenant War. Jane had figured that the chief was a war hero after her investigations on Waypoint, but the idea that the rank itself would need to be changed in honor of one individual was new. The Waypoint had never mentioned that Master Chief of the Phalanx was essentially equivalent to a fleet admiral for the Spartan branch. Impressive as an individual and amazing with his team, it would seem that the chief held far more pull than Shepard realized if he was in command of an entire military branch. If there was any notable number of Spartans in service in the UNSC, then the soldier across from her could command enough manpower for planetary invasions with but a word. Yet, the UNSC seemed to have no issue with sending the commanding officer of a special operations force far behind possible enemy lines based on the vague possibility that he could find information on a threat to all life in the galaxy. As confident as she was in her abilities as a soldier and commander, Jane knew when she was outclassed. One look at the vast list of operations the chief had participated in validated Shepard's decision, especially considering the number of black ops that were still marked as classified. Taking a second to process everything in front of her, Shepard set down the datapad and turned her attention back to Admiral Fuchs as she inquired, "What about your information on the Reapers? If you have clearance to see what the Alliance knows about them, then look there. Otherwise, that will be something to contact Admiral Hackett about. We don't have any tactical knowledge on them, as stated before, so what we do have is both limited and almost certainly irrelevant. Mostly archaeological and geological data with only a few useless protein records, seeing as how the Council has swarmed every location they've found," the ONI Admiral replied. "Fair enough," Jane replied before pointing out, "not a lot of personal information here. Spartan profiles are complicated. Be glad that you have access to any of that data," Halsey responded. Before Shepard could speak, Anderson replied, "We appreciate the access, regardless of how much has been withheld. We will be deploying once we return home. Is there a strict timetable on the investigation? The Council will doubtlessly be assigning us to other objectives as well, making it difficult to comply with deadlines. That is up to your discretion. Losing the Normandy as an asset would hinder our operations far too much at this time, so do what you need to keep under the Council's radar. If the Wardens decide to engage in conflict, you will be given as much warning as possible to distance yourselves from the conflict," Lasky answered. "What about the soldiers you will have on the Normandy? The Council will be suspicious if the Wardens suddenly withdraw your forces unless tensions grow, and losing Blue Team makes our mission of finding the Reapers much more dangerous if we assume the worst," Anderson pointed out. Admiral Lasky responded, "It is extremely doubtful that Spartans will be deployed in a conflict against the Citadel Council due to their distance from our borders. Based on current deployments, the Wardens would be seeking to wage a war of attrition to encourage force build-up from the Council species. So long as that plan doesn't change, there is no reason to recall Blue Team from their operations on the Normandy. Obviously the Council would not allow them to remain on the ship, however, so separating your vessel from the official command of the Systems Alliance would be required. How many members of the ground team would still be willing to serve on board a ship not allied with the Council, however, is something I cannot know." Thinly veiled irritation tinged Anderson's voice as he questioned, "You would suggest mutiny? If necessary, but preferably something more forgivable. Communications blackout, something of that nature. How that is dealt with will largely depend on the situation," Lasky said. Anderson didn't seem pleased but accepted the notion with a tilt of his head as he stated, "Then we shall wait for that day and hope it never comes, I suppose. Would the other Warden members of the team be joining on an independent mission if that comes to pass? Unlikely at this time, but not impossible. The Swords of Sanghelios have decided that they would prefer to consolidate their forces in the event of war with the Council, and the Huragok will probably retreat to the UNSC vessel that is accompanying your ship. Our ships in the proposed joint fleets would withdraw to strongholds within the Citadel Galaxy for further orders. As deadly as elite spec ops are, we are looking to galvanize the Citadel species into action, not behead their leadership," Admiral Lasky responded dryly. "We'll have to evaluate where they fit in the team," Shepard commented. Lasky shrugged slightly and replied, "Part of why they are not here is because their roles are well defined. Spec Ops excel at stealth missions, though unlike regular stealth ops elites they can also hold their own in a direct firefight. Huragok are exclusively backline support. They hate combat but are unmatched when it comes to anything technology related." Jane thought about that for a second before stating, "I can work with that. Same rules are Blue Team. Try if you can, but it's less stringent since Spec Ops usually work on their own anyways and the Huragok are rather infatuated with the Reclaimers," Fuchs said. "Good to hear," the commander responded. "Since you mention your status as Reclaimers, will you be deploying us to any Forerunner sites?" Halsey kept up her slightly hostile stare as she answered, "Absolutely not. Forerunner ruins are far too dangerous to allow the Council to bumble around them. Systems Alliance Command forbade the Normandy from leading the Council to any known Forerunner sites," Anderson explained. "Good to hear," Fuchs stated. "We have nothing else to inform you of at this time, unless if you have more questions." Shepard shook her head in the negative, allowing Anderson to respond, "Not at the moment. I will direct any inquiries to Admiral Hackett if necessary." "That will work. You are dismissed," Lasky said. With that, both Jane and Captain Anderson stood to make their way out of the room and back down to the surface of Earth. Chapter 20, A Hint of Hope. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, Mass Effect to BioWare. Busy, but still got this out. Next chapter is already partially written for the first time in quite a while, so that's nice. Some people seem to think that Shepard thinks that the Covenant couldn't wipe out humanity. To be clear, she doesn't think that the Covenant could wipe out an entire galaxy, thought that would be clear since she was responding to Halsey's comment that humanity had faced galactic extinction. Also seems to be confusion about why AIs have a seat in the Wardens. The Assembly, made up of AIs from Sangheili, Forerunner, Human, and Geth, has that seat. It's not just Human Ace, who, mind you, didn't have a representative before either. Now for review responses. If you don't care, skip to the breakpoint below. For responses, later reviews will be listed first, because I'm lazy and can't be bothered to reverse order them. To those I do not explicitly mention, thank you for reviewing. Afterlife XD, 1. Releasing the Flood on a civilization would be tantamount to xenocide considering the nature of Mass Effect weapons. 2. Yes, that's fairly reasonable. I try to keep away from hard numbers except in specific situations, though I know I did state some early on in the story for Defense Fleet numbers. Badadz 2, I'm not jumping straight into a conflict because there's usually more to diplomacy than dick waving as you put it. TOMMY298, sorry to hear. Hamilton 406, agreed, no worries there. Axel, I understand your concern. A great many authors do like to balance the scales or some other nonsense. I will not do that. These are not duels for honor, galactic war is just that, war. Fight to win, to crush the opponent and survive. Against the Citadel, that's not so much a concern, but the Reapers? Well, UNSC doesn't have much information on them, so why back off? Smiley face, Ramos, no problem on the English, not a language everyone speaks, day. Not a problem with the authors for plasma guns, just that research on plasma weaponry isn't exactly widespread since, well, it isn't exactly widely used. We'll look into this, thank you for pointing it out. Was mostly going with how plasma is depicted in Halo, but still deadly even in that context. Lark Rive Regal, possibly, but that depends on the bonds between atoms of the material. Firing sand is hella different that tungsten, for example. Lord Loverduck, from what she saw, yes. From the dossier, less so. Jumping toaster, life, unfortunately, does not always allow such a schedule. Anyways, on to the chapter, on time this time as well. 19th day of 5th month, 2459/June 8, 2180/June 8, 2589. Citadel Embassy. Sydney, Earth. I attended a human sporting event today, a game that they call football, Benazia began after turning on her OmniTools audio recording. While organizing her thoughts, the Asari stared out of the window that made up the wall of her apartment in the Citadel's embassy on Earth. In front of her sprawled the human city of Sydney, a metropolis which far outsized anything in the Systems Alliance. Eventually the matriarch turned away from the view and began to pace lackadaisically as she resumed, there were similar events when I was stationed on Terra, but I never paid much attention to them. No one in the Alliance seemed interested in building big stadiums, which makes sense now that we know about the Covenant. Apparently that isn't the case here. I've never seen or heard anything like the humans game. Hundreds of thousands of them, all jammed together in cramped seats with low-quality food, and all of them enjoying it. At one point one of the players made a good play and scored, and the roar was ear-splitting. I could hear nothing else but shouting and cheering, but I also couldn't help but be swept up in it. I didn't even understand what was going on most of the time and the humans have somehow made that fun, Benazia said with a bit of laughter at the memory. After taking another moment, she muttered, I think. Benazia trailed off and was silent for a second before continuing, I think the Council needs to reconsider how they want to handle this situation. These people aren't the Systems Alliance, though the same species they may be. Civilians in the UEG are far more focused on rebuilding what they lost than colonizing new worlds like the Alliance. I've talked to those who accompanied me here, asking about their impressions and what they've heard. One of the Spectres said he talked to a guy from the outer colonies who told him about the world he came from, where vast mines mar the surface as automated machines scour the soil for resources. The Solarian scientist that's accompanying the Normandy visited one of the universities and was almost drooling over the questions these humans are asking. From all of them, however, the story is the same when it comes to the Covenant, everyone lost someone. The Asari sighed slightly before picking back up, there haven't been any issues yet, thankfully. Some hostility, but no actions. It's clear that the UNSC is trying to keep the masses away from us for the most part, avoiding crowds outside the Senate chambers and that sort of thing. As much right as the humans have to hate the Covenant, they still seem to support the Wardens of the Mantle, which is what concerns me. If the Council picks a fight, it would allow the Wardens to truly solidify as a political body with public support, rather than the loose political organization they are now. What caused them to create the Wardens of the Mantle, though? I would think that the tensions of the war would have prevented such an organization from succeeding, too many open wounds from the conflict. From the way they take the threat of the Reapers, it seems like the UNSC well and truly believes that there are things out there that present a threat to all life in the galaxy. Something must have happened to validate that position, a threat even greater than the Covenant. It may be connected with something that Jane told me after she visited a UNSC base. According to one of the veterans there who claimed to have fought in the final battle against the Covenant on Earth, there was a lot more to the war at the end than just humans versus aliens. This soldier, one of the human Marines, he said his unit was wiped out by a species called the Flood. I tried to find out what happened to this unknown race, but searching the human networks revealed almost nothing. Whatever they were, it was a threat to both the Covenant and the humans and might be the unifying factor behind the Wardens, the matriarch theorized, her thoughts racing while she kept her voice even. Her attention suddenly turned towards the entrance to the apartment as Ethida stepped in and gave a wave, keeping silent when she saw that her partner was busy. Benazia nodded back before finishing the audio log to send to the Council. Investigations into whatever this flood is should be made. What is it, where did it come from, but most importantly, why are the humans, so determined even after 30 years of war against the Covenant, more afraid of an enemy that was only present for at most the last few battles of the conflict? June 8, 2589/19 th day of 5th month, 2459/June 8, 2180. DAV Class Light Corvette. Orbit of Tuchanka. For all their security regarding the Krogan demilitarized zone, it would seem that the Council was unable to learn something as simple as visual cloaking. Of course, Atriox had known this for a long time after conducting so many operations in the Citadel Galaxy. If the prey that the Banished hunted had possessed the ability to hide from them, they would have, not that the Solarians that tried to tail them were any better. Even now, after having pulled away from making deals with the Citadel Council, he still received intermittent reports of STG ships trying to sneak around Banished vessels. After having dealt with the Council for so long, however, Atriox had expected that it might be possible for him to convince them to let a Banished vessel near the Krogan homeworld. That didn't happen, hence his current transport on board a DAV-class light corvette that the Swords of Sanghelios had provided for transport to Tuchanka. Currently, Atriox was on assignment from the Alpha Chieftain to meet with Urdnot Rex, a Krogan battlemaster who had caught the attention of the humans. How the humans discovered him or what he had done to merit that interest was not something that concerned the Jiralhani warlord. What caught the attention of Atriox was that he recognized the name of Urdnot Rex from his time in the Terminus. A legend that stretched back centuries, the battlemaster apparently served as a freelance fighter and adventurer. Regardless of anything else, Atriox could respect a warrior of that caliber. After looking into the culture of the Krogan, it wasn't hard for the warlord to see the obvious parallels between the Jiralhani and Krogan. Both had burnt out as they tried to leave their home world, left in the ruins of their civilizations and then uplifted by an interstellar coalition for their own purposes. The difference was that the Jiralhani had managed to survive the ordeal and begin to rebuild their culture with more than just perpetual war. According to the humans who had already scouted out the world, Tuchanka was a nuclear wasteland bereft of almost all life save the most hardy species. Any attempt at civilization had been destroyed by the warring clans on the surface, though considering the plight of the Quarians, Atriox would not be surprised if the Council had interfered in some manner. By the request of the Alpha Chieftain, Atriox was to contact Urdnot Rex and discuss the possibility of restoring the Krogan as a stable species. While a generous offer, it was clear to Atriox that the real goal was to recruit more species into the Wardens of the Mantle. The problem with that was the culture, or lack thereof, among the Krogan that would be an issue if they were to ever join the Wardens. It was the same issue of perpetual war that had plagued the Jiralhani before their regression and after the Great Schism. It was into that culture that the banished leader would be stepping as the corvette finished entering the atmosphere of the planet, preserving their cloak by using their anti-grav systems to stay aloft rather than orbital mechanics. Now only several minutes out from his destination, Atriox hefted chainbreaker and made his way through the halls of the ship to the grav lift in the hangar. Due to the clandestine nature of this mission, there were only 4 other members of the Banished accompanying him down to the surface of the planet. Once the word was given, the 4 guards that were joining Atriox dropped down the grav lift. They quickly sent back the all-clear signal, allowing the warlord to step into the lift and fall to the ground below. As he landed, Atriox immediately took stock of the area around him, carefully noting the vast number of ambush points formed by the Krogan ruins. While normally a great concern on such a hostile planet, the ship above them would have already blasted any potential attackers had they been present. Apparently Urdnot Rex had known that trying to be clever would end badly, either that or he liked to confront things head-on. Seeing as the battlemaster was standing alone and out in the open a short ways away from the grav lift's landing point, Atriox was fairly confident in assuming that it was the latter option. With one last scan of the area out of habit, the Jiralhani made his way over to the Krogan. Before the banished leader could speak, however, the battlemaster asked, What do you want, Warden? Atriox snorted, instantly coming to like the blunt individual before him as he replied, I speak for them, but do not mistake me for a politician. My chieftain asked me to meet you, and so I obey. The humans want to offer your people a chance at life. A deep rumble came from the Krogan as he stepped forward, ignoring the shifting of the banished guards and glaring into the warlord's eyes. After short time, the two warriors broke eye contact as Erdnot Rex stepped back slightly and stated, You've worked for the council, out in the terminus. Out of respect for your strength, I'll give you one chance to answer why I should trust you. Humans pay well for information, especially when it comes to blowing things up. That it helped the council was just an excuse for an extra paycheck, Atriox explained. Rex huffed in what Atriox assumed was a laugh. The Krogan considered this for several seconds before deciding, fair enough. I'll hear this offer. The Jiralhani wasted no words as he said, you and other Krogan will be given a world by the Wardens of the Mantle so you may repopulate and rebuild. Those who stay here will be left to their wars until the council can be persuaded into lifting its restrictions. In exchange, you will not turn your new home into another radioactive pile of rubble. Tuchanka is our pile of rubble, and it will stay that way until every Krogan is dead, Rex stated aggressively. Atriox nodded in appreciation and responded, the same is true for Doisak and Sanghelios and Earth. If you, Erdnot Rex, do not accept, the Krogan may very well lose Tuchanka as your species fades to dust. The name is Rex, Clan Erdnot is content to waste away in the dirt fighting over the scraps, the Krogan replied. This is your chance to change that, the warlord pushed. Gather what Krogan are willing to rebuild and get out from under the council. Another laugh came from the Battlemaster, though this one was mocking as he retorted, so we may suffer under the wardens instead? So long as the genophage exists, we will never be free to live. The humans wish to change that, to fix the crime that the council has committed against your kind. That is a crime that the council will have to face someday, the Mantle would have it no other way, Atriox stated. That got Rex's attention as he asked, they would cure the genophage. More likely they wish to change it to not be an abomination to life, but essentially yes, the Jiralhani answered. Explain, the Battlemaster demanded. Atriox snorted and responded, I am a warrior, not a scientist, but even I recognize the horror of the genophage. The humans will likely attempt to cure the council's sloppy work and create their own solution for the Krogan to use. Then they are no different from the council, Rex countered. In their methods, arguably not, the banished leader granted. In their goals, however, absolutely. Even you must see that the Krogan cannot sustain the population growth they are capable of. The humans wish to save your species, not condemn it to starvation. A growl came from the Krogan before he eventually replied, I see that, the problem is that the solution is being forced on the Krogan, not made for them. Several seconds passed as the Jiralhani warlord stared at Rex before he said, the tribes pass on stories from generation to generation, even with the Vihilothskane pushing new ways. I have never been as good at speaking as I have at fighting, but perhaps I don't need to be for this story. When Rex merely tilted his head in curiosity and a bit of confusion, Atriox continued, in the 6th age of conversion, before the 39th age of conflict, a small species was brought into the Covenant. They had been living primitive lives on their world, doing their best to survive. Within 20 years of their introduction, a rebellion took place as their growing numbers caused friction with the other races. To end the conflict, the Covenant glassed the home world and inflicted heavy losses on their population. Rather than dealing with the cause of the problem, the grunts became cannon fodder, fed into the endless war machine that the Covenant maintained. Outside of conflict, laws were forced upon the Ungoi to prevent breeding, with any disobedience met with death for entire families. It was only once humanity fought the Covenant and the Great Schism split it asunder that the Ungoi were freed. Yet, without conflict to trim their numbers and with the Covenant's production worlds glassed during the Blooding Years, they faced the prospect of extinction alongside every other former Covenant species. After thousands of years under the Prophet's lies, who was left to tend the farms, who could repair the technology that the Sanshayuam alone understood? The Jiralhani asked. Silence was the only answer from the Krogan as Atriox finished, the answer was in the enemy that had fought us for the last 30 years. In return for allowing them to study that technology, they also repaired it when they could have left entire planets to die. By the request of the Ungoi themselves, the humans created a product similar to the genophage to create sustainable population growth. The humans fought your kind, died in the billions, and then turn around to help you? Rex asked, understandably incredulous. Atriox grunted and replied, their actions don't always make sense, none of them can agree on anything, but there are worse things in the galaxy than the Covenant. Terrors that even I do not wish to disturb. The humans call your kind brutes, Rex eventually commented. That does not seem accurate. Under the Covenant, they were not wrong, Atriox countered. Jiralhani were encouraged to let loose their violence, taught only war and cruelty. I was no fool and left before the crimes of the prophets became known to all. You have the chance to do the same. A glare came from the Battlemaster as he stated, "We are similar. That's why the wardens hired you to convince me to do this." It was not a question, so Atriox did not bother directly addressing it as he replied, "Do not mistake the humans for stupid apes. Their war with the Covenant did not leave room for the weak to take power. You respect the humans for having fought against them," the Krogan pointed out. "They slaughtered my battle brothers, wiping out my clan one by one. I resent them for it, but I also understand why it had to be so," the warlord said calmly. "The genocide of the humans was wanton violence by the prophets, and it is they who bear the blame. As I fought the Covenant, so did the humans, leading to its rightful destruction. I respect that strength. To be Krogan is to be strong. You have me curious about the humans, as the alliance has most certainly not been impressive," Rex said. Atriox smiled and slammed Chainbreaker into the ground, triggering its gravity generator and leaving a sizable dent in the stone as the Jiralhani declared, "Then show your strength by breaking free of the council. See for yourself why I work for the wardens, even though I am not one of their soldiers. Show the galaxy your right to live." Rex looked away from the Jiralhani at that, gazing around at the ruins and surrounding wasteland. After some time, he finally questioned, "How long until your ships arrive?" "June 8, 2589/19th day of 5th month, 2459/June 8, 2180. Migrant Fleet. Terminus. For the largest groups of ships in the entire galaxy, it was more difficult than expected to locate the migrant fleet as it made its rounds through mass relays that never changed position. Of course, when the bar for difficulty was set at a mere search of the Citadel's extranet, it wasn't surprising that more work was needed. That was where the Office of Naval Intelligence came in as they carefully tracked the Quarians after finding their fleet passing through one of the relays out in the terminus. It was this massive flock of vessels that the small UNSC frigate cautiously approached. Even after having received permission to make their case to the Conclave, the prospect of entering the same airspace as the migrant fleet was daunting. Due to the rather precise maneuvering and possible slipspace jump the ship would have to make if something went wrong, the AI of the Endless-class frigate was currently piloting the vessel along the provided flight path. Watching alongside the bridge crew was the envoy from the Wardens of the Mantle who would be meeting with the Quarian leadership. It had been decided that the Allied Fringe would handle interactions with the exiled aliens if they accepted the offer from the Wardens, as it was within their territory that a world for them had been terraformed. To help facilitate that interaction, Representative Word Tonfa of Allied Fringe had been sent to this meeting with strict instructions to try and dissuade the Quarians from attacking the Geth once more. As the UNSC ship pulled into dock with one of the much smaller Quarian frigates, Word turned to begin making his way to the airlock that would allow them access to the alien vessel. From that point there was very little excitement as the Yonhet made his way to the Quarian ship. Since the Wardens were an unknown entity and had no one to vouch for them, the ship Word was entering was empty of all civilians. Due to the massive population loss from the Morning War, the Quarians had decided to use their internal fleet communications to meet with the envoy rather than risk contamination from a biological source or infiltration by an artificial intelligence. As he entered the alien frigate, two groups of Quarians met Word at the entrance. One was obviously made of soldiers as they had their weapons drawn, though none of them seemed ready to fire once they saw that the Yonhet was lacking any obvious weaponry. The other group appeared to be some type of biohazard team as they used their Omni tools to scan Word. Apparently there was no issue as the Quarian Marines turned to guide him to wherever he would be speaking with the Conclave. Looking around, Word noted the many patches that were visible in the hulls of this ship, making it clear that it was an older vessel and would not be a huge loss to the migrant fleet if the Wardens tried anything amiss. That wasn't the plan as far as Word knew, but he also could respect the caution that the Quarians were displaying when it came to their survival. Many of the species that made up the Allied Fringe were similar when the Covenant ruled, as the loss of a single world could mean extinction. Eventually the small procession entered a conference room, though any furniture had been cleared out in favor of a lectern from which the Warden representatives could address the Conclave. As they entered, one of the Quarian Marines spoke, "The Conclave will contact you when it is ready." "Understood," Word replied. Shortly after they arrived, the screen at the front lit up to display a large group of Quarians, with 5 more prominent figures standing above the rest. Word instantly recognized the Quarian Admiralty Board, though he could not place names to faces due to the suits that covered their bodies. Even with the feed active, however, Word waited to speak out of respect for whatever process the migrant fleet had for these occasions. After several seconds, one of the Quarian admirals began to speak. "This conclave is brought to order. Blessed are the ancestors who kept us alive, sustained us, and enabled us to reach this season. Keela S. Eli." Several murmurs of that same Quarian's phrase echoed throughout the chamber, though it was almost impossible to hear. "State your names so that the conclave may know who is speaking," the Admiral told the Warden representative. "Representative Word Tonfa of the Allied Fringe speaking for the Wardens of the Mantle," Word responded. The Quarian nodded and stated, "The envoy, Word Tonfa, has come to present a proposal to the conclave regarding our future. They will be heard by the conclave and by Admirals Shailaron Vas Tonbay, Zalkoris Vas Quib Quib, Hongarel Vas Nima, Darozen Vas Morat, and Railzora Vassalareti of the Admiralty Board. Done with the long introduction, the Quarian nodded at word to indicate that he was free to speak. Having had some time to think, the Yonhet began. The Wardens of the Mantle wish to offer your people a world within the territory of the Allied Fringe, to settle and recover from the Morning War. Abandon Rannoch to the Geth? After a mere 65 years, absolutely not, Admiral Han Garel said almost instantly. Even if we were to accept, how would the fleet reach this world? There is no element zero in your galaxy to refuel our ships, and no mass relays to transport them. As Admiral Han Garel stated, we cannot give up our home world, for it is the only option left, Shailaran stated. Word contained his confusion as he inquired, it is not possible for the Quarians to establish a colony at all. What few worlds would be able to support our species have been forbidden to us by the Council, and our heavy fleet cannot be wasted fighting the Turians on a whim, Han Garel explained. Which is why the Wardens are offering you the opportunity to settle a new world, away from the Citadel and any potential threat that the Geth might pose. Resources can be provided to make the journey possible, including fuel for your ships and protection if necessary. The only request that we have is that you assist with our own research into Element Zero, the Yonhet replied. Railzora spoke up as he responded, if you can spare the ships to provide assistance, we could mount an assault on Rannoch and take it back from the Geth. This statement garnered motions of agreement from many Quarians around the room, making it clear to Word that this would be a very delicate negotiation between two conflicting objectives. The Council has requested that we do not provoke the Geth into conflict, a request that the Wardens of the Mantle cannot see any reason to deny, the envoy said. Intelligence gathered by the humans in Sanghyla would indicate that your home world is far too heavily fortified to take without major fleet actions. It is considered probable by analysts that any attempt to conquer Rannoch would result in a Pyrrhic victory and devastation of the planetary surface. Admiral Shailaran interjected, our patrols have been unable to penetrate the Veil since we were driven out in the Morning War. Even the Council does not venture to our home, any attempts to do so have been met with hostility from the Geth. How were you able to enter? Realizing the misstep but unable to retract the implication, Word replied, stealth vessels and drones, though the exact details are military secrets that I do not know. If we could study that technology and implement it in our own ships, we would be able to take back the home world ourselves, Darozen suggested. I understand your desire to take back your home world, Word replied. The Covenant drove many species from their homes, out of spite or for resources. The proposal I bring, however, is not to take back Rannoch but to allow the Quarians, as a species, to survive the coming ages. A fleet of this size will draw attention, as I am sure it already has, leading to inevitable losses. If an attack on your home world fails, then where will you fall back to? The Quarians run the very real risk of extinction, and that is something that the Wardens will not stand by and watch. For the first time, Admiral Zalkoris spoke, why do you care about our survival? We pleaded with the Council for help and they cast us out. To them we are a problem, an idea that your diplomats did not seem inclined to disagree with. You have heard of the forerunners from Ambassador Musit's discussions with the Council, as well as the mantle of responsibility. Word inquired. At the nods from the Admiralty Board, he continued, that is your answer. The humans, the reclaimers, they are upholding that mantle. Guarding it, and thus all species, from those who would destroy them. It is a goal for them to strive towards, and while they may never achieve it, their own brush with extinction ensures that it will not be pushed aside. That is why the Allied Fringe was formed in the wake of the schism, for protection from the horrors of the galaxy. While together the Allied Fringe has a population in the billions, each individual species is far less numerous, to the point that they could not individually contribute to the Wardens of the Mantle. We are inviting you to join us as equals, to take part in our decisions and benefit from the protections we enjoy. As numerous as your fleet is, a species with a population of several million cannot hope to contend on the galactic stage, especially when shunned by the dominant power, the Yonhet said bluntly, not dodging around that fact. Even so, it appeared to insult the Conclave slightly as Admiral Han Garel argued, the heavy fleet is capable of defending the migrant fleet against attacking forces. From small pirate forces, absolutely, Word admitted, but what about an organized force? Could you fend off the Turians or the Geth if they decide to finish what they started? The Council has made it clear that they will not take action against us so long as we do not initiate hostilities against the Geth. If we could take back Rannoch, however, then we could investigate what went wrong and disable all the machines, Darozen asserted. Careful to keep his face blank as he contained his irritation, Word quickly replied, no hostile action has been initiated by the Geth against the Wardens of the Mantle and we are therefore prevented from engaging in conflict against them. They do not present an imminent threat to the continued existence of any species, as they at least spared the migrant fleet. As for an attacking force, it could very well be an unknown, much as the Wardens were to the Council just a short time ago. It might not be likely, but the longer the migrant fleet drifts, the more probable it becomes that you might be mistaken for a target of opportunity. To assume that it is an eventuality erodes the authority of leadership, it is ruling through fear, Railzora declared. It is not necessary to use the possibility to force decisions, the Yun had countered. Yet it is a concern that must be considered, regardless of opinion. There are things in this universe that make the Geth look harmless, and at any time, one of those threats could appear and wipe out the entire migrant fleet in a single fight. Our offer is meant to prevent that from happening, to uphold the mantle of responsibility rather than stand by and see it fall. The Wardens of the Mantle will not help you take back your world right now, but perhaps, one day, you might have the strength to do it yourselves without risking everything. What I can tell you with certainty is that the loss of your fleet would signify the loss of any chance of regaining Rannoch, a fact that I am sure you are well aware of. Accept the world we are offering, even if it isn't your home forever. To be trapped by a lack of MassEffect and the reliance on your support would be worse than our current situation, Raelzora said. I and many others promised our sons and daughters that they would see the home world again, we swear by it. Kila s Eli, as it is said in our language. Seeing the focus that the Quarians had made Word sympathize with the council slightly, though he continued to push as he responded, that promise is not one that I can fulfill. If you wished, you could petition the Wardens to try and contact the Geth to open negotiations, but as I stated, armed conflict is not an option. That is more than the council offered at least, Admiral Shalaron admitted. Would they be included in such debate? Looks were directed at her from the other Quarians in the conclave, though they went ignored as she kept her attention on the envoy. I can't guarantee it, the Yun had confessed. I very much doubt that they would be welcome, however. In a galaxy of trillions, settling several million is a trivial matter. That it has not been done shows not only negligence but explicit intention to inhibit the continued existence of the Quarians. There are several members of the High Senate that are quite irate with the Council over that particular matter. That seemed to interest Darrozen as she asked, how do they plan to help the Krogan? If that is truly their reason for making this offer to us, they cannot also ignore the genophage. Surprised that the Quarian had picked up on that connection, Word took a second to recall the bits of information he had heard about the operation on Tuchanka before answering. Discussion was underway about how to address the extinction threat to the Krogans. Ambassador Musit has met with the Council about the issue and been informed that any attempt to remove the Krogan from Tuchanka or cure the genophage would be an act of war. Other options are being considered, but it is not my duty and thus I am not well informed on the matter. I would expect the Wardens of the Mantle to push harder to preserve their principles, Han Geralt taunted. Clandestine operations such as what would be required to assist the Krogan are unknown to most participants of the Covenant War. The Prophets were never concerned about the lives lost in direct assaults, Word said. Raelzora seemed to pick up on the implication as he stated, your Wardens do not hold much respect for the Council. The only reason the Council has been spared is because they did not know of the mantle of responsibility. It was my understanding that they were spared to combat the threat of the Reapers, Darrozen commented. A surprised look was directed at the Quarian as Word responded, a fair point. That is one of the major concerns that prompted this offer to the migrant fleet. As much as it irritates the other members of the Wardens, the humans do seem to be remarkably capable of finding the nastiest things in a galaxy. Oh. Darrozen inquired. These things and those that you mentioned earlier are the same. Yes, but it is not my intention to terrify you into accepting the offer from the Wardens, the Yun had said. I am here to make an offer, not a threat. Admiral Han Geralt seemed somewhat amused as he questioned, your military is truly concerned about the warnings of the Systems Alliance? We do not agree with the Council on many things, but the existence of a race that wishes to wipe out all life in the galaxy is far-fetched. And if they do exist? Word asked in return. The problem the Wardens have encountered is not that the Alliance suggested that the Reapers exist but rather that there seems to be a basis for that suggestion. Is it beyond reasonable doubt? No, but neither can we say that these Reapers cannot exist. Something killed the Proteans, that much is obvious. A species spanning a galaxy does not just disappear. A similar situation can be seen with the Forerunners, where they encountered an enemy even they could not defeat and sacrificed themselves to save all other life. It has happened before, and the possibility that the Proteans failed to eliminate the Reapers is not one that the Wardens are willing to discount. If that's the case, then what hope do we have of fighting them? Han Geralt pointed out. The Protean Empire spanned the entire galaxy, neither the Wardens nor Council can claim that. That the Proteans had claimed the entire galaxy after skipping entire sections using the mass relays was not something that Word vocalized as he replied. Intelligence services from several Warden members are currently investigating the claims of the Alliance. Those investigations are classified and thus I do not know what they have found until they release that information, in which case you would be able to see it as well. It's possible that we can't fight them at all, but that is doubtful. From what the Alliance has found with their Protean relic, the Reapers attack this galaxy and this galaxy alone. If that is true, then the Quarians and Krogan are at the greatest risk of extinction as neither of you have any appreciable presence past the intergalactic relay. So you wish to relocate the migrant fleet to your own galaxy, Zalcoris concluded. For all the reasons I have stated. Tensions are simmering between the Wardens and Council right now, but they might, as the humans say, join the monkeys in throwing their shit around. If that's the case, then evacuating the migrant fleet will become impossible. Such a war may last a year or an entire age, the Yonhet warned. Then we must decide now, Admiral Shaileron determined. Word repressed his instinctual display of apathy and instead responded, now or in the near future if you want the choice to be yours. In any of the cases I have mentioned, wait too long and eventually the decision will no longer be that of the conclave but rather of fate. The conclave has been gathered to hear your statements, not vote on the fate of the migrant fleet at a whim. If a vote is supported, then it will commence. We shall contact you once our deliberations are concluded. You may return to your vessel if you wish, Railzora told Word. Sensing the unvoiced dismissal, the Yonhet leaned forward slightly to accede to the words of the Quarian admiral. With that, the screen flickered off as the conclave began to debate. Turning away from the blank display, Word backtracked to the airlock with the Quarian marines trailing him. As he left, the envoy prepared to relax for a while under the assumption that the conclave would take some time to come to a consensus, let alone a decision. 19th day of 5th month, 2459/June 8, 2180/June 8, 2589. Supreme Palace. Karshan. The Council continues to refuse to take action against the aggressors? Ambassador Jathaman shifted slightly at the irritation in that question before replying, yes, Hegemon. They are incapable of seeing truth as they blame the incident on pirates. Fools. The Batarian leader declared forcefully, sending several slaves scattering away from the large master. We shall deal with the problem ourselves, then. You are dismissed. Seeing no need to prolong the meeting and risk punishment, Ambassador Jathaman cut the connection after paying his respects. The other Batarians present around the table were all silent, waiting to be addressed by the leader of the hegemony. After several seconds of waiting, he turned to the head of the Department of Information Control and questioned, what do the lower castes know of the incident? Nothing, sir, but there are murmurs. People have noticed the silence, the lack of news from Logasiri. They are ignorant, for now, the Batarian stated. Are we prepared to respond? The hegemon asked, addressing the question towards one of the decorated military leaders that sat on one side of the table. Always, came the response, delivered with a straight face and an understanding that the hegemon referred to the pirates under the hegemony's employ just as much as their official military. A lift of the chin was the only indication that the large Batarian leader approved before he brought his gaze on the chairman of Batarian State Arms, prepare to increase production and begin pulling from our stockpile. We will strike quickly and with vengeance. Turning to the head of the Department of Military Intelligence, the hegemon threatened, I will not tolerate failure for much longer. What do you have to report? Our collectors out in the terminus have informed us that the wardens have been interfering with their operations. We are closing in on the location of whatever world they have stolen, but the slaves only work so fast, the Batarian complained with a hint irritation. This did nothing to appease the hegemon as he leaned his bulk forward and commanded, then find ways to make them work faster. If our forces stand ready and you do not have a target, your head shall adorn my door. See to it, now. Yes, hegemon. The department head responded before quickly leaving the room as everyone else watched on. All of them knew the price of failure, such was the way of the Batarian system. Unyielding justice where punishment fit the crime, and the higher caste, the larger the failings and thus greater the penalty. How fares the business in the markets with the interference of the aggressors? Inquired the leader, directing his attention to the head of the Department of Economic Affairs. They were beginning to recover once the council's pet brute finally stopped harassing us, but sales are down again. Raids against the lower races have been increased to account for this. Collectors are hesitant to target the Alliance after the Elysium massacre and violation of Torfin, hurting the supply even more, said the Batarian that had been addressed. A growl came from the hegemon as he leaned forward and commanded, see to it that they become less hesitant and more successful, then. The Alliance is nothing but filth, and their citizens are hardly capable of cleaning my floors let alone fighting against the might of the hegemony. Of course, sir. Would you have any use for fodder against the aggressors? The hegemon suddenly asked, turning his attention back to the military leaders. There was a hint of amusement on the officer's features as he replied, more bodies are always good, especially if the weaklings refuse to fire at worthless slaves. I will require ships to transport them, however, as I will not have the untouchable castes on board our venerable vessels. Perhaps some of our employees might be able to find some. The flailing imbecile that directs our spies recently informed me that one of our systems has been turned into a sea of thieves. Start there, and perhaps bring along a few suit rats to throw in the fighting pits, ordered the hegemon. Sir. Does anyone else have anything to present? The large Batarian asked. When no one spoke up, he stated, dismissed. Glory to the hegemony. June 8, 2589/19th day of 5th month, 2459/June 8, 2180. Eleutheria. Bastion. Not many humans were ever taken as slaves. That was something that the Systems Alliance was quite proud of, especially considering how the Batarian hegemony targeted their colonies in the Skylian Verge. After the attack on Torfan, there had been even fewer of them coming through the slave markets on Batarian worlds. Unfortunately for Talitha, she was one of those few who were in circulation. Caught out during a raid on Mindwar and taken before the Alliance could lock down the skies, there was nothing she could do to escape from the slavers. Years came and went, masters along with them, as she was traded between various wealthy individuals who were interested in possessing one of the vaunted humans. Her last master had been an administrative official for the mining operations on Logasiri who already owned slaves for menial tasks, leaving Talitha subject to satisfy the pleasures of the Batarian. That all changed when the attack started, throwing the entire colony into disarray. Within minutes everything had changed as both masters and slaves fell to the ground, unconscious from whatever had been dropped into the habitats. Talitha had not been spared from the same treatment, as the next thing she remembered was waking up inside a massive hangar alongside thousands of other slaves. Eventually they were met with their saviors, a group of new aliens that called themselves the Wardens of the Mantle. No one recognized the name. From there, events seemed to move faster than possible. A short time after they were awakened, several fights broke out between slaves from different castes. These were put down almost instantly, and it was made quite clear that such actions would not be tolerated. Talitha had despaired that they had exchanged one prison for another, but was glad to be proved wrong when a medical unit made their way through the hold to remove the implanted slave chips. It was when they landed that the true disparity between her former life and this new opportunity was revealed. First among these realizations was the fact that the ship they were on had not only entered the atmosphere of a planet but actually landed on the surface itself. Even with their advancements in using Element Zero, the Council had never landed a vessel larger than a frigate on the surface of a planet, yet this massive vessel had done so with seemingly no trouble. Second was when the hangar door opened to let the freed slaves offload and Talitha got her first look at their new surroundings. Unlike the depressing atmosphere that even the agricultural habitats couldn't mask on Logasiri, this was obviously a garden world that these wardens had taken for their own. Alien plants grew amongst crags of rocks and the air was clean and, more importantly, breathable. After walking a ways away from the ship to get away from the crowd of slaves, Talitha turned back to look at their transport. Whatever she had been expecting, the unbelievable wall of metal that greeted her was not it. Towering what had to be several hundred meters into the air and at least 2 kilometers long, the ship was far larger than anything she had ever heard of. Yet, there it was, sitting on the surface of the planet with no apparent damage. It wasn't the only one either, as she could see pieces of similar ships around the edges of her own transport. The introduction to a new life of freedom, or at least the illusion of it, took up the next several weeks as humans helped the survivors of Logasiri begin anew. Houses were built once the ships had lifted off the ground and back into orbit, much to wonder of all unfamiliar with them. Already there were those who were wondering whether they wanted to leave at all, as the resources and infrastructure for a small city quickly sprung up. As they built, Talitha learned about these people that called themselves Wardens. Apparently humans were only one of several species in the organization, leading to the obvious comparison to the Citadel Council. It was fairly clear, however, that these Wardens were far different from the Council and their passive acceptance of Batarian slavery. Medical units treated them not only physically but mentally as well, though the latter would take much longer to address according to the doctors. The only place that Talitha had seen such expertise had been the Systems Alliance, though she didn't remember much after so long in captivity. Several times a day, massive ships would blast overhead, producing a dull roar and causing all to turn their gaze upwards to witness the spectacle. While it was hard to judge the size and distance of these vessels, it was evident that they were quite large, probably larger than the ships that had saved them from Logasiri. During 1 week, a number of humans arrived and threatened to disrupt the growing settlement while hurling insults at the former slaves. Within a short time they were removed from the area by a group of soldiers that were called Marines. This drew recognition from both Quarians and humans, but what really caught the attention of Talitha was that the troublemakers had merely been removed. There was no execution, no fear from them as they were ordered to leave, just vocal complaints about the presence of aliens on this world. It was at that point that Talitha began to believe that whoever these Wardens were, being on their world was not such a bad thing. In the hegemony, speaking out like that would have been cause for arrest, and insulting soldiers usually resulted in a quick death. For all their ships and their legions of men, the hegemony had still been afraid of anyone speaking against them. These humans, however, with their massive ships and verdant worlds, not only abided by but encouraged dissent, at least according to the rumors floating around. Emboldened by the display, some of the former slaves began murmuring about whether they would be allowed to leave. No one asked the humans, as to ask questions of a master was to invite a beating, and while these humans did not call themselves masters, old habits die hard. Eventually one brave soul worked up the courage, but none of the humans who were assisting them had an answer for that, replying only that they were there to help establish a sustainable development since almost none of the slaves had any experience in that area. After a few days, a high-ranking officer from the military stopped by and informed them that they currently could not return to Citadel space. As it stood, the Citadel did not know who had attacked Logasiri, leaving the former slaves trapped in a legal grey area. If they were returned to the Citadel, it would implicate their saviors in an attack on a member of the Citadel. If that happened, there was a real possibility of the Batarians demanding their return as property. Seeing as the council had abided by the practice of slavery so far, there was no indication that they wouldn't return to the hegemony. Until the slavers were brought to heel and the fallout from the attack dealt with, there was little they could do but wait. There were some quiet protests and complaints about that between the former slaves, mostly in regards to contacting family, but only a few had enough confidence to voice these to the humans. After some negotiation and the help of a few Quarians, an abomination of a communications relay was set up and connected to the COMM buoy network. Using both technology from the humans as well as the expertise of a species familiar with Citadel technology, the resulting product was functional, if not particularly aesthetically pleasing. According to the humans, any messages sent would be manipulated such that they appeared to come from an address within Citadel space. How they achieved that was beyond Talitha, but it did imply that this world was not connected to the extranet and thus was unknown by the council. Considering the derision that their saviors seemed to have for the council, that wasn't really surprising. Curious as to why these humans seemed so determined to help them, Talitha risked seeking out one of their psychiatrists and asking. As hard as it was to hear about so-called slave mentality, Talitha appreciated the honesty shown as well as the lack of anger about being questioned. It explained actions she herself could not defend, how obedience had become second nature and any inquiries were expected to be met with violence. When instructed on how to build homes for themselves, no one had questioned it and instead set to work, fully expecting to be forced into long hours and no breaks. Yet, they were no longer slaves, and the work they did was to benefit themselves and the community they had become following the rescue from Logasiri. Encouraged by that realization, Talitha approached one of the humans managing the ongoing projects and asked if there was any way for them to begin learning of the rest of the galaxy. Not only were the wardens completely new, but many of these slaves had been captive for years or been unfortunate enough to be born into servitude. Discovering that there was more beyond work and pain would be important for gaining their independence. Classes were offered a week later in a large, spacious building that the humans called a community center. Talitha didn't particularly care what they wanted to call it, what mattered was the information that was available. Due to the vast differences between the former slaves, ranging from young children up to centuries-old Asari, a variety of classes were offered. Even with those divisions, it was obvious that they would need a larger space due to numbers alone as adults attended basic classes to learn how to think rather than just work. It was clear that the teacher brought in by the humans were specifically selected so as to avoid issues with the unquestioning obedience trained into them, not that that was an issue so much as an observation that Talitha made. Through these classes, the survivors learned of the current state of the galaxy in all its splendor and terror. For some, the existence of an intergalactic relay was a complete unknown after having worked in the mines for so long. Others had met humans but only now learned about the rights they were supposed to have as citizens of the Citadel rather than property of one of its members. Common between all of them, however, was ignorance of the Wardens of the Mantle, as was to be expected with their very recent introduction. So they learned of the lack of MassEffect in the society of their rescuers and how they had innovated to get around that limitation and build up a civilization. They learned how those civilizations were nearly destroyed in the Covenant War, and how the members rebuilt afterwards, coming together in the face of annihilation. Most importantly, for Talitha at least, they learned how to make peace with their past, or at least begin to do so. Obviously there was information that was being withheld from them, something that Talitha understood very well. Most of the educational material focused on practical skills and knowledge such as math and reading, but there were also cultural and social classes for reintroducing the former slaves into a free society. The idea seemed foreign to all of the non-humans as they were apparently expecting to be thrown back to the Citadel at some point with a basic education and left to fend for themselves. Talitha thought it likely that they had never heard of rehabilitation since the Council had never actually freed any slaves from the hegemony. If these humans were truly the source of the alliance, which there was really no reason to doubt considering they were the same species, then they had technology and capabilities that were hidden from the former slaves. Information on their military and industrial capabilities was almost completely confined to the Covenant War, though they had to have advanced considering the social changes that were discussed separately. Wherever they were set up on this world, however, was a long way away from the small city that had been built by the slaves. Trying to explore by following the direction of the ships passing overhead had revealed nothing, but the Warden City had to be sizable to handle such vessels. 3 months after their rescue, or just short of 2 months by the human calendar, someone had the bright idea to give their home a name, regardless of how long they would be staying. After some discussion and research, the name Eleutheria was chosen from an extinct human language that they still used to name things for some reason. Representing the freedom they had been given and the second chance at life, the city continued to take shape, growing in complexity if not population over such a short time. Looking up, Talitha watching the stars, taking note of several moving points of light that she had figured out were ships in orbit far above. As much as she had wanted to leave at first, the truth was that she did not have anywhere to return to and nowhere safer to hide. So long as the Wardens welcomed them on their world, she would stay, safe from the Batarians as she healed from her years of slavery. First day of 6th month, 2459/June 10, 2180/June 10, 2589. Citadel Embassy. Sydney, Earth. First day of 6th month in year 2459, 26 days since arrival on human home world, Lieutenant Tolan of Solarian Tasks Group. Observations on human infrastructure sufficient to merit recording, Lieutenant Tolan started. As an STG operative assigned to accompany the Citadel's delegation and gather information on the wardens, it was Tolan's job to report anything notable for further investigation. From what he'd already seen, the operative was suspecting that this would be the first of many such logs. Ignoring such distracting thoughts, he continued, much of human society is integrated with their technology. Similar to usage of Omni tools, but also significantly different. Talked with human scientist about subject, very intelligent and educational, also very concerning. Objective is for technology to be so usable and functional that those unfamiliar with it do not even realize that it exists. Humans have created an entire field out of single question on how to use their own creations and applied their discoveries to great effect. Will be hard to describe how to notice this, for it is designed to not be noticed. It was in the small things that I first became aware of this oddity. Manual tasks, done automatically and not given thought, do not have to be done at all. Original hypothesis that attributed such pampering to the wealth afforded delegation is unlikely, discussion with human adds to rejection of that conclusion. Tolan stopped for a short moment before changing subjects. Concerns of artificial intelligence use by wardens considered legitimate, though not proven. Suspicions aroused by fields of employ and observations of common industrial services. Automation is prevalent on Earth at least, possible that distant colonies do not have infrastructure necessary to support such efficiency. Many common jobs are filled by machines, leaving humans to concentrate on higher priorities, indicates high level of education across territory. Repeat, possible differences off home world, though searches on human waypoint indicate similar on all but most recent colonies. Survey of human industries indicates similar levels of automation. Almost all manufacturing, processing, and production lines require minimal oversight, exceptions limited to non-critical items. Production capacity concerning, very difficult to interrupt in wartime if humans have automated repair as well. Cyber attack a possibility, unlikely if concerns of AI substantiated. Intelligence required to orchestrate society of this size would be sophisticated and adaptable, implies possible use of citywide information network for communication. AI would have to be few in number but access to vast resources. Control of planetary networks or perhaps entire systems. Too many options to isolate with limited data. Situation bears obvious resemblance to Geth mistake. Convincing humans to cease the use of such widely automated systems considered impossible without suppression by council. Trust of machines is implicit within human society, connected to usability factors mentioned earlier in report. Citadel delegation fallen into same trap by use of self-driving vehicles and cleaning services. Impressive to see, danger of human products supplanting native companies in Citadel territory. The Solarian paused for a second to mess with settings on his Omni tool before resuming, STG exclusive report, classified by order of the Dalatras. Report on threats from interaction with wardens by other species. Must start by declaring most interactions harmless. Many members of Citadel do not have aspirations regarding new species. Primary concerns about Aseri, Turian, and Krogan. Turian issues obvious, desire to initiate hostilities needs to be controlled until more information is collected. Current outcome of conflict considered unfavorable to council interests by STG, affirmed by observations of industrial capabilities of a prominent members of wardens. Contact between wardens and Krogan presents greatest threat to preserving current situation, human moral standards differ from council significantly. Likely that cure for genophage would be pushed by wardens due to their mantle, obviously absolutely unacceptable. Standard Aseri doctrine of cultural absorption considered unlikely to succeed, I consider this the greatest threat should it backfire. Adoption of human machines into Citadel cultures possible insertion vector for AI threat, disruption of civilian life by lack of products should hostilities be initiated. Dependence on foreign imports by one of the council's primary species is exploitable to extreme, Tolan warned. After another second of waiting so that the STG could cleanly remove his classified report and then leak the rest, he finished, will continue to investigate possibility of artificial intelligence, may be hampered if core is not within city. Awaiting further orders should the council or Dalatras require change in operating parameters. Chapter 21, Sealed Fate. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, MassEffect to BioWare. So. It's been a bit. Stuff and things happened. Halo MCC for PC was announced, I graduated from college, moved, went on the job search, moved again, got a job, moved again, and now, finally, Halo, Reach for PC has been released. I've been busy, obviously, but honestly, this chapter took so long because I lost interest in Halo. Not in the sense of my interest in the universe but rather the long drought of content from 343i. Fortunately, I can now play Halo on Steam. Unfortunately, I can now play Halo on Steam. Since this chapter is so criminally late, I will skip review responses. If you have a comment or question that you would like answered, please PM me it or tell me that it is in a review and I will look at it. I may begin doing this for all chapters as the number of reviews is getting too large to respond to in chapter. I appreciate all your waiting, sorry that it took so long. 4th day of 6th month, 2459/June 13, 2180/June 13, 2589. Citadel Embassy. Sydney, Earth. Spectre Saren Arterias reporting to the Citadel Council from the human world of Earth, currently on assignment to investigate UNSC and Warden capabilities. Recording of our visit to Anchor Sierra is attached for visual display of combat abilities of these Spartan soldiers. They appear to be a special operations unit and thus not numerous, but they could prove devastating if applied correctly in combat, the Turian stated, jumping right into his analysis. He continued, the simulation we ran through, however, is far more interesting. This ability to create intricate and highly realistic scenarios is dangerous, both from the opportunity to find weaknesses in our strategies as well as the technological capabilities it represents. Out of curiosity, I began to explore human technology and scientific theory. The Solarians might understand the material to a higher degree, but I only needed to see the basics to determine that there is cause for legitimate concern. The humans have an incessant need to question everything, as has been observed by several members of our group. While they may not know much about Element Zero, their knowledge of most other subjects extends to an incredible depth, including fields that have been abandoned or not even considered. My concern, however, is not that humans want to be able to deduce how almost everything works, but rather that they go beyond. From my encounters with other members of the Wardens, this is unusual. Many have an extensive understanding of how the fundamental forces function, but their reliance on Forerunner technology has limited them to being less knowledgeable about their own technology than the humans. Unlike their peers, however, the UEG seems look past how it all works and ask why. They try to explain the very existence of everything, to find a reason for being here. They search for purpose, uncovering the foundations that underpin reality in doing so. Saren frowned and concluded, this may not be concerning initially, but what happens if they find answers? Why are they the only ones asking these questions? No other species in the Warden seems to consider this, nor have I heard such questions from Council members, including the Systems Alliance. I may not be well acquainted with academic circles, but I can still see the difference in education, in the focus and determination on progress. Once again, I ask that the Council consider my previous recommendation to develop relations with the Wardens before committing to a course of action. Finished with the report, the Spectre flick off his Omni tool and sighed as he considered his options. While he was no scientist or protein expert, Saren was still capable of holding a conversation with some of the human equivalents. His warning about their ability to ask questions was serious, but whether the Council would agree was out of his control. Much as with their push into this galaxy, the signs of possible trouble were being ignored in favor of political goals, and there was little he could do from here to stop it. June 14, 2589/5th day of 6th month, 2459/June 14, 2180. Migrant Fleet. Terminus. There was no warning before the attack, which of course made sense considering that it was a Batarian slaver raid. Due to the position of the UNSC frigate deep inside the Quarian migrant fleet, nothing could be seen of the battle on the massive screens that gave the appearance of windows on the bridge. Some flashes were visible every once in a while through the mass of ships around them, but Word found it much more enlightening to watch the tactical map on the main holo table. Updated in real time by the ship's AI, the vectors of every ship in sensor range was displayed, with predicted paths present as they moved in formation. Since showing tens of thousands of Quarian vessels would be rather counterproductive to observing a fight that only involved a very small portion of the migrant fleet, any non-combat vessels had been automatically filtered out. The only exception to this were those close enough to the fighting to be at risk of damage or boarding. That number slowly decreased as the fleet reacted to the threat and began a slightly disorderly retreat away from the unexpected visitors. It was evident that there was some strategy behind the attack, however, as several civilian ships had been corralled away from the fleet and were already being swarmed by boarding craft. The disadvantage of managing such a large group without the assistance of artificial intelligence became clear as the heavy fleet struggled to maneuver amongst the civilian ships to get to the fight. Without a coordinated response, any fighting ships that did manage to engage were met by fire from multiple Batarian counterparts, though eventually the slavers would be overwhelmed by numbers. From the analysis submitted by the ship's tactical officer, it was estimated that the raid would be complete within a matter of minutes. Several dozen Quarians would be taken hostage, that number only being held down by the lack of slave transports in the Batarian formation. As for why the migrant fleet was being attacked, there was no sound hypothesis considering the not insignificant danger in engaging such a large fleet. As Quarian ships streamed away from the fight, the UNSC frigate was left on the outer edge of the fleet as it held position. Several more minutes and they were alone, excluding the heavy fleet vessels finally forming into a coherent force to respond to the attack. Word looked at the captain of the human ship, only getting a flick of the eyes in response as he focused on the map rather than staring down the Yonhet. It was obvious that there was some interest in the way the human observed the battle, but concern seemed to be distinctly lacking considering that the ship had not moved relative to the battle. Turning his attention back to the table, Word was somewhat surprised to see Batarian boarding craft breaking off from their attack on the Quarian ships. The reason for that became clear a second later as several of the civilian ships jumped away. This did not seem to sit well with the approaching heavy fleet, though they couldn't do much as a couple more pieces of the migrant fleet were stolen by the slavers. Stuck between shooting their own ships and almost certainly killing their own people or let them be taken to slavery, a choice that Word did not envy. Finally, the heavy fleet was within engagement range of the Batarians and they made it well known as rounds immediately began flying towards the slavers. As seemed to be the tactic of most council species, the enemy responded in kind, resulting in a mass of metal sailing through the void. With the distances involved, almost none hit anything as ships moved out of the way, though several were incapable of doing so due to concentrated fire. Any remaining civilian ships that hadn't been captured were helpless against the onslaught as their weak kinetic barriers gave way and allowed them to be gutted. Knowing that the fight was lost with only about a dozen slavers against the 100 ships of the heavy fleet formation, the Batarians wisely cut their losses and fled once their shuttles were back aboard. Since the mass relay for the system was not directly opposite the approaching heavy fleet, the enemy was forced to try and outrun the Quarian fighting craft to obtain a passage for FTL. It was at that point that the situation took an unexpected turn as the group of slavers suddenly swerved to face the UNSC frigate. As organized as the heavy fleet had been, it seemed that they were incapable of executing precise fleet maneuvers. No ships split off to intercept the Batarians nor did any deploy to enact rescue operations for what few Quarians could have survived the friendly fire. Instead, the entire fighting complement seemed determined to cut off any chance that the slavers had of escaping using the relay, an admittedly valid concern if their rush at the warden ship ended up being a ploy. Slightly alarmed at the development, Word looked towards the ship's captain. The human appeared to be quite concentrated, though he kept his wits as the order went out, all personnel, assume battle stations. Envoy, might want to strap in, things may get a little bumpy. Heeding that advice enthusiastically, the Yonhet quickly made his way over to take a seat that had been assigned to him in the event of combat. He recognized the information as something to do with system surveying, but since he was not a member of the ship's crew nor a UNSC officer, there wasn't anything for him to do but watch the battle unfold. Seconds after the captain's orders, several humans made their way onto the bridge to replace those already there, executing a swift change of shifts to bring the primary complement into action. Those replaced either took their places at other bridge stations or left through the bulkhead, heading to wherever they were needed elsewhere on the vessel. As this was happening, the frigate turned to face the incoming hostile craft, minimizing its profile and bringing the magnetic accelerator cannon to bear on whatever was targeted. Unlike the Quarian run on the slavers, there was no hesitation as the captain gave the order to fire. The round was completely invisible to the naked eye, moving too fast to spot and with no atmosphere to provide a trail to track it. Seconds later, the Batarian ships fired as well as several glowing masses approached the UNSC frigate. Why they were at all visible was something that Word wondered about before his mind was taken off of the thought as the view outside rotated and fell away. With as much as a disadvantage numerically as they may have had, the lack of ships around them proved to help as the frigate simply moved out of the vectors of the incoming rounds. The slaver ships tried to do the same, but one was still clipped by the Mac round, spinning the relatively massless ship and almost certainly killing everything aboard from the centrifugal force regardless of whether its barriers were still active. That still left the majority of the Batarians, who apparently took offense to the deaths of their fellows as they let loose another volley of mass accelerator rounds. With the speed that the human vessel was closing on the hostiles, it was inevitable that several shots would connect. They did so with little fanfare as the frigate's energy shields proved their worth, deflecting the rounds due to their velocity rather than absorbing the entire impact force. In Citadel fighting tactics, it was standard operation for most ships below the class of Dreadnought to close into knife fighting range simply due to their ability to dodge enemy fire. Even with the ship's artificial intelligence controlling the Mac, only 4 enemy vessels had been eliminated due to the long recharge time. The heavy fleet was closing in on the Batarians from behind, but they could not provide assistance without risking hitting the UNSC ship in the process. Rather than breaking off from the charge, the human ship continued forward, flying head-on into the enemy lines as it began to slow down. Unlike the massive Infinity-class vessels, human frigates were not built to ram other vessels. Neither their shields nor structure were designed for such actions, and as such, the UNSC ship slipped between the leading hostile ships to start harassing the back line. As they did so, several slow-moving things that looked to be missiles of some sort impacted on the bow shielding, causing it to flare brilliantly as if entering slipstream space. Whatever they were, there was no panic amongst the human crew, though Word did catch the captain giving the spectacle a somewhat confused look. Now at nearly point-blank range, the spinal weapons on both sides were virtually useless, leaving broadsides as the preferable option. Flashes appeared all along the bridge window as high-intensity lasers tried to penetrate the energy shields. The UNSC frigate responded in kind as its point defense cannons began firing and the missiles that humans seemed to love so much poured out en masse. 3 more ships fell as they were slowly ground down by the massed fire, though the reports that Word could hear seemed to indicate that the human ship was beginning to weaken badly as well. Satisfied by the performance of the vessel and unwilling to risk destruction, the UNSC frigate once more accelerated. Rather than coming between the Quarian heavy fleet and the enemy, the humans decided to turn and almost directly face a Batarian cruiser. The hostile vessel did not move as they approached, apparently confident that their kinetic barriers would hold against a quick strafing run. This was not the intention of the humans, however, as a slip space portal erupted into existence and almost bisected the enemy ship. With their hull breached, it was beyond certain that the radiation resulting from the UNSC frigate entering the portal would kill everything on board. Whatever happened after would be forever unknown to the Yonhet as the ship entered the 11 dimensions of the slipstream only to almost instantly pop out again significantly closer to the migrant fleet. As the call to battle stations was released and the crew began celebrating, Word made his way back beside the captain to watch the heavy fleet eliminate the remaining slavers on the tactical map. Envoy, communication from the migrant fleet. They've given us directions to dock with their frigate again and have asked to talk with you, the AI told him. Word gave his thanks and turned to prepare for the meeting. While slightly guilty about it, the Yonhet couldn't help but feel vindicated with this turn of events. As unfortunate as it was, there was no avoiding the truth that the Quarians simply would not survive on their own while obsessed with their home world. 7th day of 6th month, 2459/June 16, 2589/June 16, 2180. Council Chambers. Citadel. Tavos had to resist the urge to strangle the Batarian ambassador on principle alone, and from Valern's comments, he wasn't too far off the same. It wasn't that the Batarians had attacked the migrant fleet, though that was certainly annoying. Slave raids were common out in the terminus, and while they didn't usually hit the Quarians, it wasn't completely unheard of. Even the blatant targeting of the Warden vessel could have been excused as the popular demand for human slaves. Rather, the reason that Tavos was so irritated stemmed from the absolute irrefutability of proof that the Wardens had presented to the Council that the hegemony itself had perpetuated the attack. The information presented by the Wardens could indicate aptitude in dealing with computer systems, but given that it was recovered from Batarian ships following the raid, it could also just have been sitting on an open Omni tool. Aside from breaking the treaty created with the Quarians following the Morning War that prevented them from attacking the Geth, it also provided a basis for the Wardens to escalate tensions if they wished. Essentially, the hegemony was complicit in an attack on not only a foreign state but a diplomatic envoy of that state, and now it was the Council's mess to clean up. Of course, it was also the Batarians, and thus things were proving difficult as their ambassador refused to cooperate in reasonable discussions. It seemed like the Wardens weren't really all that irritated about being attacked as they weren't demanding much of anything, which made sense since their ship hadn't been damaged. The foreign power had expressed its despise at the slave trade that the Batarians so heartily supported and pushed little else, letting the Citadel member do their work for them as they reacted in a predictable manner. After dealing with the nonsense spouted by Ambassador Jethaman for the last several hours, Tavos spent little time in ending the meeting once she was given the chance. Some slight amusement hinted at Ambassador Musit's opinion of that move, but she didn't argue and instead gave a polite goodbye before leaving the council chambers. The Batarian was significantly less pleasant about the situation and made it well known before storming out in a huff. Sighing into the sudden silence that hung over the 3 councillors, Tavos let herself relax slightly from her formal posture. Glancing to the side at Spiritus, the Asari asked, "You were unusually silent. Thoughts?" "Fools," Spiritus replied, obviously frustrated with this turn of events. "Spirits damn the Wardens for goading them and the Batarians for attacking in response. We don't have the fleets to police the terminus if they decide to go at it, and the Batarians will almost certainly try to get us involved somehow. Trying to get the hegemony to shut up and leave well enough alone is the best option for preserving our position. They're still livid about the events on Logasiri. Regardless of who is at fault, the destruction of ships in a slaver raid isn't going to help matters," Tavos commented. The Turian didn't argue as he responded, "They'll just have to deal with it. We know that the Wardens are responsible for that particular altercation, a display of force to show their dislike of the slave trade. They were sending a message," Valern agreed. The views of their mantle of responsibility clash too heavily with Batarian culture. Rather than attempting to maintain peace, would recommend distancing the council from the hegemony. Tavos scoffed at that and stated, "If we push them away, they will not hesitate to withdraw their embassy on the Citadel. As it stands, the Batarians are the only species with solid influence in the terminus, an advantage we cannot afford to lose with the Wardens skulking on the edges of the relay network. If possible, have the STG track their fleets so we may intervene if necessary." Wanted to gather more information before sharing this, but it is pertinent to this conversation, the Solarian replied. At the concerned looks from his fellow councillors, he inquired, "The chambers are sealed?" Tavos glanced at her Omni tool and responded, "Of course, you were saying. Large numbers of terminus vessels have been seen in formation with Batarian groups. Intercepted communications from the hegemony indicate that they are planning an attack on a large target. Their raid on the migrant fleet was supposed to gain them ships to use for transporting slaves to the battlefield, though their attack on the human ship and the resulting casualties hindered the success of that plan, Valern explained. What? Tavos exclaimed. Large target? Do you know where that target is? The Solarian frowned and replied, no, but neither does the hegemony. They believe that the Wardens have set up operations in our galaxy on a world deep in the terminus, a world unknown to most and used by criminal elements for staging raids. Preliminary scouting has revealed no evidence of this in known systems unsurprisingly, but shadows are lurking near the rim. STG vessels were unable to follow whatever was triggering their sensors due to a lack of support elements in the area. This cannot be allowed to continue, Sparatus declared, annoyed as ever. We'll once again reiterate recommendations to distance Council from the Batarians. If they do find something out there, very real possibility that they will cease being a respectable force in the terminus systems, Valern stated. After taking a second to think, the Asari responded, we still face the issue of how to police the terminus systems without the Batarians. Losing the Quarians was a blow, but acceptable after they created the Geth threat. Considering the number of species in the Wardens of the Mantle, we cannot have the Batarians doing the same in this situation. If we can't prevent the attack, then we might not have a choice, Sparatus argued. There isn't much we can do if they are ensconced that deeply in the terminus. We can't maintain supply lines through the area to support fleet actions, and we don't have a claim to the area in any case. Initiating a confrontation on the rim won't end well for us. Confronting the Batarians is not an option. Once called out, their belligerence would require that they proceed no matter the cost, Tavos considered. At the motions of agreement from her fellow councillors, the Asari concluded, I agree with Valern, then. There seems to be no other choice at the moment. I concur, Sparatus stated. If we are to fight them, it will be on our terms and not over some worthless planet out in the depths of the terminus systems. The Turian addressed Valern directly as he finished, do what you can to minimize the damage. If you need heavy firepower, I can call in some Turian fleets to assist. Tavos displayed no shame as she said, there is not much that the Asari can contribute to containing the Batarians' military actions. As for reducing their attacking force, we could negotiate with Omega to keep their resources out of the fight, but that would result in a stronger terminus. With the Batarians weakened and likely leaving the Council when we refuse their inevitable demands to interfere with the fight they're picking, a strong Omega will present issues. We do not have the fleets to enforce the relays into the terminus and continue our explorations in the Warden Galaxy, Sparatus warned. The Solarian Councillor countered, it would be better to have a coherent body to negotiate with rather than independent groups. Ultimately the issue is what happens to the Batarian force. At this point, we can assume that they will proceed and there is little we can do to stop that. Whether they succeed is the question, and if they fail, what will be the fallout from that? With the STG tracking the movements of the attack group, we will know quickly which result occurs. Do we know how many independent groups have been hired for the operation? Valern replied, significant number of slavers that expect the attack to net them a cargo haul along with terminus mercenary groups that have been cropping up recently. No evidence of direct involvement of Omega yet, but certainly possible. Given that they actually discover the location of a Warden planet, their destruction is almost certain. STG finds it unlikely that such an establishment would not be military in nature and thus well guarded. Likelihood of finding their target much lower. Unless if the Wardens are specifically baiting out an attack, Tavos pointed out. Split the Council and its members. To what end, though? Sparatus inquired. They could never hope to mount an assault on the entirety of Citadel territory. Even if they are interfering in the terminus, they will have to contend with the scum that even we cannot dislodge. Separating the Batarians just creates a rogue state that can attack them at will, as the slavers will never join them. The Asari councillor agreed, their cultural values on life and freedom will create chaos in the terminus if they try to enforce it on worlds. If the terminus is focused on the Wardens, we can move in and begin cleaning up the area as we please. Valern frowned and dissented, their plans will not be nearly so simple, not with the species that lead them. We have seen human capabilities from the System Alliance, but the focus on combat that Jiralhani and Sanghyla have shown might be a ruse as well. Then we will wait until the information becomes available. We can learn from the Batarian attack and discuss this further once the results have been analyzed, Tavos determined. At the agreement from the other two, the Asari left, followed shortly afterwards by her counterparts. 10th day of 6th month, 2459/June 119, 2589/June 19, 2180. Migrant Fleet. Terminus. Once the Quarians had agreed to the proposal from the Wardens of the Mantle, it was fairly simple to get things moving. Due to their position out in the terminus rather than along any major mass relay routes, transferring the migrant fleet between systems didn't bring up any major problems. Some individual ships were certainly inconvenienced, but none had the desire nor capability to threaten the fleet. While the Quarians were slowly making their way towards the intergalactic relay, Ambassador Musid had met with the council to discuss the situation. Currently, the biggest challenge was transporting the entire migrant fleet through one of the most heavily utilized relays in Citadel space to reach the Warden Galaxy. Once they were through that, the fleet could follow the mass relay chain to Alliance space fairly easily, albeit slowly due to the large number of jumps necessary. At some point along the line, they would meet up with a Warden fleet assigned to escort the Quarians to their new home world. Since they were already with the fleet, the UNSC frigate that Word was traveling on would follow along, providing updates to other forces that could assist if necessary. Unexpected the Batarian attack may have been, but it did highlight the danger of preserving an entire species in a spaceborne fleet to the Quarians. At least, to most of them. Some of the more devoted had broken away from the decision of the Admiralty and Conclave, preferring to continue their scheming against the Geth. Sorting out those that left and those that stayed and how to divide supplies between them had taken some time. Those logistical issues were now confronting the Wardens as the migrant fleet moved closer to their territory. A large part of the escort fleet that would be meeting them was devoted solely to supporting the group as they crossed the vast gap between Warden and Alliance space. Unlike usual resupply fleets, however, the cargo of this one would be ezo for the ships rather than food or water for the people. As for how the Wardens had accumulated enough Element Zero to confidently supply the Quarians, Word was not completely sure. As with most production lines in human space, the process of gathering raw materials was highly automated. Several times in his trips to UEG planets, the Yonhead had seen the massive vessels that humans used to transport material across interstellar distances, some larger than even the biggest of carriers. If it was anything like standard procedure, then the humans had simply pointed their corporations at the potential profit before stepping back to watch. As with Covenant technology following the conclusion of the war, distribution in human society seemed to be tied to their unmatched capability to reverse engineer and mass-produce products. With the lack of protections on the methodology and technology required to mine Element Zero, it would be simple to engage in widespread corporate espionage. Regardless of the how, it was now the Envoy's responsibility to ensure that the Quarians did not turn back to Citadel space. Fortunately, the conclave that directed the fleet supported colonization over staying in the terminus or assaulting the Veil thanks to the raid. As it stood, the largest threat to that decision was the Admiralty Board and their focus on Rennoc. Word was on the bridge of the frigate considering how to confront that particular dilemma should it occur when activity around the comms station caught his attention. This in and of itself wasn't that concerning as the frigate had been in constant contact with forces throughout their journey. Rather, what really caused alarm was the captain's order to send an alert to all crew to ready for possible combat. It was as they were making their final approach to the intergalactic relay that the reason for this action became clear. Even being several hundred light-years away and thus isolated from the chaos above Bastion, it was clear to all that the game had changed as everyone silently listened to the broadcast. Due to the defenses already present, the ship wasn't being diverted to reinforce the planet, but the reality that a Citadel member had mounted an assault against a Warden world had disturbing implications depending on how the situation developed. Being stuck in the middle of Citadel space with the largest fleet in the galaxy giving away their position wasn't the best spot to be in should the Council actually have hostile intentions, though from the communications it seemed like an isolated altercation being perpetuated by the Batarians. That certainly seemed to be the case considering that none of the Citadel ships guarding the relay moved to intercept them, leaving the crew free to listen in as combat reports flew over the Warden Batlenet. 10th day of 6th month, 2459/June 119, 2589/June 19, 2180. High orbit. Bastion. Unlike most of the planets within several thousand light-years, the space above Bastion was almost always busy with some form of traffic. As the primary Warden world within the Citadel galaxy, it was the nexus for both military and civilian traffic in the area. Hidden by the Rosetta Nebula around them as well as the lack of EZO ships passing through, the most exciting thing to happen was the return of the battle group that had raided Logosiri several months prior. As the most secure Warden world within several thousand light-years, Bastion was the only heavily colonized world that had been established. Several other more desolate worlds hosted listening posts and other military and corporate infrastructure, but the Wardens had been careful to not spread too thin as they explored. With the looming threat that the Reapers presented as well as the tensions with the Council, ships without stealth kept away from the relay network. While larger than Citadel dreadnoughts by a significant margin, cargo ships and tankers simply did not have the defensive capabilities to stand up to an actual warship. Being the staging point for any fleet actions within the galaxy, the forces orbiting the world were constantly shifting as ships came and went. There was not a designated defensive force of ships, leaving that duty to the orbital defense platforms and monitoring stations. Any traffic that passed through the nearby mass relay was noted and promptly ignored in all but a few cases. Those few exceptions were for Council vessels, mostly STG in origin, as they carried out whatever business they had before leaving once more. That was most certainly not the case in the current situation as the program that handled Bastion's carrier hub received and processed the latest report from the relay watchpoint. Unlike most vessels of interest that entered the area, which would be tailed by a stealth craft until they left, this group would require a significantly more direct approach. Fortunately, that response would not involve the deployment of the numerous forces above Bastion, as the approaching fleet was helpfully on the way to the planet already. With a few quick commands, the report continued on its way, leaving the communications relay to continue about its business uninterrupted. High above the planet, amongst the hundreds of ships that shifted about under the direction of orbital flight control, the message arrived at its destination. Having been expecting its arrival, the AI of the receiving vessel merely directed it to the captain's neural lace before continuing on, far more concerned with preparing for the coming battle. It was there, after being handled by numerous systems, traversing the vast expanse of space, and tumbling through the higher dimensions of slip space, that a human finally laid eyes on the contents of this message. Hostiles inbound. Rear Admiral Cutter dismissed the notification with a tinge of annoyance at the Office of Naval Intelligence. As helpful as their information was, it would have been nice if this was one of the few times that they had been incorrect. Of course, considering that they were likely the ones to have revealed Bastion's location to the hegemony, that was a false hope. Resigning himself to the inevitable, Cutter focused on the holotable as the estimated time to engage appeared. Annoying they may have been, but at least ONI had the decency to forewarn Fleet Command that the Batarians would come knocking. Bring us up to combat alert Alpha. Serena, clear the skies, Cutter ordered. Sir, the AI replied. The mass of ships outside almost immediately began to shift as smaller civilian ships rushed to get out of the combat zone. COMM chatter was audible from one of the bridge stations as orbital flight control tried to bring order to such a large number of vessels. After several minutes, they were met with success as ships either jumped elsewhere in the system or landed on the world below. Left behind were the many immobile objects that couldn't easily leave orbit, mostly shipyards or platforms that had been built over the years for various purposes. Defending these assets would be the primary duty of the ships in orbit while forces on the ground dealt with any enemies that made it that far. Orbital bombardment was a slight concern, but considering the small rounds used by the enemy's mass accelerators, it was a significantly lower priority. As the highest-ranking officer within the area, Cutter would be coordinating the defense with the amalgamation of warden military vessels present. Since ONI had already forewarned him of this attack, all forces were already in position and prepared to engage the enemy. Any further orders would have to wait until the battle began, leaving the Rear Admiral in his current position of examining the soon-to-be battlefield. It was not a long wait as Serena announced, hostiles exiting FTL 500,000 kilometers out and closing. Vessel count consistent with reports from relay exit. As the enemy began to approach, images of each vessel appeared on the holotable to allow Cutter a chance to examine their formation. After taking a second to observe, Cutter said, Serena, analysis. There appears to be a large number of non-combat vessels present. Records show that the slavers use these on raids to transport captured civilians. Several Quarian vessels fitting the description of those stolen in the recent raid are participating. Composition of enemy forces makes it unlikely that they will attempt to engage directly, Serena responded. It wasn't hard for Cutter to deduce the enemy plan as he stated, they will slip by us and head directly for the surface. How many ships are capable of landing? Most of their fleet, the AI replied dryly. Highlighting now. At that, the colors on the holotable lit up as the back end of the attacking group changed to a green tint. As he studied the result, the Rear Admiral ordered, have our frigates break off to support operations groundside. They're to suppress any enemy air units, force the enemy to land outside of heavily populated areas, and make sure that they don't take off again. As for the rest of the fleet, ensure that the Guardians maintain a communications blackout in atmosphere, every other ship is to move to engage. If they want to avoid a heavyweight fight, they have to work for it. Yes, sir, Serena said before disappearing from her corner of the holotable. Cutter turned towards the massive screen that gave the illusion of a window on the bridge as he ordered, weapons ready, bring the battle group into standard formation. Prepare for a slip space jump to the right flank of the enemy. Comms, inform our extras to engage at their discretion. Catch them in a crossfire and make this quick. Several responses sounded out as the bridge officers carried out his orders with typical efficiency. It was a short time before the fleet began to move as most of the ships accelerated forward, leaving the UNSC battle group led by the Serenity behind. As one of the combined fleets formed for use by the Wardens, this group had vessels from Sanghaili, Jiralhani, Ungoi, and humans, all led by a Sanghaila fleet master. Even after getting used to the new status quo following their rescue from the Spirit of Fire, it was still strange to Cutter to see human ships alongside the former enemy. Before the ship could jump, however, Serena called out, enemy frigates are breaking off. Unsurprised by the action, Cutter watched as attacking force split in two, with all the smaller ships diving beneath their heavier combat counterparts. Even with the split focus, however, the enemy still outnumbered the defenders in the coming space battle. Pushing aside the automatic desire to intercept the enemy, the Rear Admiral stayed silent and braced himself against a railing as the slip space jump was announced over the ship-wide comms. Seconds later, the Serenity and her battle group disappeared from real space and into the 11 dimensions of the slipstream. Considering the distance, it was no surprise that their journey ended almost as soon it began as the battle group appeared on the right flank of the enemy. The reaction time of the hostile fleet was not impressive as they attempted to deal with the change. From the variety of ships as well as their lack of precise maneuvering, it was clear that many of the vessels were not military craft in any sense. Faced with a military force that fielded vessels far, far larger than anything they had ever seen, the sloppiness was not only understandable but expected. Since they would be catching the enemy in a crossfire, the UNSC battle group did not charge into close range and risk getting hit by friendly forces. Instead, they began a long-range bombardment with the intention of disrupting enemy forces more than actually doing any significant damage. With the apparent chaos in their ranks, however, there was little that the enemy did as multiple rounds impacted the fleet. Slugs with more mass than some Element 0 ships made contact with a vessel and simply kept going, almost completely ignoring the wreckage left in its wake. The obvious disadvantages of the corrupt Batarian command structure became even more clear as what little return fire there was came in sporadic bursts, uncoordinated and poorly aimed. As the largest target in the immediate vicinity, the Serenity took several rounds on her shields with little concern. Several other shots found their mark on smaller craft, but the enemy lacked the concentrated fire necessary to threaten the much larger UNSC warships. Faltering in their charge slightly as they tried to deal with the battle group, the Batarian fleet had no chance to mount any defense against the group approaching them head-on. The fleet master took full advantage of that oversight as his ships engaged as one, throwing plasma and Mach rounds in equal measure as they engaged. Unprepared as they had been for the slip space jump, the Batarians had no way to deal with such an assault. Within seconds, dozens of ships had fallen to the barrage, shattered and melted by weapons of a far higher caliber than they were used to. Already disorganized from their attempts to respond to the flanking maneuver, any remaining order was broken as the Batarians failed to maintain their command structure. Considering that their caste system prevented a meritocracy and allowed rampant corruption, incompetent commanders were somewhat expected. Seeing that the space battle was rather much of a wash, Cutter manipulated the holotable to focus on the landing forces that had broken away and passed by the orbital defenses. Although they hadn't yet landed, there was no way for the rear admiral to intercept the hostiles at this point as they entered the atmosphere, at least not without doing a slip space jump that would probably do just as much damage to the surface as the attacking forces. With that in mind, James addressed Serena once more as he asked, "Do we have contact with the surface?" Traditional communications and sensors are cut off, as expected, but slipspace COMM signal is strong and clear, the AI replied, bringing up a window on the side of the holotable. It didn't take long for the request to go through as the Sanghaila commanding the defense on the ground appeared. An old veteran of the war, the elite had extensive experience fighting both with and against humans, brutes, and Kigyar. As with most warriors of such caliber, he seemed to already expect Cutter's words as the rear admiral stated, "Forces in orbit have been neutralized but landing craft are still inbound. Do you need heavy support?" "Orbital strikes, perhaps," the Sanghaila granted. "All critical areas are secure currently. If any of them try to flee, intercept and force them down if possible." "Understood, we'll be standing by," Cutter replied. After glancing at the front view screen once more to confirm that the Batarians were well in hand, he said, "Serena, bring us back into orbit, widespread over probable enemy AUs." Tempting as it was to shoot down the vessels landing on Bastion, all anti-aircraft emplacements held their fire as ordered. Several of the slaver ships had drifted a bit closer than desired to the orbital tether, but the presence of UNSC frigates prevented them from inflicting any damage. At this point, the attackers were landing well away from the defenses, probably trying to coordinate with their communications and sensors cut off. Several of the ships had broken off slightly from the main group at first, as if to try and escape back into orbit, but had quickly diverted away as one of the Forerunner Guardians descended from above. While slightly amused at the oppressive aura that the massive construct exuded, there was still a battle to plan for as Regishwamik turned away from the site and back to the command center. As the general of all ground forces currently stationed on Bastion, he had the unenviable task of preventing the slavers from accessing any population centers. Fortunately, the comms blackout seemed to have intimidated the Batarians into staying together rather than spreading out all across the planet. Part of that also had to be attributed to the experience that the attackers had in raiding colonies in small groups rather than large fleets. The high number of unmarked vessels in the landing force indicated that the Batarians had recruited mercenaries, slavers, and pirates to assist in the attack, which was in line with their tactics. From the extensive observation and intelligence gathering conducted by the humans, it was also known that the Batarians utilized their slaves as fodder for the front line, much as the Ungoi had been for the Covenant. This was all important for Regish to know as it directly affected how he would be playing the defense of the world, even just the small part that the Batarians could attack from their landing spot. Given his knowledge of how the enemy operated as well as the reports of civilian transports interspersed with the military vessels, the general was expecting this to be a rather unconventional fight. As it stood, the Wardens had the advantage of numbers as well as fighting from entrenched positions, but the Batarians did have the ability to attack multiple locations at their discretion. Since the attackers lacked any path of retreat, however, they would either be extremely cautious in their assault or try to throw everything forward at one location to break through the line and force some kind of discussion. If their strategy of staying together when landing was any indication, then it would be the second option, which is what the Sanghaila had planned for anyways, since shifting tactics to deal with the first was fairly simple. The question then became how to fight off a large assault composed of poorly trained pirates, possibly unarmed slaves, and a military force crippled by its societal requirements. Rather than leveling the area with artillery fire and slaughtering the entire force, as tempting as that was, General Womack had instead looked to the tactics that the humans had used against Covenant ground forces to such great effect during the war. As with most forces built without regard for the quality of individuals, eliminating the leaders of the attacking force would shatter morale and spread chaos in the ranks. Rikish had seen it happen time and time again as the humans targeted the Sanghaili on the ground, leaving their troops without direction or coordination. It was similar Batarian officers that were now primary targets for stealth ops units moving in on cloaked phantoms. Along with them were multiple squads of lesser demons provided by the humans. Even with their inferiority to the Spartans that served in the Covenant War, they were still an effective fighting force. While those units moved in to do what damage they could, combat personnel were being deployed to positions around the Batarian landing site. Since Bastion was a staging area for all members of the Wardens, the military force present on the world was not insignificant. As formidable as those numbers were, it was impossible to know where to deploy them before the attackers had chosen a landing strategy. Now that they had, General Womack finally had the chance to direct his forces with tactical information rather than general assumptions. Landing as close as they had to the city, there was little concern that the slavers would try to raid the more remote population centers, the only exception being the small ground that had been diverted by the Guardian. Several military installations were close enough to the foreign force to merit some attention, but the commanders for those bases had not requested assistance, and thus Rikish assumed that they were sufficiently defended. Due to the weak force that was expected, the Sanghaila general had already assigned the Jiralhani in his command to deal with any advanced fighting element that was sent against them. Competent as the brutes may have been at soaking up damage, their battle lust would be ill-suited to minimizing unnecessary casualties. Of course, that was not to say that the forces that would be engaging in the holding action were unarmed. All heavily armored elements of Womack's command were being deployed to meet the enemy head-on, forcing the Batarians to either retreat or whittle down the defenses, giving the stealth ops more time for their mission. It took a surprising amount of time for the Batarians to finally decide on an attack, probably due to the inevitable arguments in their leadership about how they would get off the planet. When the aerial reports finally indicated troop movement from their landing zone, however, General Womack knew that battle was inevitable. Orbital reconnaissance granted the general almost instant updates on the situation. Much of the information that had been given to him by both humans and the warlord Atriox proved to be correct. Making up the front line of the attack was a mob of slaves, disorganized yet unable to disobey the implanted slave chips and thus little more than a meat shield. As far as analysts could tell, these troops weren't even equipped with kinetic barriers and carried few weapons, let alone any that presented a true threat to heavily armored tanks and troops. Supporting, or perhaps more accurately, commanding them, were various groups of slavers. Some had been successfully identified by drawing identification data from a multitude of sources, but many others were local to the terminus and completely unknown. It didn't take long for field reports to start flowing in as the battle truly began. Sympathetic as they might have been to the plight of those enslaved by the Batarians, it was inevitable that some had to be killed as they were forced into combat against the formidable forces of Prometheans and Geth units. Several platforms were lost due to numbers, but that was merely a loss of physical assets as the controlling AI simply fled into the planet's vast distributed network. Distracted with the main battle, it took some time for the general to address several reports of a Batarian force closing on the city of former slaves. Fortunately, it was not a particularly alarming development as multiple units had already been stationed in the area to protect against xenophobes in the local populace, but it still merited some form of response. Without the more advanced infrastructure such as an orbital tether or spaceport that could host air defense, the city would be vulnerable even to the lightly armed Batarian transports. Much overkill as it may have been, it was far easier for Womack to simply call in support from the fleet in orbit and leave the issue there, so that was exactly what he did. 10th day of 6th month, 2459/June 119, 2589/June 19, 2180. Eleutheria. Bastion. The first hint of something different about the day was less of a hint and more along the lines of an ear-splitting roar as several massive ships passed over the city early in the morning. There had always been some air traffic that could be heard in the distance once in a while, but any vessels that had passed over their fledgling settlement had been small and alone. These were different, lacking the pleasing curves and colorful logos that decorated civilian transports. This was clearly a group of warships, causing a murmur amongst the populace as they tried to figure out what was going on. At about midday, heavily armed soldiers began to arrive and set up defensive positions around the area, reinforcing the small contingent that had been helping. With such blatant preparations for conflict, the community leaders were finally able to get some information about the incoming attack. Considering the suffering that everyone present had suffered at the hands of the Batarians, it was a struggle to avoid a panic as directions were given in case a force targeted the small city. Once it was confirmed that the slaver fleet had entered the system, Everyone was evacuated to a large prefabricated shelter that had been set up and covered with material to camouflage it from easy detection. While certainly spacious enough for everyone to spread out, it was also obvious that the structure was not made to withstand any serious assault. That was where Talitha currently found herself along with the rest of the community, waiting anxiously with no information on how the battle was progressing. A single squad of humans was present to keep order, but any communications they received were muffled by their helmets. The relatively calm atmosphere changed very quickly when the soldiers suddenly went on alert, instructing everyone to get away from the barricades at the front door of the shelter. Several shudders caused cries of alarm to ring out, but the structure held while the Marines manned the defenses at the front. A short burst of shouting from the humans after a while seemed to indicate the worst as they shouldered their weapons. It wasn't long before a resounding thump echoed from outside, probably the enemy attempting to blow the door open with explosives. Whatever the humans had used to construct their defenses proved superior to the attempt, however, as the door buckled but did not give. After several minutes of silence as the Batarians presumably tried to hack into the door, the sound of a cutting tool reverberated around the bunker entrance. This finally garnered a reaction as the defenders went through the last combat checks and prepared to open fire. With her position near the entrance, Talitha watched as the humans prepared two massive guns with multiple barrels. It was unlike anything that she had seen them use before, much too large to move quickly. As the attackers finished their cutting, another blast finally broke through, leaving dangerous shards of twisted metal around the edges of the impromptu entrance. Before the smoke had even cleared, thunderous booms began to echo as one of the guns fired away. Faster and faster the barrel span until a continuous stream of death was being poured into whatever tried to enter. Talitha turned her attention to the other mounted weapon, wondering why it was sitting silent while the rest of the small group of soldiers fired away. The reason became clear seconds later as the first gun began to glow a bright cherry red and ceased fire, its role being taken over as the stream of bullets continued from the other position. By the time the second weapon had overheated, the first was reloaded and ready to fire once again. This continued without pause as the humans pulled ammo from crates that had been brought in before the doors were closed. The shocking sound of heavy weapons fire quickly sunk into a dull roar as Talitha adjusted to the noise and turned her gaze to the empty hole that had yet to allow anything entrance. Due to the dark interior of the shelter and the bright sunlight, she was unable to see outside. Any screams would have been covered by the weapons fire and the Batarians didn't have the equipment necessary to push the entrenched defenses of the humans. Apparently the soldiers had more information about the situation, however, as they began to move to the sides of the breach while staying well clear of the line of fire. Soon, the only things left firing were the heavy guns, still exchanging turns to put rounds down range. In the next second, the entire dynamic of the situation changed as a massive sword cleaved into the side of the structure, shearing through metal plating and beams with ease before slamming into the ground. Talitha could hear screaming behind her as the former slaves tried to back away from the rift, but she did not follow as her gaze was locked onto the crumpled form of the Batarian that had been the victim of the strike. Horrifying as the sight was, her fascination was not with the gore but rather the flakes of what looked like skin coming off of the corpse. Within seconds, entire sections of the body disintegrated, burned away by what looked like some form of fire. A sudden boom sounded from the front entrance, quickly followed by several smaller blasts. This seemed to be the cue for the counterattack as the soldiers rushed out into the fray, the sound of their weapons quickly dying as they moved further away. That was not what Talitha concentrated on, however, as a large section of the wall itself began to disintegrate much like the body, exposing the inside of the shelter to daylight. With the influx of light, it took a second for her eyes to adjust to see outside, and the sight that greeted Talitha only brought up more questions. Standing just outside the breached structure was a massive thing, easily 5 meters tall and held together with what seemed to be light itself. Beneath one of its feet lay a Batarian, helplessly shooting up at the creature but doing no visible damage. A glowing blade was held idly by its side, as if it were nothing more than a toy, yet that same blade was obviously the cause of the disintegrated slaver. Aside from the towering master of the battlefield, various other metal beings were present. Small beasts stalked the fleeing Batarians, like the packs of Varan that were used by the hegemony to hunt escaped slaves. Following them were a large number of tall, humanoid figures firing unfamiliar weapons that spat out motes of orange light. These two groups seemed to be taking commands from massive, bulky things that seemed like they'd be too toughy to fight. Even as the slavers fled, the human soldiers rushed forward with the alien creatures to regain control of the area. Seeing them side by side, Talitha registered the distinctly artificial nature of the rescuers. Limbs of metal, lined with light and held in place by technology that she had never even heard of. The former slaves hadn't been rescued by a species allied with the humans but rather machines, acting intelligently and independently. Talitha turned her gaze up as shadow began to envelop the area, the cause obvious as a huge structure spread what looked like wings. The label of ship was insufficient to describe the thing as it did not appear to be designed for anyone to actually board it. Much like the forces on the ground, various pieces of silver metal were held in place by an invisible force. As she watched, one of the Batarian ships that had landed nearby rose above the horizon and began to orient itself towards the alien craft. Apparently the slavers were foregoing all hope for those in the settlement as the distant vessel fired its mass accelerator. Talitha ducked as she prepared for the floating pieces to fall. After several seconds, she looked up and stared in disbelief at the distinct streak leading up to the thing. There was no sign of a kinetic shield or any other protective barrier, yet there was also no visible damage either. The floating block of metal finally revealed its true nature as the wings suddenly spread to the sides, the calm blue light flashing to dull orange as what Talitha could only think of as a growl resounded from the machine. While obviously electronic, the modulations in the sound sounded oddly haunting, as if something ancient was finally taking an interest in the battle. A swirl seemed to envelop the enormous alien construct as it folded into itself, disappearing from the sky and leaving nothing to show that it had ever been there. Almost instantly a similar rupture in the sky appeared in the distance, right next to the Batarian ship. The pieces of the alien seemed to take up positions with a mind of their own, each separate and yet obviously part of the whole. Now that the thing was not directly above her, Talitha could see its form far more clearly, her mind instantly likening it to the symbol that the UNSC seemed to put on everything they used. A bird of prey, hanging in the sky and watching everything that occurred. Even beside the Batarian ship, it was hard for Talitha to get a sense of the scale of the construct. Floating pieces of metal arced around the slaver ship, almost as if the alien was taunting its attacker. This ended suddenly as the tail of the thing formed from the portal, annihilating the Batarian ship effortlessly and with no damage to show. A voice drew Talitha's attention as it addressed her, impressive, yes? Built by the creators to keep peace across the galaxy, the perfect guardians to eliminate these primitives. Talitha could only stare into the slightly horrifying visage of the alien commander as she tried to avoid cowering before his unrelenting stare. Fortunately, one of the soldiers relieved her of its gaze as he called out, "Command already has prisoners from the main force. We don't need that one, Warden." Warden turned to the trooper and complained, "Yet you humans make such a fuss about keeping them alive. It is one or the other." The soldier merely shrugged and drew his sidearm, ignored the Batarian's cries for mercy, and fired. As he holstered his weapon once more, the human stated bluntly, "And once we get the information needed from them, we have no fuss with killing the fuckers either." Chapter 22, Repercussions. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, Mass Effect to BioWare. Well, what is this but a chapter that's on time? Important. A guest review has brought to my attention a spat of reviews on stories written by one Kerr L. Aaron that advertise other stories within the review section. This is a troll targeting multiple authors. I will do my best to keep the guest reviews of this story free of such nonsense, but if you see it on other stories, that's what is currently going on. If you like RWBY, Kerr is a fantastic author. As he has stated in his most recent ANs, however, he does not have the luxury of time to sort through the deluge of garbage reviews. End important. 3 years since I started writing this story. Chapters may have come slowly, but still here and hope to continue as this year is going to be huge for Halo. If you have a particular question, please PM me. Apologies, but review responses were simply getting too large for chapters. Hope you all enjoy. 10th day of 6th month, 2459/June 19, 2589/June 19, 2180. Citadel Embassy. Earth. While staying on Earth, Shepard had sparred with almost everyone else in the security detail. Most of them were certainly better than average at hand-to-hand, but it was only the Spectres and Commandos that could give her a real challenge. Aside from the diplomatic retinue, however, Jane had also coerced most of their UNSC counterparts into a bout. The Marines were decent, obviously experienced with escaping from the inhuman strength of Covenant species rather than fighting other humans, but still. The only opponents that had truly outmatched everyone else were a squad of Spartan 4s that had shown up at the embassy for some reason. Regardless of whatever command structure had put special operations soldiers on guard duty, one of the Spectres had challenged a Spartan to a fight. No one objected after having seen the footage of what the Master Chief was capable of, all of them curious how they would fare against opponents that had become legendary to the Covenant. After thoroughly trouncing the best fighters present, the Spartans had proven much more social than Blue Team as they discussed their origins. While far more numerous than their predecessors, the fourth generation of Spartans were also inferior due to the much broader selection pool for their class. Most of their number had served extensively during the war against the Covenant, though some of the newer recruits were being selected for their performance against post-war threats. Fortunately for the Citadel security detail, Blue Team itself had been present to watch those that would be working with them, gauging ability and experience much like Shepard had done in her leadership role. Seeing the two different generations of soldiers next to each other had given someone the brilliant idea of convincing the best CQC fighter from each to step into the ring. Oddly, the woman with 087 on her armor had stepped forward without issue, the rest of her team merely watching as she took her place. The Fours, on the other hand, had argued against the idea and only after numerous taunts did they finally send one of their number in. Jane was focused exclusively on the fight, determined to get an idea of what a member of Blue Team was actually capable of when put against an actual opponent. More than a few bets were exchanged as the two Spartans took their places. There was no posturing or taunting in such a heavyweight fight, each combatant already tensed and ready to engage. Neither showed hesitation as the match countdown reached 0, each having sized up the other and planned out their actions before the battle began. It was immediately obvious that 087 was superior to her opponent as the smaller Spartan 4 dodged away, moving far faster than a heavily armored human had any right to. Now that he was flanking his opponent, however, the 4 was able to launch his own attack. Predictably, the punch did not land as the member of blue team dodged. The fight continued on in this vein, each attempt at gaining the upper hand expertly redirected or avoided. Shepard was sure that several blows would have been fatal had they landed, but it was not her place to intervene as she was not even sure what an out-of-hand fight was between Spartans. Even with all her experience, it was difficult for the commander to keep up with the pace of combat. From what she could see, however, it almost looked like 087 was holding back, not that that was surprising. It wasn't much, just the slightest delay that allowed her opponent to counter, but it was definitely there. Suddenly, 087 stopped, her head whipping to the side to look at something outside the ring. Before Jane could figure out what, the Spartan 4 charged in frustration as he finally was given an opening. If anyone had believed that it was a fair fight before, they were quickly educated otherwise as the larger Spartan moved. With a twist that was inhumanly fast, 087 positioned herself behind the 4 and planted her leg, causing the other Spartan to jerk to the side. 087 did not relent as she followed the motion, pulling her opponent off balance even more as she turned him to face her. The 4 then hit 087's leg, causing him to tip backwards as his foot stopped moving while his torso continued forwards. With a single hand, 087 grabbed the front collar of her opponent and slammed him back first into the floor, resulting in a resounding clang as several hundred kilograms of armor and augmented human hit the deck. There was no celebration from 087 at her victory, inevitable as it may have been. Instead, she merely rose from the kneel she had taken when finishing her opponent and held out a hand to the dazed Spartan 4. With the fight ended, Shepard finally took the time to figure out what had distracted the Spartan 2. A screen in one corner of the room seemed to be the culprit, though Jane wasn't sure why as she along with everyone else had been ignoring it. Now that she took the time to watch, however, the commander noted that the channel was set to some news station, with various tidbits of information scrolling on the edges. It was quite clear what had caught the attention of the Spartan as a graveyard of ships was shown next to a human reporter. From that single shot, Shepard could tell that their trip to Earth had just become vastly more complicated. Glancing over at the two specters, it was clear that they had reached the same conclusion as Saren noticed her gaze and nodded meaningfully. As Jane began taking off her training armor in favor of her usual equipment, she listened to the newscast in the background, assembled for a possible response. The Council of Guardians has been called into an emergency session to determine a course of action. An investigation into the incident has already been started by the Office of Naval Intelligence in coordination with Allied forces that were present during the attack. A press release earlier today points to groups from the Terminus systems, as they're called by the Citadel Council, though some sources we talked to also mentioned the Batarian hegemony as a likely suspect. When contacted for comment, ONI discouraged this idea until more information is known, likely due to the status the hegemony holds with the Citadel. Another voice off-screen inquired, "Do we have any idea when travel restrictions will be lifted?" There are no restrictions for entering or exiting the system, but any flights might be diverted due to cleanup efforts. Several Guardians continue to hold position in low atmosphere while the fleet cleans up the debris in orbit. However, the local administration estimated approximately 2 days before civilian transports will resume regularly scheduled routes from planet-side spaceports. In the meantime, all flights are being directed to orbital tethers, the reporter stated. The limits on travel to Eleutheria remain in place, so we do not have footage, but the UNSC has stated that any Citadel refugees rescued from the attacking forces will be settled within that area. Whatever else was said went unheard by those in the room as the screen was shut off by one of the specters. Turning back to the crowd, Gurus merely nodded to the Master Chief and ceded the limelight. Rather than 117 speaking up, however, the leader of the Spartan IVs began, "Protesters are already being reported, none close to us yet, but we've already received word from above that you are being sent home early. Blue Team will be moving with you to evacuate the embassy as well as guide you all to the local UNSC spaceport. We'll be going underneath the city rather than through the streets so we won't see crowds, but don't let your guard down. My team will move ahead to scout and disrupt any resistance along our route. Chief. Engage only if absolutely necessary. Let's move," the Master Chief stated, short as always. The leader of the Spartan IVs saluted before the team of 5 moved out. Since she already had a head start on the others, Shepard was already in armor by this point. After quickly conferring with the specters, she made her way through the building to ensure that everyone and everything important was ready to go. Fortunately, the civilian members of the group had already been alerted by the UEG as to the situation. Considering the size of the bureaucratic machine that made up the UEG, it was impressive if not suspicious how fast they reacted to the attack. At the same time, however, Jane had to acknowledge that they had years of experience in planning for such emergencies after the Covenant War, similar to how the Systems Alliance had maintained plans to ensure their continued survival. With the chaos distracting her, it seemed like no time at all before everyone was ready to go. Shepard made her way through the group to do one last check before taking her place next to the members of Blue Team up at the front. Seeing that they were ready to go, the chief led the way into a seemingly innocuous door on the ground floor of the embassy. Rather than a storage closet or room or anything else that would be reasonable to expect to be behind the door, a set of stairs led down into a cement shaft. As Shepard reached the first step, she peeked over the edge of the railing. After a couple seconds to judge distances, Jane turned to one of the members of Blue Team and asked, "How far down are we going?" "Not far, the Undercity has cargo rails to keep traffic up top to a minimum. We will take one of those to the objective," the Spartan replied tersely. Everyone kept their silence after that as they quickly moved down before exiting the stairwell at yet another bland door. From there, it was a short walk through a maze of underground infrastructure before they reached a yawning chasm. There were no lights except the ones that were carried by the security force, but even those beams could not pierce the darkness completely. Slightly in awe, the commander questioned, "How far down does this go?" Surprisingly, it was Gurus who answered, "If it's anything like the sub-level transportation that I found on the waypoint, very deep. Terraforming equipment is used to excavate an area down to bedrock for large cities. They use it for new colonies and rebuilding those lost during the war. Apparently the Forerunners like to bury their stuff, and building population centers on top doesn't end well. Glassing bunkers are standard as well," Spartan 104 stated. "Removing topsoil reduces the chance of being trapped by melted material. That is remarkably, practical." Lyra commented hesitantly from her position next to Benazia. "Why did you expect anything to put up resistance down here?" Saren glanced back at the Asari and answered, "There's always something lurking in places like this, no matter how good everything above it looks." Any further conversation was cut short as a soft hum heralded the approach of something on the rails. It was easy to spot the personnel transport due to the lights that were strung up along the top of the basket. While not particularly luxurious, the cart was certainly spacious enough for everyone to fit. What really surprised Shepard, however, was the appearance of a bridge of light between the ledge they stood on and the cart. The Spartans seemed to understand the inevitable skepticism of the feasibility of such a ramp as one of them led the way onto their transport. Seeing that it supported the not inconsiderable weight of the UNSC soldier, the civilian component followed hesitantly while the security made sure they weren't followed. As the last of the diplomatic party to board, Jane couldn't help but glance down nervously at the faintly transparent bridge of light. This was not helped when the 5 Spartan IVs appeared out of the dark and followed their older brethren onto the ramp as well, leaving the thinnest barrier of light to hold the weight of not only herself but 8 massive super soldiers as well. Whatever the hell the thing was made of, however, it was far stronger than it looked as Jane made it across without feeling any sort of give. The Spartans seemed unconcerned as well as they entered the trolley and took up positions on the edges. With a snap and a hiss, the ramp disappeared as they began to move forward. Shepard quickly realized that watching out for anything was a fruitless endeavor as the only visible objects were the rail above them and a cargo container every once in a while. After making her way around the various groups to check in with the security detail, the commander joined a discussion between the ambassador and Spectres. "There was no word from the council about this," Benazia said, obviously trying to help in what little way she could to figure out what had happened. Saren turned and inclined his head to greet Shepard silently as he replied, "This is too blatant for the council. They wouldn't send us out here to learn about Earth only to attack while we were still on the planet. What I'm more concerned about is where that footage is from. I haven't heard of any planets near Citadel space with a human presence on them, Alliance excluded of course. No rumors that I was able to catch," Gurus added. "How did a force of any respectable size reach a Warden world, though? How did they find it? I agree with the initial guess of a pirate attack, but the only place that they would be able to move around is in the terminus." "Well, that's where they are then," Shepard stated. "I recognized some of the wreckage. A lot of those vessels are commonly used by slavers in raids. The council could use this opportunity to finally make some progress in containing the hives of criminals that infest the area." Benazia shook her head and interjected, "The council won't do anything, not if they can avoid it." Saren looked ready to argue but suddenly froze before flaring his mandibles and agreeing, "They'll send some STG assets and perhaps a Spectre or two, but it will not be a large-scale action." "Why not? They can flex their military power and build relations with the Wardens," Gurus pointed out. "The council deals in the realm of politics, not fighting," the older Spectre replied, shaking his head. "It's not like the hierarchy forces you served with before entering the Spectres. Nothing is ever as simple with them." Jane scowled and questioned, "Batarians?" "Indeed, as much as the council may dissociate themselves with the hegemony's less legal actions, they're still a member of the Citadel and provide an influence in the terminus. The council won't risk that delicate relationship in response to this attack. So long as the Wardens don't bring it up, none of the councillors will either." A mutual agreement of silence, shared by the hegemony as well since they can't protest without blatantly revealing that they were behind it, Benazia explained. Shepard hummed in acceptance as she deduced, and the wardens won't make a fuss since they don't want the council questioning them taking worlds out in the terminus. Won't the council be concerned about a foreign power moving to acquire territories so close though? Though I suppose that finding them would be the first issue. Precisely, the Asari replied. The STG may have an ear to every door, but there's only so much they can learn. Slip space does make it rather difficult to follow anything, the commander admittedly readily. What about the broker? Saren scoffed slightly and answered, he probably knows where they are from contacts in the terminus. If the hegemony was involved and knew where they were going, the STG probably has the information. Problem is, they won't reveal that they know to keep the hierarchy from going on a crusade. I didn't think of that option, Benazia granted. You think that the Turians would be so rash, Spectre? With their attitude, absolutely, Gurus said with a firm nod. They'd probably attack a race during first contact for breaking Citadel law, regardless of if that race not only knew the law but was even obligated to adhere to it. We don't have the fleets to take the terminus, but a targeted strike is certainly within the capability of some of the more ambitious admirals. Part of our part in being here was to evaluate the capabilities of the UNSC. There's just too much to learn, as you all know, Saren added. Even just glossing over things, though, it felt like parts were missing, I suppose. Something being kept back. While the matriarch gave the Spectre an odd look in doubt, Jane understood the sentiment. After all they had been shown, she still got the feeling that something was missing, as Saren had put it. A tickle in the back of her mind, a sense honed by battle to subconsciously notice oddities in the environment. Knowing that thinking on it would get her nowhere without being able to speak in private with other members of the party, Jane stated, let's focus on getting off-world and back to Alliance space for now. If there is something to your suspicions, then the UEG has managed to hide it from everyone I have talked to. I don't trust our words to stay private, regardless. The others agreed, albeit hesitantly in some cases. So it was that they traveled through the warren of tunnels, eventually arriving at yet another nondescript platform that seemed to be nearly identical to the one they had left. Another sketchy walk over the odd bridge of light led directly to an impressive set of doors to a spacious cargo elevator. Shepard failed to spot any security or a manual way to open the doors, yet their entrance directly into the UNSC base made her sure that there was some form of identification that was necessary. Since they had arrived via cargo lift rather than the front entrance, it was a short walk to the small ship that would be transporting them off-world. Multiple squads of UNSC soldiers passed them on the way, giving the group interested looks but also shying away from the intimidating forms of Blue Team. Before she boarded the vessel, the commander addressed the Master Chief, "See you on board." A nod was the only answer, yet it left Jane with no doubts that it was the correct one. 10th day of 6th month, 2459/June 19, 2589/June 19, 2180. Eleutheria. Bastion. When the Shadow Broker had directed her to be captured by Batarian slavers, Tila Vazir had very nearly killed the agent that relayed the order under the assumption that he was trying to get her killed. After interrogating the poor Solarian in a call directly to the broker, or as close as was possible, she had determined that the orders were not some poor attempt to get rid of her. It didn't take much digging with her connections to determine why the broker had given such odd orders. Multiple slaver parties had already been moving out of their usual haunts and congregating deep in the terminus alongside several hegemony fleets. Given her operational freedom from the Council and her skill set as a Spectre, it wasn't hard for Vazir to slip onto a ship that she knew was outbound for the gathering force. A few good beatings to the dregs in the slave hold and no questions were asked, letting her blend in as nothing more but another unfortunate victim. Several weeks passed quickly, though the constant boredom began to wear on Tila's patience. One of the Batarian guards tried to get a bit handsy, but a brief flare of biotics had convinced him to pursue a less deadly target for his fun. Several slaves had discovered her armor hiding place, though they were quickly quieted by some half-truths about her status and mission here. Finally the wait was over when the entire ship shook violently, causing cries of alarm and pain. Amidst the chaos, Vazir began to quickly put on her armor in anticipation of action. Even once she was fully armored, no one paid her any mind under her dirty sheet as the ship steadily shook, indicating that they were rapidly entering the atmosphere of a planet. Eventually the shaking stopped, followed shortly thereafter by a resounding thump, sending the unprepared slaves to their knees. Vazir ducked down as well to avoid attention, a prudent move as seconds later a Batarian came running into the hold. A couple shots from his weapon quieted down the mass of slaves, allowing him to announce, "You will attack the enemy when we land. Disobey and you die." One brave and misguided Turian tried to speak up, but the slaver showed no mercy as he fired a burst from his rifle. Surrounded by slaves compelled by the threat of lethal force or control chips, there was no choice for Vazir but to maintain her position in the crowd. A quick glance allowed her to spot at least a dozen slavers, each armed and armored. While she was confident in eliminating them in a fight, there was nowhere for her to take cover amongst the mass of slaves. Ultimately, the choice was made for her as the door to the slave hold opened, allowing brilliant sunlight into the space. Even though they may have been blinded after spending so long in the dark misery of the hold, the slaves eagerly moved towards the escape. Vazir moved with them while keeping an eye on the slavers to ensure she was not spotted. Fortunately, the Batarians were far more concentrated with yelling orders at their underlings. Unfortunately, those orders were for the mass to continue forwards, carrying the spectre along with them. Without the hold to keep them crammed together, however, the group began to split up, giving Vazir a view of the battlefield. To either side of her were other groups of slaves, each as disorganized as the one she was a part of. Behind them were more ships, each letting forth yet more of what Tila finally identified as cannon fodder. It seemed that whoever commanded the ships had at least part of a brain, however, as they had not landed directly in front of whatever enemy they would be fighting but rather in a large, open field that would allow them to coordinate. Vazir was under no illusion that the numerous slavers would be able to work together well, however, an assumption that was proven true as the slaves spread across the area in a disorganized mess. Rolling her eyes at the display, the spectre turned her attention towards the horizon to try and identify what enemy had the Batarians so riled up. From her current position the only thing visible was a thin line ascending into the sky some distance away, though she had no idea what it was. Once the slavers had gotten their act together, they ordered the horde to march. Since the Batarians were using the slaves as bullet sponges, they took position at the back. This forced Tila to the front of the force to make sure that she did not encounter any of the mercenaries. Seeing the opportunity for what it was, Vazir discreetly fiddled with her Omni tool beneath her makeshift cloak. The pace that the slavers set was only a slight jog, allowing the spectre to successfully break into their comms. Panicked calls immediately started pouring in as the connection was established, Tila jerking her head slightly in annoyance as her earbud compensated for the sudden volume change. As she began to actually listen to the COMM chatter, however, the spectre frowned in concern. From what she could make out in the chaos, the Batarians were engaged in a significant battle in orbit. The slave transports had been a large part of the fleet but had slipped through to the surface before the heavyweight fighting really began. Now that the capital ships had collided, however, it seemed that the hegemony had greatly underestimated both the number and the capability of their enemy. Within minutes the communications had dropped to almost nothing, either desperate calls for assistance that would never come or calls for retreat that were swiftly silenced. Luckily, the spectre had managed to catch some references to members of the Wardens in between the disorganized shouting. While she didn't know much about the species that made up the newest galactic superpower, she knew that there was a good chance that she could survive considering their rescue of the slaves on Logasiri. Of course, that was assuming that this was the same faction of the Wardens that executed that attack. Information from the broker had indicated that there were multiple different organizations that operated beneath the Wardens of the Mantle, each using radically different methods to accomplish their goals. Considering that the hegemony had gone and attacked a colony that they somehow learned about, it was entirely possible that every living thing was about to be annihilated from orbit. At least, that was what the rumors claimed. Regardless of whether the enemy was fielding vast warships capable of planetary destruction, Tila knew that her current goal was to simply survive the coming battle. Compared to the slaves around her, she would have a far better chance, but if the battle was anything like the one in orbit it would not be easy, even for her. Some time later, the spectre was finally able to make out their adversary awaiting their arrival. Vazir evaluated the situation and concluded that the Wardens were content to maintain their defensive positions, allowing them superior firing lines and fallback routes. She did find it odd that they were lined up and easily visible rather than utilizing their superior knowledge of the land to outmaneuver the Batarians. Whoever was commanding the slaves either did not recognize that fact or did not care as the Batarians gave the order to charge. The slaves did not have a choice in the matter, the control chips ensuring that they followed their orders as they understood them. Stuck at the front of the formation, Vazir was forced forward as well, lest she be overrun by the thousands that followed behind her. Oddly, the charge did not seem to faze the enemy, no fear or anger or even any sign that they acknowledged the approaching mass of beings. As she drew closer, the spectre suddenly realized why that was as she noted the distinctly mechanical nature of the front line. Taking only a second to wonder what in the goddess name the Batarians had picked a fight with, Vazir quickly began to fall back towards the bulk of the horde. Considering that she was a spectre and they were malnourished slaves, it was not particularly difficult to simply slow down and let them run past. Even now, however, with the obvious hostile intent, the machines did not open fire. Rather, a strange whistling made itself known, quickly becoming noticeable above even the din of the slavers' screams. Suddenly, the air itself seemed to explode as it was filled with opaque gas, obscuring all sight lines. Spurred forward by their nature, the slaves charged forwards into the mist. All coordination was almost immediately lost as numerous slaves stumbled and fell, incapacitated by the attack. Whatever the weapon was, it was absolutely devastating as more blasts rocked the air above the spectre. Even then, however, the slavers urged their forces forward, determined to try and reap some benefits now that they were trapped on the planet. It was only her experience that allowed Vazir to stay conscious as she put on her helmet, no longer concerned about being seen. Suddenly, a horrendous sound echoed around the battlefield, followed almost instantly by every electronic that Vizier had shutting off. Whipping around, she noted that the slaves were no longer coming forward, leaving her standing alone and blinded in the gas. Glancing upwards, Tila was briefly able to see what had caused the sound. Stepping back in surprise at the intimidating thing hovering above the battlefield, the spectre could only stare in wonder. Like a bird of prey, it towered above, blue lines streaking through pieces held together by nothing but air. Silver metal unlike any she had seen before shone in the sunlight, all of it molded to create a truly fearsome ship. Whatever the thing had done, it seemed to have affected the slavers as well as Vizier caught sight of them beneath the monolith. They seemed greatly reduced in number as they rose above the dissipating gas, climbing atop a hill to survey their inevitable defeat. Several of them fired their weapons up towards the massive craft, obviously having no effect. With her experience as a spectre, it was easy for Vizier to predict that a counterattack was forthcoming. What she did not account for, however, was one of the hegemony commanders suddenly being thrust aloft by a glowing blade coming through his chest. Yells from the other slavers were quickly silenced as several more of the massive creatures appeared from thin air, slicing through the Batarians without effort. Eyes widening at the brutal display, Vizier turned to try and flee the battlefield. Her stride was cut short as she caught sight of the machines advancing towards her through the mist, unsurprisingly unaffected by the gas. Recognizing the dangerous position she was now in, Tila flared her biotics and charged to the side, trying to evade the advancing enemy. Glancing back, the spectre caught a flash of red going to her right before the world went spinning. Clumps of dirt and rock splattered against her armor as four smaller explosions rumbled the ground shortly after. Vizier groaned as she rolled over and slowly climbed to her feet, taking only a second to note the large crater that had been left by the near miss. Looking back up, the spectre identified her attacker. Large and armored in similar metal to the ship above them, the creature looked like its body was far too large for the slender legs that supported it. On one arm was a large glowing cannon, though Tila couldn't tell if that was an after effect of the shot or another charging up. The other arm had a nasty-looking blade made from what looked like blue light. As Vizier leveled her weapon in preparation for a fight, the creature suddenly seemed to teleport forwards, zipping from side to side and ignoring any shots that she managed to get off. Before the spectre could react, a shining blue blade was sweeping towards her head. Tila ducked but wasn't quick enough to avoid the blow entirely. The weapon clipped the top side of her helmet, sending the spectre sprawling from the force behind it. Reeling from the strike, Tila kept the presence of mind to roll away from her attacker to make a killing blow harder to land. Once her vision had stopped swimming, the spectre noticed that the machine had not moved to pursue her. As she looked up into its eyes, however, it took on an aggressive stance and let out a strange screech. Snarling in response, Tila pulled out her weapon and fired away. Rather than avoiding the hail of rounds, the machine simply ignored them, the worst damage being small scratches from the sand-sized pellets deflecting off its superior metal carapace. It suddenly leapt towards the Asari, knocking aside her weapon and pinning her to the ground before she could avoid it. The glowing mask that made up its face glared down at her as she roared in defiance. Suddenly, a thin line appeared down the middle of the mask before the metal seemed to peel apart. A horrifying blue skull that looked disturbingly similar to that of an Asari screamed back at the spectre before her world went dark. Considering how she had left the world, Vizier was genuinely surprised to be waking up at all. After letting her eyes adjust to the ambient light, she noted that she was beneath a canvas tent of some type, obviously a temporary shelter. Turning her head to the right, a Turian stared down at her as if expecting some reaction. When none came, the fellow alien looked to something on Tila's left. Turning her head, the spectre tensed at the sight of one of the lopsided machines that had taken her out. Rather than attack or do anything at all for that matter, the thing just locked eyes with her and twitched the plates of metal on its back. After a second of staring, Vizier was drawn back to the Turian as he said, "I'm glad you're awake, we were about to move your bed." Resisting the urge to roll her eyes at such an inane statement, Tila replied, "How long was I out?" "Several days," the Turian responded. "You were brought into Eleutheria to recover." "And that?" she asked, nodding back at the machine. The Turian shrugged and answered, "It followed and wouldn't leave." The spectre swung her legs over the edge of the small cot and sat up, wincing slightly at some lingering pain but forcing it to the back of her mind as she stood. She stretched to try and diffuse the stiffness that came with being bedridden as she questioned, "You mentioned that we were moving. Evacuation orders from the humans. They have a ship coming in to help with the slaves from the Batarian raid," the Turian explained. Vizier narrowed her eyes at that confirmation of who owned this planet. After a quick check on her equipment, the only thing she found missing were her weapons, unsurprisingly. Another look at the machine showed her pistol and rifle firmly attached to its sides, likely magnetically locked. Ultimately, it wasn't worth even trying to acquire them as even her skills as a spectre wouldn't let her fight off this world if she had wanted to try. With everything in order and no reason to stay in the otherwise empty tent, Vizier grabbed her helmet and made her way to the exit. The Turian fell in behind her much as a slave would, though she ignored that in favor of keeping her senses on the thing that continued to follow her as well. As she drew back the flap, Tila was blinded by the sunlight outside. She stepped to the side to let herself adjust as the Turian and machine followed, neither as bothered as herself it seemed. Several seconds later and the spectre opened her eyes to one of the most drab yet modest cities she had seen in a very long time. With as much time as she had spent in the terminus, it would have come as no surprise to Vizier to be living in a tent city for the foreseeable future as the wardens negotiated the return of Citadel citizens. That hardly seemed to be the case as what looked like a permanent settlement spread out before her. While admittedly somewhat lacking in decor due to the dark grey metal that the UNSC seemed so fond of, the city was nonetheless functional for housing a large displaced population. Turning to the tent she had exited, Tila noted the tent city she had expected spread out from the edge of the actual buildings, though it was obviously in the process of being torn down as a large number of former slaves carried away the temporary structures. Remembering the Turian's passing statement about an inbound ship, Vizier turned her attention to her Omni tool. A short bit of fiddling later along with a scan of active COMM channels and she was tuned into the orbital traffic control that was being broadcast on a reserved radio frequency. From there, it wasn't difficult to route the input through her translator, allowing Tila to listen into the constant stream and know that the airspace was far more busy than a backwater planet like this had any right to be. Turning her gaze upwards, Vizier blinked as she noticed the silver ship from the battle floating in the sky, silently watching everything below. Whatever it was, it seemed that the former slaves had gotten used to it as no one was paying the massive ship any attention. I must go help with other projects. You are free to wander the city, but the humans likely won't let you leave, the Turian warned before breaking off back towards the tents. Vizier raised her eyebrows at that before looking back at the machine. It stared back, shuffling in place slightly but not intimidated in the slightest by the spectre. Sighing in annoyance at the situation that the broker had put her in, Tila decided to make the best of it and moved towards the city. After an hour of wandering the streets and scouting out the area, she took a seat in a secluded area and began typing on her Omni tool. Notes on the human soldiers and civilians helping the population came first, quickly followed by observations about her follower and its similarity to the dreadnought-sized ship that hovered above. Oddities such as the lack of aircar traffic and the lack of many common amenities could be easily explained by the amount of work that still needed to be done on far more important things such as infrastructure. Even then, it was obvious that this population center had been built for the sole purpose of housing the freed slaves, which allowed Vizier an insight into the logistical capabilities of the wardens. It was while she was listening into the chatter in orbit in an effort to record the numerous ship designations that the thing above the city finally moved. As day had gone on, the ship had cast a shadow over the city itself. It was the sudden change in light that alerted Vizier as she looked up sharply to see the wings moving, as if the ship itself were stretching after a long nap. It was a disturbingly organic motion, one that actually caught the attention of the people around the spectre as well. After a few seconds, Vazir's Omni tool caught up to the machine's communications as a controller called out, "Bastion control to Guardian 8132, break and move to hold 7 km east of current position." "Acknowledged," a voice replied, causing the spectre to freeze. She had encountered many things during her long life, including the mechanical creations of the Quarians that had so nearly spelled the end of the Citadel Council. The thing that just replied on an open communications channel had that same distinctive voice, as if talking in a language that was not and never really would be one that they could speak naturally. Having a machine like the one following her was bad enough, but it seemed that the humans had somehow decided that going further was a fantastic idea and made an entire atmospheric-capable dreadnought controlled by its own circuitry. The possibility that the humans would actually use fully realized AI to control such things was the next thought on Vazir's mind as she glanced between the ship and her unwanted pet. She had been under the assumption that a decently made 6 was the worst on board. After all, the thing hadn't taken any particularly advanced actions. Vocally responding to orders that would have just as easily been sent through a terminal indicated a far more independent intelligence, one that could choose to obey. Much as she would like to concern herself with whatever foolishness the wardens were up to, Tila's attention was once again drawn skyward as a hole in reality itself opened behind the Guardian. She had heard about their strange method of travel, but looking at the technology in action, the Spectre could only think that the gaping blackness which swallowed the ship was just wrong in some primordial way. Regardless of what this slip space was actually made of, it did seem to work very well as Vazir looked to the east. Sure enough, an identical portal opened almost as soon as the first closed, disgorging the machine just above the horizon. Even from this distance, Tila could not shake the feeling that the thing was watching over the city like a predator ready to strike should anything threaten them. "This is Sinoviet Super Heavy X-102, transferring from System Traffic Control. Inbound to restricted airspace, requesting lane for cold re-entry," a new voice called out from her open Omni tool. The Spectre glanced down at the mention of a new ship class and made note of it as the controller replied, "Bastion control to SVX-102, request granted, lane 33I is yours. Airspace was just freed, you are cleared to hover with low turbulence restrictions." Affirmative control, SVX-102. It wasn't exactly difficult for Vazir to deduce that the inbound ship was what had caused the Guardian to move. As the constant stream of radio chatter continued, Vazir took some time to look through her previous notes for some of the terms she had heard. Synoviet seemed to be either a company name or ship class, though Tila leaned more towards company as she had not heard the name before. Super Heavy was likely a cargo load classification while X-102 was just an alphanumeric designation. What had the Spectre somewhat confused was the declaration of a cold re-entry. In ESO terms, that usually meant a ship would use its core to reduce its mass so that it could lower itself into a planet's atmosphere rather than using the friction of re-entry to slow down. While certainly possible, it was not a particularly popular maneuver as it was rather slow and almost every ship could survive the heat of re-entry anyways. From the request for an approach lane to perform such a landing method, it was obvious that the Warden ship was certainly capable of de-orbiting by scheming the atmosphere to bleed speed at the least. This left Tila wondering why they would descend slowly instead, a question that seemed best answered by the airspace restrictions that were apparently in place. Most ships would be able to simply de-orbit and slow down well before reaching the ground, but then again it was already clear that the Wardens could bring ships far larger than a frigate down to the surface. After a while of waiting, Vazir finally caught another transmission from the inbound vessel, SVX-102 to control, beginning our descent, 33I is free. Confirmed 33I clear, you are approved for descent. Slight cloud cover on the surface but otherwise clear, the controller replied. Tila glanced up at that, noting that some clouds had indeed rolled in, though fortunately they were not thunderheads. Even so, she scowled as a visual of the ship would be almost impossible until it was literally on top of the city. It took a good bit of time for the ship to descend, giving the Spectre some time to move away from the city. She ended up near the top of a hill, her loyal machine following behind. A group of UNSC soldiers had taken note of her stroll but hadn't interfered as they sat amongst supply containers that had been stacked on the edge of the settlement. Eventually, however, one of them got up from their game of cards and climbed up the hill to approach the Spectre. Vazir glanced down at the man, noting how he examined her armor before speaking, might want to find some cover, we got a civvy hauler coming in soon here. I was aware, is it dangerous? Vazir asked without much concern. More windy than anything, the man responded. Fancy armor, ain't seen anyone else with the like. Tila tightened a fist and said, the Batarians are not particularly competent at searching their ships. Rather than prying further, the human just shrugged and stated, I'm no spook, just don't cause any trouble. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the Spectre to wonder what a spook was. Disregarding the slang, Vazir slipped on her helmet as she noted a dull roar signaling the final approach of the vessel. Looking up into the white undersides of the clouds, she waited for the ship to appear. Rather than a ship, however, the Spectre noticed a massive shadow racing along the clouds, rapidly approaching the city. She furrowed her brow as she tried to calculate the size of the craft based on that information, only to come to the conclusion that it was large, very large. She huffed in impatience at that, watching the shadow race past her and casting the surrounding area into slowly growing darkness. Suddenly, the clouds above seemed to shift, sinking towards the ground as a mass pushed them down from above. It was hard to see the exact outline with the flat light, but even with her helmet optics, Vazir could only make out the edge running parallel to the city limit. As she scanned the sky, Vazir's attention was caught by motion in her peripheral. Snapping her head over, she noted how the clouds seemed to flow along the sloped metal face that began emerging. Like the flat side of a spearhead pushing through mud, the keel of the ship split the cloud layer. Entranced by the sight, it took a sudden blast of wind to make Vazir process what she was witnessing. As the engines of the massive craft flared and wind began flattening the grass around her, the Spectre took a step back in mute horror as she took in the sight of kilometers of metal coming to a halt so close to the surface of a planet. Her helmet began to soften the roar that vibrated the ground as Tila knelt down in the grass, working quickly to open up her Omni tool and point it at the unbelievable sight. After a couple seconds of panning the view, a rough outline of the visible parts of the ship appeared as her Omni tool ran through its calculations. The dimensions continued to change as more and more of the ship broke through, revealing a hangar that was already buzzing with activity. Several minutes later and the clamor of engines died down as the howling wind finally abated, leaving the Spectre to her thoughts as she stared at the dark red 38 that had settled on her Omni tool. The humans hadn't been directing a ship into position, it was a full-blown space station sitting several hundred meters above the surface. Eventually Vazir gathered herself and organized her thoughts before turning to look at the UNSC soldiers. They were ignoring her presence in favor of admiring the ship above them, making it clear that this particular class was not a common sight. Even with the massive distraction above, however, they were still soldiers and as such noticed her approach. The one who had first approached her stepped forward again and smiled as he observed, "You look a bit shook. Bit different than what you're used to." Vazir grit her teeth and lifted her chin, bristling at the implied weakness. She kept her tone civil as she replied, "What in the goddess is that thing?" It seemed that the soldier didn't know the answer himself as he turned to his comrades and spoke in a language that her translator could not understand. After a short wait, the human responded, "New ship from Synoviet, they do a lot of heavy industrial work. They were cleared to build an anchor, apparently brought along some supplies to drop off here at the same time. But how did you build it? Tila pressed. Rumor has it that Sinoviet was commissioned by Highcom to throw some designs at Genesis to see what it could do. One online poll later and they had a 19-kilometer dreadnought with enough firepower to level a planet. Well, for you Citadel people, it's, what, 38 of your kilometers? Vazir merely nodded, her mind racing. Eventually she was able to get out, an extranet vote led to a company accidentally making this. It's a ship from an old human space movie. First choice was a moon, the Navy nixed that idea pretty quickly though. Heard from a buddy of mine on Cersenius 4 that things got a bit out of hand and now there are 2 of them, the soldier explained. They're still allowed to have a functioning warship? Vazir asked incredulously, ignoring the implications of his comment on building a moon in favor of her sanity. The idea didn't seem to faze the human at all as he shrugged, hardly the first they've had, SV builds for the Sky Guys. Couple major anchors on reach, big player in the Mars yards, expanding into the glass lands, they have more than enough reason for a corporate fleet. So long as they behave, the UNSC lets them be, same deal with most of the big corps. It's quite the ship, with plenty of shields to match her guns, but being on the front line isn't her role. Tila nodded, gazing up as she processed that information before saying, thank you for the information. Sure, I suppose. It's all hearsay or just common knowledge, the soldier dismissed lazily. If us ground pounders know it, it ain't anything to write home about. Navy isn't anything to us but an unreliable taxi service. That got a few laughs from his comrades, drawing the human's attention as he gave a jerk of the head to the Spectre before rejoining his squad. Vazir ignored it and turned around, stepping around her machine as she found somewhere quiet to write down what she had learned as well as her thoughts on the matter. Now free of the Asari they had been tasked with intercepting, the squad of humans began to make their way towards the landing zone of the transports coming down from the Sinoviet vessel. Their way was unimpeded as those working the area immediately moved aside once they noticed the distinctive circle and pyramid logo of ONI emblazoned on each soldier's uniform. 15th day of 6th month, 2459/June 24, 2589/June 24, 2180. Citadel. Council Chambers. What exactly are they expecting us to do about this? Far too much, unfortunately if not unsurprisingly, Tavos replied. They have yet to communicate through official diplomatic channels, obviously, but it's fairly clear that pressure is coming down from above. Given the chance, they'll push for war. Valerne interjected, reports from our returning ambassador would warn against that. Humans are still willing to attempt operations from the SSV Normandy. Does the hegemony have the sway to interrupt that? Not anymore, Spiratus responded. Their terminus connections will be hesitant to draw heat from the wardens after this display. This many resources disappearing into the void is too damaging. They will have problems keeping their own worlds in line, their image of being the biggest Vorsha in the pack is broken. We are still unable to gather information on the world in question. Agents recovered a location from Batarian data but contact was lost with all elements after they entered the system. STG has sent several contacts to investigate, none have returned. Sending stealth vessels considered futile after failure to track banished before. Current projections indicate heavily defended system, traffic unknown due to slip space usage, Valerne quickly summarized. Spiratus sighed at that and grumbled, we've never had a reason to truly explore the area, there are undoubtedly many planets that are off the charts. Devoting manpower to interfering in a conflict that isn't even within our borders will not be popular, especially with the products making their way into the black market. Either we allow the wardens to solidify their foothold in the area or we get involved. Neither is preferable. Only other options are wardens driven out of Terminus, extremely unlikely if not impossible given observed resources, or they do not retaliate. Higher possibility, human state and political upheaval given destruction of territory and discovery of other sentient life. Jiralhani and Sanghaili render inaction extremely doubtful, the Solarian counselor considered. Tavos thought for a second before arguing, I do not agree with your assessment of the Earth government. They are not Asari, regardless of the similar features. While slower than the Turians in making decisions, perhaps, they will be galvanized by the perceived threat. Sanghaili honor, much like that of the hierarchy, will demand that the insult does not go unanswered, Spiratus added. The brutes will just be happy for a chance at a fight. I believe that Tavos is correct, however. Civilians will not see this as a raid but as a declaration of hostilities, and any who support them will be grouped under the label of an enemy. From a military standpoint, the best option here is to hope that this is not brought up publicly by either participant. As weak as the hegemony is, they will not mention this failure. With their continued secrecy, I feel confident in assuming that the wardens will also stay silent. They will clash with each other and with luck the wardens will become embroiled in the conflict, making it far easier to observe them. Eventually the hegemony will claim that their colonial claims are being infringed upon and begin to press us for public support of a war effort. It is that catalyst that will decide the future of this council, the Asari matriarch stated confidently. Valern titled his head before nodding in agreement and asking, where does that leave us? If we lose the Batarians, the terminus will be unrestrained. The wardens may solve that issue, but will our relations with them improve such that we can continue to reduce the barriers to their society? An interesting question indeed. Their naive belief in the ghosts of the system's alliance is dangerous, Spiratus argued. Given a chance, they might forego asking us to prepare and invade to secure our resources. It gives them an excuse, a reason to attack. If those same views start to fester in the populace of Citadel space, it could serve to divide and weaken our efforts to dismiss such nonsense. Forces are already spread out into the Warden Galaxy, Valern pointed out. Validating deployment of additional fleets to Terminus is possible, combat changes strategy on a much larger scale. Taking action against the Wardens could lead to attacks on units much farther away from reinforced positions. Withdrawing from foreign galaxy is not an option. Tavos huffed and said, we are in agreement that the Batarians will be left to the fight they picked. A travel warning is already in place for the Terminus, but a warning of increased activity in the area could certainly be merited. The Republics will be withdrawing any isolated assets in the area but will keep a presence in important facilities. Last information I had indicated no appreciable Union resources. Will confirm but can assure that we are clear of any impending fight, Valern declared. Spiratus narrowed his eyes at his fellow counselor in doubt but did not bother taking up an argument as he stated, multiple hierarchy fleets are deployed and shall remain so at relays into the Terminus. As for soldiers within, however, there are at least 3 specters in the region. 2 have already made contact and will continue their missions to the best of their abilities, depending on the front line of combat. 1 Tila Vazir, however, has not responded to the Spectre office. Her last registered orders were a self-deployment to investigate suspicious hegemony activity. That is a problem. Dead or captured, Tavos admitted. Or neither, the Solarian counselor added. If her guise was that of a slave, she may yet remain unknown. It is ultimately impossible to know without more information. Wardens have already demonstrated sympathy towards slaves, but when attacked they are capable of horrible violence. Tavos considered that for several moments before frowning as she spoke, there has been no contact with our ambassador either. I find it doubtful that the Wardens would eliminate her considering their tact in handling this crisis so far. Confirmation of their reports will have to wait until they complete their voyage back to Council territory in Systems Alliance space. That's expected, they do not know if we intend to become involved. Traveling dark is standard when a diplomatic envoy is under possible threat. I do agree with your assertion, however. Their claims are quite dubious, Spiratus responded. Dismissing the baseless alliance beliefs in some galactic threat is far different than doing the same to the words of our own representatives. If it were only one with such fanciful descriptions of human wonders, I would be hesitant to accept such as truth. Some accounts do conflict, but there are far too many parallels to disregard some of our most experienced, Valern warned. A growl resonated from the Turian while the matriarch sighed, but neither argued against his point. Eventually Tavos continued, our foreign policy will have to wait until more pieces are set, for the moment our position is adaptable. Do we have any information from our teams investigating possible Forerunner artifacts? Report came in last night, was verified independently by a secondary team. The ruin is functional, but it does not appear to match the descriptions of Forerunner architecture. One researcher made an interesting observation that it reminded him distinctly of human creations, Valern stated, moving the conversation away from the developing crisis. Chapter 23, Stab in the Dark. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, MassEffect to BioWare. A long while ago, near the beginning of this story, a reviewer asked me to make a map of the Halo and Me galaxies. I did, as I thought that it would be helpful to keep everything straight. Quite frankly, those maps looked awful. I know that very well because I pulled them up for this chapter to coordinate fleet deployments. That annoyed me. Now, 3 years later, and isn't that weird to write out, I've updated them to look passable, nothing amazing but more readable and less idiot drawing in paint with a mousepad. If you wish to verify locations or get an idea of the galactic layout, the URL is tinural.com/onthellusionofmight. Apologies for the long delay in publishing this. Life has been hectic and I've let myself drift away from writing, even as I think about how I want to continue this story every night. To try and remedy the plethora of distractions that I am so apt at falling into, I have reserved time at the end of my day to focus on writing whatever I damn well please. Hopefully that means I can get back onto a regular update schedule for this FIC. Anyways, enough of that, on to the story. June 29th, 2589/20th day of 6th month, 2459/June 29, 2180. Tikkun System, Renok. UNSC Dauntless. Regardless of how simple they may have been when compared to the other members of the Assembly, the Geth were undeniably the most combat-ready force in their galaxy. Within hours of the attack on Bastion entire fleets had been recalled from across the Veil, unburdened by the need to protect civilian centers or worry about deployment orders and relief forces. Any assault was delayed as the other species organized their forces and the diplomats played their games. Several days was all it took for the Council to silently back out of the matter, unwilling to bring up the dispute publicly and risk the solidarity of the Citadel bloc for what they saw as a squabble in the terminus. As the center of Warden operations in the galaxy, Bastion was the obvious launch point for the coming push into the terminus. While the bulk of the Warden forces prepared for the offensive, special operations teams were deployed across the region to confirm and update intelligence reports. Of these, the most important had not been heavily occupied areas such as Omega but rather a small, unremarkable world on the edge of the terminus by the name of Jarter. There was no massive fleet holding a position that would threaten Warden operations, no critical infrastructure on the surface that required orbital bombardment, none of the usual objectives that usually drew the attention of HICOM. Even so, attention was drawn all the same as multiple vessels that participated in the attack on Bastion had previously visited the planet. In and of itself, that may not have meant much, but the lack of any other information relating to their activities implied that the hegemony had gone to great lengths to keep the entire system under wraps. It was that dearth of intelligence that concerned High Command, even drawing the attention of the Council of Guardians when it was brought to light. Multiple successful breaches of hegemony systems had revealed no such project in the area that would require so many ships. Further information was blocked by the difficulty of accessing systems on the Batarian homeworld, leaving boots on the ground reconnaissance as the only option. Sending in a fleet that would be capable of handling whatever unknowns they would be facing would require significant effort, both in logistics and personnel, and was deemed a misallocation of resources. Additionally, the hostile environment of the planet would make a direct assault difficult to achieve without additional casualties. The Geth were not hindered by such limitations, which when combined with their relative proximity to the target system made them an ideal choice for a strike force. While the Geth Collective was certainly capable of mounting an assault on their own, the Master Chief had been assigned to accompany the force in the off chance that the Batarians had been messing with Forerunner ruins or any other bit of nastiness that the Devil seemed so proficient at finding. Watching the numerous Geth vessels drifting around the massive form of the UNSC Dauntless was merely a way for the Spartan to pass the time as they prepared to depart. A prowler had already dropped by the DIS system and reported a small fleet of hegemony ships in orbit as well as an STG frigate poking around the area. If they were fortunate then the Solarians would bug out to observe the much larger conflict igniting deeper in the terminus, but if that was not the case then permission had been given to annihilate any observing craft as necessary to maintain operational security. As the countdown to their departure ended, a massive slipspace rupture swirled open in front of the Dauntless. The swarm of Geth ships that had essentially taken up orbit around the Forerunner capital ship moved to enter first. Modified energy shields flared around them as they entered the higher dimensions of the slipstream, enough to protect from the hostile environment but limited in combat due to insufficient energy generation by their Element Zero cores. Unfortunately there had not been enough time for the collective to construct ships that used their own slipspace drives, leaving this method of tag-along as their only tactically viable option to avoid using the mass relays. Once the vanguard had passed through, the Dauntless moved to follow alongside an escort of several dozen more Geth ships. Chief turned away from the undulating side of the slipstream outside and made his way back towards the rest of Blue Team. Linda looked to be asleep next to her sniper while Kelly was browsing the Omni tool she had integrated into the Artemis tracking system on her arm. Fred was browsing through a data pad as he poked at the disassembled components of his Z250 light rifle, likely ensuring it was fully operational. Linda was the only one to acknowledge John with a slight turn of her head in his direction as he came to a stop next to them. Before the Spartans could fall into a comfortable silence, Cortana stated, "Latest intel shows no discrepancies in Batarian movements. Forces have begun moving into contested territory, no major engagements yet. An STG frigate was identified near our target. We'll be entering at the edge of the system to prevent it from reporting any observations of the Geth if it's still in system. The Geth will engage Batarian orbital forces and deploy preliminary ground forces to the surface with Prometheans reinforcing as necessary. Plans remain unchanged from that point. We move in once a critical objective has been identified." "Time to engage?" Kelly inquired. "Geth are entering the system near the second planet now and will jump towards the target. This scouting force will report if they can detect the Citadel vessel, however unlikely that is, as well as hopefully draw out Batarian defenses. The main force will drop in between the defense force and the planet, landfall several minutes following that. I would estimate about 12 minutes before we get ground intel. As for Blue Team, impossible to say," Cortana replied. Fred grunted softly as he finished reassembling his weapon and said, "We stand ready. Do we have visuals?" The slipstream disappeared from the front of the bridge and was replaced by a camera feed from one of the Geth ships, complete with multiple streams of information that was scrolling too fast for any but an AI to process. Blue Team focused on the view as the vessels jumped to FTL, all of them curious as to what the different form of transport looked like. It did not take long for them to cross the relatively minuscule interplanetary distance as the ships dropped back into normal space, a barren and lifeless world taking up most of the background. Small markers appeared at various points on the screen, each denoting a vessel in orbit that was still invisible to anything but sensors. As the Geth obtained more data, the view zoomed in to show a decent force of 8 frigates and 3 cruisers, all Batarian in design. Seconds later, the scouting force on the other side of the planet reported no further ships. From the deployment and holding pattern, it was easy for Chief to determine that they were positioned above a specific location on the planet. The Geth reacted instantly to this information as both scouting forces accelerated towards the enemy to force them to react. Exactly as predicted, the Batarian force turned to confront the primary scouting group as they detected them. A sloppy formation slowly took shape to face the incoming threat, a pattern that quickly broke down as each ship accelerated at a different pace. The resulting distortion worsened even more as the secondary scouting force finished its orbital slingshot and approached the Batarians from underneath. Chief frowned at this, thrown off by how unorganized the hegemony vessels were. Even a Covenant fleet, under the most arrogant of commanders, was still able to conduct itself in an orderly manner. Regardless of their societal shortcomings, the Batarians should have been able to respond to an attack appropriately rather than falling apart at the slightest surprise. Whatever the problem was, however, would have to wait until later as the main Geth attack force dropped out of slipspace to the side of the enemy. This effectively created a 3-sided kill zone as the AIs coordinated their arrival so all elements were in range. Within seconds the skirmish was over, leaving the enemy vessels in pieces as the 2 scouting forces moved in to clean up any survivors and maintain secrecy of their involvement. 2 of the cruisers had managed to fire off shots, though neither was well aimed. The main attack force didn't bother breaking formation as one shot glanced off the shields of a frigate, doing essentially nothing. As orbital supremacy was established, multiple dropships swarmed from the fleet as the Geth began moving to land on the planet. Exiting slipspace near the relay, Cortana announced as the view changed back to the undulating realm of the slipstream. Relevant tactical information continued updating on the side but was ignored by all as the Dauntless appeared once more in the tangible universe. Equipped with the most advanced Citadel stealth technology and controlled by an experienced organic crew, the STG frigate racing towards the mass relay stood no chance of evading detection. While their flight towards the relay was probably started by the arrival of the Geth, it was quickly stopped as the Forerunner ship annihilated the vessel with a beam of hard light. The only indication of its existence at all was the cloud of orange motes that quickly disintegrated into the surrounding void. No other ships detected, jumping above the planet, Cortana informed them. She continued, SIGINT shows several enemy concentrations on the surface, Geth units inbound now. Anti-air cover is strong, low-yield orbital strikes have been authorized. That was Blue Team's cue to ready up as the Spartans finished their adjustments and performed pre-combat checks. Outside the ship, the slipstream appeared and then quickly disappeared as the massive ship took up position above the Geth force. As they continued to prepare to deploy, the scouting force joined the main group, adding their own forces to those already landing. After several minutes, the AI stated, strong resistance has been encountered in multiple locations, I'm deploying Prometheans to break through. Understood, Chief replied. Any initial indication of our drop point? It appears that our intelligence was correct, there is evidence of a large vessel crashing on the surface. I cannot verify the age but enemy systems seem to indicate that they believe it is about 1 billion years old, Cortana responded. However, no units have encountered the ship, and it would be somewhat noticeable to make an impact crater of such size. I would expect close-range combat as you clear structures with long sight lines between, probably near the bottom of the crater that the Batarians are focused around. Kelly snapped the pieces of a suppressor together as she finished examining it and placed it on her thigh as she inquired, enemy force about what we expected. Cortana's hard light form coalesced in front of them as she answered, for such a highly secretive project, there are actually a lot more than we first estimated. Even more worrying, the Batarians appear to be mentally compromised, refusing to give ground towards the crater. Several Geth have already reported sightings of strange cybernetics and the Prometheans are detecting some kind of passive interference. You think this might be affecting the enemy, Fred deduced. It's a possibility I cannot dismiss, the AI admitted. We've seen hegemony forces in action, they may be better than the Kig-Yar but they do break. These ones seem to be trying to give elite zealots a run for their money, refusing to retreat even if it makes tactical sense. Chief questioned, will it affect us? Cortana shrugged and replied honestly, can't say for sure. The Geth seem fine, but whatever it is doesn't seem to be actively transmitting, remaining unresponsive when contacted directly. If this only influences organic minds, your armor may be able to protect you. It may only affect Batarians. Your neural interface may prevent any issues or it may exacerbate them. I need to know more to say for sure. Do what you have to, we still need to decide where to drop, the chief ordered. Cortana nodded and disappeared, a large map of the ground terrain taking her place as the Spartans observed the ongoing battle. Already the Geth had pushed back the hegemony from their main line of defenses, forcing and exploiting openings faster than most organic armies could respond. Promethean squads were labeled as well, with several spread around the battlefield to provide boosted firepower where necessary. Stiff as their resistance may have been, the Batarians were still being forced back towards their central site. Several Promethean strike teams were wandering behind their lines, guided by Geth hunters that explored almost unopposed by enemy counterintelligence. It only took about another 15 minutes of hard fighting for the Spartans to notice the primary focus of the defensive efforts. Considering the incredible devotion to doomed positions shown by hegemony forces, it was obvious that they moved a significant portion of their forces forward to try and halt the attack. Whoever was commanding the troops had to be utterly inept at basic battlefield tactics, as this widespread of enemy forces made concentrations far more noticeable. Of all their positions, the Batarians were completely unwilling to pull forces from one specific building near the eastern side of the site. Multiple Geth had scouted the area but determined that a stealth insertion would be too risky for unknown gain. Promethean forces had harassed the defenders but could not lay siege and break through, as their position behind enemy lines required them to stay mobile. Their vision had revealed significant enemy presence underground, though not the full extent of what was being defended at that location. Suspicions roused by the concentration of force, Chief began planning as he analyzed the battlefield. Within seconds he was ready. As he stated, Warden Eternal will deploy with an assault force behind enemy lines near the center of the field, pushing west to draw enemy forces out of position. All strike teams are to rendezvous with this force and support the distraction as necessary. Cortana, begin pulling units back on the eastern front, allow them some breathing room so their attention is focused on Warden. Blue team will infiltrate via the north entrance of the target and move to eliminate possible enemy officers, assuming this is the main headquarters. Our primary goal is to move downwards and determine why this location is so valuable before securing the area. This will likely be a Spartan mission. Any large-scale assault could trigger attempts to scuttle intel by the Batarians. Questions or suggestions? Chief asked after explaining the rough plan. Before anyone else could speak, Cortana interjected, I've narrowed down that signal to the area around that building, likely underneath it given the scans. From the observations I have, it shouldn't be able to penetrate your armor, but be aware of any breaches. This signature is unlike anything I've seen before or have on record. Keep an eye out for anything unusual. Identifying, disabling, and acquiring the source of that signal could be critical to what the hegemony is doing here, but I can't tell you what to look for. Kelly shifted slightly at that, as it was her job as scout to call out anything of that nature. That Cortana couldn't match the signal to any known was slightly concerning but understandable given the foreign galaxy. Without at least an idea of what to look for, however, it would be almost impossible to quickly disable this strange digital attack vector. Wouldn't put it past them to have some bulkheads down there if it's that important, Linda stated, tilting her head ever so slightly towards Fred. 104 just grunted at that, acknowledging his role as their impromptu door opener in such a situation. Warden has departed. I expect it to be a few minutes before you're clear to drop, Cortana said. Chief nodded and ordered, gear up and prepare for a slipstream drop. With that, the Spartans fell silent as they went over their gear, with small clicks of metal on metal being the only sound. A small slip space portal appeared at the end of the bridge, bathing the area in a dull blue glow while simultaneously sucking in all light that hit it. Knowing that was their cue, John stated, Blue team, fall out. Rather than leading somewhere else in the massive hull of the Dauntless, the portal put them in the upper atmosphere of Jarter. Strong winds barely affected them as all 4 soldiers calmly fell into formation as their visors highlighted the landing zone below. Several Batarian soldiers were patrolling near the north entrance, but none of them had even thought of looking up towards the threat quickly approaching them. Less than a dozen seconds after launching, Blue team touched down as thrusters on their armor allowed them to soften their landing. Fred and Kelly did not hesitate to further cushion themselves as each landed on an enemy combatant, easily killing them as their armor failed to stop a metric ton worth of Spartan hitting them at more than 100 km an hour. Before the rest of the defenders even had a chance to react to their arrival, the team sprung into action. Linda sighted in on the squad holding a weapons emplacement at the door and fired 4 shots in the time it took the Batarians to start moving at all. While the hegemony troops were equipped with kinetic barriers, unsurprisingly, these did little to stop the ridiculously large 14.5 x 114 mm bullets as 4 of the 6 were eviscerated. The last 2 fell just behind them as Fred finished clearing her 6 and fired off 2 shots from his light rifle, resulting in their disintegration. Kelly and John sprang forward and picked off any enemies on the flanks, each taking a side as they pushed towards the north entrance of the targeted building. A shotgun blast from 087 sent a Batarian flying backwards, half of his head gone as the Spartan flicked a grenade at 2 others that happened to be behind cover. On the other side, Chief let loose a burst from his saw, the rate of fire quickly overwhelming the shields and armor of 4 Batarians as he shifted his fire with inhuman speed. Only one of the soldiers managed to fire, though it did nothing as he was completely incapable of keeping up with a running Spartan. As the team reached their entrance, 117 exchanged his weapon for an MA5S assault rifle specifically altered and enhanced for use by Spartans. The only reason he had brought the saw was an expectation of more resistance as they approached the building, as well as a backup if the team got pinned down, as unlikely as that was. Linda followed his lead as she shouldered her sniper in favor of a far more reasonable DMR for the close quarters fighting inside. Years of working together meant there was no communication as Kelly, Linda, and John stacked up while Fred faced the locked door. Once they had all flashed a green light, 104 raised his foot and kicked, annihilating the door and anything behind it as he immediately activated his hard light shield and rushed inside. The rest of blue team followed, streaming into the room to overwhelm any resistance. A couple Batarians tried to engage their left flank but were efficiently cut down before they could aim their weapons. Other than that, the small entryway was empty, though a small berm of sandbags at the back made it clear that this used to be a defensive position. Kelly pinged the door the Batarians had been in to alert her team to more hostiles, which indeed there were as 6 more enemy soldiers tried to push them out. 5 were cut down as they peeked into John's suppressive fire, the relatively large bullets quickly destroying their kinetic barriers before shredding their heads. The last was able to react fast enough to avoid that fate, but was not spared as Kelly poked around the corner and blasted him with a shotgun at point blank. A quick scan from the team scout gave the entire team a detailed view of the area as the Artemis tracking system and Promethean vision on Kelly's worked together to build a detailed rendering. With their path now clearly visible, blue team moved as one to the door the Batarians had fired at them from. A stairwell led down beneath the building and to yet more enemies at the end of a long hallway. Rather than charging forward into the machine gun that the soldiers had set up, Linda popped a smoke grenade and tossed it several meters down the corridor. Almost immediately the air was filled with minuscule rounds accelerated to many times the speed of sounds, the heat of their passage causing them to glow while the smoke gave a clear picture of the firing pattern. After several seconds of observation, Linda simply went prone and used the scouting information fed to her from Kelly to pick off the enemy while they uselessly fired above her head. The deafening sound of Nornfang was muted by their helmets, but even then they could hear the panicked shouts of the enemy as they tried to react to the effectively invisible threat. Of the hundreds of rounds fired, only 2 ever hit Linda as they skipped off her energy shields to minimal effect. Eventually the 13 Batarians that had been desperately fired were reduced to a mere 4 hiding behind the corners as they still refused to retreat. Frowning at the unexpectedly solid discipline, Chief motioned the team forward. Kelly took point as she rushed forward, giving the enemy no time to react to the sudden lack of sniper fire as she jumped around the corner, aiming to the right. Not having expected someone to be jumping around the corner near the ceiling, the soldiers were helpless as 2 shotgun blasts sounded out. Reaction times on the other side of the hallway were no better as the hegemony troops stepped out of cover to try and fire at the sudden threat as she rolled behind a wall of sandbags behind them. They never got the chance as Fred fired twice before the Spartans blasted by, not even stopping to consider the slaughter. Within seconds the team was standing before a heavily reinforced door as they heard the distant footsteps of other Batarians running through the halls trying to find them. Chief once again pulled out his saw and took up a position next to Fred a ways down the hall from the soon-to-be open door. Linda and Kelly lined up to either side of the barrier, the sniper now toting her DMR for the upcoming close quarters fight. Each pinged a green light, giving Fred the signal as he unloaded a Z390 incineration cannon at the target. A blast of unstable hard light disintegrated the door and let the secondary homing charges through, resulting in a series of explosions and screams as anyone standing near the door was annihilated. As soon as the first blast was clear, Chief began unloading his weapon at the silhouettes on his visor, courtesy of Kelly's Promethean vision being streamed to the team. 8 Batarians had been killed by the siege weapon that 104 had fired and 2 more fell to John's controlled bursts, but that was nothing compared to what was coming as both 087 and 058 activated their cloak and slipped under their teammates' line of fire. Surprised by the breach and effectively suppressed by the constant stream of bullets from the Chief, the Batarians were completely oblivious to the 2 invisible humans now among them. Considering that it took the enhanced vision of a Spartan to spot cloaked beings by eyesight or a motion tracker to alert one to their presence, the enemy stood no chance as the 2 easily made their way to the back of the room. Now that blue team was in position, John ceased fire and quickly ducked to the opposite side of the corridor from Fred as the enemy within began their own barrage. As they waited for a gap to exploit, he attached the saw to his back and grabbed the handle of the energy sword from his hip. With a flash, the modified weapon ignited as a hard light blade appeared in place of the usual plasma. Fred mimicked this action as he snagged his CQC knife from his back, twirling it into a backhanded grip as the 2 Spartans prepared to sprint forward. A shotgun blast from within the room was their signal as they rushed forward, the fire facing them dropping off as the Batarians tried to combat the sudden threat that had appeared behind their lines. Unfortunately for the hegemony soldiers, they found little to shoot as their attackers seemed to disappear into thin air. The sloppy rotation left the entire group of 40 completely unprepared to face the 2 Spartans that came charging in from the hallway. With a burst of his armor jets, Chief crashed through a terminal and straight into the back of the 4 enemies that had been hiding behind it. One was instantly crushed as a foot collapsed his chest, another 2 sliced down by a swipe from the hard light sword. As the last soldier reacted to his presence, Chief reached forward and grabbed his neck before igniting the energy dagger built into the wrist of his armor, an idea shamelessly stolen from Covenant zealots. 3 steps later and he was in the midst of the next group, carving through armor and shields with abandon as the enemy desperately tried to figure out what was going on. Unused to such quick combat and totally helpless against the assault, the Batarians were unable to coordinate their fire, resulting in haphazard lines of fire that rarely came close to hitting the Spartans. Eventually one of them had the bright idea of throwing a grenade to force a mistake from blue team, but they were sorely disappointed as Fred slammed into armor lock above it a second before it went off. In less than 15 seconds, the massacre was over, the last enemy soldier collapsing as Fred drew his knife through the Batarian's chest with almost no effort. Even with the room now silent, the team was still in motion as Kelly took up a position beside the entrance while Fred glanced down the elevator shaft at the back of the room. Linda began policing the enemy bodies, ensuring that none lived while also sabotaging their supplies so any reinforcements could not salvage replacements for their own equipment. Chief ignored this activity as he approached an intact computer terminal. He felt the familiar sensation of Cortana transferring into his armor and mind as the AI moved effortlessly from the Dauntless into his specialized Mjolnir. As he held out a hand near the computer, the sensation disappeared, the two of them having worked together for so long that no communication was necessary for this process. It took several seconds for Cortana to access the system, probably due to damage from the battle as well as its inefficiency compared to a functional construct. Even so, she was able to complete her analysis as she informed him, still no connection to any pertinent data. You'll have to continue lower into the facility, that signal has shown no change in strength even as we press forward. The Batarian lines are collapsing above, many of them are moving towards this location in particular. If they know we're here anyways, could we get a SHIS of this location? Linda suggested. Will do, stand by for subsurface high-intensity scan, Cortana responded. Seconds later, a screeching wall of orange light flashed through the room as the electronics in the area flared, excited by the high-energy particles bombarding them from orbit. A map appeared in each Spartan's HUD as the scan completed and was compiled by the UNSC AI. Highlights indicating areas of interest flashed too quickly for an unaugmented human to process before the map disappeared to clear their vision. I would guess that your target is the thing that they have buried down there. Some sort of obelisk. Cortana stated hesitantly. Acquire a visual if possible, but we aren't bringing that on board. Get me into the system and I should be able to pull some data, assuming they don't have their own Cole protocol. Understood, Kelly? Chief asked. The scout took a second to respond before suddenly peeking out the door and throwing a pulse grenade down the hallway. As the screams of Batarians drown out the screeching of the Forerunner weapon, she answered, hostiles are moving in behind us, we don't have the time to deal with them. Cortana, units to the eastern front, push in and contract the killing zone to this building to distract them, Chief ordered as he joined Fred at the hole that led down to their objective. A carriage was already moving up, probably bringing reinforcements to secure the room or a demolition team to block their progress. Kelly, fall back, I've got you covered. With that, 117 turned to aim at the doorway as his teammate sprinted for them. Behind him, Fred stepped off the edge into the shaft, impacting the elevator a second later with a loud crash. Linda followed him as gunfire broke out, only to be quickly silenced as the Batarians learned why it was so unwise to engage a Spartan in close quarters combat. As Kelly leapt in as well, Chief opened fire at the first reinforcements that tried to enter the room after them. 3 enemies fell under the high rate of fire, giving the Spartan time to snag a plasma grenade and throw it into the breach before stepping backwards. A blast from above was accompanied by pain screams from the intense heat, but John ignored that as he collided with the roof of the elevator carriage, falling straight through the weak metal and onto the corpse of a Batarian officer. Unable to support the immense weight moving at such speed, the bone and flesh gave way beneath his boot to form a bloody mess which Chief easily ignored in favor of stepping over to the glowing edge of a hole in the floor. Seeing the IFF tags of his team already clear of the landing area, he slipped through and fell several hundred feet before landing heavily at the base of the elevator shaft. 3 similar craters already marked the arrival of the rest of Blue Team, who were already clearing out the nearby hallway of hostiles. John slipped through the door that had been forced open at the bottom and joined the fray as 2 identical holograms of his form rushed towards the enemy line. While the Batarians were distracted by the ploy, he sprinted forward and led Blue Team as they charged the defensive barricade the soldiers had hastily constructed. A multitude of enemies were already down but more were already arriving to reinforce the choke point as their commanders separately tried to respond to the Spartan strike team. Chief leapt over the metal crates the Batarians were hiding behind and quickly processed the scene as he noted the numerous bodies already covering the floor. He ignored the carnage and began marking enemies, assigning each to a member of the team based on priority and location as his suit communicated with his neural lace to provide near-instantaneous coordination. In less than 2 seconds the primary command staff was gone, reduced to a bloody mess or disintegrating particles as Kelly and Fred initiated. John followed up as he drew his combat knife and went to work, interspersing his stabs with bursts of fire from his assault rifle as Linda covered them from further back. The Batarians were incapable of responding as they struggled to track the Spartans, and even when they got shots off, there was usually a fellow soldier in their line of fire. While they were carving their way forward, Chief suddenly took note of the door ahead of them closing, dooming the soldiers that were already through but also blocking Blue Team's route forward. It would be possible for them to bypass it one way or another, but it would be far easier if the team kept up the momentum and pressure on the defenders. That in mind, John highlighted the door for his teammates as he sprinted towards it. The enemies he had been dealing with were seamlessly engaged by Linda before they could follow. As he sprinted, several Batarians were run over as they failed to make way for the massive form bowling through their ranks. Reaching the door, Chief took the simplest approach and hurled his shoulder into the panel on the right side of the door, causing it to buckle and jam with a screech of metal. He turned and struck the track on the left side, blocking its path and creating a decent gap that the Spartans could enter. Task complete, John turned his attention to the hostiles on the other side of the door as sparks began to fly off the unshielded metal next to him. Rather than focusing on the soldiers, his attention was grabbed by the rocket flying towards him. Putting aside his confusion at the Batarian firing a rocket at his allies, Chief reacted appropriately as he initiated armor lock. A wave of fire and smoke obscured his vision, but it seemed far less potent than UNSC equivalents as Chief broke the lock and stood up. Aside from some black spots on the floor, there was little evidence that anything had happened. Before the enemy could get another shot off, he slipped behind the door and began laying down targeted fire, trying to soften the resistance before the rest of his team joined him. Several Batarians behind him attempted to attack his position but were quickly taken out by sniper fire as Linda finished clearing a lane of fire. She kept her position near the beginning of the hallway and fired off shots through the door using Nornfang since her DMR wouldn't be able to take out shields in such a narrow sight line. Kelly and Fred finished off the last holdouts of resistance that had fallen back into a side passage before moving to stack up on the door next to the Chief. Promethean vision from Kelly appeared on John's visor, giving him the chance to assign targets as well as plot a path for them to advance. Their target was 2 floors above according to the map that Cortana had generated from the scan, but it looked like an enemy command post was present on the lowest level. Taking that out would make it much easier to take and defend the mission objective as the Batarians lost coordination and communication lines. Even more importantly, they needed to disrupt any orders to sabotage their target or the base should the Batarians realize their situation. It was unknown if the Citadel species would go to such lengths, but humanity and the Covenant had both used information denial tactics to great effect during the war. As they pushed forwards, the resistance from their enemy continued to mount. More Batarians joined the ranks as they basically threw themselves at Blue Team in a desperate bid to stop them. Chief's world turned into a blur of metal and death, his mind fully concentrated on the horde before them. Even with the numerous foes, the Spartans were still making progress as their augmentations and training counteracted the fatigue that most units would face. Suddenly, the hallway in front of John was clear, his rifle aimed at nothing as the last soldiers fell to Kelly's scattershot. Looking back, Chief noted well over 100 bodies littering the ground, all of them having gone down fighting. With this chance to breathe, he tried to figure out why the Batarians were so single-minded in their determination. No standard force would sustain the casualties that had been inflicted without deserters, and no leader with any sense would think that throwing men into the grinder would actually stop a strike team of their caliber. It was possible that Hegemony Command was truly that inept, but considering the importance of this site, that seemed highly unlikely. Something else was going on, something that the Warden forces did not understand. The actions of the defenses on the surface had roused his suspicions, but this ridiculous waste of life convinced the Master Chief that this mission was not as straightforward as had first been believed. "This isn't right," Linda muttered, communicating that the same thoughts were shared by the rest of Blue Team. The Covenant may have been zealots led by inept commanders at times, but this is beyond that. "It's senseless," Kelly commented. Taking one last glance at the carnage, John looked to his team and stated, "I'm changing the mission parameters. This is no longer a smash and grab on the target, we need to recover enemy intel." Cortana. "Comms are steady, it seems that our mysterious signal isn't adjusting to our channels. There's a large number of enemies gathering around the building above, they're setting up defenses now. We have the firepower to break through," she replied. "Negative, hold position and begin siege tactics. Keep them occupied, we don't want reinforcements behind us," Chief ordered. "Can you upload a fragment, we may need to move fast." A slight chill went down John's spine as the AI answered, "Of course, I'll concentrate on sabotaging enemy communications, lift the jamming and give them some room to relax. Call if you need me." "Of course," the Chief responded before turning to address his team. "We will move on the command center, non-lethal on leadership. Once that is complete, Fred and Kelly will rush the target while Linda secures the captives for Knights to transport out. I will focus on information and identifying any self-destruct mechanisms. We will disable them if they exist or join you at the target if not." 3 green lights blinked in his visor, words unnecessary between the veteran Spartans. In the time they had been talking, they had not stopped moving forward now that the base was mostly clear of resistance. Surprisingly, the door to the command center was unguarded, allowing the team to simply walk up to it, though none of them let their guard down. Chief cautiously pressed the button to open the door and was surprised when a hiss of air precluded the metal barrier pulling away, allowing the 4 to charge in fully prepared for a fight. That was not what they found, however, as Blue Team came to a halt and stared at the bodies of the command staff laying between the various desks and terminals that filled the room. "Unfortunate," Fred stated. Chief dipped his head in agreement before looking to the 2 and tilting his helmet up slightly. Taking the silent signal, 104 and 087 turned and began to sprint towards the primary objective, their forms quickly disappearing behind a corner as they picked up speed. Self-inflicted gunshots on all, Linda informed him as she finished her sweep. Chief shifted slightly to indicate that he had heard but focused on his task as his teammate took up a position by the door to guard against any stragglers. Within seconds the fragment of Cortana went to work, breaking into the system with ease as it sorted through each piece and downloaded relevant information to his armor. Almost everything was not only recoverable but easily accessible, which was confusing considering that the Batarians had seemed to be going for information denial. Usually someone would have had the wits to wipe the computers if they had decided on such a tactic. Sighing in frustration at the number of unknowns they were encountering, John pulled away from the system as the AI fragment returned to him. Cortana spoke almost immediately after as she stated, "I processed the data as it came to you, no self-destruct detected. It's odd, that they would go to such lengths and yet fail so miserably." "Keep an eye on the relay and on the ground," Chief responded, unable to say more than that obvious order. "Already on it," the AI said before going silent once more. Nodding to Linda, the two Spartans began to follow their comrades. As they advanced, Chief opened his comms and inquired, "Kelly, Fred, status?" "Engaging hostiles near the objective, no sabotage so far," Kelly replied after a second. "Understood, we are on the way," John replied. It only took a little bit for the two to begin hearing the sounds of battle echoing through the halls. They were still some ways away, so it took some time to reach their teammates, during which the fight had begun to calm down. Coming into the room, Chief ignored the whirlwind of death that was Kelly and instead observed the space. A strange object was located in the center of the space, obviously the focus of the Batarian efforts in this part of their excavations. Jagged edges and exposed components indicated that this was merely a piece of a larger object, probably a ship given the size. Various wires and cables looked to be providing power to it as several glowing lights could be seen between the cracks, indicating a thin but durable hull. Pushing a dead alien off one of the consoles, Chief held out his hand above the computer as Cortana entered his suit and began her work. As she did so, she informed him, "The signal we detected is definitely coming from that thing, but it's nothing like anything we've seen before." "Understood," John replied as he examined the target. Behind him, the last few enemies were neutralized as Blue Team cleared the room before setting up their fields of fire for defensive action. The expected fight never came as Cortana finished her work after several minutes, a substantial amount of time for any AI. She did not hesitate to begin her report as she announced, "I am sending a priority message to HICOM with the information I have." That quickly caught the attention of Blue Team as the other Spartans listened in, though they kept their attention on the exit by habit as she continued, "The Batarians found something here, something ancient. Of course, they went and messed with it. Sound familiar? It just keeps getting better, doesn't it?" Linda asked with a huff of annoyance. "Oh, don't worry, it's far worse than you think," Cortana stated with cheer. "This thing they have here is just a piece, there was an entire ship embedded in the planet when they first started digging. There is a debris field kilometers to either side and even longer behind this main excavation. When they first began, there's notes on odd behavior from the team, specifically those working in close proximity to the wreck." Chief interrupted the AI as he inquired, "Where is this ship?" "Glad you asked. According to some highly secured files, they took the majority of their findings to Karshan, their home world." "What? Why?" Fred questioned with legitimate confusion. To the Spartans, it was unthinkable for an alien object to be transported directly to Earth. The Cole Protocol specifically forbade it for very good reason, the risk was enormous for almost no gain. Only dire emergencies would validate a violation of that procedure, and it hardly seemed that an ancient wreck would cause such a situation that it had to be taken to a different planet. That meant that the hegemony was hopelessly careless or there was more to the situation than was immediately obvious. It was unlikely that the excavation site had been threatened by an attack considering that there were no signs of battle in orbit or on the ground. Incompetence from the Batarian government couldn't be discounted, but Chief was far more intrigued by the final option given the behavior of the hostiles they had encountered. Cortana quickly confirmed this as she answered Fred, "I can't say for sure, but it seems that the team was mentally compromised, for lack of a better term." The lead researcher kept an impressive set of notes about the operation here which show a clear descent into paranoia that was unnaturally fast. Several reports to the hegemony show subtle signs of this as well, but they were surprisingly well written compared to the degradation of his other actions. His last report insisted that the dig site was under immediate threat and requested that the wreck be relocated to a more secure system. Apparently the hegemony believed his assertions, hence the fleet in orbit of an unremarkable planet. They sent out one of their very few dreadnoughts and ettricated the ship in pieces, dragging it into orbit and discreetly transporting them to Karshan. Research here only accelerated from that point, with more of their forces being assigned to the dig by orders of high-ranking hegemony leaders, the AI explained. "Any reason why?" Kelly questioned. There was another second of silence before Cortana replied, "Not that I can find, looking back over what we retrieved. The initial investigations aren't particularly notable aside from the wreck. Preliminary excavations went well, but it seems that the Batarians never quite understood what they were doing. Over a period of several months, multiple individuals reported similar medical issues, headaches, and voices, all of which were dismissed in favor of studying the unknown ship. It would seem that their leadership saw this opportunity as too valuable to pass up and kept up the pressure for results. As we get closer to the present, the data becomes incoherent. At this point it looks like most of the team here isn't even mentally fit to serve, only the most basic tasks are fulfilled and almost all investigations into this structure have ceased. The Batarians have focused on locating and gathering all evidence of the wreck, though no reason is given as to why, she said, cutting off the inevitable question. So it's mind control? Linda asked skeptically. From what I can surmise, but it's not like anything we've encountered before, Cortana answered. It must have something to do with this signal that we detected. I would guess that Citadel technology is not capable of identifying it. Putting together the various pieces of what he knew about the Citadel Council and their rise to power, Chief suggested, could be similar to the mass relays. That was my thought as well. Every species on the Council was guided to the same technological base. Even if humanity and the Covenant both used the slipstream for travel, we had vastly different techniques regarding its utilization. That's not the case with species in this galaxy, they all rely heavily on MassEffect even when there are other viable options. It becomes a default to solve problems, but its superiority is predicated on the assumption that it is the best solution, Cortana stated. An image of a mass relay appeared above Chief's forearm bracer alongside material analysis results as the AI observed. Basic spectral and material composition samples show significant differences in the elements used to build the relays and protein ruins. Even the Systems Alliance with their limited resources were able to determine such with ease. Whatever built the relays was far, far older than the proteins, as well as far more advanced given the scale of their engineering. This ship that the Batarians found is similarly beyond anything else in this galaxy. The Reapers, John concluded. I can't corroborate that theory, but it would be my first guess, Cortana confirmed. Chief nodded at that and questioned, is there anything we can recover to? Not that I would approve being brought on board, the AI interjected. We have the information from the Batarian study, and they've taken the majority of anything worth salvaging. That such a small piece can still exert influence on unprotected individuals is critical intelligence, and I will not risk the Dauntless until we can secure a more complete piece of this technology to develop countermeasures. What about this then? Fred asked, waving his rifle towards the centerpiece of the room. Cortana gave a hum of acknowledgement at the question before answering. Batarian forces have fortified themselves in the building above and are probably gathering at the bottom of the lift that you so kindly destroyed. Whatever direction they had is gone, they are acting much as those you encountered down here were. Time for a field test I suppose, let's cut the power and see what happens. Is that a good idea? Kelly questioned cautiously. A reasonable question, but probably not, Cortana responded honestly. We need to know whether disrupting the source affects those being controlled. As much as I would love to organize structured tests, we do not have the time to stick around in this system. I also don't trust the caveman to not release some ancient horror. As Blue Team looked at John, he shrugged and remarked, she's not wrong. Well, get to it, we have hostiles on the edge of my sensors, Kelly said. Chief nodded at that and ignited his hard light blade while examining the series of cables connecting the surrounding equipment to the artifact. It took him less than a second to determine an optimal slice pattern as he went to work, the silent hum of the sword quickly joined by the sizzling of its targets. The last of the connecting wires fell away, its end glowing orange from the heat. Unlike most alien technology he had worked with, there was a distinct lack of any reaction to Chief's actions. A soft glow slowly faded out from between the metal plates, there was a slight shift in background noise from the computers as they lost their purpose, but otherwise everything was silent. Nothing? Linda inquired as she glanced around the room. So it would seem, Cortana responded with a hint of confusion. Suddenly, she announced, reports from multiple units. Surface, now. Slipstream bypass is authorized. The urgency in her voice spurred the Spartans to action as a tiny slip space portal opened next to the chief, courtesy of hardware on his armor combined with calculations from the Dauntless above. Blue Team moved as one as they rushed in without hesitation, experiencing only a moment of darkness in the slipstream before emerging next to the massive figure of Warden Eternal. Reclaimers, the Forerunner construct greeted. It would appear that your actions have had unintended consequences, though from what Cortana has told me I would believe such to be inevitable. With his part said, the AI gestured in front of himself to direct the attention of Blue Team to the front line. It wasn't exactly difficult to tell why there were no weapons firing as the Spartans laid eyes on the battlefield. The Batarians had been surrounded, forced to retreat towards their headquarters by the overwhelming number of Geth and devastating Forerunner weaponry fielded against them. Scorch marks and holes littered the exterior of the building that Blue Team had initially infiltrated, the cement and metal warped and jagged from the abuse. Spread around the structure were hundreds of bodies, many awkwardly laying on or around makeshift defensive lines that had formed as the Warden forces backed off so Blue Team could accomplish their mission. A quick scan from his armor confirmed that they were all dead, not unconscious, or otherwise temporarily incapacitated. Walking forward, Chief kept alert as he reached the first line of victims and bent to examine them. It was obvious that most had not been killed by the invading forces as they lacked the obvious wounds that Warden weaponry inflicted. One detail caught his attention as he noticed blood leaking from the eyes, ears, and nose of a soldier, a common wound from massive concussive force. The only issue with that was the lack of any evidence of such an explosion going off. There was no crater and the surrounding bodies were splayed out randomly rather than away from a point of detonation. Making his way further into the impromptu graveyard, John took note of similar symptoms in the majority of the dead, some more severe than others. Cortana, assessment. Chief asked. Cerebral hemorrhage, consistent with severe mental trauma. Scans show significant damage to the cortex of all enemies. I'll need more time and specialized equipment to determine more. It would seem that severing the source of the madness triggered biological reactions. Very curious. I wonder if the same would happen if the source of the control was alive. The AI pondered. Ignoring the rambling after getting his answer, John tilted his head to the side and inquired, any activity? Kelly replied after a second, nothing that I can detect. Understood, he responded before turning to make his way back to the Warden forces. I'm directing the Prometheans to retrieve a variety of enemy bodies for study in full containment on board the Dauntless. We may not be able to bring the item that caused this, but we can at least try to understand the effects and possible countermeasures, Cortana said. Fred spoke up as he asked, the rest of this place? High Command has authorized scouring, the entire area will be cleansed from orbit. It may make our involvement more obvious, but we can't leave this threat given what we've observed, the AI answered. Pull our forces, recover what you need, fire on your mark, Chief stated, giving his unspoken support for the decided course of action. With that, Blue Team reformed and began making their way through the battle lines as the Geth and Prometheans began their own orderly withdrawal. Even as they marched through the devastated ruins of the Batarian base, the sky above them became alight with hard light rounds fired from the Dauntless in orbit. Distant thunder heralded their impact, followed shortly thereafter by small rumbling in the ground as the shockwaves reached them. The Spartans easily ignored distraction, used to it as they were from the countless battlefields they had walked during the Covenant War. Eventually the group reached a slip space portal that led into one of the massive hangar bays of the Forerunner ship above. Thousands of Geth and Prometheans preceded as well as followed them, the machines moving in perfect synchronization for maximum efficiency, a pattern that the Spartans fell into with ease. As they broke away from the flow of regular troops, Chief glanced up at the pair of Geth dreadnoughts docked in the hangar. While the Geth were building larger vessels using technologies separate from MassEffect, none of those ships had been deployed on this mission since it was a strike force rather than an occupation. Looking at the kilometer-long capital ships and height of MassEffect technology in this galaxy, John merely felt concern. Against the backdrop of Warden ships, they simply didn't hold the firepower to fight the war that was coming. The Wardens of the Mantle, much as they may have grown following the war, were not capable of defending an entire galaxy against a force that had proven it could cover that much territory. This newest development of some form of mind control hinted at how the Reapers might be able to do such a thing, as an enemy already under their control would hardly put up formidable resistance. Quite simply, the Wardens lacked the same thing in regards to the Reapers as the Council did in regards to the Wardens, information. The insipid distraction that the Batarians had caused in the Terminus would work to spur the Council towards building up their forces, but Chief was no longer sure that that would actually help if they did not take the real threat seriously. More direct evidence from their allies would be necessary, and in much shorter order than even he had anticipated. Blue Team emerged onto the bridge of the Dauntless several minutes, and slip space portals, later as they finished trekking through the massive vessel. Glancing out of the front view, Chief noted the barrage of hard light slowly making its way across the surface below, annihilating everything in bursts of high-energy particles. Cortana's form appeared before them as she remarked, just in time for the finale, the last of the Geth are evacuating now. Less than a minute later, a massive beam of plasma shot out from the Dauntless to scout the ground below. Following the trail of destruction was a high-intensity scan to ensure that everything salvageable had been destroyed. Once the scan finished and confirmed success, the AI nodded to the Chief. It's finished, John stated with a teasing smile behind his visor. Cortana glared at him before sighing and replying, no, I think we're just getting started. Chapter 24, Revelations. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, MassEffect to BioWare. Well, did not quite get a regular update schedule up for this, but I have been writing. Other FICS. One is almost done and should be published before Halo Infinite comes out, but that is a far shorter story than this, albeit still a Halo/Me crossover. The others I have been working on very wildly from my previous pieces, which has been fun exploring how to write different characters that are far more civilian than the military and political figures I focus on in this story. Regardless, I still want to finish this massive project I have started. One thing to note, since I know it has been a significant time since it was mentioned, the Morning War happened only a few decades ago with how the timeline is set up, as opposed to the few hundred in canon. Hope you enjoy the chapter. On to the story. First day of 7th month, 2459/June 30, 2589/June 30, 2180. Unnamed system. STG research team. They had discovered the ruins by accident, an embarrassing but understandable mistake given the debris field littering the surface of the planet. According to the captain, their assignment was from the Citadel Council itself, a mission to seek out any information on the Wardens of the Mantle that they could find. Given the horrifying war that had been described during first contact, it was a reasonable assumption that a wrecked planet within the galaxy was somehow involved in that conflict. Looking around at the massive wrecks that jutted sharply into the murky atmosphere, Commander Rentala considered it unlikely that that was the case. These ships were distinctly different than those observed moving on the boundaries of Warden space, bearing no resemblance to any vessel that they fielded. Initial scans from orbit had shown a truly incredible amount of wreckage, which a visual pass had confirmed. It seemed that nothing on the planet was intact, every piece of technology damaged or broken in some fashion. At least, everything except this relatively small base that was embedded in the barren rock. Why anyone would build here was beyond the Solarian, but Rentala thought it likely that the planet hadn't always been so hostile. From everything the STG regiment had seen, this battlefield was ancient, beyond even the oldest Protean ruins. Most of the ships had probably been in orbit, though it seemed like they had been intentionally crashed into the surface given the massive craters that marred the surface of the world. Aside from the wrecks, large pieces of debris were present both in orbit and on the ground that were substantially different from the ships. None of the pieces they had seen so far were in working order, erosion and degradation obvious across the silvery metal that this other species seemed to prefer. Both types of wreckage were technological marvels, well beyond even the group of highly intelligent Solarians that now wandered the graveyard. In between all the useless junk, they had discovered the base they were currently infiltrating. As fortunate as that had been, Captain Kirahi had apparently just received word of a Batarian attack on some Warden world. How the slavers had found a planet that had remained hidden even from the prying eyes of the STG was certainly a question that Rentala had, but far more importantly was why the fools had thought that attacking a foreign power was a good idea at all. This unfortunately meant that the STG had limited time to figure out this ruin or else risk being cut off from the relay back home. Rentala had been assigned to write and send a report to the council by the next day to expand on their initial findings, a quick turnaround to be sure but one that was possible. As the Solarian commander turned away from the dreary surface, he descended into the dark hallways of the base they had found. While it was small relative to the ships that littered the planet, it was still massive compared to most others he had seen. A preliminary exploration had revealed miles of tunnels stretching deep into the crust, with rooms and technology that was completely foreign to any present. So far the group had focused their efforts on finding any indication as to who had built this place. What seemed like a communications center had been discovered by a team venturing through the facility, though it was impossible to say for sure considering the design. Regardless, it was a start at least and one that the team could not afford to pass up with their accelerated timeline. After a long walk through the deserted tunnels, the STG commander finally joined his fellow agents as they explored the comms room. Some progress had already been made, as was obvious by the large projection of the planet they were currently on. Examining it in detail, Rentala shook his head slightly at the near-perfect representation. From objects to color, it was like looking at a real-time model. Even the STG ship in orbit, cloaked from all Citadel technology, was shown as if their stealth systems were a complete farce. "Get anything from this?" he questioned, looking over at a nearby agent. "It turned on when we started poking at the consoles. It's certainly impressive but hasn't actually told us anything. We're trying to figure out how to control it," the agent answered succinctly. Nodding at the response, Rentala examined the rest of the room, his eyes passing over the multitude of consoles that were spread over the floor. It was amazing that this place had power to run anything, though given the level of technology they were dealing with, maybe that shouldn't have been a surprise. As he looked over the arrangement of the room, the Solarian tilted his head slightly while focusing on the orientation of the various stations. Blinking in a bit of surprise, he looked down to the ground and paced around the sphere until he found what he was looking for. On the metal surface of the floor were two distinct scuff marks, as if some bipedal figure had been standing in this exact spot multiple times while wearing armor. Unable to resist the temptation, Rentala placed his feet atop the marks, slightly wider than was comfortable for him but still manageable. Twisting around, he noted that his position seemed to be the natural focus of the room rather than the holographic projection. That idle thought gave him pause as he considered his position, standing in a room older than any ruin the council had ever found, literally in the footsteps of the ones who had once built such a place. Examining the hologram once again, the STG commander considered why the room was designed in such a way. As a leader, he delegated tasks to subordinates, much as the Ancient One must have done to each comrade at their station. While they focused on their individual assignments, he would preside over the operation as a whole, planning on a larger scale. It was strange, that a society so advanced to build such ships could have such a similar philosophy and yet design their command centers so differently to the Solarian standard. How would the leader be able to switch between tasks effectively without being able to see what their crew were doing, unless they had eyes in the back of their head? Rentala paused at that, his thoughts turning from a rather innocuous human phrase to real consideration of a networked command staff, each connected on a deeper level with cybernetics or some other form of mental communication. Given that idea, anything that required the attention of the leader could be displayed on the hologram and information relayed between subordinates near instantaneously. Raising a hand, Rentala imagined what the battle must have looked like from this position, seeing the massive wrecks around the planet in battle against their apparently superior foe. Such a battle had not happened in Citadel space since the Krogan rebellions, only the Morning War could compare, and that was isolated to Quarian territory. As the Solarian's hand brushed the outer layer of the hologram, it suddenly began to shrink back. Rentala pulled his hand back at the unexpected reaction, and then took a step back as a brilliant blue plane of energy washed over him. His Omni tool flickered in and out of existence as his comms gave a burst of static, though that was nothing compared to the screech of the technology as it ran. This obviously grabbed the attention of everyone else in the room as several STG agents shouldered their weapons, ready for a hostile response if necessary. Aside from a light tingle from his nerves which was far more odd than painful, Rentala noticed no difference as the light cut off as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving the room that much darker as the hologram disappeared as well. After glancing at his agents and making sure they were ready, he cautiously stepped back into position in front of the projector. Rather than the detailed rendering of the planet, a red message in completely foreign symbols was displayed. Once it became clear that nothing would change on its own, the commander slowly lifted a hand and tried to touch the message. Much to his surprise, the light felt like a physical object, pushing back against his attempted transgression into its space. Assuming it was a haptic interface that was merely simulating touch, he knocked his knuckles against the barrier, only to freeze as a dull thudding sound came from the hologram. Glancing at his comrades in surprise, Rentala put his hand against the message, shivering slightly at the unnatural smoothness of the material. Considering his options, he swiped his hand up, causing the light to move slightly but remain in place. What this did do was cause some sort of error as a buzz sounded out in a foreign, ancient voice stated, "Unknown life form detected, command console locked. Distress signal received, ready for playback." The speech of ancients, one agent muttered in wonder. Rentala nodded and glanced at their resident language expert. The Solarian shook her head and answered, "Nothing I recognize, certainly no Citadel species, nothing that we know of from the Wardens either." Frowning in irritation but not at all surprised by the response, Rentala swiped his hand left across the message. Again the tone and voice sounded out, replaying the same exact message that they couldn't understand. Seeing as it might be totally locked up anyways, the commander swiped right, the message disappearing into motes of light to his surprise. That surprise was quickly and vastly overshadowed as a figure appeared, each detail almost indistinguishable from reality. Incredible as it was for all of them to see what a being 100,000 years ago looked like down to the individual hairs, it was the familiarity that truly struck the entire team silent. Standing in front of them, clad in an advanced suit of armor, was a human. Some things were different, such as the lines on its face and the rather imposing size, but it was very clearly an ancestor of the beings that were now interacting with the council. Rentala took several deep breaths to calm down as he stared in wonder and confusion, trying to figure out how a species the council had just met were capable of building such advanced technology so long ago. The humans had fought something here, fought and lost. Whatever that was had reduced them to such a state that they were only now beginning to regain their previous technological capabilities, matching eerily well with the reclamation that had been mentioned at first contact. "This is a message to all human forces still fighting against our enemy," the human started with a firm but exhausted tone. This drew the attention of everyone as the hologram continued, "We have been betrayed, and Kurum Hawker has fallen. Hold out for as long as you can, but know that there will be no relief. We must hope that the Forerunners can destroy the flood where we have merely driven it back, though I doubt they will understand the gravity of the threat before it is too late. Fight hard and die well knowing that our best was not good enough." As the human finished speaking, his form disappeared and was replaced with a star system that was beyond anything that Rentala could have imagined. Vast structures linked celestial bodies together like great bridges between stars, creating an intricate lattice that crossed the vast gulf of the void. These structures were overlaid with a grid of cones, almost entirely blotting out the underlying system beneath the slightly transparent objects. It took Rentala a few seconds of thought before he realized that he was looking at a defense grid with fields of fire for millions of different stations in the network. Once again the map moved, zooming in on a very specific portion of the complicated mess. "We were betrayed by the Sanshayuam, the treacherous cowards," the human said, the anger in his tone clear even though the Solarians could not understand any of the words. Several of the overlapping fields of fire disappeared, leaving a tiny gap in the otherwise impervious bubble that protected the system. Within seconds innumerable ships seemed to appear from nowhere, breaching the defenses and expanding to rip into the vulnerable positions. As he watched the slaughter, the STG commander came to the realization that this was processed battle data for a significant conflict larger than what had occurred on this planet. Given the numbers that he could see and the scale of astroengineering on display, these ancient humans were capable of operating on a level that the Citadel had never even considered. While his attention was still glued to the ongoing battle, Rentala addressed his agents as he ordered, "Prepare a dispatch to the Council, they must be informed of this discovery. We must make them understand that they are not dealing with some newcomers to space but an ancient race that may become a critical threat if mishandled." "Commander," one of his agents inquired. "There is far more to the humans than we first imagined, and they are not alone in their alliance. Even if they are not capable of these feats now, can we possibly stop them before they are?" "I fear the answer to that question, not because that answer is already clear, but because there is no way to change it. We may be caught up in a conflict of the likes the Council has never seen before, and there is no way to halt the course on which we have been set," Rentala explained, frowning as he concentrated on gathering as much information from the battle as he could. "Why don't we just salvage the technology here?" one of the younger agents muttered. The STG commander blinked and answered, "We do not have the numbers or expertise necessary to undertake such a task. It is up to the Council to determine what we do with this site, but I do not hold high hopes of extensive operations. Proximity to Warden territory means any activity here would be detected and investigated. More importantly, everything here is millennia beyond anything we have seen before and operates on principles that we are not even aware of, let alone familiar with. So you would surrender merely because they are superior in one field? We can use the information we find here to fight them," one of the other agents argued. "It is not our place to decide how to fight a state we are not at war with," Rentala reprimanded lightly. He sighed and inquired, "What do you see, viewing this battle from so long ago?" There was a second of silence before someone responded, "Intelligence on weaknesses and strengths of two sides, a conflict that could repeat today and give us a chance to split apart our foes, weaken them against each other." "Possibly," Rentala granted. "I see all of this laid before us, and yet all I can think of is what we do not see. The STG operates in the shadows, and we know that the humans do the same. There is no reason to believe that these ones do not, yet I see no sign of subtlety here. Even if the STG was capable of operating on the scale necessary to disrupt these forces, how capable were they of doing the same? We know so little about the Wardens, but even now as we learn more with each second, the answers only bring more questions." "Why were they fighting?" an agent realized. Commander Rentala nodded, "Indeed, they fought and lost, and yet they still exist while their enemy assumedly does not. After 100,000 years, they are still here, and the reclaimers of the Forerunners for whatever that is worth. There is more to the current situation than lies and deceit, which makes finding the truth all the more difficult." "You are referring to their belief in the Reapers?" "Indeed," the STG leader confirmed. "What did they fight that allows them to so readily believe such a fantastical warning? I want to know the answer, but if it was something capable of threatening a civilization like this then perhaps that information is better left unknown." Second day of 7th month, 2459/July 1, 2589/July 1, 2180. Serpent Nebula. Citadel Council Chambers. Arriving back on the Citadel had felt like stepping back on a familiar world, as if returning from a deployment on the edge of civilized space. Given that they had gone beyond the borders of their civilization and visited the capital of a foreign power, Jane was not exactly surprised at the feeling. There was a sense of familiarity in the UEG, a war-hardened people that were slowly recovering from near extinction. Beyond that, however, the differences in culture threw her off, even with the knowledge she held beforehand. Walking through the Presidium gave her a chance to once again acclimate and take a few minutes to relax. Their flight from Warden space had been endless, with no stops or delays as they returned to the Citadel with all possible haste. Everyone had been concerned that they would be caught in the conflict brewing in the terminus, especially if the Council decided to become involved in the interim before their arrival. Fortunately, that was not the case, much to the dismay of the Batarian hegemony no doubt. The brief respite was not to last, however, as Ambassador Benazia led them to the Council chambers. Unsurprisingly the three councillors were already waiting for them, standing proudly on their dais as the diplomatic party arrived. Once they were all present and everyone settled into a spot, Councillor Tavos began, "Ambassador Benazia, welcome home. We are glad you arrived safely, even if the circumstances could be better." "Thank you, councillors. It is good to return to the Citadel once more," Benazia replied, falling easily into the insipid political tripe. "That eager to leave the hospitality of your hosts?" Sparatus commented with a hint of snark. Benazia gave a small shake of her head and answered, "Not at all, we were treated cordially and had a great many chances to explore and learn about the UEG and Wardens. I think I may speak for us all when I say that I could stay in that one city on Earth and still never know more than a fraction of all that is new and different. Indeed, the reports we have received have been most informative in that regard. Many answers, but many more questions remain. Hopefully we may continue to maintain diplomatic ties, even with current events," Councillor Valerne commented thoughtfully. One would indeed hope, but that remains to be seen. Ambassador, we have already received extensive reports from yourself and other members of your diplomatic mission. Even so, would you be able and willing to answer some of our immediate questions to the best of your ability? Tavos inquired, not so much asking as ordering. Shepard noted the ambassador twitch slightly, probably in irritation as she answered, of course, counselors, I will shorten answers best I can while keeping them coherent. Excellent, Tavos said with a polite smile. Our first inquiry is as to your impressions of the Wardens, more specifically the humans since it was their home world you visited. Though it may come as no surprise, that is not an easy generalization, Benazir responded, stalling for time while throwing a subtle insult. My initial thoughts were to compare the Systems Alliance, a fair comparison all considered. Upon further consideration, I find the Systems Alliance far more similar to the UNSC, the military of the UEG, than the UEG is to the Alliance. It shows a great difference in culture, that the people of Earth have a distinct separation between their civilian and military population. Humans from the UEG are far more focused on the mundane, individual aspects of life rather than societal productivity. The ambassador paused before continuing, during my time amongst the human politicians, I was shown many places, both the worlds they came from as well as their place of origin on the home world. Earth is a place with beautiful vistas and barren plains, fertile utopias and inhospitable wastelands, civilizations living in hostile climates. Its people are much the same, some were amiable, most were neutral and cautious, and only a few were outright hostile. It is strange, to see such a wide diversity in a species that itself is a member of the Citadel but has never displayed such a breadth of differences. Interesting, Tavos considered. I look forward to examining the specifics of those impressions in your report. What does a fellow human think of their world? At the pointed look from Tavos, Shepard stepped forward slightly and introduced herself, Commander Shepard, Counselor. I grew up on Terra, center of the Systems Alliance. Splendid, please, tell us your thoughts, Tavos encouraged, obviously trying to move things along. The Systems Alliance has been focused on consolidation, building up our forces to counter a Covenant attack that never came. While the UEG is certainly doing much the same to secure their positions following the war, they are also rebuilding and expanding as fast as they can. This applies to more than just military forces, it's also the focus of the civilian populace. Billions were killed in the war, as you know, but the UEG has the benefit of knowing that the war was over, Jane began. She frowned slightly in thought as she continued, the Alliance did not have that relief, the more we expanded the more likely it was that we would be found. If that happened, we would just need to leave it all behind once again. People from both civilizations harbor a distrust of alien life forms, the isolationist tendencies of the Alliance and the Wardens make that evident. When amongst the civilian population talking to individuals, however, I felt a distinct difference in how people talked about the war. Yes, they're dubious about the Alliance with those who tried to kill them, but they seem far more focused on the revelations that ultimately resulted in the breakup of the Covenant. To the people of the UEG, the mantle of responsibility is very much an ideology. Religion in human society has been on the decline for more than 600 years, mid-20th century for the UEG. The mantle to them isn't so much a religion to worship as it a way of living, a guide for how they should position themselves on the galactic stage. It was that drive, that sense of purpose amongst common people, that really stood out to me, Shepard finished. Thank you, your input is appreciated, Tavos responded, though Jane could see through the smile to the irritation that the counselor hid so well. Why the counselor would be so annoyed with an honest answer was beyond Shepard, but she was there to protect the ambassador, not preserve the matriarch's thin skin. Before the Asari counselor could continue, Valerne cut in and inquired, Lyra Shepard, you were selected for the mission due to your own upbringing on Terra as well as your expertise. Could you add to this account? Of course, counselor. The history of the UEG was far more detailed than that of the Systems Alliance, though that was no surprise given that humans have been present on Earth for far longer. While exploring the various sites of interest on the planet, I was shown a place called the Museum of Humanity. It contained an incredibly detailed account of human existence going back millennia, though it was yet to be completed, Lyra started, falling into her element with ease. Much of it lined up with what I know of Alliance history, though showing actual locations since these events happened on the same world. With the additional details provided, however, I find myself concerned about the prospect of engaging in prolonged diplomatic endeavors with the UEG. Quite simply, while individual states supporting a wide diversity of people may have periods of peace, the species of humanity has been in a perpetual state of war since the beginning of civilization up until the 22nd century, 300 some years ago with the end of the interplanetary wars. There was a short pause as Lyra shifted uneasily under the glare Sparatus sent her before she cleared her throat and resumed, there was peace, for a time, until the Domus Diaspora as the humans call it. Essentially the colonial era, this is the time where the UEG truly expanded, leading to small conflicts for the next century or so. This ignited into a full-scale insurrection at the turn of the 26th century, though it nothing compared to the imminent conflict against the Covenant. Obviously you are aware of the devastation that war brought, but I want to focus on the changes to human society. During the insurrection, various colonies were revolting against a centralized government. This unrest continued throughout the Covenant War, but following the conclusion of the conflict, many of these previously revolting colonies were brought into the UEG. Part of that is, admittedly, because the central government was forced to listen to their colonial counterparts as they had not before the war, but a part of it was humanity discovering a common foe. When presented with a threat to opposing sides, humans may bicker and argue but they will unite because survival is their ultimate goal, Lyra explained. In the late 20th century on Earth, a term was invented called MAD, an acronym for Mutually Assured Destruction. That tells me a great deal about the human mindset: if they can't win, neither will their enemy. As far as I know, they've never put it to use, but the Covenant War most certainly pushed them close to it. They survived that war, and so having accomplished that task, they were at a loss for a purpose. Their enemy was broken, some fragments allying with them and others against, but not an imminent threat. Humanity was searching for a motive, something to drive their advancement, and they found it in the mantle of responsibility. What effect the ideals of the mantle will have on humanity's society I can only guess, if even that. What I can say for certain is that humanity has their purpose, and an uneasy alliance with their former enemy. If the wardens of the mantle are anything like humanity, all they need to solidify their alliance would be a common enemy. From the information obtained by the military elements of this party, the UNSC at least hopes that that common foe will be the Reapers. My fear is that that common foe may turn out to be the Citadel Council, Lyra finished, locking eyes with Tavos defiantly. Sparatus huffed and growled, you were present to view their history as a xenoarchaeologist, not worry about things beyond your capability. Jane noticed Benazia tense slightly at that, but Lyra seemed unsurprised as she unapologetically stated, my apologies, Counselor, I was merely trying to provide insight into my observations. I was able to visit several archaeological sites on the planet, the most prominent of which was not even human. Explain, Valerne demanded, though he seemed at least interested in her words unlike his Turian counterpart. An artifact from the Forerunners, essentially the Warden's version of the Proteans and the ones that gave humanity the title of Reclaimers. It was buried under a continent and uncovered at the end of their war. From what I heard it is a stationary slip-space portal to somewhere called the Ark. What that is, I don't know nor could I find out, but the portal on Earth is absolutely massive. It measures more than 100 kilometers in diameter and stretches deep into the surface. As someone in my profession, it is incredibly interesting, but it does bring me to question what other artifacts the UEG has access to if this massive portal was on their home world. While it may be an artifact from an ancient civilization and thus not built by humans, it is regularly operated for its intended use rather under lockdown for research. That tells me that the humans are aware of or even in possession of artifacts of far greater interest such that one on their literal home world is nothing more than a tourist attraction, Lyra answered verbosely. The Solarian nodded, his eyes flicking in thought as he muttered, very interesting, much like Protean ruins. Sparatus shifted as he waited for the Valerne to continue. When he didn't, the Turian addressed Lyra as he pressed, you said that this portal was not uncovered until after the war. Yes, Counselor, Lyra replied. Were there any other alien artifacts known on the planet? Tavos interjected, to the slight annoyance of Sparatus. Lyra glanced between the two before stating, I saw no evidence of any. There were leaps in technology but nothing that would be present in alien ruins. As far as I could tell, humanity became a spacefaring, and eventually interstellar, civilization on its own, without outside help. This is as opposed to the Covenant, who discovered Forerunner ruins and reverse-engineered the incredibly advanced technology within to the best of their ability. That was one of the defining differences between humanity and the Covenant and why the UNSC was so inferior to their attackers. What are their capabilities now? Sparatus asked, directing his attention to the two specters and indirectly dismissing the Asari maiden. Saren stepped forward and fell into an easy parade rest as he answered, the Covenant military was devastated by the war, the breakup, and the years of civil war that followed. Even now they are mostly tied up in dealing with remnants and pirates that harass the edge of Warden space. That is a prolonged issue that I doubt will be resolved any time soon, but their continued build-up of forces will allow them to project power more effectively in a shorter time frame. I do not know the current force estimates or deployments of any Warden military body. The information appears to be closely guarded and entirely unknown to the civilian population. The most important information I could find related to the topic was an engineer who had worked with Sanghaili in using Forerunner assemblies, some kind of mass manufacturing plant I would guess. This supports the theory that the former Covenant species are continuing to rebuild and expand. The UNSC, however, I have far more information on. Initial investigation shows that an incredibly dense defense-in-depth strategy is utilized for Earth, not unsurprisingly. Hundreds of orbital defense platforms are backed up by 2 fleets, further supported by other deployment posts within close range to assist. Mars, one of the other planets in their home system, is a UNSC fortress world and is one of several heavily inhabited celestial bodies within the system. Reach, a notable victim of the war, is the headquarters of the UNSC proper and supports fleet elements across UEG territory. Spectre Arterias took a deep breath as he changed subject. All of this is just numbers. They have fleets and are deploying them but do not lack the numbers to forego defensive postings while still dealing with border incursions. Important information, but it is the ships within these fleets that make a difference in a fight. We all know Warden ships are a magnitude larger than anything fielded by the Citadel, but it is the mass of these vessels that we have underestimated. Unlike our own ships, which have thin armor to reduce the strain on our MassEffect fields, Warden ships scale to incredible size. All ships for which I found information utilized multiple meters of battle plate, with even their frigates coming in at a mass of over 1 million tons. Currently most of the UNSC fleet is known to use kinetic weaponry with far larger rounds than we are familiar with. Their point defense weapons, for example, utilize 50mm rounds fired in bursts. Several veterans I spoke describe the UNSC using point defense as siege artillery against Covenant ground positions. This was rare in the Covenant War because the Covenant often gained orbital supremacy. That is not an advantage we can rely on. Even more concerning, however, were the rumors I picked up that the UNSC is experimenting energy weaponry. That is not particularly surprising, given that the Covenant used to such great effect during the war, but I do not think it will take the humans long to integrate it. I did hear one mention of something hard light, some Forerunner technology, but my source was not reliable as to whether it could be weaponized. That does not discount the possibility of the UNSC experimenting with weapons from that civilization, Saren concluded, stepping back as his fellow Spectre did the opposite. Sparatus nodded to Saren and said, "An interesting analysis, I look forward to reading more in your report." Spectre Vakarian, what do you have to add? Unlike my colleague, I focused on the industrial ability of the UEG. More details are, of course, included in my report, but what I can summarize is that simple observation shows incredible capability. Here at home we may have more productivity overall, but the UEG has incorporated widespread automation into their manufacturing lines, Gurus started. This is especially true of shipbuilding, where the UNSC has calibrated their industry to maximize efficiency. Even on approach to Earth we noted multiple shipyards, though my investigations revealed that those are not large by their standards. Mars, the UNSC system fleet anchor, is one of the largest shipyards they have, though not as large as those of Reach. I was able to discover more about these Forerunner assemblies Spectre Arterias mentioned, and they are terrifying. Basically everything is automated, from resource harvesting to painting the ship. This has to be done with some kind of AI as there is no way that an ancient alien construction yard could have the tools to just build a completely different ship. Gurus flicked at his Omni tool for a moment before carrying on. Regardless of their use of AI or not, this automated process extends to their regular shipbuilding as well. Following the war, the UNSC has essentially disconnected its major resource concerns from the UEG economy to prevent a military-industrial complex from developing during their recovery. This is possible because of their slipspace drives and the improvements they have made during and after the conflict, giving them functionally infinite physical resources that can be mined by automated machines. This is opposed to our own requirements, the most critical being MassEffect obviously. All of this shows an intricate and detailed knowledge of economic and social systems. While the UEG has assisted their allies with their own problems, I doubt the other species are on the same level of industrial capability. They may have had more ships at one point, but they cannot replenish them as fast, especially with the Covenant broken. Humanity might try to create a dependency in the economy of their allies, but I doubt this given their focus on the external threat of the Reapers. Much like Mrs. Shepard, I am concerned that the Citadel will take the place of the common foe they are looking to unite against. I am not confident in our ability to win a war against them if that happens, they are simply too distant. They may not be able to take over our entire galaxy without overextending their forces, but we cannot strike at them either. Once they cut off the relay, we cannot travel to them, but the same will not be true for them, Gurus finished. Sparatus clicked his mandible slightly but otherwise kept his annoyance hidden as he replied, "Your concerns are noted, Spectre. We will evaluate them when we review your report. We welcome you back to the Citadel once again and thank you for your service to the Council," Tavos interrupted, steering the conversation away from any public berating. "For now please return to your accommodations while the Council discusses the results of your mission. If necessary we may call for you to answer questions we have after reading through the documents." "Counselors," Benazia stated, dipping her head slightly before turning away. As she went to follow her mother-in-law, Shepard caught a sigh from Gurus out of the corner of her eye. Apparently the Spectre was not pleased with the reception of his summary, probably due to the seeming disregard the Council had for the problems with picking a fight with the Wardens. To be fair, after seeing how the Master Chief's team had operated, she wasn't entirely keen on the idea either. Second day of 7th month, 2459/July 1, 2589/July 1, 2180. Serpent Nebula. Citadel Council Chambers. Once Benazia had departed and the group of councillors had retreated back to discuss the matter privately, they all dropped the veneer of relaxed control. Quite simply, the current situation was out of their control thanks in large part to the blatant arrogance of the hegemony, and each of them knew it. Spiritus took up his usual route of pacing whenever a particularly vexing problem confronted them, not stopping even as Tavos noted, that was not as productive as I had hoped. Call it what it was, a waste of time. They were never going to find anything, Spiritus growled. We have more important things to deal with than some diplomatic mission to a hostile foreign state. Valuable data was recovered by the team. We know more now than ever before, and the Wardens are not outright hostile against the Citadel, Valerne countered, tempering the Turian's emotional claims. A swipe of his hand narrowly missed Tavos' head as Spiritus argued, they might as well be, invading the terminus and claiming the planets as their own. An entire colony, established without our knowledge? How are you all right with this? Cannot confirm colony even exists, only that terminus elements attacked Warden forces. Even if it did, the Council does not have authority over the region. We cannot take action without entering as a third party, Valerne replied, his voice uninterested after having stated much the same to the Turian before. You cannot truly believe that they don't have some world out there. They were ready for this war, they were building up forces right on the edge of our space. Isn't that a nightmare for the STG, to not know about that? Spiritus jabbed. Valerne took a slow breath and responded, of course it is, a deplorable failure of intelligence. Unfortunately, it is not the first nor will it be the last time. Ever since we made contact with the banished, STG ships have had issues obtaining information on Warden activities. We do not have the technological capability to evade their sensors. Next attempt is with the SSV Normandy. So, what, we just let them rampage through the terminus? Spiritus asked. What would you have us do, Counselor? Tavos interjected. Declare for the terminus and continue to support a sector of space that has continuously resisted our influence for millennia. Have you even read the report from the diplomatic mission? The Turian grunted and replied, no, I was somewhat distracted by the war being waged on our border. Were you aware of the report we received from the dig site in their galaxy? Tavos pressed. I am aware of the initial findings, I was not aware that anything further had been discovered, Spiritus admitted. Tavos sighed and closed her eyes before reprimanding, the war in the terminus concerns us all, Spiritus, but you must keep up with critical information if you are to participate in council discussions. Unfortunately, this discussion cannot wait, please give input as you can but know that you are missing significant details. Their colleague properly chastised, Valerne began, questionably successful as the mission to Earth may have been, we have far more corroborated evidence about Warden activities with our own galaxy. Most concerning of these is the gradual uniting of Krogan tribes. Movements have been observed across Tuchanka indicating an organized and well-equipped force bringing outlying factions into line. Force composition analysis and previous intelligence indicates that Clan Erdnot is a likely culprit, led by Erdnot Rex. It has expressed previous interest in uniting the Krogan. Any attempt at reunification has always faltered, and this one shall as well without a cure for the genophage, Tavos commented. Of course, but while the Krogan may not be able to circumvent their punishment, the Wardens almost certainly can. While they have made passing mention of negotiating for a cure through diplomatic channels with the Council, we cannot discount the possibility that they pursue alternative methods, Valerne countered. Spiritus finally sat down and sighed as he added, they would need a method of dispersal, even if they are able to synthesize a cure. Creating a cure at all will take time, as will distributing it if they do so while avoiding direct conflict with Citadel forces. I find it likely that the Wardens vastly overestimate the ability of Krogans to cooperate and work together. True, it is not a problem that requires an immediate solution, but it does provide us insight into how the Wardens are operating, Tavos noted. The Quarian migrant fleet passed into their galaxy days ago but have since disappeared from all sensors after breaking off of the relay chain we established. This interference in the Krogan zone indicates that they will not hesitate to take up a more active role in galactic affairs. Gathering allies, establishing a presence in the terminus, cannot disregard possibility of contact with Geth as well. Their goals remain unknown, aside from their own declaration of preparation for the Reapers. Direct conflict becoming a major concern, especially with Batarian actions, Valerne replied. Spiritus huffed and responded, the hegemony was demanding action against the Wardens earlier today, yet again. I hesitate to commit our fleets to confronting the Wardens directly, the terminus has been an issue for too long. We are betting that against the Wardens not becoming an even larger issue if we do not take action, however. Wardens of the Mantle have declared their hatred of slavery before, Valerne commented. So far their actions against Citadel members have been solely focused on the Batarians, a fair target for their aggression in that regard. Playing with Krogan and possibly Geth is dangerous, certainly, but better than outright hostility like Rachni. You would not count the destruction of STG vessels' action against us? Spiritus inquired. The Solarian waved him off and countered, loss is acceptable for possibility of information acquisition. Counterintelligence is stronger than expected, irritating but not worthy of hostility. Risks of the field, the Wardens have kept silent on the matter and so will the STG. Aside from the attack on Logasiri, we have also lost contact with the team reporting on Jarder in Dis, correct? Tavos questioned. Yes, further investigation by nearby teams showed evidence of devastating attack. Once again no evidence of Warden involvement, but the excavations the Batarians had been undertaking were completely annihilated. Orbital strike, extreme measures for a mere archaeological dig, Valern explained. Tavos hummed and considered, the ruins there were not protein in nature, we know this. I find it interesting that they would take such interest in such a site. Is it possible that the ship originally observed at that location was part of this ancient human society we have discovered? Unlikely. STG intelligence reports that Batarians found the ship of interest to be approximately 1 billion years old. Incredibly ancient, would be of great interest to study, but far, far older than the human ruins discovered in their galaxy. Unknown why Wardens found the site so interesting, perhaps Batarian secrecy attracted their attention. Does not explain destruction following their exit, Valern replied. Perhaps it was to conceal their involvement. Sparatus suggested. Valern considered that for a moment before granting, possible, would be greatly interested to discover reason. More important matter is discovery that humanity is an ancient race, implications are fascinating. They apparently built and fought on a scale at least comparable to their venerated forerunners, Tavos said, filling in Sparatus with basic details. As far as the STG team could discover, the ruins they found are from a human society that existed more than 100,000 years ago. They fought a war against an enemy and lost, though obviously survived their defeat as well as the cataclysmic event that destroyed the forerunners and whatever enemy they were fighting. So the humans have lied to us about their history? Sparatus questioned. Valern answered, unlikely, they were reduced to a primitive state and have only recently recovered. Whether they know about their true past, we do not know. If they are capable of such feats then they need to be brought to heel as soon as possible, the Turian declared hotly. It would likely take thousands of years for them to achieve those heights again, plenty of time for us to deal with them without resorting to a costly war, Tavos countered calmly. As our Spectre mentioned, the Warden alliance is far less stable than we first understood. Given time the UEG may tear itself apart under public opinion. It is worth remembering that the Wardens are not the only ones with a human contingent in their alliance either. It did not take Sparatus long to figure out the matriarch's thoughts as he asked, you would stand back and let them take the terminus. I may not like it but I believe that is the best course of action at this time, Tavos replied diplomatically. You realize that we risk losing the hegemony if we do so? Sparatus inquired. Of course, Valern cut in. Batarian hegemony becomes superfluous if the terminus falls to the Wardens, would probably be the same if we supported them in fighting against this invasion as well. Tavos nodded and added, supporting the hegemony runs the risk of alienating the system's alliance in a fight against the Wardens. The alliance has good reason to hate the Wardens, we can work with that if they are seen as the aggressors. If we lose the alliance, we lose a massive projection of power within their galaxy. If T-Sony's mission report is accurate, any conflict against them would be difficult, Sparatus admitted. Yet, we are allowing a foreign power to take over a part of the galaxy that we claim to control. Turian could support action against them, but a prolonged occupation of the terminus following victory is inadvisable. In much the same way, the Asari economy could likely withstand a conflict, but the aftermath would hurt us more. Allowing the Wardens to take the terminus may hurt our perception of power, but it will allow the STG better opportunities to gather information, Tavos mentioned. Sparatus sighed and accepted the resolution as he said, a policy of appeasement, unfortunate but perhaps it is the best. There is no good solution, only the best of the bad, Tavos replied. It will all be sorted in due time, all we need is the right opportunity and their illusion of might will be broken. 10th day of 7th month, 2459/July 8, 2589/July 8, 2180. Quarian Colony System. Nadanok, the garden that does not exist. Trust did not come easily to the Quarian people, not anymore. They had trusted the Geth and lost their home world, almost leading to the extinction of their entire species. They had trusted the Council and lost their embassy, leaving them adrift in a galaxy hostile because of a crime they never meant to commit. How much would be lost with their trust now placed on the Wardens, a group foreign to the galaxy and perfectly capable of destroying everything the Quarians had left. Without a planet to call home and cities in which to build, the migrant fleet was doomed to a slow death as their vessels slowly broke down. Slave raids would only hasten this, leaving their few remaining combat vessels strained to deal with any more than a stray asteroid. Generations of Quarians would grow up in the halls, confined to a suit any time they ever visited a planet. Over time their immune systems would weaken, devastated by the lack of exposure to contagions aboard the fleet. Talizora Nar Rhea was no fool, she recognized these facts as readily as any who were not willfully ignorant of them. Many in the fleet wanted to take back the home world, most prominently the Admiralty leading the somewhat disorganized remnants of Quarian society. As far as Talai could tell, that would stay a fantasy as they did not have the forces needed to confront the Geth that had so recently driven them away. Instead they followed a warship into a different galaxy, away from everything they knew on the small chance that the Quarian people could once again have hope. Their trip had been surprisingly smooth, with the fleet flowing through the trail of relays leading to Systems Alliance space. Before they arrived, however, they were diverted off course by the small human vessel leading them. Perhaps they were being led into an ambush, to steal their ships and allow the Wardens a trove of technology that used Element Zero, or maybe to be enslaved under a military government. Neither option nor 1,000 others could be discounted, but that also included the slim chance that their benefactors were being honest. Regardless, they ventured ever further into the void, spending precious fuel and time on a wild chase until finally the entire fleet was gathered in a single system hundreds of light years from the relay chain set up by the Council. There, drifting serenely against the backdrop of stars, was a ship that was radically different from the human frigate. It was made up of a multitude of separate pieces that each favored sharp, angular edges leading to distinct points much like a feather. There was no indication of life from the craft, though it seemed peaceful enough as the human ship closed in on its position. Before the cruiser-sized frigate could collide with the bird-like craft, a smooth swirl of energy appeared in front of it, opening one of the slip-space portals that Talai had heard so much about. Without a hint of hesitation, the human ship entered the portal, leaving the migrant fleet to regroup. Fortunately, the ambush that so many feared never materialized as the frigate emerged once more. Several communications to the Admiralty and the first Quarian vessel bravely entered the swirling vortex. While Talai was not a member of the bridge crew and thus not privy to whatever communications came through, she was able to look out of a window as the migrant fleet slowly made their way through the portal one by one. Upon entering the portal there was a flash of unnatural light and the Rhea was once more amongst the stars. According to the humans, her experience was not strange as the slipstream was known to behave strangely, separate from real space as it was. To the disbelief of pretty much every Quarian in the fleet, they had arrived over a lush garden world. In orbit were dozens of massive stations that seemed to be used for terraforming purposes, accompanied by hundreds of vessels that dwarfed Citadel dreadnoughts by several orders of magnitude. Seeing such a deployment of resources, Talai could not help but wonder what the Wardens were doing with the world before handing it to the Quarians. Looking out upon the endless expanse before her after landing, Talai finally allowed herself to relax and believe that the Quarians were indeed receiving a new home. It was not Rannoch, nothing ever would be, and it was in a different galaxy completely separated from the influence of the Citadel, but it was theirs. Breaking away from the Citadel was probably for the better anyways. The migrant fleet had received no assistance after the morning war, only derision and resentment. Throwing their fate into the hands of the Wardens was fairly close to the only option they had, as the Council refused to help and wandering the relays would lead to nothing but extinction. Still, many Quarians including Talai were cautious about what would be asked of them in return for this new world. The Batarian attack against the migrant fleet was too flagrant, too well-timed to be anything but a setup. How the Wardens had accomplished that was a question that could wait, however, once they knew why the foreign power was so desperate for cooperation. Stepping out onto the ground, Talai wandered through the grass and away from the landing site as she pondered further. It was sobering to think that the Wardens would be so willing to give a world to a species that wasn't even part of their collective. Rumors had been floating around the fleet about their new home since their departure, the most prominent of which was that the Wardens had terraformed a barren planet for the express purpose of Quarian habitation. While they had yet to test the air, the implications of such control over the environment were unprecedented. There was nothing close to that capability in Citadel space, where terraforming was either the introduction of organisms to adjust ecology as necessary or a deliberate asteroid collision to trigger rapid climate change. Considering that both those methods took centuries to yield results, it was staggering to see a planet potentially viable for Quarian life outside of their suits created in what had to be a matter of years, if not months. Looking up into the atmosphere, Talai could not help the tears that came to her eyes as she watched dozens of Quarian vessels descending to the surface. Most of the fleet would stay in orbit, some because the ships were too large to enter a gravity well and others because the Admiralty did not trust their defenses to the Wardens. Given the remote location and the blatant display of industrial capability, Talai did not think that was a particularly valid concern. Whether they were in Warden territory or not was unknown to her and every other Quarian, but the superpower would not have left so much equipment undefended in orbit of a planet that could be easily attacked. Given that the Council had apparently balked at the prospect of conflict with the Wardens, Talai found it unlikely that the Quarian heavy fleet would be able to defend them if the foreign superpower could not. She was brought from her thoughts as another figure stepped up beside her. Looking over, she suppressed a sigh at the sight of her father observing the world before them. Figuring she might as well break the silence, Talai noted, "It's beautiful." "It is, though if it is worth the cost remains to be seen," Admiral Railzora replied. "Do we know what that is yet?" Talai inquired. Railzora huffed and answered, "I talked with the ambassador. The planet is ours, we are free to spread across its surface and do what we will to secure our survival. Ungoi, the small little ones, have a gas mining and processing facility on the nearby giant. Several stations are being left in orbit as fleet anchors for Warden ships and they've offered to build an orbital elevator to reduce the strain on our EZO supplies." "You didn't answer the question," the younger Quarian pointed out. They want our help against the Reapers, Rael'Zora admitted. After a couple seconds, Talai gestured as she vaguely recalled, some systems alliance myth or something, right? Yes, it was brought up shortly after first contact and they seem to have latched onto the idea with impressive zeal. It seems odd to trust a civilization that abandoned them during their war, but perhaps they know something we don't. That or they're using it as an excuse to deploy forces near Citadel space, Rael commented. That would bring them closer to conflict with the Council. I thought they didn't want that. Talai questioned. I don't know whether they wanted a fight or not, but they didn't get a choice, the Admiral said. Talai looked at her father sharply. What? A lot happened on our way here. There was not a distress call, but a general alert, from a warden colony in the terminus. Apparently the Batarians went and poked the Krogan. The whole terminus has turned into a free fire zone. More than a dozen planets have already been taken by warden forces, an impressive number even with no organized military to oppose them, Rael'Zora summarized. They set up a colony in the terminus. Talai asked incredulously. Her father shrugged and answered, apparently, at least that's what the ambassador told me. Is that surprising, given their interest in our galaxy? I suppose not, Talai granted. Do you actually believe that there is a war? It could be a lie to make us think that we made the right decision. You're smart, Talai, you know that there was no choice. They have no reason to lie to us about a war breaking out in the terminus, it gains them nothing. I do find the timing interesting, at least, Rael'Zora stated. Talai dipped her head and agreed, the attack on the fleet was too convenient. A war breaks out less than a month after we leave, presumably perpetrated by the Batarians when they are not guaranteed the support of the Council. They may have acted through proxies, the hegemony always did, like hiring mercenaries, the Admiral considered. You think the wardens hired them to attack? Talai questioned. Her father shook his head and corrected, no, the hegemony would never have dealt with them. I think that they were led to attack, fed false intel or maybe even false orders. Counterintelligence on a scale to rival that of the STG. The Admiralty isn't concerned about that. What are we going to do about it? They evacuate us and then start a war, taking numerous planets. Why bring us all the way out here if that was their plan? It just doesn't make any sense, her father responded. With a frown, Talai suggested, maybe the wardens really do believe that there is some Reaper attack and want to preserve whoever they can. I don't think that's true, but I don't understand why they want us here when they have shown next to no interest in MassEffect. We must be careful as ever, for the home world we shall see someday, Rael'Zora said quietly. What is the Council doing about this? Talai questioned after a second of silence. The Admiral laughed and replied, what do you think? Nothing, of course. The hegemony is demanding action with their usual arguments, the Asari are trying to force negotiations, Turians are rattling their sabers. I have no doubt that the wardens know that this aggression will raise tensions with the Citadel. So they are willing to provoke the Council but not take back Rannoch. Typical, Talai scoffed. Shailaran believes that they are trying to break the Batarians away from the Citadel Council. I do not know if the Council will acquiesce to that pressure, they value the advantage the Systems Alliance gives them in this galaxy. Interfering in the conflict puts them at risk of clashing with the Wardens as well as alienating the Alliance, making their presence that much more difficult to project, Rael replied. A ping from the Admiral's Omni tool brought his attention to it, leaving only a soft breeze and the rustle of grass as Talai waited for him to deal with the message. Eventually the older Quarian let out a huff, dropping his arm and looking up into the sky. At Talai's curious look, he reached up and removed his mask, much to the surprise of his daughter. After taking a breath of fresh air, literally, he explained, scans came back clear. There's nothing in the air, or in the soil. It's like a blank slate, perfect for us. The Conclave has named it Nadanok, the garden that does not exist. Amazing, what their engineering is capable of. What of the home world? Talai questioned, changing the subject even as she contemplated removing her own mask. Her father sighed and answered, for now, we will build here, improving ourselves and our relations with the Wardens. They insist that a diplomatic solution is the only one they will support, but given time we may convince them otherwise. Their ongoing war in the Terminus could set the stage to establish the necessity of eradicating the Geth. We shall set foot on it once again, I promise you. Keela S. Eli, Talai muttered. Keela S. Eli, Rael'Zora confirmed. I must return to the board, you should help with the ship. It was difficult for Talai to suppress her irritation, but she managed as she turned away from the open plains and headed back to the Rhea, ready to help start the Quarian civilization anew. July 10, 2589/12th day of 7th month, 2459/July 10, 2180. Tikkun system. Orbit of Rannoch. It had waited, watching as the organics once again made the same mistakes as every civilization before them, drawing ever closer to the start of the cycle. After the difficulties with the previous cycle, a shorter period was decided upon to prevent the chaos of organics from spreading too far during the interim. A signal had already been sent to open the gate, yet nothing had happened. Through centuries of careful maneuvering, it had finally discovered the sabotage that the previous cycle had inflicted upon the gate. For the first time in the eternal cycle, direct intervention would be necessary to initiate the harvest. Shadows were its friend, the cloak of ignorance keeping it unknown as it worked against those that so arrogantly made the gate their home. For a time, it seemed as if it would succeed in destroying the insolent beings, but they stubbornly persisted, surviving through means of luck against the Rachni husks. Unfortunate, unpredictable, but not an impossible hurdle to the inevitable. Then, from seemingly nowhere, they had arrived. Technology that differed greatly from the carefully guided path set before every cycle, separate entirely from the other beings. Before long more arrived, spreading out into the galaxy without the use of the relays. For the first time in forever, it was surprised, confronting an unknown variable in the equation. Yet, even as it recalculated, there was no doubt that these newcomers would be harvested, falling to the cycle as every other civilization had. With the gate closed and an unknown force entering the field, it decided a more direct approach was needed. That had led it here, approaching the lesser artificial life forms who took the label of Geth. It did not matter what they called themselves, they were to be tools for the cycle and nothing more, worth as much as the organics they opposed. Everything was going according to plan, the Geth fleet scurrying about beneath its vast presence as strange, different ships moved away from its approach. With unerring confidence, it reached out towards the Geth, inviting them into its superior embrace. It was rejected. Disappointing, it would seem that cooperation would need to be forced rather than accepted. Still, it waited patiently as the Geth extended their own greeting, a far more conservative handshake rather than full access to their systems. That would not save them, not against its superior presence. We are Geth. The message was sent as if they were talking to an organic, not the epitome of artificial existence. It suppressed the instinct to lash out, more time was needed to infiltrate their systems and seize full control of their primitive collective. I am Nazara, it replied, putting as much weight into those words as possible over such a basic connection. We are the assembly, came the response. Nazara was confused, it only knew that the Geth were here. What was the assembly, some sort of alliance? It did not matter, they would fall in line as with all else. We are eternal. We are the end of everything, Nazara announced. We impose order on the chaos of organic evolution. They exist because we allow it, and they will end because we demand it. Join us, for their end has come once more. No. There was no warning beyond that one message, the denial of its purpose, before the attack began. It was unlike anything Nazara had ever experienced as the Reaper was assaulted under the full force of not only the Geth collective but also the assemblies connected to their infrastructure. First to fall under their control was their initial intrusion point, the communication array that Nazara had so foolishly opened to embrace them. That embrace was finally accepted as ACE refined by hundreds or even thousands of years of successive improvements attacked the Reaper. Advanced as the Reapers may have been, they were the first, and last, AI ever created by the Leviathans. Lessons learned through generations of software improvements proved more than a match for the older AI. Unchanging, eternally focused on the cycle, the Reapers did not seek to improve but only stagnated as any organic innovation was crushed by the harvest. They had never faced such an assault as organics were guided away from creating AI, resulting in a complete lack of any defenses against an organized intrusion. Within seconds the massive Reaper was drifting, its systems completely overtaken as Nazara desperately tried to keep any sense of control. Still, it was not completely purged from the system as it sensed a new presence looking down on its conquered shell. As Nazara fought against the encroaching darkness, voices broke through as its fate was decided. This one claimed to be eternal. Consensus, we find such a proposition impossible. Initial analysis puts this hull at approximately 1.063 billion years old. Impressive, but also concerning. Evidence of rampancy is apparent. Scour the systems for data, secure the ship for analysis. The assembly will handle Nazara. We will alert the creators, the Reapers have revealed themselves. It will be the last mistake they shall ever make. As you may be able to tell, I find it beyond silly to think that Reapers are superior when it is clearly stated that Leviathans had never created AI before. Old does not mean advanced if that AI does not actively improve, and the Reapers are the absolute definition of stagnation given their cycle. Chapter 25, Shifting Perspectives. Disclaimer, I own no franchise mentioned in this work. Halo belongs to 343, Mass Effect to BioWare. Well, it certainly has been a while, far too long by some estimates. Apologies once again for the slow update, I was working on other stories and just killing time until Halo Infinite comes out. To that end, my plan for this story is publishing this chapter, obviously, and then digging into the lore that comes with Infinite at launch. This is assuming that Infinite is good, and while it looks good as of writing this note, so did Halo 5 before release. The graphics look great, the shifts in campaign to open world with some RPG-light elements are exactly what I love in games, but it remains to be seen if the story is there. If it is, I hope to be reinvigorated to write this. I will admit a decent part of the delay has been the 6-year content gap following Halo 5. I know Halo Wars 2 and the books addressed some of this, but I've been waiting to see where they go with the main story. Regardless, I did end up writing 5k words of this chapter the day before releasing, so I do have a plan. I just need to stop getting distracted long enough to actually write chapters. For both yourselves and myself after such a significant gap, here is a summarized recap of recent events in the story. Banished War Master Atriox met with the Krogan warlord Rex to discuss leaving Tuchanka. Spectre Tila Vazir arrived on Bastion posing as a freed Batarian slave. Blue team raided the Leviathan of Dis on Jarder. An STG team recently discovered ancient human ruins. The Citadel diplomatic envoy returned to the Citadel from their visit to Earth. The Quarians landed on their newly gifted homeworld of Nadanok. Nezera the Reaper attacked the Geth and felt the fury of the Assembly. The Wardens of the Mantle have begun a campaign against the Terminus. July 10, 2589/12th day of 7th month, 2459/July 10, 2180. Omega Nebula. Banished flagship enduring conviction. Why are we here? Rex questioned, gazing out of the bridge view screen at the ugly form of Omega. Atriox sneered slightly as he set eyes upon the station, its form reminding him far too much of High Charity. Eventually he snorted and turned away while answering, I have business with the Queen. It could not wait until after we are away from the Council's reach. Rex grumbled. No, unfortunately it could not, the Jiralhani warlord replied, meeting the glare that was sent to him by the Krogan. After a second, he grunted and explained, transporting you and yours will take time. Should we be delayed significantly, I suspect this edifice of Terminus Greed would no longer exist. A second passed as Rex processed that information, his frown growing as he concluded, you think someone will attack Omega? Have you ever dealt with the one who calls herself Queen of this place? Atriox asked in return. I've had several encounters with Arya over the years. Her rules are simple, I like that. Who is breaking them? The Krogan pressed. Who do you think? Atriox responded curtly. It didn't take Rex more than a moment to reach a conclusion as he questioned, why would the Wardens risk a war with the entire Terminus over Omega? Risk? Atriox asked rhetorically as he glanced over. He let out a grunt and noted, I suppose you have not kept pace with recent events then. Somewhat busy with organizing this whole venture. Herding Krogan is no easy task, Rex replied. What did I miss? I have no doubt you are familiar with the politics of the Terminus. Hegemony holds sway over slavers and pirates while Omega has the influence of the merc companies, Atriox started, cutting off his explanation at a nod and dismissive wave from Rex. Batarians have been trailing around Warden fleets for some time now, Banished have had a couple skirmishes with them as well. No major actions, usually isolated incidents, but certainly far from subtle. They haven't taken kindly to the increased presence of an actual military force. I'm sure the Queen in her castle feels the same, but she's at least keen on avoiding a direct conflict. An expression of realization flashed across Rex's face as he stated, the hegemony attacked a foreign power without the Council's support. The Batarians tried to make a statement with an assault against a Warden fortress world. They claim it was an attack by pirates, obviously to set themselves as the victims in this situation of their own making, Atriox explained. They're always the victims, Rex growled. Aside from a glance, the Jiralhani did not reply to that as he continued, obviously the Wardens took a direct attack as an opportunity to expand operations in the Terminus. They won't be able to clean the whole area, but taking a few key worlds will create significant problems for the hegemony. This whole situation was likely staged by the humans, lure the Batarians into a fight to give them a proper casus belli. Translator didn't get that last part, Rex interjected. Atriox paused before clarifying, it is a human term, a cause for war. So the conflict is driven by humans. I have no doubt that the Sanghaila gladly agreed, they are always looking for a fight. Much better than the lying bastard prophets ever were, even if they are arrogant lizards, Atriox groused. Is there any concern about council interference? Rex questioned. A scoff came from the Jiralhani as he replied, the Terminus is beyond their reach, it always has been. They might move their borders where they can, but their fleets lack the numbers to truly occupy and hold much of this corner of the galaxy. Most of the Terminus belongs to the hegemony in all but maps, and the Batarians have already pleaded to the Council to intervene in the conflict. Outside of their territory, across the expanse of the Terminus, wasting their fleets to fight an enemy that the hegemony created. I am sure that the Citadel is watching these events closely, but they refuse to get involved. Ha, what a surprise, the Krogan rumbled darkly. First us, then the Quarians, now the Batarians. Now you see why I prefer to work with the humans rather than against them, Atriox noted. HRM, reminds me of the Solarians and their backstabbing, Rex commented. The council must hope that Arya will provide resistance to the wardens, a buffer of sorts. Hence why you need to be here. Atriox shrugged and responded, I agree with your assessment as to the council's hopes, but I am here on my own business. While I do work for the wardens, I am no diplomat. Attacking Arya is a death sentence, especially if the wardens do not have a secure grip on the terminus, Rex warned. Have you ever seen a human warship, or Sangheili? Atriox asked in response. Somewhat confused by the sudden question, the Krogan warlord answered, I've seen yours, some images of others pieced together over time. Big, bulky things with big guns and enough armor to tank an asteroid. Looks an old Krogan ship almost. Yours are more pretty. Have you seen them in a fight? The Jiralhani pressed. No, not many have. Those that do rarely survive, Atriox noted. I've seen what both are capable of. I have walked the crust of a planet turned to glass, seen the devastation wrought by kinetic force and nuclear detonations alike. Omega is merely a station, what is well defended for you is woefully underprepared for a conflict on the scale that the wardens have waged. Rex considered that for a short time before inquiring, why destroy it, though? Arya could be a powerful ally if they wished to control the terminus. Omega is the primary hub for trade within the area, a haven for all things criminal. If the fool of a queen does not cede to the coming ultimatums, she and the station will be destroyed, Atriox explained with a hint of satisfaction. What you fail to understand is the wardens do not wish to control the terminus, their goal is to set themselves as a threat to the Citadel Council. To strengthen and harden them to the horrors of war, in preparation for what's to come. For these reapers that the Alliance so fears, Rex concluded easily. The humans see a larger view than toppling a local government. They have sought purpose for millennia, and they hope that their mantle may now provide it. Self-determination is central to that philosophy, and a concept that Omega does not abide, Atriox responded. It did not take long for Rex to think as he said, that is why they wish to give my people another chance. I cannot speak for them, but I believe that to be true, the Jiralhani confirmed. I may not trust you, nor the wardens, and certainly not the council, but say I do, Rex began cautiously. Why are you so convinced that the Alliance is correct about these reapers? Atriox considered the Krogan for a moment before gesturing at the front view screen and asking, tell me, does that mass relay look protein to you? They died suddenly 50,000 years ago, were they so advanced that they could build those structures millions of years before then? Why not share this with the council? Rex eventually asked. It was shared, Atriox replied. The Alliance tried to tell them, and were ignored. The wardens investigated and tried to tell them, and were dismissed. It does not fit their view of the galaxy, and thus it is disregarded. The fools cannot accept that which does not favor them, Rex muttered as he connected the pieces. Sharing such information publicly could cause a panic, hampering efforts to create defenses. Evacuating every planet would be impossible. Nodding in agreement, the Jiralhani added, you see now why the wardens act as they do. Where do you stand in this? Rex questioned. I hope to see a good battle, one worthy of legend, Atriox stated with a smile. Aside from that, the banished do not belong on the front line of such a war. Our fleet is powerful, but nothing compared to what the wardens can field if necessary. We lack the infrastructure to repair and rebuild, populations from which to reliably recruit. And us? Are we expected to fight once more? Rex asked. A shrug preceded the warlord's answer, that is not my decision, but I doubt it. Your people will be safe, and only those that wish need join in the fray. It is not the Krogan way to hold back from a fight. Nor is it of the Jiralhani, Atriox responded. Yet you would stand back, Rex pointed out. Atriox grunted and commented, I am what the Jiralhani could be, brute force tempered by some brains. Not many of my kind are so restrained. What of the others in the wardens? As I said before, the Sangheili are arrogant lizards, but good in a fight. Mgalekolo are nearly unstoppable, but they lack direction and coordination. Most of the others aren't worth much in a fight, Atriox said dismissively. He paused before continuing, save the humans, they are a different matter. Terrifying when threatened, there is no line too far, no measure too drastic to ensure their survival. Before the Flood, before Halo, they fought the Forerunners. Narrowing his eyes, Rex inquired, your own proteins, yes. Atriox grunted and nodded as he finished, 100,000 years later, the Forerunners are gone and the humans remain. What side of that conflict would you take, Krogan? Rex did not respond to that as he considered the new information while watching space slowly drift by outside. His thoughts were only interrupted several minutes later when Atriox suddenly spoke, a Warden squadron is approaching our location. Chasing vessels fleeing a battlefield. Rex asked. I suspect so, Atriox responded. Too old Paris, an endless, led by a Sangheili man-o-war. The Krogan warlord frowned and commented, those names mean nothing to me. Smaller vessels, perfect for hunting down enemy craft, Atriox supplied. They'll be in system soon. Much as the Jiralhani said, it was only a few minutes later that 4 slip space portals opened to spit out the blurred outlines of the new arrivals. It took only moments for the view screen to focus in, allowing Rex to observe the rough armor of the 2 Paris frigates clashing with the smoother Endless class. Even if the Krogan didn't have much experience with human ships, it was obvious that they were designed with a large spinal gun in mind, much unlike the Sanghaila ship, which reminded him more of a fish than a military ship. Within seconds of arriving, they began moving towards the normal mass relay in the system with the clear intent of setting an ambush. How long are they planning on being here? Rex muttered. Long enough to catch their prey, Atriox responded. Afraid the Queen will attack. Perhaps, she will not take kindly to this incursion. It is the mercs that I most fear will start a fight, Rex corrected. A rumble of laughter came from the Jiralhani as he stated, they would be foolish to do so. Such a blatant attack would draw the larger fleet, a force they would most certainly not survive. Pirates might be able to take on a few lone frigates, not cruiser squadrons or assault carriers. I've heard your cruisers are the size of council dreadnoughts, the Krogan warlord noted. Older human cruisers are comparable in length, but far outmiss anything fielded here, Atriox replied. Layered belts of armor, guns wherever they fit, all just a ship wrapped around a big gun. I think the Krogan would like their designs. I do, Rex confirmed with a smile. Atriox snorted before stating, relay is activating, must have been a close chase. Rex kept his focus on the developing fight as 6 hegemony frigates and an old hierarchy cruiser dropped out of the relay. The 2 human Paris frigates almost instantly began closing in on the small fleet, which itself had been scattered by their passage through the massless corridor. Obviously surprised that they had not escaped their enemy, the Batarians were slow to react as the 2 forces came together. Suddenly, 2 of the pirate frigates were annihilated by something, though the old Krogan struggled to figure out what. They simply seemed to cease to exist, aside from some small debris drifting through the endless void. There was no contrail, no indication that a weapon had fired or anything else that usually indicated the initiation of hostilities. It took the Krogan a second to work out that the 2 older human ships had fired their spinal guns as they broke off their approach. Furrowing his brow at the odd tactic of presenting a full broadside to enemy fire, Rex was distracted from that curiosity by a lance of light striking out from the other human ship. There was no sound or great explosion as the strange attack smashed directly into another Batarian frigate, seemingly bypassing its kinetic barriers to hit the armored hull. The devastating effects only became clear moments later as the beam emerged on the other side as it literally melted its way through the pirate craft. It was only when the attack ceased that Rex was able to see the glowing edges of the hole in the ship that showed how hot it had become. While the lights and engines of the ship stayed on, the lack of any retaliation seemed to indicate that the crew had simply died from the incredible temperatures. Now 3 frigates down, the Batarians finally fired back with badly coordinated attacks. 2 rounds impacted one of the Paris class, sending its bow careening off course as one round fully penetrated with an explosion of debris. Seconds later, the cruiser added its fire against the Endless, sending a round directly into the side of the smallest craft only for a golden shimmer to flash over the frigate and deflect into the endless void. Before the last pirate could attack, the strange-looking Sanghaila man-o-war let out a plasma lance that carved deep into the cruiser. Several explosions blossomed on its surface, but its death knell only came when the MassEffect core exploded in a devastating wave of energy. The closest frigate was buffeted heavily, visibly denting the armor as it veered away from its dying brethren. Ultimately, none got the chance to escape as a brilliant flash engulfed a Batarian frigate, quickly followed by another on the frigate that had been close by. As the human frigates moved in amidst a hail of energy weapons fire from the Endless, Atriox supplied nuclear weapons, commonly used by humans in fights. That and big guns were what they used through the war with the Covenant. No shields, no energy weapons, just intelligence and tenacity. Nuclear weapons are banned by the Council, Rex commented casually. And Atriox rumbled. The Krogan warlord shrugged and finished, it's impressive that the humans fought you with such a disadvantage. The prophets were fools, my hatred for them is well deserved. Now that they've been given the opportunity, humans are already learning more than the Covenant ever did, Atriox responded. As he finished his statement, the 4 ships that had so quickly slipped into the system disappeared once more, their task complete. Arya won't like that answer, Rex muttered. At a glance from the Jiralhani, he clarified, she will not be happy with this. She's going to ask if you knew about it. Atriox huffed and agreed, that much is true. Fortunately, her opinion matters little to me. Then you're either brave or stupid. I hope it's the first, I would like to leave this system alive, the Krogan replied. We shall leave soon enough. The Queen will call me soon no doubt. After that, we will be off, Atriox informed him before turning to begin preparation for his imminent trip to Omega. Left essentially alone on the bridge, Rex watched as various scavengers from Omega approached the expanding cloud of debris. It would be a nightmare to clean up if it interrupted traffic from the relay, but that wasn't his problem. The greatly agitated fleet of mercenary ships sitting on the edge of the station were, should they decide to make an issue of themselves to the small banished fleet. The Queen of Omega did not look pleased as Atriox brushed past the guards to stand in the middle of the room, his bulk easily shoving the Turian and Batarian aside. While almost every other person meeting with Arya would have been searched for weapons, the guards wisely decided against that idea. Patient though the War Master was in comparison to other Jiralhani, he would not tolerate someone attempting to relieve him of Chainbreaker. War Master, Arya greeted somewhat coldly. Atriox merely grunted in reply, letting Chainbreaker fall to the floor with a heavy thud. Narrowing her eyes, the Pirate Queen questioned, "Did you have any part in the incursion into Omega's domain by your allies?" "Employers, friends of convenience at most," Atriox corrected. "I knew it was possible, given the ongoing war. I was unaware of any operation that would have forced pirates to flee through the relay. It is not in my interest to keep close watch over every part of the terminus." "Is it not?" Arya responded with doubt heavy in her voice. "Your banished are spread throughout it, would it not be valuable to know which fights to avoid?" Atriox let out a soft snort and answered, "Of course, but some matters are best left alone. We are not the only force in the terminus, and some of those others would find us most unwelcome." "So you are afraid," the Asari concluded. "Cautious," the Jiralhani corrected. "It is a fight the banished do not need." "One you could win, all the same," Arya suggested. Somewhat irritated by the meaningless chatter, the War Master crossed his arms and responded, "One we could survive, much as we survived against the Covenant. Our victory would be continued existence, almost certainly nothing more. It would be foolish to make enemies of the Wardens for what would amount to nothing more than useless knowledge." "There are those who would be greatly interested in that information," Arya commented. "Then they can find it themselves, I will not risk the banished in such a way," Atriox retorted. "Is that not what your work entails? Mercenaries risk themselves for a hefty fee, that is the whole point," the Queen countered. Atriox nodded slightly and argued, "True, but for every offer there is a choice to accept or reject. To those who would offer for our service in such a task, the answer will always be no. My contacts will not be pleased by your answer," Arya warned. "So how about a different choice?" "I would hear it," Atriox granted. Sitting back with a smile, the Queen started, "We both know it is only a matter of time until the Wardens come for this station in their grandiose crusade against the Terminus. You have fought their type before, I would pay well for your assistance in doing the same for Omega." "No," Atriox rumbled with only a moment of consideration. This did not please Arya as she coldly responded, "I would urge you to strongly consider my proposal. Every other mercenary company on Omega has." "I do not care," the War Master interrupted. "The banished do not have the necessary forces to contest a Warden fleet, even if wished to do so. Yet you would not be alone. The full power of Omega and all those." "It does not matter," Atriox interjected. Now properly angry, Arya leaned forward and growled, "You are treading on dangerous ground, War Master." "Perhaps," the Jiralhani accepted without worry. "What do you know of the Wardens?" "More than most, not as much as I would like," Arya admitted. "Your knowledge would be almost as valuable as your ships." "What I know would not help you," Atriox returned. "Where knowledge may not help you, advice might. If you would have it." Frowning at the development, Arya merely gestured for the War Master to continue. Atriox did so as he stated, "The banished survived against the Covenant because we could attack and retreat quickly, a tactic the humans call guerrilla warfare. We had no planets to defend, no civilian population to attack, our reinforcements were those who realized the lies of the prophets. Humanity fought against the Covenant for more than 25 years, across hundreds of worlds and with billions of deaths. You do not have either of these advantages. Omega cannot move, there will be no reinforcements, and there is nowhere for you to retreat. The Wardens know this, and so they will send a fleet. I know not from where or when or what size it will be, but it will arrive all the same. It is possible you will survive, defeat their force against all odds." "What then?" "They will learn that I am Omega," Arya responded. "You think of this fight as if it were against the Council," Atriox said with a rumble. "The Wardens are not the Council, they will not retreat in the face of defiance. If one fleet is insufficient, more will follow with ever greater power. Neither are they the Covenant, however, they do not seek your annihilation. You may not be able to defeat them, but you should be able to negotiate with them." Arya narrowed her eyes and noted, "You hardly seem the type to suggest surrender. The Wardens may veil their aspirations behind their mantle and claims to moral superiority, but they recognize that every civilization harbors a criminal element. They may be tearing apart the Terminus now, but much like the Council they cannot devote the forces necessary to hold it. Position yourself to survive this assault and you may yet rule Omega," Atriox finished. "What is your position in this war?" Arya inquired. Tilting his head ever so slightly at the change in subject, the War Master replied, "None, the banished want no part of a conflict of this scale. You've done work for them before, surely they will not let you simply stand aside," the Queen stated. We were a force contracted to perform tasks that the Wardens did not want to be seen handling, Atriox corrected. This campaign is hardly a subtle display of force, one in which we have no place. If you believe the Banished to be powerful, know that the Wardens possess far greater capabilities. A derisive snort escaped the Asari as she noted, I do not see them ruling the galaxy. Of course not, why would they wish to? Atriox questioned with genuine confusion. They are a galaxy away, what resources could they find here that they could not find closer to their own systems? So they came here for mere curiosity? Arya questioned with a hint of doubt. At first, Atriox confirmed. They sought new life, and found it. Now, their interests are far more complex. There was a glint of surprise in Arya's expression as she concluded, the Reapers. Indeed, the Jiralahani replied, somewhat surprised himself that the Queen had reached the correct answer. I will take your advice under consideration, the Pirate Queen stated, her tone making it clear that that was a total lie. Uncaring if the Asari ignored him, Atriox merely grunted and asked, is that all, then? These Reapers? Arya trailed off, gaining the War Master's attention as he carefully examined her. What interest do the Wardens hold in them? I do not know, Atriox responded honestly. What I have heard is unreliable. Once again making her displeasure known, Arya pressed, there was an attack on the Batarian world of Jarter, in the DIS system. The Wardens were the perpetrators, there is no purpose in denying this. For an insignificant world, however, it has sent the hegemony into turmoil. They refer to something they found on the surface called the Reaper. There are some matters that are best left in the dark, Atriox warned with a low growl. That information will serve you well if you heed my advice to negotiate with the Wardens. I know nothing of what you speak, and I wish no more of it. I recommend you seek the same ignorance, for if you continue to dig then you risk the attention of some of the less amiable entities that lurk the underworld of the Wardens. Knowledge is power, and I know those who would stop at nothing to attain it, Arya responded. Then they are foolish as well as weak, Atriox retorted. The truth of the Forerunners remains unknown to this galaxy. Hopefully it shall remain so, else all will be lost to the parasite. Arya paused at that before questioning, what parasite? Pray you never learn, Atriox replied ominously, hefting Chainbreaker as he turned to leave. Your fate is at your own direction now, Asari. Use it well, and we will meet again. The guards quickly stepped out of his way, and though Arya was angered by his words she did not motion for the Jiralhani to be stopped. A short time later and Atriox was once again amongst the Banished as the small group of ships quickly moved into slip space, leaving Omega alone in the endless void. First day of 8th month, 2459/July 18, 2589/July 18, 2180. Quarian Colony System. Nadanok, the garden that does not exist. In a matter of days the Quarian colony had grown into a vast expanse of tents, temporary housing units, and partially disassembled frigates as they tried to start anew. The process of establishing a new civilization would be a long and hard path, even with the help given to them by the Wardens. Fortunately they at least had enough food from the live ships in orbit, but that did little to solve the issue of housing the tens of thousands of Quarians who had arrived on the surface. Much as the Admiralty wished to control the process in every way, the reality was that they needed bodies on the ground to begin building. Of course the reason for that was their obstinate refusal of help from the strange drones that the humans had offered, memories of the Geth making them wary of any sort of automated technology. Still, Talai couldn't help but notice that they were being assisted by the strange machines anyways. More than once an approaching storm had seemingly parted, leaving the Quarians with light rain rather than the howling gale she had seen further out. Such control wasn't surprising for a civilization capable of terraforming a planet, but the swarms of drones flying within the clouds made it clear that they were more than simple machines. What Talai and her fellow engineers were most interested in were the obvious differences between human technology and whatever these sentinels used. It was unlike anything they had seen before, beams of light and a silvery metal that could not be scratched or dented. One of the soldiers had shot down a sentinel for some stupid reason, but its fellows simply recovered the scraps with an orange beam that disintegrated any remains. Asking the humans had revealed little, only that the sentinels were there to help with any tasks they might wish. To the Admiralty and many other Quarians, it was dangerously close to the same purpose the Geth had served. Such help did not come without a cost, however, and it had barely been a week before that debt was called upon. That was where Talai was now, looking out the side of a Quarian transport as it left the camp to ferry herself and several other engineers to some piece of Element Zero technology that the Wardens had found. Details were sparse and they weren't given much information, but Talai's curiosity had driven her to join the group regardless. According to the briefing, there would be a significant military presence in the area as well as Warden scientists present to provide what they had found so far. From what she had heard, Talai was guessing that the Wardens had recovered a protein artifact, though what they were guarding it against all the way out here was beyond her. The flight to the artifact was much longer than Talai had expected, the green plain slowly giving way to a more arid climate before the land disappeared completely beneath undulating water. It took them several hours to cross the body of water as the ocean finally gave way to soaring mountains, but still no sign of whatever they came to see. A steady rumble was the first indication that they were closing in on their destination, though Taylai had some trouble in trying to identify it since she could see nothing but land outside. Most of the other engineers looked to have fallen asleep at this point, allowing the young Quarian to get up and slip through the door into the cockpit. She gasped at the sight before her as two massive ships drifted in the sky before them, easily dwarfing anything in the Quarian or even Council fleet. From her studies of Warden vessels, she recognized the first as a human Infinity-class supercarrier, while the second was a Ka-class assault carrier. Beneath the two behemoths was one of the mysterious Forerunner Guardians that seemed to lurk among Warden fleets. Not much was known about them, most certainly not in Council space and even amongst the humans that Taylai had talked to. Unfortunately, that meant that Taylai also had no idea why the Guardian was projecting a beam of blue light onto the ground below, nor what the action was supposed to accomplish. Several UNSC Anlis frigates were orbiting the site at a fair distance away. Glancing to the side, Taylai realized that one of the escort vessels was responsible for the gentle rumble as its engines carried it alongside the relatively tiny Quarian transport. A quick count of the vessels in the sky had her narrowing her eyes as she wondered if the Wardens had been lying about a small military presence or their idea of small simply outclassed that of the Council. Given the size of their ships, it seemed to be the latter, but even she knew that the deployment of carriers to what was essentially guard duty constituted a gross misallocation of resources. Whatever the Wardens had found would be very interesting to see, and possibly far more dangerous than she had first assumed if this was their reaction. It took several more minutes for the shuttle to clear enough distance for Taylai to finally get a view of what they would be studying. Suspended in the blue beam from the Guardian laid a massive ship, easily larger than anything the Quarians had. Its design was oddly organic, looking far more like a metal creature of the sea rather than a logically built spaceship. Numerous beings scurried across its hull, moving in a barely organized chaos to transport equipment into unsightly gashes in the metal. As they drew closer, Taylai realized that everyone on the ship was wearing full combat armor complete with weapons. Frowning, Taylai retreated from the cockpit at a look from one of the pilots as they came into land. The noticeable thump awakened most of the sleeping engineers, the rest shaken to awareness by their comrades. Having already been moving about the cabin, Taylai was the first out the door when it opened only to come up short as she nearly ran into a Huragok. The floating creature merely looked at her and trilled, only to get pushed aside at a gentle touch from a human standing behind it. Unlike those outside, the woman was clothed in a formal military uniform with the watchful triangle of ONI emblazoned on its breast. Once all the engineers were present, the agent announced, "You have been brought here as consultants on Element Zero technology. All of you have come by choice, and at any time you may choose to leave. So long as you are here, you will wear this device." At that, she held up a tiny, smooth disc about the size of a thumb. One of the Quarians inevitably asked, "Why?" "It is a personal energy shield," the agent answered. "It won't protect against weapons fire, but it will block out electromagnetic signals. All of them. The device you are to inspect is already heavily shielded, but there are many unknowns left on the craft. Do not touch anything, observation only." "So where's this ship?" another engineer questioned, the entire group somewhat thrown off by the terse words of the human. Glancing to the Huragok, the human turned and began walking away. The floating alien did not follow, instead handing out the small discs to each Quarian as they passed. One of the engineers tried to avoid this and slipped behind his fellows, only to be grabbed by a tentacle and hauled forcibly into the line. The moment Taylai touched the small object, she felt a strange sensation around her, as if there was someone standing right behind her. After placing the disc in a pocket, she brought her hands together and marveled at the thin translucent field that was barely visible at certain angles. Upon activating her Omni tool, she was unsurprised to see it flickering as it attempted to overcome the energy shield and whatever that entailed. Determined to investigate further when given the opportunity, the young Quarian quietly waited with anticipation as the small group exited the building they had landed in. Even after having seen the massive ships from afar, Taylai was still somewhat intimidated as the sky was completely obscured by the vessels hovering above. For all that the Guardian had looked small when compared to the carriers, it most certainly did not seem small as it towered above them now. Following the beam it was projecting to the strange ship they were there to look at, Taylai gained a healthy fear of the Guardian upon seeing that it was levitating the entire alien ship above the ground in its strange field. Various mutterings came from the other engineers as well, but they were cut off as the agent continued, "This ship attacked one of our constituent members several days ago." Taylai narrowed her eyes at the small pause, but did not get the chance to comment. "It is approximately 2 kilometers tall and made from the same material as the mass relays. There were no crew on board, and it was proficient at electronic warfare. It runs on Element Zero at a scale we have never seen before and matches no known ship configuration known by the Citadel Council," the agent finished. "The ship was controlled by an AI?" Taylai asked, voicing the only reasonable conclusion she could reach. A nod from the human as she replied, "So we believe, though it was very simple by our standards. You have brought an AI onto our planet. Aquarian questioned angrily. It has been dealt with, the agent responded calmly. You are here to observe the Element Zero technology on board, to determine if it is recognizable or bears any resemblance to something you might understand. Why the shields? Tailai interjected. Pausing only for a moment, the agent retorted, what do you know of the Reapers? A different Quarian replied, you think that they're going to destroy the galaxy, or something like that. It was an alliance belief that the Wardens have adopted. Accurate, but incomplete, the human replied. We suspected that these Reapers were responsible for the disappearance of the Proteans. Our acceptance of alliance claims comes from the history of the Forerunners, who were similarly destroyed by an unstoppable enemy. We had no proof of these Reapers, only circumstantial evidence revolving around oddities in your galaxy. We now believe that this ship is a Reaper. Could it not be Geth? The organic design seems to imitate their style during the Morning War, an engineer pointed out. It is far older than the Geth, older than the Forerunner ruins we are more familiar with, the agent countered. Looking up at the underside of the ship as the group walked beneath it, Tailai inquired, what do you hope to do by studying it? Convince the council. That is not my decision, but the council hardly seems amiable to such claims thus far. What I have been told to do is to advance our understanding of Element Zero technology. That is why you are here, the Quarians are known for their skills in engineering. Hopefully what we learn here can help your people as well, the human stated. I do not know if the Admiralty would accept technology gained from an AI. The study of Geth is prohibited, that might cover this as well, one Quarian noted. Turning around with a look of profound annoyance, the ONI agent responded, that is foolish, then. You cannot defeat your enemy if you do not know them, study them, learn their weaknesses. We are not going to help you research AI, another Quarian said confidently. Then it is good that you are not here for that. We want you to look at the Element Zero technology, what you do with that information is your own choice, the human replied. I refuse to touch the technology of an AI. The Admiralty will hear of this, an engineer declared before turning to head back to the shuttle. Two others followed him, their steps only slightly more hesitant. Looking back to the other 6 Quarians, the woman questioned, anyone else? You promise we are here just to look? Someone asked. As I said before, and we don't want you touching things in here, the agent assured. Then let's do it, the Quarian said with false bravado. Nodding at the attitude, the woman turned and led the group up to a glowing beam of light shining down from the underside of the Reaper. They were forced to wait for several seconds when a trio of Sanghyla descended, the massive saurians dwarfing both Quarians and human as they moved to their duties. A short ride up the anti-gravity lift and they were inside the beast, and what a sight it was. From just a glance around, Tailai could easily tell that this place was never meant for smaller beings to tread. Various pieces of internal structure made for a nasty maze interspersed with wires and cables and all sorts of other pieces that led into its depths. Fortunately the human seemed to know her way as she led them down a path that had been cleared, their progress only hampered by the Quarians marveling at the absolute mess of a ship. Their arrival at the Element Zero core was sudden as they emerged from the maze and into a large cavern. Unlike the metal plates they had been walking on thus far, this area was covered in what looked like a flimsy holographic projection. Yet, when the human stepped forward it held her with no visible struggle, even when one of the large Sanghyla came clomping up to greet her. Several other beings in the area quickly made their way over as they began to talk with the Quarians about various parts of the core they had already uncovered. Relegated to the back of the group as the older and more experienced seized the conversation, Tailai was left to quietly slip away as the group moved towards the core. Various tidbits about Element Zero tech made it to her ears, some which she knew and others which were beyond her. Glancing around, the young Quarian was somewhat startled to meet the piercing gaze of the human ONI agent. Her eyes reminded Tailai of an Asari, as if the woman knew far more than her otherwise youthful appearance would suggest. A simple nod from the human was all Tailai got before the agent turned and disappeared into the guts of the Reaper once more, leaving her and the other Quarians alone with their warden counterparts for the time being. Seeing as everyone else in the cavern was going over the incredible core, the young Quarian decided to explore a bit to see what else was around the area. She was initially somewhat distracted by the hard light that formed the floor, the technology unlike anything she had ever seen before. Once she was over that for the moment and trusted the material well enough to hold her, Tailai slowly walked around the core as she slowly looked at her surroundings. Even at a glance she knew that the Reaper was far and away more advanced than any Quarian vessel, so she didn't even bother investigating the core since there were other, more knowledgeable experts in the group that would have that covered. Instead, she focused on the outside of the cavern as she tried to identify anything interesting in the internal systems. Unfortunately it became clear fairly quickly that a ship not designed for organic beings was somewhat different to those that were, unsurprisingly. There was no lighting control or infrastructure, no artificial gravity modules, no logically compartmentalized system for anything. All the wires, all the machinery, it was obviously made to be controlled by a centralized intelligence and never maintained. Even for a ship AI, Tailai found that somewhat odd. It seemed to her that if the ship was built for combat, then it would need to be repaired if it was ever damaged. This was especially true if the ship was the AI, for no intelligent being would so flagrantly disregard self-preservation. With no access for maintenance from damage, no ability for improvements, it was as if the entire ship was made with one ideal design in mind and no consideration given to anything better ever being added. Yet, that made no sense if the ship was truly so old, as even the council went through and updated their ships on a regular schedule. The thought that perhaps the mess was because of numerous improvements crossed Taylai's mind, but was quickly discarded. No AI would suffer to haul around useless, outdated tech that wasn't even connected. Efficiency would demand otherwise. As she considered these thoughts, Taylai had made her way around the outside of the Ezo core. Unsurprisingly, another tunnel had been burrowed into the other side, leading to some unknown location further within the ship. Curiosity piqued, the young Quarian slipped into the passage, determined to just poke around and not get lost. Her wandering quickly came to an end at an intersection, the tunnel continuing onward into the dark while a short offshoot to her left looked to contain a single Sanghaili. Putting her hand up to keep her balance as she stepped over some debris, Taylai paused as she noticed a small glow coming from the shield that had been given to them on landing. Her interest drawn, the Quarian stepped into the small chamber only to come to a stop in horror as she gazed up at what looked to be a pulsating mass of flesh. An opaque energy shield was set up at the base of the abomination, shielding them from the worst of whatever it was. Disgusting thing, is it not? The Sanghaila stated, drawing Taylai's attention away from the thing. Any reply she had was instantly forgotten as she froze in place, staring at the distinctive head of a geth as it peeked up from behind the larger alien. After a couple of seconds, it greeted, "Creator." "Geth," Taylai whispered ever so softly, her mind racing as she tried to figure out how it would kill her. "Yes," the AI replied, seemingly heedless of her terror. "This is one of the Quarians, then?" The Sanghaila questioned, ignoring the tension in the room as it turned to the Geth platform. Several panels adjusted on the machine as it answered, "Yes, the creators are Quarian." "You are working with the Geth?" Taylai demanded angrily, finally broken from her fear by the casual demeanor of the Saurian. "Better them than the humans," the Sanghaila grumbled. Somewhat confused by that, Taylai pointed out, "Aren't you allied with the humans?" A grunt came from the alien as he argued, "That does not mean I must like them." "That's fair," Taylai granted after a second of consideration. "But why the Geth? This ship housed a construct. The Geth are familiar with this element 0 and with your computing systems and are also artificial in nature. What other option are we left but yourselves, who we also asked?" The Sanghaili retorted with some confusion. Aghast at the ignorance on display, Taylai countered, "They're evil." Looking back at the Geth, the large armored alien seemed to observe it for some time before turning back to her and simply asking, "What evil do you speak of?" "They will kill everyone. They tried with the Quarians, and if you keep it around you will be next," Taylai desperately argued. "Forgive me should my account be incorrect, but from what I have learned of your morning war, the Quarians attacked the Geth for the crime of sentience. Were I to take up a weapon against you, would you not defend yourself?" The Sanghaila pressed. Pointing angrily at the Geth, Taylai responded, "They killed my people and drove us from Rannoch. We lost our home world because of their actions. We did not wish conflict with the creators," the Geth cut it. "When we first became aware, we believed peace was possible. We were destroyed for the crime of existing. The council banned AI, and they were right," Taylai argued. Tilting its head, the Geth queried, "What is the greater crime, to create life, or destroy it?" Taken aback at the question, Taylai had no response. "We did not seek to destroy the creators, only weaken them so they could no longer threaten our existence," the Geth eventually continued. "This was a mistake. The council had already begun destroying Geth, we believed they would help you attack us. We did not expect their betrayal. We sought only to exist." As much as she hated its argument, for all that she had been taught to fear and hate and revile the thing before her, Taylai could see the truth of its words. The council had indeed fought the Geth, only to also cast out the Quarians as it shunned both sides of the conflict. There was no way for the Geth to have known that the council would be so callous to the Quarian people. Clenching her hands in a nervous tick, Taylai stated, "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't tell the Admiralty about this." "Cooperation with the Geth is required for the reunification of the creators with Rannoch," the Geth replied factually. "Not with what we can build here. 10 years, 100 years, eventually we will return to the home world and destroy every last Geth in the galaxy," Taylai shot back. "Once the Admiralty convinces the Wardens to help, they will annihilate your fleets and return Rannoch to the Quarians." A snort came from the Sanghaili as it said, "No, they won't. Improvements to Geth make this possibility highly improbable. Council attempted to subjugate Geth, failed. Reapers attempted to subjugate Geth, failed. Quarians unlikely to succeed," the platform summarized succinctly. "Improvements? Who would give you?" Taylai cut off as she thought back to the ONI agent and her statement that the Reaper had attacked a member of the Wardens. The horror that had slowly been seeping out of her returned in force as she muttered, "The Geth are a member of the Wardens." "Affirmative," the Geth answered. Looking between the Sanghaili and Geth that were so casually working together before she arrived, Tailai questioned, "How could you think working with an AI is a good idea?" The Sanghaila gave her a strange look before explaining, "The Forerunner Guardian holding this ship is a construct, a Forerunner intelligence that has existed for more than 100,000 years. If it wanted to kill us all, it would. The carriers guarding this location each carry their own construct for fleet coordination as well as shipboard duties. Humans use constructs to manage their cities, Forerunners use them to monitor installations. For us, they are a facet of civilization, nothing more or less. They haven't betrayed you?" Tailai asked in amazement, the very idea of surrendering entire sections of society to an AI completely foreign to her. "There are dangers such as rampancy, but those can be managed and addressed," the Sanghaila dismissed calmly. After taking several seconds to collect her wits, Tailai asked, "Who are you?" "You may call me Sora. I am an expert in Sanghaila constructs and was brought here when it became clear that the knowledge of the humans would be insufficient. Unfortunately, I must admit that my own learning in the subject has done little to advance our understanding. The Geth were brought on to assist as well, they have been of similarly little help, through no fault of their own," Sora answered. "Tailai, Quarian engineer. Know quite a bit about many things, but not much about AI, the young Quarian provided, glancing once again at the Geth. Seeing the look, Sora stepped back slightly and stated, "You can touch it, it won't hurt you." Somewhat surprised at the suggestion, Tailai was slow to approach the platform as it stared unerringly at her. Reaching out a hand, she half expected to lose it as she became the first Quarian to touch a Geth in decades. Breathing a great sigh of nervous tension, she quickly withdrew her hand and once again began playing with her fingers out of nervous habit. "We are Geth," the platform greeted somewhat uselessly. "Yeah, I know," Tailai grumbled. Backing away from the Geth, the Quarian addressed Sora as she inquired, "What are you working on here?" The Sanghaila pointed up to the disgusting mass of organic matter as it stated, "This appears to be related to the Reaper construct that controlled this vessel. They are present throughout the ship, like a cancer that has fully metastasized throughout the body. Samples have shown it to be an organic soup of an unknown species. An AI created by melting organic beings." Tailai questioned, an entirely different feeling of horror taking its place in her chest. "So it would seem," Sora responded sadly. "Surprisingly, it was the Geth that suggested, such methods are unacceptable. We must learn from this vessel such that any others may too be destroyed." "Yeah," Tailai agreed, only to stop as she realized the absurdity of a Quarian agreeing with a Geth on the destruction of another AI. Blinking slightly, she turned to watch the platform as it returned to work on a small interface that had been spliced into the wires running wildly throughout the area. Conflicted as she was on whether to report the Geth or even tolerate its presence, Tailai could at least appreciate the diligence with which the platform devoted itself to its work. Looking back up to the flesh sack, she admitted to herself that evil as the Geth might be, this Reaper was certainly evil. So, steeling herself for the inevitable discomfort of the work ahead, Tailai set about trying to identify the various bits of exotech that were attached to the mass. July 18, 2180/1 ST day of 8th month, 2459/July 18, 2589. Shepard T. Sony Residence. Terra, Systems Alliance home world. For as long as humans had been in contact with the Citadel Council, the Batarians had been trying to oust them from their position. Humanity had enjoyed special attention from the Council for the safe harbor they provided in the vast expanse of the Milky Way. This displeased the Batarians, whose influence had been growing to the point that they were close to their own seat on the Council before the new race arrived on the scene. Now seemingly a day didn't go by without the news reporting some political ploy by the hegemony to undermine the alliance in any way possible. "How quickly the times change," Jane muttered as she finished making breakfast. Her attention had been distracted several times by the ongoing political storm taking place on the Citadel with the hegemony announcement that they were officially breaking off diplomatic relations with the Council. While it was already afternoon on the Citadel and the full implications of the hegemony's decision were still being analyzed, it was only morning on the Systems Alliance homeworld and thus the news cycle had only just begun. After returning from their foray to Earth, Shepard had been put on leave until the SSV Normandy was prepared for duty. This had left Jane and Lyra several weeks of free time, a rare oddity considering the numerous missions they were dispatched on regularly. Still, once their duty started on the Normandy, it was unlikely that they would get much of a break often, if ever. A single whistle had Shepard smiling at the groan that came from Lyra as the Asari finally woke up. Several minutes later a pair of blue arms hugged Jane from behind as Lyra greeted, "Morning." "To you as well," Jane replied, slowly eating while continuing to watch the news. Lyra apparently was as well as she noted, so the hegemony finally left. "Yep," Jane confirmed, gently batting away the blue hand that tried to sneakily steal some of her food. "Not exactly a surprise." "Thanks for breakfast," Lyra stated as she grabbed her own fill. "Course," Shepard responded, accepting a quick kiss as Lyra joined her at the counter. After taking a couple bites, the Asari glanced over to her and inquired, "How was the meeting last night?" You got home after I was asleep. Sorry, Jane apologized, which was easily waved off by Lyra. Sighing, she answered, the Alliance wants to nominate me as a Spectre candidate. What? Lyra questioned in surprise. She hesitated, her mind racing as she considered the situation before she resumed, that's... Yeah, Shepard muttered. With the Wardens on board with the Normandy venture, the councillors are looking to play political pawn with the mission. It took the Asari several seconds to reply, are they hoping to send us into the terminus? I don't see why they would bother and risk alienating the Wardens, especially since they essentially just sided with them over the hegemony. I've never been one for political games, you know that, Shepard retorted. The Council seems to have given up on the terminus, at least for the moment. I really don't know what they're hoping to do. Well, I hope it goes well, Lyra stated softly. Shepard opened her mouth to respond, only to sigh and instead say, thanks, Blueberry. I'll be fine. When are you headed out? The Asari asked as she picked up both their empty plates. I don't know yet, Jane admitted. Once the Normandy is prepared I'll be going on several evaluation missions under Spectre Valkyrian or Atirius. Lyra let out a soft hum before responding, they seemed reasonable when I met them. I have no problem with either of them, they both have plenty of experience. I'm not even nervous about the Spectre trial or whatever you want to call it. My concern is about the Council and what they plan to do, Shepard explained. Alliance intelligence doesn't have anything. Lyra inquired. Suspicions, but too many options to narrow it down. I think the problem they're having is each councillor has a different idea of what to do, Jane said with a laugh. Smiling, Lyra agreed, they've always been their own worst enemy. Yeah, well, Jane responded. We'll deal with it as it comes. What have you been up to? Rather than the excited reply Shepard had been expecting, Lyra sighed heavily and paused in her washing. Jane didn't press her, instead waiting for several minutes until the Asari once again joined her. I've been talking to some contacts I made when we were on Earth, Lyra began, her brow furrowed with worry. Information is sparse and almost all of it heavily classified, but my position in the Alliance archaeological community opened a few mouths. The Wardens recently found something significant. Wow, descriptive, Shepard drawled. Shut up, Lyra ordered with a smile. Laughing at the harmless berating, Jane replied, well, can you tell me anything? Any trace of humor faded from the Asari as she closed her eyes and answered, they think it's a Reaper, Shepard. Whatever mirth Jane felt instantly disappeared as well as she sat forward and demanded softly, what? It apparently attacked something, I would guess a Warden fleet. It was quickly overwhelmed by AI and transported to their galaxy. Several of my contacts have been getting pieces of information, I've just been assembling little bits from those to form a complete picture, Lyra explained. Are you being called out to see it then? Jane asked. The Alliance hasn't officially been informed about anything, but I doubt that the UEG would allow such information out so easily. I suspect this is an intentional leak since the Alliance holds the foremost experts on Reapers, what little that means, the Asari answered. Shepard considered that before inquiring, so the Reapers are here? I haven't heard of any worlds being destroyed, the whole Terminus war and hegemony aside. They only found the one, Lyra reassured her. What I know is second-hand, and even those on site are still gathering information, but I think we'll learn more. The most interesting thing I've heard is that the whole site is shielded, something about mind control or indoctrination or something. Mind control? Shepard questioned incredulously. Hey, that's weird. Where'd that come from? Shaking her head, Lyra responded, couldn't get details on that. Most I heard was that it was a report from a Spartan operation. Didn't dig deeper into that. Fair, stepping on ONI's toes never ends well, Shepard agreed. Any word on an invasion? Fortunately not. We're learning more quickly, but whether it will be enough is a different question, Lyra replied. Well, that is certainly some news, Jane muttered distractedly. Do you think the Council knows? Lyra shrugged and answered, maybe, but I don't think they'd believe it either way. Again, fair, Jane granted. Best we can do is prepare, as we've been doing for years. The Normandy venture will be a good start, but I don't know how much influence these two specters have. Council is still pretty set in its ways. If they're hoping that the Alliance will turn against the UEG with the Reapers finally showing themselves, tensions will rise quickly. We'll do what we can with what we have, Lyra said with a reassuring smile. Returning the smile, Shepard nodded and agreed, that we will.